Typical top 10 shootout, we broke it into 2 sessions with 5 cars, each getting a chance to attack the circuit. That meant that they had more tyre temperature to be able to lay down their best lap times. And boy, that's exactly what we saw, Gus. That last session in particular, that was white hot.
So these cars take a couple of laps to get the tyre into the operating window. So that's why you don't see the traditional one-lap shootout that we used to here at Bathurst for the 1000. But the last 2 minutes of that session, the timing screens just lit up. And then Mauro Engel just delivered on the very last lap. The checkered flag was out and just nailed a lap record pace under 2:01. The first time we've ever seen a car go under 2:01 in a bodied car, a sedan if you like, for GT3, a new lap record for GT3. The pace this year has been incredibly hot. I'm expecting the race, it's going to be even faster.
Could I give you my star of the day? I reckon Brock Feeney, for only 5 times, his 5th time in one of these cars, and he's on the front row, 2nd spot off the grid. An absolutely remarkable run.
Yeah, and given the fact that they threw him the keys ahead of Shane Van Gisbergen and Maxi Gertz, a guy who lives in these cars, that's a huge confidence boost. Chaz Mostert also drove the wheels off his Audi yesterday. Did a really nice job getting that car anywhere near the front of the grid. The Mercedes seemed to be the form team yesterday. We'll see if they can do it over 12 hours though, Garth, because a very different story. And it looks like a few of the drivers and the teams are really focusing on race pace this week, not worrying so much about one lap.
Yeah, we heard from Matt Campbell after the shootout, and he was really, really happy to qualify that far towards the front of the grid because they didn't make any changes at all to that car for qualifying. So they expect they've got a great race car. BMW feel like they've got a race car with a brand new M4 GT3 car they've brought to Mount Panorama for the first time. They've been concentrating on race pace. The AMGs have been very, very fast over one lap. Feels like the Audis have got pretty good consistency over a reasonable run, but no one's done more than 3 or 4 laps in a row. So we have no form guide as far as who's got great tyre consistency, what the fuel economy's like. We know the pace is going to be up. So when the pace is faster, you don't go fast for free. You've got to burn something, and you burn petrol when you're going fast. That means the fuel economy goes out the window. So it's going to be a really interesting race as far as strategy goes.
The 12-hour is back, and it is so good. And we know it's back in a big way, back to its best, because we've got John Hindhaugh up in the commentary box and Shay Adam in pit lane. Morning, Shay.
Morning, guys. Down here with the Yellow Mamba, as she is known to her fans, the Group M Mercedes. Mauro Engel, the pole sitter for today's race, will be starting in the darkness. And a little bit of fun, he left the pit lane, his headlights ablazing, but not all the Mercedes can say the exact same thing. Luca Stoltz having a little bit of finger trouble figuring out where that headlight button is. And for Luca, that's going to be very important. First couple of laps around the mountain, we're going to be in the pitch black, as you guys were just saying.
Okay.
Righto, here we go. Podium, 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 podium.
Before sunrise, Mount Panorama roars to life in an endurance racing showdown like no other.
This is a race that they all want to win.
They come from all corners of the globe. International stars versus the very best of Australia's homegrown talent.
Even the pros get excited at this stage.
It's a 12-hour test of speed, precision and teamwork. And it can be decided by just one moment.
The fiery young Japanese driver goes to the lead. There's contact, there's paint, there's dust and debris. He's going to have a look into the elbow. He's had the look. He's made it stick.
Who will the mountain choose today? This is the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour.
The sun is just starting to peek out of the Pacific Ocean over towards the east. It's good morning from Australia to the world. Mount Panorama Bathurst is the location. The campsites, they've been spending a very cool night here up on the mountain as we get set for a giant day of racing action. In the dark is where it starts. And there is just nothing like it watching sports cars race in these conditions. And we are set for what is going to be an exciting day where we have absolutely no idea what lies ahead. So exciting down here on the grid. Chad Naylor, joined by renowned morning person, Mark Beretta, and reigning Bathurst 1000 champion, Garth Tander. Guys, good morning. Brett's nothing like being at the mountain in the dark.
Chad, best morning of the year, and Garth is like a cat on a hot tin roof today. You just want to be out there. It is something special, to be standing at this time of the morning in the dark in front of this lineup of cars is just remarkable. The sun just trying to peek over the horizon. And the crowds here, we've never seen anything like this before for a grid walk GT. I mean, that is an incredible turnout, great crowd, and that sort of sets the scene for this weekend. I mean, we had big crowds yesterday, looks like even bigger today, and this event is just going from strength to strength. It is well and truly back.
Oh, it's well and truly back. Perfect words, Mark, because yesterday we had a great crowd here for the Pirelli Shootout. That session itself was fantastic, and we've been coming to this race for a long time now, and I've never seen so many people on the grid at Mark Beretta happy hour, 5:30 in the morning.
Best time of the day, GT.
There is so many people here. The atmosphere is absolutely fantastic, and the start of this race, starting in the dark, as a driver, it is seriously hard to do. As a spectator, it's really cool to watch.
Yeah. The big challenge was yesterday, Pirelli Shootout, trying to get that one lap speed, and it culminated in a really exciting, probably 5 laps, real squabble between Brock Feeney, Chaz Mostert, and the star of the show, Maro Engel, and they were absolutely attacking the timing screen with an axe yesterday, Garth. We saw the quickest ever lap here yesterday.
Yeah, a very different shootout to what we're used to seeing here at Bathurst, where it's a 15-minute session. These cars take 3 or 4 laps to get the tyre into the right operating window, but once they were in that operating window, wow, did we get a show. Brock Feeney, I thought, was an absolute star. He was throwing it right up to the AMG factory drivers to put that super cheap AMG on the front row. But Maro Engel, he delivered in qualifying itself, laid down the fastest lap time we've ever seen, a 2:01 flat. And we all questioned whether to go under 2:01, was that possible? And he delivered right at the last moment of the shootout, a 2:00.8. The fastest ever GT3 lap we've ever seen around Mount Panorama. That was seriously impressive to watch. That session always finishes on a high, and man, did it finish on a high yesterday.
Yeah, they were blistering times, weren't they? Just say the timing screen was just smoking yesterday. It was burning up. And Brock Feeney, remarkable from him. I mean, there's a guy this is only his 5th time in one of those cars, and he produces a result like that against some of the best drivers in the world.
Oh, his teammate, Shane van Gisbergen, they chose to actually qualify Brock in that car. Coming into yesterday, Shane had the quickest lap ever in a GT3 car, so huge call, and he puts it on the front row. He's just 20 years of age, star of the future. Hey, this first session in the race, the first stint here, Garth, is going to be not just difficult because of the light that we've got here right now, but it's so cold. New Pirelli tyre, no one knows how it's going to behave in this first stint. Could be really sketchy, skatey conditions.
Yeah, well, we've been seeing in practice and qualifying that tyre warm-up is taking 3 or 4, sometimes 5 laps when the sun's out and the track's got some warmth in it. No sun right now. It's the coldest the cars are ever going to run on the track this weekend. They've changed some tyre pressure rulings around how cold it is to help the teams get the tyre up to temperature. But watching the first 10 laps of this race, watching how the tyres come in, making sure you don't make any mistakes as a driver, that's going to be a real challenge.
Oh, we love it. That's what we love about it, GT. And be at turn 1, because that's where you see those brake discs burning red hot. It is an incredible sight. Hey, we know this race is back in a big way when we've got 2 of our great international friends here. John Hindhaugh up in the commentary box and Shay Adam back in pit lane. Shay, welcome back. It's been too long.
Thanks, Brett. Couldn't agree more. And Maro Engel would agree with that statement as well. Back at the mountain, it feels like coming home again. You've won so many great races across the world. This one, a 2nd place finish, is the best result. How badly would you like to add that to your resume?
Yeah, it's obviously one I and we would have liked to have won many years ago, but it's a tough race and you can't plan it. We'll give it a best shot today and hopefully it's good enough.
How many times did you redrive that pole lap in your dreams last night?
I was pretty tired, so I watched the onboard once or twice, and yeah, it was a great lap and obviously great qualifying yesterday, but now the focus is on the race.
In terms of starting this race, pure darkness, we haven't practiced in these conditions at all. How difficult is it to go out there and not know where the track goes?
Well, it's pretty cold. It's really slippery, so it's going to be a challenge to get tire temp at the beginning, but yeah, only I think about 15 minutes darkness, so hopefully we can get through that well.
Thanks, Maro. Enjoy the start. I know you will.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, Thomas Preening here, just about to jump in the Porsche after a great job by Matt Campbell in qualifying yesterday. Thomas, a big ask today. This is a tough circuit. You're feeling good, ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready. A bit early. Still have 1 hour to wake up until the end of the stint. It's quite cold. It will be difficult to get the tires into the temperature window, but I think we have a great car. Matt did a phenomenal job yesterday to get us a good position on the grid, and I'm excited.
Thomas, thoughts on this circuit? What do you like about Mount Panorama?
Honestly, the top part is really scary, which is cool. We don't really have anything even remotely close to this in Europe, so it's always cool to come back.
Okay, we'll let you get to work. Have a great day today. Good luck.
Valentino Rossi has his very first start here at Bathurst for the Bathurst 12 Hour. Valentino, great start to the weekend, fastest in practice too. How are your expectations ahead of today's race?
Everything is new, you know, but it's a great feeling. We are quite competitive, quite strong. We have a good position for the start. Will be a very long race, very demanding. We will see. We will see our speed in the race, because usually in the race everything is different.
How have you found the circuit here? We love it here in Australia. What do you think about our Bathurst?
It's a fantastic place. It's a unique track, very fast, very technical. You have to stay always concentrate, because especially in the mountains, all the walls are very close, but it's very funny when you drive.
Thanks for coming down. Enjoy the race. Good luck today.
Grazie, thank you. Ciao a tutti.
How cool is that to have a guy like the Dr. Valentino Rossi here this weekend to race at Bathurst for the very first time. He's been here at Phillip Island many times, but never here at Bathurst. Okay, Pirelli Pit Bunker is where we're going to really break down the strategies across the course of the day, talk about the rules of the race. Very different to anything that we're used to seeing here in Australia. So let's get into it. We'll give you the race facts and a bit of an idea what might be coming up across the course of the day. Now, what we know is it's going to be running over 12 hours, so we're not exactly sure what lap number we're going to get to, but last year might give us a bit of a form guide. 291 laps around here is grueling. 1,800 kilometres. We're hoping to maybe even get to the first time ever, 2,000 kilometres of the race. That'll be about 320 laps. It's all going to finish at 5:45 p.m. Now, that's actually 30 minutes later than last year's race, so we're not going to get quite as much nighttime running before the sun comes up. The biggest change, though, for this year is no compulsory pit stops. Now, last year they had to get 8 or 9 stops out with a certain amount of pit stop time. That has gone this year, so it is a straight-up strategy race. Think about cutting it any way you want to get to the checkered flag. You could have 3 or 4 drivers per car. The fuel window, a full tank of fuel will get you between 30 to 40 laps. Now, when we talk about the rules of this race, the most important thing you need to be thinking about, and the teams will be managing this across the course of the day, is your driving time. Now, we have pro drivers and we have amateur drivers all racing in the field together. The pros cannot exceed 5 hours and 40 minutes of the race, so you can't just stick Shane Van Gisbergen in and go, good luck, mate, we'll see you when you get back tonight, and race for 12 hours. For the bronze drivers or the AM drivers, they have to do a minimum of 3 hours of driving in the race, so you can't just tell them to go out there, do 1 lap and park it up. What that means by the end of the race is you also have to see them driving at least 1 hour after the halfway mark. Now, the other thing to think about is fatigue, so there is a couple of rules around that. The drivers can't go for a certain amount of time within the car before making a pit stop. For the pro drivers, that's 150 minutes, which is 2 stints, and for the bronze drivers, 80 minutes. They cannot exceed that time. We saw that last year, and for Brad Schumacher in particular, that's what cost them a chance at the win. Got to have at least a 1 hour break in between it. So we'll be able to use this to talk about exactly all that driving time and the pit stop strategies across the course of the day. But the big thing to think about at the moment is just be there at the end of the race to have any chance of staying on the lead lap, competing for a win here at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour.
Thanks, Chad. Good analysis of how this race plays out, and it has every potential to be unrelentingly rapid today with the depth of the field and the quality of performance that we've got. Good morning, everyone. Richard Craill with you in the commentary box today. Warmer up here, Garth Tander. Good morning to you and to John Hindhaugh.
John was just saying he should have worn shorts this morning. It's proper cold outside, and that's going to be a real talking point for the first hour or two of this race, because we've been seeing in practice and qualifying, it's taken a while for the tyre to get in the operating temperature, and that's with the sun out and a fair bit of temperature in the racetrack. So this morning with no sun, it's going to be an interesting start to this race.
And there's been some ruminating among race control as well about that. So we'll bring you up to speed with what the discussion is with race management. Here's where we are, just under 300 k's inland from the city of Sydney in the central west, the tablelands of New South Wales, over the Blue Mountains, the famous racetrack, 6.213 kilometres. Yesterday's pole lap, an average lap speed of 187 kilometres an hour for the pole lap, 174 metres top to bottom. It's a 1 in 6 gradient coming out of the cutting. There's 23 terms. We'll name them all by their famous names across it, and so much action in this race has unfolded over the journey. Turn 2, Griffin's Bend. Such a critical place, and it's single file across the top, and sometimes it goes badly wrong.
Well, they often try not to go single file across the top of the mountain, and it can go pear-shaped. Down into Forest Elbow is a popular passing opportunity, and Matt Campbell got the can opener and opened that one up nicely to take the lead and go on to win that race. Passing down at the Chase is a popular spot, and we'll see plenty of that over the course of the next 12 hours.
And there'll be plenty of battling Mercs like that battle in 2020. Sun not far away from poking up over the Blue Mountains. Here's how they'll start. The 999, the fastest ever qualifying day in Bathurst history yesterday, delivered them pole position. And Maro Engel, his second Alan Simonson pole award. 888 alongside. Remarkably, Brock Feeney did the job. SVG didn't even drive the car in qualifying. Matt Campbell, the Porsche, goes from third. The colours on the numbers delineates the class. Blue is Pro-Am. Yellow is silver. The Wall Racing Lambo goes just outside the top 10 in this race. Local legend Brad Schumacher off of 12. Jamie Winkup and Richie Stanaway way back down in the 8th row of the grid in 15th position, but they'll be playing the long game there in the Pro-Am battle with Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim in that car. A quiet day for the Hallmark car, which has Bathurst winner of 2 years ago, Lee Holdsworth, behind the wheel. They start right down the back of the field. This race has only ever been won from lower than 7th on one occasion. And today, Garth, is going to be a flat-out sprint race.
The pace we have seen so far in practice and qualifying has been record-breaking to this point. We are looking to try and break the 2,000 kilometre mark over the course of the next 12 hours. And based on what we've seen lap time-wise, in qualifying especially, we are a very good chance to get that done. So it's going to be a very interesting race. You don't go fast for free. You've got to burn fuel and you've got to wear tyres out. So that will change how the strategy plays out. I'm really keen to see how that happens.
Their distance record here, 314 laps, 1,950 kilometres. To get the 2,000, you'll have to do the quickest ever Bathurst 1,000 twice in a day. To get that done, it's going to be massive. Time to get the ceremonies underway and kick this race off on a beautiful Sunday morning. It's time for the Australian National Anthem. Wonderful rendition from saxophonist Ryan Livings. That has to be the earliest a saxophone will have played at this place, surely, before 5:45 a.m.
It depends
on a
if
Sunday
you're coming
morning.
out or coming in, doesn't it, really? If the party's still going on, a nice little bit of tenor sax there, I can take a little bit of that. That was lovely. And the atmosphere, perfect for the atmosphere. So many people streaming in. When we were coming up to the LIQUI MOLY comms box here, the back of the pit lane here looked like it was a Thursday afternoon, Garth. It's quite extraordinary. People are wanting to be part of Bathurst being back. Chilly out there, though, as you've said. And a lot of people who are out the backsides are all rugged up, as you see it down here, and they're ready for the big day.
Yes, certainly the coolest conditions that these cars will have run in and will run in, because we are expecting a very warm day here. Mount Panorama, expecting 28 to 30 degrees once the sun creeps over the horizon. Slipping in the background, how good a shot is that? Cars warming up, sun coming to life. Crystal clear day here at Mount Panorama. Good day to go racing.
Beautiful sight, and this is one of the best hours of Australian motor racing you're about to see. Now, race control working hard, and based on feedback from the drivers from the installation lap out of pit lane onto the grid, they've elected to start this race behind the Mercedes AMG safety car. So the race is now officially commenced, and it does this every year. It starts behind the safety car. They'd ordinarily grid up 2 by 2 at the end of this lap and go racing. They're going to give them an extra lap just to start generating and building some tyre temperature. And Garth, this is properly cold. This is October spec Sunday morning cold. So tyre warm-up with this Pirelli has been a big talking point throughout the lead up to this race and how you get the tyre in. And a lot of drivers saying if you go too hard on the tyre too early, it can damage the compound and damage the beat of the tyre itself. So this is a safety matter, and they've taken into account the driver's feedback from the outlap, and they're the best ones to judge how it's performing.
Yeah, certainly, and as you mentioned, Rich, the tyre warm-up of this new construction Pirelli DHF compound that we're using for the very first time here in Australia has taken 3, 4, 5 laps sometimes in the course of qualifying. So you tend to run a higher start but tyre pressure in qualifying to switch the tyre on to make the tyre perform earlier in its performance window. You don't do that in the race stint. You want the tyre to be nice and consistent over a full tank of fuel. So you'll always start the tyre pressure a little bit lower. But the problem with that is it takes longer to come up the temperature. With no track temperature, clearly, with the sun not being out, it's going to take a while. And I can tell you from experience, starting this race on a cold tyre in the dark, it is proper hard work. So those that have done it a lot more than me have said after the installation lap, hey, we need more time to get this tyre right.
We got some fantastic experience though at the front of the field, guys. Tomorrow Engel starting the Porsche car, Maxi Coates alongside in the second the AMG GTs. Then Thomas Pine, Linda Stoltz, Liam Talbot right up there in the Audi R8. Augusto Farfus for the number 46 WRT. Dorian Pagliacci in 7th position in the 44 Mercedes. Philip Ellis, who I couldn't believe when he told me he hadn't been here before. I just assumed he's been everywhere, to be quite honest. He's very, very good, particularly in Nürburgring. Dries Van Toor for the second of the WRT cars. That's the Shell Helix coloured car. And then Christopher Haase in 10th position, a little bit further back, I think, than that number 74 car and the rest of the team would have liked. And then after that, the car you can't miss, the Lamborghini Huracan, just outside the top 10 at 11, and the second of the silver class cars with David Ward. So we've got plenty of experience here, Creelsey, that should be able to get this going. And with a slightly smaller field, and by the way, the Twitter's already lit up with you two talking about distance records before we've even got a great back.
Apologies.
Curse of the commentators early on. Then hopefully we will get some long green flag runs and be able to see the relative performance of these cars.
That's how cool it is here this morning, that the campers have had
That's just out the back of our commentary box right here.
The press room, yeah. Everybody's clustered around it.
Who's got the marshmallows? The interesting thing about that list of drivers you just rattled off, JH and Garth Tander, is that all the Australian drivers have gone, no, you Euros who do the Nürburgring 24-hour in Spa, you can start this thing.
My very first Bathurst 12-hour, they said, Garth, you can start. I thought, oh, yeah, okay, no problems. I did it once. And so, righto, you factory boys, you're in the car. You do this at Spa, you do this at Nürburgring, you do this at Daytona, and you are. If you have a factory driver in your driver roster, they are in the car right now. And that's from the list that John called. That's exactly what has taken place. So, getting through this first 45 minutes, it sounds easy, and I tell you, the in-car shots that we're seeing right now, the cameras always light up the track. It is still proper dark out there. So when we take the onboard shots, it looks like, oh, the sun's coming up. What are these guys are talking about? No, it's still dark.
Officially, sunup is around about 25 minutes past the next hour, past 6 o'clock. Beautiful full moon earlier on as well. So it's going to start getting a little bit light in around about 20 minutes. But it's still not going to be full light by then. Huge, huge crowd. Bathurst and the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hours is back. Appointment to view racing here, whether you're here at the track or around the world. And there were 4,500 people waiting for the World Feed stream to come up at 5:30 this morning. And that will be added to massively by the time we get into the heat of competition in the heat of the day. What you seeing on the dashboard there,
Just looking on the dash of the BMW, you look down to the bottom right corner of that dash, you see 4 red boxes. That, to me, now I'm not intimately fully knowledge of the BMW dash, but I would say that's tyre pressure.
Yes.
Because usually when the dash is red like that, certainly on the Audi, when the tyre is not up above the operating temperature, the readout will show red. And that's what we were talking about as far as getting the tyre up to temperature. This extra lap that we're on right now is an extra warm-up lap. Also have a quick look behind the window net there. You see there is a rear vision mirror, but there's also a camera looking out the back, and it's got a radar. You can actually see the triangles pointing out where the car is. And I can tell you, looking out the back of the car where the headlights are flashing in the rear vision mirror, you cannot see a thing. And you do play a lot of games moving the car in and out of the rear vision mirrors when the headlights are on, trying to trick the car in front to not really know exactly where you are by blinding them with the headlights.
The lights will go out on the Mercedes AMG safety car this lap, and we'll go racing proper.
That is a signal for all weaving and exams braving to cease. We will repeat when the lights are out on the safety car.
And that's an important rule to note, because it's a rule that's tripped up some of the international drivers that come here in the past, because the racing regulations differ slightly from country to country. We run to the Supercars Motorsport Operations rulebook under this race, which means the moment the lights go out on the safety car, all of this weaving, the left to right, and the accelerating and braking that generates the brake temperature, which feeds into the wheel rim and the tyre, has to stop.
And we've seen teams lose this race or lose a chance to win this race in the past because they haven't got that rule.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time when I was doing this race with the international drivers coming down, going through the Australia-specific rules, particularly around the restart. I remember Raffaello Macchiello got caught out with this very late in the race one year. They were leading the race and they got caught out weaving after the lights had gone out under the safety car. Had to do a drive-through penalty, took them out of the lead of the race. So getting those rules right, and they're mainly around the safety car restart procedure, making sure that there's full understanding from all the driver roster is critically important.
Guys, we've been coming here for many years and I have never seen anything like this. It is, what, about 10 minutes to 6 in the morning on the East Coast. Have a look at the crowd up on the hill at turn 1. That is absolutely phenomenal who have turned out here this morning. Give us a wave, you legends. How about that? Brilliant. One of the greatest things you'll ever see, and that's what makes this race so special. Yeah, the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour is back in a big way, guys.
And not just here at the circuit either, televised across the region, and over 30,000 people tuned in to the world feed as well. This is Bathurst at its best. One of the unique features of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hours, this start in the dark.
The only man in Australia that up at this time in the morning is Mark Beretta.
We'll talk about the tyre being in the operating window. Mark Beretta's in the operating window right now. This is his sweet spot.
This is his normal period of operation. Though, let's be honest, he's the only one who's used to getting up at this time. Been a long time since I did the breakfast shift. Right, one thing here, Krillsy, is, and Garth, will be starting single file because it's coming off the back of a safety car rather than going to the green flag.
And do you know who that might be a relief for? Is Liam Talbot, who's starting the 65 car, so an AM driver against the pros. The first Bathurst 12 Hour was held in 1991. This is the 20th edition of a 12-hour endurance race at Mount Panorama. And after a tough couple of years, the world is back. And the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour fires into life on a stunning Sunday morning at Mount Panorama.
A lot of that going on over the next 10 to 15 minutes when these cars, brake rotors start to light up. You'll see the cars bottoming out as the tyre pressures come up to temperature. The car ride height is very, very low. You look, they're weaving as they make their way up Mountain Straight, continuing to try and build tyre temperature before they have their first run across the top of the mountain.
We're going to see the guys in the late teens and the early 20s coming across the line off the back of the safety car, 10, 15, 20 seconds quicker on that second safety car lap than the guys at the front of the field. So they're working their Pirelli rubber really hard early on. The guys at the front already heading up to the cutting for the first time. That's art, isn't it? That is motor racing as art at the Audi cutting.
I swear this is the best hour of motorsport Australia gets over the course of the year. BP Ultimate Park. And then in front of a massive crowd to the top as they head towards McPhillamy and Brock Skyline.
Right here as a driver, you don't know what you've got. The first time you're seeing your car across the top of the mountain with low tyre pressure, low tyre temp, low grip from the circuit in these cool conditions, you have no idea what you have. So you have to play super conservatively. You can see no one really stepping out of line. Everyone following line astern as the tyre temperature builds. And after we get this lap in the books, second, third lap, then those that have qualified out of position will start to tighten the belts and start to go forward, use any opportunity that comes their way. But the experience of Maro Engel, Maxi Goetz, Thomas Preining, Lucas Stoltz, all these guys more than comfortable in these conditions.
I think it's interesting you mentioned that, Garth. I mean, the teams will have had a word with their drivers, and there's absolutely no sense in doing a do-or-die manoeuvre at this stage when you've got 11 hours and 50 minutes still to go. But racing drivers are racing drivers, aren't they? And we keep seeing that these long-distance races now are a series of sprint races separated by pit stops.
Well, it's all well and good to say we'll take it easy in the calm light of day before you've had your race helmet on, before you've done your seatbelts up. But race drivers, we tend to forget those sorts of things once the green light comes on and you get going. Oh, I don't remember us having that chat. I don't remember any of that taking place. On board here with Thomas Preining, still trying to get tyre temperature into the Manthe Racing Porsche. And we'll talk about those sparks. as speed comes up. The right heights are still low, tyre pressures are low, so the tyre, as the pressures come up, the temperatures come up, they tend to grow and the right height will come back up again. So enjoy for the next couple of laps the sparks of the cars as they bottom out, particularly the AMG Mercedes. They run those cars very low, they're always bottoming. So you'll see a lot of sparks, especially as we drop down into Reed Park.
So Maro Engel leads the field up the hill. Maxi Goetz next. He's in the Triple Eight Racing Super Cheap car, chasing the Group M Racing AMG. So Merckx 1 and 2. The Porsche still running in third place. Car number 912 from Manti EMA. Third in qualifying yesterday. Great job by Matt Campbell there. Lucas Stoll's fourth. He's in the 75. That's the Sun Energy Racing car. That's the car that won last year. And he's got two-time race winner, Gilles Gounon, alongside him with a local hero, Kenny Habul, who lives on Conrod Straight. They're all staying on Conrod Straight. Their commute was the shortest this morning. Augusto Farfus up a couple of spots. He's up to 5th, behind the wheel of car 46, Valentino Rossi, BMW M4 GT3. It's the first time we've seen those cars here. Then it's the Sportsbet Audi. Liam Talbot's just settled into 6th place in that car. That's a Pro-Am entry in the Bozell Watches Pro-Am Cup. Liam a little bit out of position relative to some of the superstars around him, but doing a great job early on. Philip Ellis in his first attempt at Mount Panorama in 7th. Devash and Patiachi, a lot of local experience there for the Sydney sider. He started the silver class number 44 car. He's 8th. Dries Van Toren, the second BMW in 9th. And Chris Haase, who's been here before, very, very fast young German, behind the wheel of the Works Audi, rounding out the top 10. Another racing lap done. Lap times will continue to tumble. 2:12 was the first lap now. They're in the 8s. A 6 a little bit further back for Farfus in the BMW, just showing how these cars start to build tyre temperature and pressure differently.
It's not entirely different from what we saw in qualifying yesterday, really. The cars are a lot heavier because they've got their full complement of fuel on board. But what we saw was drivers bringing the temperatures up even in the heat of the day yesterday. They'll be having to work a little bit harder. What's the car going to feel like? What's the difference? Because we talk about tyre temperature, but it's also about pressure, and that's going to affect ride height and the handling characteristics.
Well, the big thing is that what you mentioned right there, John, the difference from qualifying to race is the fuel load. And that makes these cars really feel quite lazy for the first sort of 10 laps as you burn that initial first heavy part of the fuel load off. So cars feel lazy, they feel not responsive, and then with the tyre pressure down, you need to make sure you're building that tyre pressure up as the fuel load burns off.
This is Liam Talbot with a freight train of cars and huge amounts of endurance racing experience locked up behind him in the Sportsbet Audi. He's got Philip Ellis right behind for Craft Bamboo Racing, then Devash Patiachi, then Dries Van Toren. He won the DTM Championship in Germany last year and has come across from Audi to BMW with Team WRT. Won this race in 2018 in dramatic circumstances. Then Chris Haase and Fred Vervisch, who's behind the wheel of the Fuchs entry with Schumacher Motorsport, Premier High Racing, making their debut in GT3 racing. And then David Wall, I think, is at the back of that queue, and Dylan O'Keefe. So it's a bit of a freight train here. And these can be those cork in a bottle moments that cause some angst early in a 12-hour enduro.
So you mentioned Talbot, a bit of a cork in the bottle. Liam is a silver-rated driver, and he is up against factory GT3 drivers, gold and platinum-rated drivers with international experience. And why, you ask, well, why would they put Liam in this situation and put him up against all these guys right at the start in the most difficult conditions that they'll probably experience over the course of the next 12 hours? Well, it's all about strategy. It's all about getting driving time done for the silver-rated drivers in that 65 Audi. Liam Talbot and Fraser Ross, very handy steerers in their own right, but they have Chaz Mossett as their gun, and they'll be saving driving time for Chaz for the back part of this race. So they're wanting to use up some of this driving time for Liam, and I dare say Fraser will probably get in pretty early in this car as well, get some of their driving time done early. And that'll allow some strategy, some clever strategy in the back part of this race to get Chaz towards the front, give him a crack at an outright win. We know Chaz is more than fast enough to go outright head-to-head with any factory driver in any car on any circuit in the world. They just need to strategise their way over the next 11 hours and 43 minutes to get themselves in the right spot to do that at the end of the day.
My question to you, does 10 kilos make a noticeable difference to a car? And the reason I ask that, Garth, is because SRO, who are the governing body basically of GT3 racing, and set the balance of performance, which are the equalisation measures that allow a mid-mounted Audi V10 go head-to-head with a front-engine V8 Mercedes-AMG, a flat-6 Porsche, and a turbocharged BMW, and allow them to all lap within a few tenths of a second. So overnight, after qualifying, they adjust the weights and regulations of the cars. The Mercedes cars have copped 10 kilos. The Porsches copped 5. The BMW and the Audis have lost 10 kilos in weight overnight. Sign me up to that program. Very, very good. But will that be noticeable to, let's say, Maro Engel, who's leading this race now in a Mercedes AMG?
Oh, adding 10 kilos to the car by itself, you won't really feel too much as a driver. But then when you think about the comparison Mercedes versus Audi or Mercedes versus BMW, it's a 20 kilo swing, effectively, if you like, adding 10 kilos to the Mercs and taking 10 kilos off the Audi and BMW. You will start to notice 20 kilos as far as car performance goes.
Yeah. And don't forget, they won't have had a chance to reset the cars because that was put on overnight, so you don't get a chance to practice with that extra weight on the car. So the guys will have had to use their experience from the mechanical, the engineering side of things to make sure that they still had the balance of the car.
What a stunning morning. Not far away from sun up. There's probably 25,000 people here at the moment that are pretty keen for a little bit of UV, as much as the drivers are. This is young Ricardo Fella, who made his debut here last year, just sticking the nose up the inside of the Superbarn car at David Russell behind the wheel. A lot of Bathurst experience. That's Griffin's Bend. Visit New South Wales corner.
Oh, it's only sort of there. It's made a bit...
Well, that's another move. That's the Grove Porsche, yeah.
That's the Grove car that was up on the curb there.
Brenton Grove on Alex Davison. Brenton Grove driving the number 4 Porsche and Alex Davison in the 222 AMG Mercedes that he'll share with Jeff Emery, Scott Taylor, and a bloke called Craig Lowndes who's done a lap or two around Mount Panorama.
There's a lot of experience between those two at this place to be doing that this early.
Yeah, yeah. So they both feel like they qualified out of position. So looking to try and go forwards in the early part of the race. But you're right, Rich, probably don't need to be playing those games just under 20 minutes into a 12-hour race.
And that move from Ricardo Fella, so that was on David Russell, who's been on the podium in a great race here. He's sharing with the Contenders boys and Jonathan Webb, a former 12-hour winner back in 2016 in that McLaren with Shane van Gisbergen, and that was another just sort of got the nose up the inside at
it was like it was an after you type moment. You go, no, you go, you no go, and eventually Ricardo Fella, righto, I'm going. And got the job done at 2. So sometimes those situations where you're being overly courteous can turn into these sort of awkward confrontations where you end up in the wall because you're too busy trying to be too nice. Sometimes it's better just to send it and get the job done.
This is Augusto Farfus, the Brazilian behind the wheel. He's been a BMW driver for a long, long time. Raced in the World Touring Car Championship for this team, a long time in DTM, part of their sports car program, and now part of their GTP program with Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing in insert competition. One of the 14 drivers that made the trek from the Daytona 24-hour Florida to Bathurst is not a short trip, as my co-commentator will tell you, Garth. He's done the same thing early this week.
I think there's at least 2 that have done Dubai, the Raw, Daytona, and down here. All right, more overtaking now as people begin to get the confidence in the tyres. This one down at the Chase, and that was nice and clean that time around. Audi on Audi action.
Ricardo Fella going forwards again, this time over Dylan O'Keefe. And the New Zealand entered Audi. Had a chat with Chris Riker on the grid before this one started, and he feels like the BOP changes overnight will bring Audi back into the game. He basically said to me, there's no point us turning up yesterday. We didn't really have the tool to do the job, but he feels much more confident with the changes made overnight that the Audis will go forward. And what we've seen so far from Ricardo Fella, they are making their way forwards.
Yeah,
the other part of this one.
Fella up to 13th position now in what is a Pro-Am car. He's just got by David Bristol and Dylan O'Keefe to the silver cars, silver class cars as we documented for you. Down into the 204s now at the front of the field. Top 5 all down into the 2 minutes 4. 2 minutes 6 after that for Liam Talbot, with Philip Ellis right behind him. It's the Audi number 65 and the 77 Mercedes. Phil Ellis for the moment biding his time, but he won't want to let any gaps open up. And now down under 204, 203 for the leader, Maro Engel, who's just carved himself. I wouldn't say it was a cushion, but it's a nice little pillow. It's a little throw, isn't it, that he's got there. 1.2 seconds that he's managed to pull away.
A little duvet of a margin.
Yeah, yes,
perhaps.
just enough there.
And there are a few little battle packs evolving now, and we're watching one of them. So Thomas Preuning in the Porsche, he did just set the fastest up the race last time by. He's dropped off the back of the 2 Mercs. He's got Lucas Stolz behind him, and then Augusto Farfus, and then there's quite a big gap. So 17 seconds already behind the leader now, this battle pack. And in a race that we think is going to be very, very flat out, lots of long stints. We've reset the longest green flag period 3 times in the last 3 years. So this is going to be a flat out race. Track position is going to be so critical over the course of the day, and we'll reference that for you. 17 seconds behind, 8 laps into a 12-hour race is a big, big margin. And I wonder if there might be starting to be a little bit of angst amongst the likes of Craft Bamboo and the 77, the 32 BMW as well, that they're going to have to get a move on at some point now to get after these leaders.
And the other thing that's changed is that there are no mandatory numbers of pit stops this year. So for those of you who only watch once a year one of these races, that is a little bit of a change. So again, plenty of talent behind the wheel, but the big brains on the pit stands are going to have to work as well.
And what I love about that, gents, is that at the end of the day, there's going to be someone in contention for this race that puts fuel in and doesn't quite have enough to get to the end. So you're going to get that strategic battle, and as you said, John, the geniuses up and down the lane twirling the keyboards and working out fuel economy and fuel burn and tyre life and things like that are all going to be calculating that and trying to roll the dice later to get some track position, but make sure you've got enough BP Ultimate fuel in the tank to get to the line. This is Ricardo Feller. We're on board the 777 Audi at Ben Motorsport Park. Slices down the inside of David Wall at Murray's. Oh, that is a cool
Wow, that is a cool shot.
Sorry, did somebody just put Gran Turismo on there on my screen? That is awesome. Can we clip that one, please, as a screen grab? Alan Prosser will be on that. He's the king of the screen grabs. That is unbelievable.
I want to know, where'd they find a cameraman small enough to put in the side of the Audi there to get this shot for us? Pretty cool.
Bit of extra downforce. Here it is from the outside. So textbook stuff. He's made some good moves. Ricardo, early in this race, as I said, made his debut here last year.
Very clean. All of his moves have been decisive and clean. Just what you were saying, Garth. No messing about. He shows his headlights, gets down the inside well before the apex. All right, needed a little bit of help and respect there, but that's exactly what you want to see in your mirrors.
Yeah, David Wall, a vastly experienced competitor in this race, and he knows that's not his battle. So let's Fella go back to the lead of the race, and that gap has opened a bit more. Maro Engel over Maxi Goetz. Thomas Preuning and Lucas Stolz onto the back of the super cheap AMG Mercedes, and I feel like there's just a bit of just feeling each other out, these top 5 cars. They're not really racing. Let's just see what you've got, particularly the Porsche and the BMW, just seeing where the Mercedes are at, seeing what they have performance-wise. There's a massive gap behind Farfus back to Liam Talbot, and then that big queue of cars that are battling from 6th down to 12th or 13th.
It's a bit like a heavyweight boxing match, isn't it? These are the very opening moments. There's a little bit of jabbing and bobbing and weaving, finding what you've got. That gap is now 17 seconds, 17 seconds from Farfus back to the 6th place car, the Audi of Liam Talbot. No panic required at this point, but what we have got, appropriate enough for round here, which has got such a railway heritage, we've got a freight train of cars behind Liam Talbot, who is doing exactly the right thing. He's hitting his marks, he's turning in, and he's getting things done exactly as he should do. Trying not to let himself get flustered, about what's going on. Nice move by Vantor in the WRT machine.
And the flash is on, trying to move Devarshan Padiachi out the way. This from Ricardo Fella. So that's a position gain from Vantor. He's up to 8th. Fella will be looking to follow him through. So Padiachi a little bit out of position here as well, relative to the professional strength of the drivers around him. But he's a very, very experienced racer. Spends his time in Porsche Carrera Cup Australia and runs in the top half a dozen in that very competitive category. So that's a move. The BMW climbs up and it now runs in 8th position. And at the top, just little fluctuating battles here, and Thomas Preuning in the Porsche is catching Maxi Goetz in the AMG, and he's dragging Lucas Stoles, who we ride on board with now, along with him. So Mercedes 1, 2, 4 in this race. Porsche in 3rd, BMW next, the first Audi in 6th. But Liam Talbot has got an enormous group of cars. So Liam Talbot 22 seconds off the lead, down to David Reynolds in 17th. There's only 27 seconds off the lead. So there's 5 seconds covering 6th to 17th position in this race. And it's got boiling point written all over it.
It's important. Philip Ellis, Dries Vantor, Devarshan Padiachi, Christopher Haas, the first 4 cars in that queue behind Liam Talbot. Patience is the key word right here. The opportunity will come. Just have to wait and pick your moment and make sure you get it right. There we go. Talbot's actually got himself a little gap now as Vantor continues his move forward up the inside of Philip Ellis. So I felt like the BMWs had good speed. Just watching Augusto Farfus in that front pack, that looked like it was a very strong car. And Dries Vantor in the sister WRT BMW going forward in this pack as well. There's a bit going on in the background here, though.
Vavish on Haasa, looking down the inside. The 2 Audis touching paint going into turn 1. Too early for that, boys. And Ricardo Fella looking into this as well.
3 Audis involved in a bit of paint trading there. Oh my goodness. Well, the gloves are off now, aren't they? I mean, that's... We're starting to swing the haymakers, and we're barely half an hour into this race.
Oh, Fella around the outside of Haas. He gets it done as well. You can get away with going too wide around the outside at turn 2 early in the day when there's not a lot of marbles on the racetrack, but you do not want to be on the outside at turn 2 from about the 3-hour mark going forwards. So here's the replay of Dries Vantor. Nice on the brakes.
Let's just remind ourselves, gentlemen, WRT, this is their 2nd competitive outing with the BMW M4 GT3. They had a run out the 24 hours at Dubai, and there'll be Chris Ranke, who's here from Audi Sport Christmas Racing, will have been turning away from the screen at that moment there.
Audi have got a fascinating, I'll say, track record at this place for being in good positions to claim a victory and perhaps not capitalising on it. And 9 months ago, when we ran this race in the depths of winter in May last year, was the ultimate example. How good is GT3 racing, by the way? Isn't it sensational that we're putting on this kind of a show this early in the race between such a variety of cars and drivers from all the way around the world? And we've now got a battle on for 3rd because Thomas Preuning is feeling some serious pressure from Lucas Stoles, and Farfus has caught them as well.
Guys, if you just noticed that the intensity level has raised a little bit in the last 2 or 3 minutes, you reckon it might have anything to do with the natural light that's starting to take effect, and they can see where they're going and know what they're up to? Vantor are now having a look at Liam Talbot.
And have a look at this battle pack, Garth. They're all chopping and changing. It's like a sprint.
Yeah, there has definitely been a change in intensity now that the sun, the natural light, starting to take effect. We're through that phase of the race where it's, righto, just survive, just get this first phase of the race done. We're done with that, we're through that. And the intensity level going up. So, Haas past Padiachi, continuing to go forward. Saw that intense battle between Vavish, Fella and Haas, 3 Audis. Oh! There was one backwards into the wall at 2. It's one of the Audis. It's Haas.
That's the pro car.
Yes.
Oh, Christopher Haas.
What has happened here? Because he does not drop it by himself regularly.
He was offline going in to Griffith Bend, but he was backwards very quickly in the right rear. has made contact with the wall. Did he jump or was he pushed? Oh,
We get it late.
there was the multicoloured machine up the inside, the AMG.
Yeah, this one will tell us.
Ding!
Big contact.
That's right rear suspension damage from the hit, I'd say there, Garth.
Oh yeah, here we are on board with Haas. Oh, heavy contact. So big damage to the rear of that car. That'll take that car out of the event. As you said, John, big left rear suspension damage. The rear wing's gone. The rear wing end plates are all bent over.
Wow, they're at 90 degrees to where they should be. Torn that wing off. Meanwhile, the racing continues. Fred Pavish gets down the inside of one and just gets it stopped before he crashes into the back of Liam Talbot. So all of that has teed off because there was this massive freight train caught up behind that Sportsbet Audi, and at no point did Talbot need to get out of the way.
No.
He is in the same car race as everybody else. It was up to the quicker drivers, if they were quicker, to go through. And Dries Vanthoor did that with surgical precision, but it was messy behind, and some drivers have been caught out in all that scrapping.
So I reckon that was the 44, the Padiachi.
It was.
AMG, which seems, and sometimes the gods of racing don't seem to play very fair, seems to have got away with that contact.
Another one at 2. That's Pavish looking up the inside of Liam Talbot. Talbot gives him room. You can already see the marbles and the junk offline starting to form there. That'll be something we'll need to keep an eye on. Oh, Pavish now having a look at the cutting. So I mentioned the word patience. That's gone out the window. We've used all that up. We're 35 minutes into it. Patience is up, is gone.
You said the gloves were off. The only reason they were on was because it was so cold this morning. But from a racing point of view, they've thrown them away. I wonder if there would be any sense in Adam de Borre, who's engineering that 65 car. He works with Chaz Mostert in Supercars. He's getting on the radio and going, mate, we're going to end up in the fence with all these fast, experienced Europeans carving us up. Maybe just let them go.
Well, yes and no. I mean, this is not a new experience for the platinum drivers or the factory drivers racing against a silver-rated driver. That happens every weekend for these guys. They know it. It's not something that they should be getting impatient with. It's 11 and a half hours to go in the race. There will be safety cars. You will get back into the game. So yes and no. Yes, you could say jump out of the way if you're running the 65 car, but you don't have to.
No,
car race.
no, absolutely.
Liam Talbot's not doing anything wrong. He's not blocking heavily. He gave room at turn 2 if he needed it. So here's Haas has got the 74 Audi back to pit lane. You can see wheel off the rim, big bodywork damage to the back of that car.
The thing that concerns me most about this car being back at the pits, guys, look at the rear wing struts. They are completely bent in the wrong direction, and normally those are not easy to change. They're going to worry about the gearbox, the suspension, of course, after a big hit. But this is Audi. They do not give up, and Christopher Haase staying behind the wheel, sitting in the car a bit solemnly. This race has not been kind to Chris. He's done it several times. Best finish of 9th. Patrick Niederhauser and Matteo Drudi both already staring at the car, realizing that their hopes of winning the Bathurst 12 Hours are gone for this year.
And Shay, part of the other problem, Audi had a spare car here. Now, they do have a large spare parts cache in the trucks behind, but they did a deal with the Vantage Motorsport team to lease it to them after the KTM broke in practice. So a bit of their spare parts resources disappeared from the back of the paddock. They'll dive into the truck, hopefully get that car at least roadworthy and back in the circuit and circulate around and get those drivers some more track time here, but they'll be right out of contention in this one. We mentioned an opportunity to get a lap back that exists in this race from the commencement of the 3rd hour, end of the 2nd, right up to hour 11, literally up to the 11th hour of the race.
Where rule's just there, so we can say that.
To the 11th hour. We'll roll that out a few times today. So that under a safety car, if you are one or more than one lap behind, you will have an opportunity to drive past the safety car and get a lap or your lap if you are down back. So dropping a lap behind the leader in this race is not the worst thing that could happen to your day. What happened to the 74 Audi is about the worst thing that could happen to your day. So there is an opportunity to get back into the race should the safety cars flow a little bit later on. 15 laps in the books at Mount Panorama, the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour. being led by Maro Engel, 2.1 seconds back to Maxi Götz in the 888 entry. Thomas Pointing in the Porsches 5 seconds behind the leaders. He's got Lucas Stoll locked up behind his rear wing of the Porsche. Augusto Farfus is just dropping off the back of them at the moment in the first of the two BMWs. He is being caught, however, by his own teammate, Dries Vanthoor, former winner of this race. Very fast Belgian. We had his brother Lawrence here for a long time, putting on a great show, and he's running in 6th.
Race control did have a look at that contact of the Griffins. No further action to be taken.
Yeah, the word was that Haas was on the full left and then looking to take the racing line. And they felt that Pagliacci was far enough in there and had the right to at least get his nose in there, and Haas should have given him some room. So deemed as a racing incident. Just had a bit of a look at the timing screen whilst all that was going on with the Audi Cup, and they were all racing, trying to find some track position over each other. And the lap time that Maro Engel was just laid down, a 2:02.3, has sort of snuck up on us. So he's going very quick, as is Fred Vervish, who's punched out a 2:02.7, and Ricardo Fella. So the Audis have good race pace, correlates with what the head of Audi Customer Racing, Chris Riker, was saying. He felt like they would have strong race cars. And their pace now matching, all but matching the leader, Maro Engel, who we know that car has got speed to burn. He proved that yesterday in the Pirelli Shootout. On board here with David Wall in the Lamborghini Huracan. Has done a huge amount of racing here in Mount Panorama. GT cars, Carrera Cup cars, supercar, vastly experienced. His own race team run this car and do a great job with it.
I wonder if Grant Denny's going to be driving next.
No, Grant just sits there with his helmet on in his seat.
He spends most of his life like that.
He's not due the car till 11.
I caught up with Grant the other night. He's having a great time. They finished 6th in this race last year. It was the best performance by a Lamborghini in Bathurst 12-hour history, and they had a really, really solid day.
Lap traffic now, one of the GT4 competitors.
He's just such a cool person to talk to about racing here, and a bit like me sitting in the commentary box, he still can't quite believe that he gets to do it at this place. Grant Denyer?
He does not give himself enough credit
as a very good
race car driver, does Grant. He has a lot of fun, and he does joke about it, but takes it very seriously and doesn't give himself credit. He is a very good racing car driver. It's easy to forget that he was really a racing car driver first, and then a TV personality second.
He's won Super 2 races. Yep. Like, he's very competitive. And last year, Bathurst had denied him plenty of times. And last year, they got a podium in their class, and he was actually able to stand on that podium and wave at his friends and family who all live in the area. He said yesterday they've all come out to watch, but not him. They've all come to watch Valentino Rossi, but not Grant Denyer. We're looking forward to seeing how the Lamborghini goes in this year's LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour.
Well, once again, Mercedes has delivered in the form of safety cars and the chase car. Here with James Taylor, the race director for this weekend's LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. How important is it to have a car that's not only reliable, but fast to lead the field when everything goes wrong?
It's really critical, especially for the safety car process here, where we have to vary the speeds if we have to. So you need a car that's got good drive, good power. The E63 is perfect for us because it's got four-wheel drive, great motor, great power, stability and handling. You know the officials that have the overview to drive the cars, they've got the best machinery around and performance to go with it, so it's really critical.
And in terms of comfort as well, it's not a bad place to spend 12 hours.
12 hours, air-conditioned, safe, seats are perfect for it. You couldn't ask for better, and we're really happy Mercedes is coming on board and continuing to surface with us.
In terms of the rules, we've seen a couple of changes coming into this year's edition of the race, including the lucky dog coming into effect. How is that going to be played out for the safety car?
With the car, it's critical, like with the drive and the handling, because we actually reduce the speed of the car. So the cars that are lap down get the avenue to gain a lap again. But right at the end, as the last car passes a safety car, this car's got to have the ability and the power to keep up with the last car to come back in, because we're about to restart. So that's where the Mercedes and the E63 is perfect for that. We know they're safe, we know it can do it, and it's fit for task, so it's a perfect choice.
In terms of safety car, you need something that's fast enough to keep ahead of the roaring pack.
having a big V8 engine, that's going to be a great start.
Oh, power, you can't fault the power, but it's not just the power, you also want the handling. But the power is great for us. We don't go that, it doesn't go that fast like it, but it's got to be able to perform and reduce in speed and accelerate when we require it. So it is perfect for that option for us.
We'll have 2 people behind the wheel of this car all race long waiting, and then we've also got the race control cars. This is a new addition to this year for the Mercedes family.
And there's another one we haven't got here at the moment. Mercedes has actually been able to provide us a medical car as well. So there'll be a medical car, another Mercedes that'll chase the field on the start, and you also see it at various times if we need it. So Mercedes has stepped up again. They've been with us since 2015, and we're glad they keep coming back. There's not a lot of performance marks want to come back and assist, but Mercedes is very proactive, and the machinery is perfect. So this year, 2 course cars, race control 1 and 2. Then we have a spare safety car, so we can alternate them if we have to refuel 12 hours. If it does a lot of laps, we just swap a car while one's being refueled. And then now the provider come in again and lifted it again by them, and they'll provide us a medical car. So Mercedes keeps lifting the game and assisting this event with their support's phenomenal. We can't ask more.
That is a good point. It's very rare to have the same mark back with the same series year on year, let alone for the last, 8 years. In terms of a race director, peace of mind in the back of your mind when you have to scramble the safety car?
It's a comfort level. You know the car's there, you know the people. Like this weekend we've got Jason and Brad driving the car in alternate shifts. You know they're safe, you know they're comfortable, you know the car's perfect. You know it's not going to fault. You don't have to worry about it breaking down or if it's under too much press. It's designed for what it wants to do, and it's perfect to have a mark at that performance level like that for us.
It's great to know that Mercedes is here. No matter what time of year we're going to be having the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour winter, spring, summer, or fall, these cars will be reliable.
Yep, and yeah, in an Australian climate type thing, it's going to be quite warm, so we know the car's reliable for heat as well, not just for cold. So it's a perfect thing for us. They can sit in the car comfortably and run the air conditioning all day. There's never going to fault.
Thank you, James.
Well, here's a place that needs a little introduction. That's Barangaroo, and that is Sydney Harbour, one of the world's most beautiful natural harbours. It's got it all, sparkling blue waters. The tourist attractions, of course, the Opera House, the bridge, but there's also some natural gems as well. The water, of course, the bushland and everything else. It's one of the must-do visits. I know our international commentary team are going to spend some time there, Gartanda, after this year's race to check out the sights and sounds of New South Wales. Caught you in the middle of breakfast there. That's the view in Motorsport Australia Race Control. You're watching the 2023 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. We're working our way through with Maro Engel leading the car race. 18 laps in the books in this one with 11 hours and 15 minutes. That's all to go in this. Maxi got to second. Mercedes AMG at 1 and 2, having swept the podium here last time we raced, with Thomas Pointing in the Porsche in 3rd place. Back to Lucas Stolz. He is 4th. Augusto Farfus 5th in the first of the BMWs, some 9 seconds behind the leader. Dries Vanthoor, Fred Verveesch, Ricardo Feller, Liam Talbot and Philip Ellis rounding out the top 10. Lots of car racing still to come your way today as the sun, Shay Adam, pokes its head over the hills, the central west of New South Wales.
And unfortunately, guys, we are already down a car. The number 74 Audi will be a retirement. I'm with Chris Franke, the head of Audi Sport Customer Racing Worldwide. Chris, this is not the way that Audi wanted to start this race with your pro car going out so early. What was your view on the contact?
No, for sure not. That was not what we came for. Half an hour into an endurance race. We saw the sun coming up over Mount Panorama, and obviously driver talent came down on one of the competitors. Completely disillusioned for the moment. Deeply disappointed. It was a clean move before. The driver let us by because he wasn't as quick. And then a few corners later just punts us out with Christoph Haase, no chance to catch the car, but hits a barrier in a way that we have structural damage on the car and we have to retire.
How difficult is it to regroup, reassess, and remember that you have so many other strong cars in the race?
Well, for the moment, obviously, the car has a focus car by car, and now we will use every chance there is for every other car. Doesn't mean that the main pro car has been punted out and lost out on the race result.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
So that's a pretty frustrated representative from Audi, and their only professional fully pro car for outright contention in this race taken out of the mix. There are other cars in the field that could contend at the end of the day, including the one driven by Chaz Mostert a little bit later on. But frustrating. I'm interested in your thoughts and feedback on that move, Garth. And race controllers deemed it no penalty. So Craig Baird, the driver standards chief for this race and the Supercars Championship all year, has looked at that and decided racing incident. Fair bump, move on. Unfortunately then for the Audi, of course.
Well, no surprise that the Audi camp see it, that there was some fault to be laid at the other competitor. Look, it's not for us to decide who was or wasn't at fault. I thought the important point that Chris Riker made in that interview, and you backed up, was that that was their only full pro car. So this car on screen being driven right now by Ricardo Fella will be shared by Christopher Mees, but also AM driver Yasser Shaheen. So they are in the Pro-Am class, not the full outright class now. Yasser is regarded as one of the best AM drivers in this part of the world, so he will hold up his end. But ultimately, if it comes down to a strategy race in the last 3 or 4 hours, you want to have a full pro combination just to make sure you get the right track position for the run home. So Audi have lost one of their main strike weapons in the first half an hour of this race. So you can certainly understand the frustration coming out of the Audi camp.
And ultimately, the reason we talk about it like that, Garth, is because at some point, Yasser Shaheen will be on the racetrack against Jules Gounon, two-time champion of this race, or Maro Engel. And while Yasser, as you say, is a very, very fast AM driver, it's not his day job. He's got a business to run during the week. He drives a lot, but he's not a fully professional works driver, and he'd be the first to put his hand up and suggest that. So that's the difference between the Pro and the Pro-Am cars in this race. For at least 180 minutes, which is the minimum cumulative driver time for an AM driver in this field, they're going to be up against some of the best GT drivers, some of the best supercar drivers in the world, and that is racing with one arm behind their back. And you can get that lap back, as we touched on. Just on the classes, by the way, you can see the leaderboard below the ticking clock in the top left corner of your screen. The numbers with the white background are the professional class cars, the outright pro cars, fully professional driver lineups. Blue is Pro-Am that we've just been talking about. The yellow is the silver class cars, so they're predominantly amateur driver lineups. And then the green cars, a bit further down the leaderboard, are the invitational class entries.
Should make the point as well that there aren't any restrictions about when the AM drivers can get in the car. You can start an AM driver if you wanted to.
The only restriction is they have to do 60 minutes behind the wheel, at least in the second half of the race, after the start into the 7th hour. Right. So they have to contribute to the performance of the car the second half of the race. So you can't just burn Yasser Shaheen's 3 hours up in the first 3 hours and then alternate between Ricardo Fella and Chris Mees for the end of the race. He has to play a role at the end of the day at some point.
Hashtag B12HR, by the way, if you're on the socials, and plenty of you are at the moment. That was Lockie Hines who was asking the questions about the AM tank. And that's part of the strategy as well, of course, Garth. As much as when you double stint tyres, if you take short fuel, is getting that AM time done and dusted so that your gun drivers can run to the end. You can't do more than 150 minutes consecutively either. So that's all got to be balanced with rest periods, etc.
Yeah, and that's one of the great things about GT racing all around the globe, not only here at the Bathurst 12 Hour, is that there's multi-classes, multi-different ways you can go about doing this race. So that obviously the full pro cars are generally the factory-supported race teams, and with fully supported factory drivers, and then the silver or the Pro-Ams. We have a couple of those, like you use the 777 car, Ricardo Fella at the wheel now, with Christopher Mees, both factory Audi drivers, sharing the car with an amateur driver in Yasser Shaheen. So, you know, various different classes you're racing against, you know, different cars, different driver combinations, different driver skill. Replay across the top of the mountain, lots of curb there for Maro Engel, and even more just take a shortcut for Maxi Goats. You can't do that too many times. Race control tend to they don't turn a blind eye to it. They don't like it if you continue to do it. Many years ago, there wasn't that tarmac there, and if you got it wrong and went straight ahead at Skyline, there was a massive gravel trap waiting for you. And you'd spray that gravel out onto the racetrack, and it made the run through the S's down to the dipper. Really, really treacherous.
I thought he was stopping for his photo there, actually. When you do drive around here, and this is a public road for the rest of the year, of course, It's two-way traffic. It's 60 Ks. You can't do 60 Ks down there in a road car. You absolutely can't. It would be dangerous. But that's where everybody pulls off. And when you do that, because you have to when you come here, it's actually the law. You can't get out of the area of Bathurst without doing it. You look out over the top and you know why it's called Mount Panorama. It's stunning.
I got 4 laps into my rental car laps on Monday at the speed limit, just sort of traditional wobble around, see what's going on. And on my 4th lap, I got to Skyline and started laughing. How on earth is this a thing? How do we get to have this in our backyard, and how does it exist? Maxi Götz, this is his 5th start. He's been on the podium 3 times in this race. This is the first time he's actually returned with the same team.
Yeah.
He's raced here with Group M. He raced here with Stracker on his debut, British squad, but back in 888 Race Engineering. So 5 starts and 3 podiums, 19, 20 and 22. So he's become a staple at Mount Panorama. A little error, but he remains 4.2 seconds behind our race leader, Mara Engel, with 22 laps in the books. And the next question we need to start looking at now with those 22 laps in is when do we start seeing a good bit of activity in BP Ultimate Pit Lane?
You ask, you just have serious pulling power up here in this commentary box. Richard Craill,
so
unbelievable. You asked for pit stops. Chaz Mostert whacks the helmet on, and he's ready away because Richard Craill asked for it.
Stop it.
Here's the car that Chaz will jump aboard, being driven right now by Liam Talbot, currently in 10th. Survived that early part of the race where he had a massive queue behind him, did Liam Talbot. Wasn't doing anything wrong, but he was going head-to-head with a bunch load of factory drivers doing their thing. Talbot, big moment as he turned in at the chase.
I asked for pit stops. You give a driver a wrap.
Give him a wrap. It drops it off. Drops it at the chase, does Liam Talbot. So, trying to clean the tyre back up again. Lost 1 spot to Philip Ellis through that. David Wall snuck through as well. Here we go. So just watching, all under control right here. Just dancing a little bit in the rear there was the Sportsbet Audi, and as he tipped it in, the rear tyre was disconnected from the road service and did not hook up as expected.
I love the way you said disconnected from the road service. That means he's out of control.
Yeah,
at that
yeah,
point.
means basically he's out of control.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
David Wall took that opportunity to slide past and grab 10th place. So pit stops in GT3 cars at Mount Panorama, how long can they go? Well, 30 plus laps is the answer. We've seen...
Wally was having a bit of a moment there. Sorry, Rich.
Yeah, following. Mate, almost followed him off, didn't he, as Audi Sport Watch on. So in the past, we've seen Porsches go 39 laps. Now, there was some fuel save involved in that, but with the green pace that we've seen and the average lap speed for the leaders at the moment, the average lap for the race so far is in the low 204s. They're punching out 3s with regularity at the moment. The fuel burn obviously goes up the quicker you're going. So, but it's beyond 30 laps as a fuel window, but they may not work to that because this is a race based on time as much as it is on distance. So working out driver time and when you want to put your drivers through the car can often play a role. But to finish that point, expect to see in a flat-out race somewhere between 8 to 10 pit stops as a really good scenario to win it.
And just to finish off the conversation about driver times and the AMs, Kenny Bull is an AM driver, but the car's in the pro class, so he doesn't have to do his 60 minutes in the second half of the race, and his drive time is reduced because he's being classed in a pro car, and there's a different minimum drive time.
Yes, I wasn't going to touch on that this early in the race, because frankly, I'm not awake enough to do it. But you're right.
Audience wants to know.
Correct. They've engineered it really well. I love what Sun Energy One have done. They are a Pro-Am car running in the outright class, which removes any restrictions around the minimum and maximum amount of time that Kenny Habul can spend in the car, save for the fact that the 2 pros can only do 680 minutes of a 720-minute race, 740-minute race. So outside of that, they have got a massive amount of flexibility, and they want to win this race outright back-to-back. Driver time, you need a 12-hour race to explain the various permutations around it. We'll unpick it for you. We've got Chad Nailon in the lane who will jump on the Pirelli pit bunker and work us through on the touchscreen as well as we get a little bit further into the race and start crunching numbers. But it's a massive part of it, Garth, and we've touched on it briefly, that last year it probably cost Audi, if not a podium, definitely cost them a shot at contending for one and potentially a race win, because they breached the minimum driver time with their amateur drivers and they copped a pit lane drive-through penalty for it. The end of the race was green all the way. They couldn't get their lap back.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of, there's all sorts of driver windows and driver times that you need to fulfill. And, you know, as you said, Rich, we'll need the next 11 hours and 3 minutes to go through it all to explain it. So we'll explain it as it plays out. But yes, you need, there's a lot of rules that you need to comply to, you need to fulfill as far as pit windows, driver times for the different classes. And you and I spent a lot of time in the week leading up to this race trying to unpick exactly how the Sun One Energy car were going about it with their strategy, and were they playing a bit of a blinder as far as how they classified themselves. Kenny Habul is a silver driver, he's a bronze driver. But they've entered him to go head-to-head with all the pros because it gives them flexibility in the driver windows. So will that play out as expected for them? We'll have to wait and see. There will be a period of time there where Kenny Habul is going head-to-head with the factory drivers, and will he be fast enough to keep them in the game for long enough so they've got track position when it matters later in the day?
I love it. I think it's roll the dice. Why not have a crack at winning this race outright?
It's very Kenny Habul way about going racing, isn't it? It's very cool.
Morning, Chad.
G'day, Rich. Had a bacon egg roll. Life's pretty good down here in pit lane, in case you're wondering. Just down in the Pirelli pit bunker. Wanted to talk about pit stop rules because we're not too far away, are we, from these first round of pit stops. We've just seen drivers getting their helmets on. So let's just hit my little pit stop tab. Now, the big difference from last year is there's no compulsory pit stops, which means there's no minimum pit stop time. So it's a flat-out race now in pit lane. The big thing to remember, it's very different to what we're used to seeing here in Australian motor racing. Refueling and servicing of the cars, as in changing tyres, have to be done separately. That's really a safety precaution to make sure that some of the teams up and down pit lane who don't do a lot of pit stops throughout the year can get them done safely. And you also got to switch the car off, which would, I imagine, Garth, be a very nerve-wracking moment for any driver to see the thing fire back up. 40 Ks, for those overseas, that's 25 miles per hour. Going over the pit wall, or the pit line in this case, to be able to service the car, you can have a car controller, you can have 4 people doing the fuel and then also the tyres. After that, a driver assistant can help people getting in and out of the cars, do water bottles. And big one is also 2 rattle guns, so you can only do one side of the car, and that will come into play at the end of the day, guys, particularly when we get to the end of the race, when you have that big talking point. You do 2 tyres, 4, or maybe even 0 tyres at the end of the race to save a little bit of time. Green flag stops. I get the feeling we're going to see plenty of those today, so being slick on pit lane is going to make a big, big difference.
Hey, temperature check, Chad. Is it slowly warming up?
No, it's still very, very cold down here at the moment. It's got that feeling that, you know, that last little bite you get when it's just cold enough before the sun really starts to warm things up. I think it's about to start warming up, but at the moment, yeah, she's still pretty fresh down here.
Weather app still says it's less than 7 degrees at the moment. Not too sure about that, but based on Chad's feels like, yes, it is. That bloke's got no padding though,
well,
so
that's
probably
right.
not a
he
fair
does
judge.
weigh 35 kilos wringing wet, this Chad Nailon, so he's got no thermal capacity to retain any sort of heat.
He's the only person I know who has to move around in the shower to get wet. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Chad Nailon's thermal capacity. It's very
low.
Very low. Debrief here. Disconnected tyres and no thermal capacity. You're knocking this one out of the park, JT.
Outstanding. Lots of people watching around the world. Got to send a shout out to South Africa and via Germany with a group of expat South Africans and an expat Kiwi. So Kelvin van der Linde, who I imagine will be not happy about missing this race because I know how much he loves it. Jordan Pepper, who won it with Bentley and became the first South African to win a major race in this part of the world and here at Mount Panorama back in 2020. Jackson Evans, former Porsche Carrera Cup Australia champion, with Gennaro Bonafide, who's a race winner in the GTC Championship in South Africa. They've all got together, they're on the lounge. Hope they're having a quiet beverage and enjoying our coverage. So, g'day guys, hope you're enjoying it all the way there from Germany via various parts of the world.
So just over an hour completed. 2 laps rather than the traditional one behind the safety car to kick things off in the darkness before dawn this morning. Just a little bit of a question mark over the tyre temperatures that the leading drivers were asking race control to give them one more lap behind. That was agreed to. And after the first hour, we see that the pole-sitting Maro Engel Mercedes AMG GT3 still leads.
Where did that hour go? It is one of the great hours of motorsport in this part of the world, and the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour. We raced last year. The world came back. These are the spares box highlights from hour one of a 12-hour race that has just flown by, and the relentless pace that we've been talking about all week. The quickest ever qualifying session in Bathurst history was yesterday. The pace has lived up to that. Some early moments and some really intense racing as the light levels came up. The aggression levels rose with them. The biggest story of the day so far was this moment. Devarshan Padiachi for Valmont Racing. Chris Haase, one of the contenders, removed from the equation within the first 30 minutes of the race. A massive impact for car 74, the Audi at Griffin's Bend, and that has gone to undertake some service at Audi Sport Customer Racing Australia. Liam Talbot was behind the wheel of the Sportsbet Audi, dropped it at the Scuderia Auto Art BBS KW Suspensions chase. Maro Engel, meanwhile, imperiously out in front, has not put a foot wrong so far. Group of M Racing, and leads this race with 27 laps complete in the first hour, which included an extra lap behind the safety car to start this race due to the frosty conditions. Still less than 10 degrees here.
I'm not having you call it frosty when it was 7.5 Celsius when we started.
It's all relative in this time of the year, John Hindhoff. At this time of year, I'd let you know it is supposedly summer.
If your beer was only 7.5 degrees, as high as 7.5 degrees, you would not be calling it frosty.
No, I'd buy that, but the way the weather's been lately, I'll take anything that's not rain at this place after what we went through here last year.
I tell you what we noticed there on the spares box highlights as Garth and I were watching. 13 laps into the race when that incident happened with Padiachi and Haase, and that looked like Haase, before he was hit in the Audi, still didn't have the right rear temperature in the tyre.
Yeah, the tyre pressure alarm was still up. It was still showing red on the dash before the contact was made. So teams will run very low. They have a minimum tyre pressure rule, and that rule actually changed overnight, where initially the rule was that they had to be running 1.4 bar of pressure as the car left pit lane. That's just over 20 psi, as we would call our tyre pressure in Australia. And that rule had changed to go up to 1.85 bar as the car started its 8th lap of the stint. How they manage that, I actually spoke to a few engineers this morning to say, well, how do you manage that? And they, well, we don't really know just yet. So I wonder whether the Audi team hasn't quite got their pressure adjustments made based on that rule change, and they were still coming up the pressure for Christopher Haas.
Fabian Schiller brings the number 19 GT4 Mercedes-Benz. It's part of the invitational class here with the Mark 1 Mazda. And this is the start, gentlemen, after, let's call it 65 minutes of almost green flag running. We're into the first trips down the lane here at the mountain for 2023.
So Valente Rosso into pit lane, car controller ushering this car into the pit box. I'd be curious to know, as we set up for our first driver change of the race, how many of the teams are going to be going for driver changes in the opening stanza. Now, if you're a Pro-Am driver, you definitely will be getting out of the car because there'd be no chance of a double stint. So Josh Hunt gets out with the it's a very famous looking helmet on that car that you probably recognise from a certain Hunt driver from the past. But I'll be interested to see if we're going to see any double stints for the pro guys here, because we're just about ticking up to 70 minutes. You can do 2 70-minute stints and that'll get you to your 150 maximum continuous driving time. But you'd be putting yourself into a little bit of a hole if you did it, with safety cars potentially coming out in the second stint. So it'd be brave double stinting, given that we had such a big long green flag run.
Traditionally in the past, the opening stint has been a single, and then you, with the fully pro teams, and then you go into a double once the sun has broken, and that opens up that flexibility. But as you mentioned, Chad, the Pro-Am cars will be doing driver changes every time pretty much the car hits the pit lane.
Well, guys, I've been doing a bit of snooping to try and find out the answer for that for you. Nick Grenier is going to take over the lead car. That's the 999 Group M Mercedes. Shane Van Gisbergen is helmeted and ready to go in the 888, the car running in second. And in third, another driver change. It will be Matthew Jaminet taking over for Thomas Preining in the Grello Porsche. We've also got Yasser Shaheen ready to go in the 777, so Ricardo Feller getting a break after his fantastic opening stint. We have Chazzy Mostert, of course, as you guys noticed, on camera, getting ready to take over that car, that Audi, a little bit further back down the field. And also, we have two BMW drivers suited and booted. Sheldon Van der Linden is waiting to take over the BMW for Team WRT, and Max Martin, the sister car. So that would be the 32 and the 46, respectively, both getting driver changes.
Thank you, Shay. The outlaps from these pit stops are going to be really interesting to watch, and we gave the field an extra safety car lap at the start of the race to generate some tyre temperature, but we're not doing that during the race just because you've made a pit stop. So I spoke to Matt Campbell about this in the Porsche earlier in the week, and he said that the first 2 laps were, in that car, absolutely critical, and at that point, do not hit a curb while you're going through the process of getting the Pirellis up to temperature and pressure, because when they're down low, it could damage the tyre early in a race, so early in the stint. So their opening the outlaps are going to be absolutely critical, more so perhaps than we've ever seen in this race, and getting them right.
Yeah, we call it bringing the tyre in, bringing it up to temperature and getting it into that performance window, and heavy contact with the curve, especially at the exit of turn 2 here, can damage the construction of the tyre. Using the curve at the exit of the chase can damage the construction of the tyre as well, and the exit curve at Big Felony Park. So, to Matt Campbell's point, how you bring the tyre in, you've got to be very careful. Treat it with kid gloves, look after it. Not looking after it right there with Fred Fish. He was trying to cool this tyre in the grass, I think Osley and Talbot, so there's a bit going on there. But yes, you need to be nice to your tyre. And one thing that we will need to keep an eye on in this first round of pit stops is whether teams decide to double stint the tyre. Yeah. Not necessarily double stint the driver, but double stint the tyre, because the pit stops are different to the Bathurst 1000 where you do tyres and fuel and driver change all at once. You can do your driver change throughout the whole pit stop in GT3 racing, but you have to do your tyres and your fuel separate. So you can buy yourself a lot of time by not taking tyres in a pit stop, and then you don't have to worry about warming the tyre up again, but you will lose tyre performance in the second half of the second stint of the tyre. The drama with doing that at this stage of the race is you don't get the tyres off the car, you don't get a chance to look at them and understand the tyre wears. Remember, this is a brand new tyre that we've brought to Bathurst this year. We've never run it at the Bathurst 12 hours. So the engineers like to get the tyres off the car, have a look at the wears, have a look at how the tyre has worn, look at the tread pattern, the way that it's worn. You can learn so much about a tyre by just looking at it. The engineers like to do that sometimes. So the balance is, you save time in the pit stop and not look at your tyres and understand them for later in the day, or do you rip them off, have a good look at them, but you'll give up a bit of time in the pit stop and the first couple of laps afterwards.
And of course, what you're doing there is you're planning for not the tyres you put on, the ones after that.
And further and further and deeper and deeper into the day.
Because you don't have enough time to look at it and go, oh no, let's just repressure those before we put them on. No, the car's gone at that point. So that's another hour, maybe 2 hours down the road. We talk about tyres being black magic on 4 corners of a car. I tell you what, there's a lot going on down there, and the guys who understand it are really wizards at this stuff, to be able to work out what's happening now with the temperatures that we have, and then predict forward as to what you want to be doing, as I say, possibly in 2 hours' time.
Yep, and you've got to chase the temperature of the day, you've got to chase the temperature of the track, and all the engineers and tyre engineers have all these wondrous spreadsheets that have all these numbers that you punch in as track temperature and ambient temperature, and it'll give you an adjusted tyre pressure to work with. So you said black magic, and it certainly is. Understanding tyres is a real black art.
777, the bend car, Ricardo Feller into the pit lane, out of 6th position as he comes down to finish his first stint. And this is the time of day that it's lovely for us and we get great pictures, but Garth Tander, for drivers, you've gone through the darkness, and now what do you see at the top of the mountain?
Yeah, this is a really frustrating part of the day, because when you start the race and you get some sunlight before the sun's actually up, you go, great, I can see where I'm going, it's awesome, I can pick the apex, it's the skyline, I can find the apex at Forest Elbow. Then you get to this period of the day, And those of you that do the commute to work going into the east or going into the west, depending on which way you're driving directly into the sunlight. And that happens here. You exit McPhillamy and you drive at Skyline and you have the sun directly into your eyes. And you cannot see where the road goes at Skyline because of the sun. Yasser Shaheen jumping aboard the 777 Audi.
Look at his glasses fogged up there.
I can tell you from experience that driving with glasses on is hard work. I don't do it. I wear contacts in the race car for this exact reason. When you jump in, and on days like today, when your body's cold and you're jumping into a hot race car, they'll get better. They'll get better. Airflow will be going to his helmet, and they'll get better and better, and they'll clear up. But it is so disconcerting when you jump in and it fogs up. You can't see. You can't see your belts. You can't see the dash. And you can see Yas then was almost going to rip his glasses off.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, he needs his glasses. Yeah. But I wear contacts when I'm in the car. I mean, I wear glasses every other time. The only time I wear contacts is when I'm driving the race car. Because of that exact reason, the fogging that you get in the car.
So that gives us the first real indication of where these outright cars are going on a fuel stint. So 31 laps for the 777 car. And Ricardo Feller was driving that car quite hard, making some moves, getting them to track position. So they've elected to put their AM driver in. There's a debrief. So head of Audi Sport, customer racing, chatting to the driver who's got out of the car. And with the gestures there, I'm wondering if he's just explaining, yes, he's absolutely explaining what happened to the 74 car to Chris Haase after that race, after that incident up at turn 2. So one of the bullets in Audi's gun is done. This is Liam Talbot again at the top of the chase. Not quite so far off this time.
It's a separate incident. I've seen that a couple of times now. Oh, Dylan McKeith out wide there in the marble. So on board here, just tips it in and loses the rear. And I think that's a car balance thing for this car. We saw that from Chaz Mostert yesterday in qualifying, where he was really driving to the limit of this car, and he had the exact same moment grab his attention down at the chase. And I actually caught Maro Engel previously as well, our race leader, have a bit of a moment down at the chase as well. So just potentially the track conditions right now just proving to be a little bit tricky down there and catching a few out.
Ricky Feller, that was a great opening stint for you in the Audi. You were able to actually pass cars when other people weren't. What was your advantage in getting tire temp?
Yeah, actually it's difficult to say. I didn't watch anything from the race now. But I think in the end, if you're enjoying what you do, I think you're also good at it. And I really enjoyed that first stint. And the car feels very good, much better to the quali and the practice we had this week. So yeah, 11 hours to go. Let's hope it will be a good one.
Good luck.
Thank you.
He said he hasn't seen much of the race. He's been behind the wheel for the opening hour and 13 minutes of the 12 hour of 23. And what a opening hour and 13 odd minutes it's been. Flat out pace. Maro Engel 32 laps into this race, an average lap time of 2 minutes 4.1 seconds. So the pace is relentless as we predicted, and they're still pounding around in the mid-8s. Thinking pit stop this lap.
On board with Liam Talbot, and yeah, I saw him disconnect his helmet air hose as he made his way down Conrod, and that is an indicator that he is pitting this lap. Every time we go on board with this car at the moment, the thing that grabs my attention is the sunlight, and you can see the dirty, moment again at the chase. That car is really tricky down there.
So is that rear tyres?
I think it's rear tyre, and I'd say they're running minimum rear wing on that car. So they've gone for straight line performance. That's potentially why Chaz's car was so much quicker than the other Audis in qualifying trim, where you've got the grip from the new tyre. But when the tyre goes away, and we're very deep into the stint now, when you don't have downforce, you're not loading the rear tyre. And yeah, definitely Liam Talbot was having moments there. I want to clean the screen on that car though of Talbot's. That's a thing that was getting my attention every time we went on board, driving into the sun. It's very difficult to pick your apex at Skyline and at Forest Elbow.
When that's the thing, we're talking about driving into that sun. It always occurs right deep into a stint when your windscreen's filthy. You've been driving through half the bugs in Central West New South Wales, and the unlucky ones have ended up on the windshield, overshot the mark.
Massive overshoot, and they actually had to push the car back. So the time there, and their damage. Good point, John picked that one up. That was from the Haase.
Correct.
So a little bit of damage on the front splitter. It's disconnected from the front of the chassis. There will be some aero damage to that car as a result of that as well.
So Chaz Mostert jumps into the 65. The 32 BMW has visited Team WRT, so Dries Vanthoor His opening stint is complete, very nicely done. 33 laps for a bulk of these cars. David Wall in the Lamborghini is in, Dylan O'Keefe in his Audi for International Motorsport is in. G'day to everyone watching over there in New Zealand. Big day for New Zealand Motorsport with the New Zealand Grand Prix coming up a little bit later on today. Padiachi, we've seen David Russell for Superbarn Supermarkets is in. Brenton Grove for Grove Hire. And Alex Davison in the 222 Prostate Cancer Research car. Some safety race tape. Proven at 300 kilometres an hour on Conrod Straight. And all crew members, barring the car controller, have to be back over the red line between the garage and the working line before the car can leave. And is that up at the end of pit lane, there's some stops going on as well. So Maxi Goats from second is in, and that's
Chazzy on cold tyre. Big moment leaving pit lane. Actually crossed the line, and we need to check the rule book on that one. He got back in and went behind the floppy cone, if you like, that delineates the end of pit lane to the race circuit, but had a massive understeer as he left pit lane. So he's definitely on a cold tyre, and just look how gentle. Oh, massive understeer at 2. Very, very cautious.
I think if he got there back on the driver's left of the floppy, he'll be okay, but they're going to look at that in race control. Crossing the blend line is a bad thing.
You telegraphed this, Rich. Cold tyre on an outlap. Look how hard it is to get the car where you need it to go. Look how cautious Chaz is driving this car right now.
Busy times at Mount Panorama, and Chaz Mostert driving an Audi with fingertips on cold Pirelli tyres with no visibility across the top, coming out of pit lane. And potentially a key moment here that race control will look at. Watch the blue Audi. Headlights go on, pit limiter off. Gets into it, 560 odd horsepower in a V10 Audi, and just trickles the blend line on the exit there. Oh, he ran over the floppy.
He made the floppy as well, so Motorsport Australia Race Control will look at that. There's often in the driver briefing notes the ruling. Here we go on board with Chaz. Just turns and no response from the steering wheel. Might as well have taken it off. It wasn't working.
And
he's the leader.
Into the lane comes Maro Engel after a very, very, very good opening stint of this race. Average lap pace 204.1 across the 35 laps. So the group of M car, as well as leading, it's been in clean air. They've been setting their own pace, and they've gone 35 laps into the race, 33 of them at speed.
Remember we went on board with those first 5 cars. They were making good lap time, but I could hear a lot of fuel saving.
Breach of blend line penalty for car 65. Drive-through penalty, please. Drive-through penalty, car 65.
I didn't want to telegraph that one to you, Rich, but sort of knew that one was coming.
It's a big, big whack for what is a foot over the line, isn't it?
Yeah.
But over the line is out.
They do use the tennis rule here with that. You can touch it, and it's in. You go over it, you're out.
In the back of my mind, I was thinking, will they do a little bit of leniency given the tyre warm-up? But no, it's one rule for everyone, isn't it?
That's right. Chaz is a pro driver. He knows how it goes. Just caught him out, cold tyre.
Yeah, not bad. Liam Talbot, not bad after starting in darkness at Bathurst, Mount Panorama. Great opening stint from you. What was it like having that tail of headlights behind you in your rearview mirror?
I was just ignoring it, to tell you the truth. It was pretty cool because once a couple cars in front got away, I had this clear track. So, yeah, it was just heaps of fun. And then as you see the sunrise coming up over the mountain, and it just looked absolutely, I can't even describe it. It was just spectacular. So I wanted to look at that and then concentrate on obviously driving. And then once the sun popped up outside on top of the mountains, it was just impossible to see. So being a little bit conservative probably brought the other guys to me, but that's all right.
Was that the most miraculous driving experience you've ever had, watching the sun come up over the mountain?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I'm just happy to be in a race car. I feel lucky, and to have some pace and the team believe in me is really cool to be part of.
Great opening stint.
Thank you.
just down at 888, and I've watched both of those Mercedes AMGs come down pit road. And quite interestingly, in this car on screen right now, they decided to double stint the driver and the tyres. So no tyre change and no driver change. Maxi Goetz staying in that car. So just watch out for the continuous driving time. We know that was a 75-minute stint, so they'll try and get another 75 minutes, getting up to that 150-minute mark. And if the Stoltz car, which is in pit lane right now, goes for a tyre change, I reckon we'll see a change for the lead as well.
Yeah, new tyres, cold tyres versus old, hot, quick tyres. Good point, Chad. And just
Race
on that
control
driver time.
teams. Pit lane penalty drive-through, car 222 for a pit stop procedure breach.
So that's Alex Davison behind the wheel. We understand it's for starting engine while refueling. The Speedy's pit stop down there at Sun Energy 1. So they put fuel in. I don't think they're going to do tyres on that car either.
Kenny Habul at the wheel of that one, and we just caught Chaz Mostert leaving pit lane right there. That drive-through penalty's put him down a lap. So with the 888 car not taking tyres, double stinting their tyres, a rapid pit stop, coupled that with a couple of outlaps for Chaz on a cold tyre and a drive-through penalty, that's now put him a lap down. That's not the end of the day, because once we get past hour 3, the lucky dog rule comes in, and if there's a safety car, you can get your lap back, but it does tie one hand behind your back in the early part of the day from a strategy point of view.
So no tyres on the 75. They've plugged Kenny Habul into that car to get some of his drive time ticked off early in the race. That then gives them some strategic flexibility. Just before we heard from the race director, I was going to make the point that Chad was touching on there with the driver time of 75 minutes and 150 minutes. That's the longest you can spend in the car at any one time. It's basically a double stint. You can't triple stint a driver, double stint them 150 minutes, any one shot behind the wheel.
Guys, you talk about the perfect start. I think Murrow Engel might have got one today. That was a pretty good way to kick things off.
Yeah, absolutely. Clean start for us, and car's handling well. So yeah, so far so good.
No need to change tyres when you came in?
No, we kept the tyres on. I mean, there's a bit of, there's pros and cons, but we decided to keep them on.
You've had a bit of experience at this now, but what's that feeling like early in the morning going around Mount Panorama?
Mate, I'm already on the 2 laps behind the safety car. When you started seeing the red on the horizon, it's just goosebumps. And then when the sun comes up, it's amazing. There's no place like it.
You really seem to be in your sweet spot, Murrow, at the moment. You're going well?
Yeah, absolutely. Feeling comfortable, feeling well. Car's handling great, so yeah, but obviously a long way to go.
And just back to yesterday, this was a great honour to win the Alan Simonson Trophy for pole position.
Yeah, absolutely. Real honour to win that the second time, and obviously, yeah, with that lap time, it's incredible.
What's the forecast for the day? Everything looking pretty good?
Obviously, it's a long day of racing ahead, but so far so good. Looks like it's going to be a warm day, which will change conditions quite a bit, so we'll just have to see how the car feels in the heat.
All right, all the best. Great to have you back, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
Augusto Farfus with Team WRT. Great start for the BMW. What was it like taking the start of this at complete darkness, but with those nice BMW headlights?
Yeah, I mean, here it's pretty dark. Luckily, the sunrise comes very, very soon. We have a decent car, to be honest. The pace is there. We like top speed, so was here to overtake. You need some straight line speed, and unfortunately, this at the moment is lacking for us. But the car feels alright. So general balance is good. Car feeling is very good. So I'm happy with that. I was a bit stuck behind the Mercedes, so but we are where we want to be. There is still 11 hours of race, so very happy with that. Let's build from there.
How much time until you get back into the car?
I haven't talked to the engineers yet, but I guess maybe 2 hours. I think Max might do one, then Vale might do one, and I might be back, but I don't know yet.
Thank you. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
So just looking up and down the timing string, guys, I can notice 3 drivers who have double stinted. We talked about car 888 going again. Also, the car on screen, car 55, has decided to keep Freddie Vavish in there, and also Philip Ellis as well, staying in car 37. But with this team in particular, actually all 3 of them have decided to double stint their drivers. I wonder from the commentators if you think that they'll be hoping that this stays green, because we saw that was a relatively long green flag run. It worked out to be 75 minutes for a full tank of fuel. If they were to get a safety car, it might just put them slightly at risk of running over that 150-minute continuous driving time. So I think the key here is that they hope it will stay green flag.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, totally. And it just may, if there is a safety car, may force their hand or compact the field and force them to pit under green when the field's a little bit more compressed. But it's worth rolling the dice, I think, this early in the day with the knowledge that it can come back to you later on in the program this early on. I don't mind it. It's the time of the day, sharp driver behind the wheel. We have seen tyres double and even in occasion triple stinted here as well. It seems like it's been a really smart decision to keep tyres on the car, especially the dramas that we saw with someone as good as Chaz Mostert struggling to get that car turned.
Yeah, I mean, the tyre warm-up has been such a critical thing, and given how cool it still is, no real sunlight, direct sunlight on the racetrack yet. Yes, if you're ever going to double stint a tyre, the first into the second stint was it because of the cooler conditions, less wear on the tyre. You're not heating the surface of the tyre so much. The only thing that I would have thought that may have swayed you into changing a tyre at the first stop is so you could get it off and have a look at it, given it is a new construction, new compound here for the first time this year. So just getting it off and having a good look at the tyre and understanding its wear pattern and its wear rate across the tyre. Some of the teams I thought would want to rip them off and have a look at that. But AMG clearly comfortable with where they're at from a tyre wear perspective, because they're all their main cars at the front of the field. They left them on. Certainly helps on the out lap, the first 2 laps. I was watching Chaz Mostert sector times as he left pit lane and trying to build tyre temperature, and he was 4 seconds off the pace to the end of the second sector on the second lap of the tyre. He's going fast right now, but it's taken him near on 8 laps to get the tyre where he needs it to be. And that mistake, leaving pit lane on a cold tyre, obviously was heavily costly.
Is that going to have people up and down the pit lane now, teams up and down the pit lane now, Garth, as we... Oh, that's a nice piece of driving, though. That's really sensible. This is not the fight to have right now. Down at Murray's there. Is that going to have the teams up and down the pit lane talking to the drivers who are about to come in and say, right, we're going to have to do something different here? And might that make them consider double stinting tyres more often, which means you can't decide that halfway through a stint. You've got to do that.
If you're going to look after the tyre, exactly right. If you're going to look after a tyre, you have to look after it from the time you leave pit lane and know that you're either going to use this only for an hour and 10 minutes, or you're going to be best friends with this tyre for the next 2.5 hours of your life. So you need to understand that very early in your driving window. Yeah, you can't make that decision in the last 5 minutes before the pit stop. The team radio and say, oh, yeah, do you mind if we use these ones again? Because you would have used them up quite heavily in the first stint.
All right, settle back, crank up the sound, and listen to what it's like to drive Mount Panorama in the early morning at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hours. That's Mickey Grenier, chauffeur for that onboard lap. And the leading pro car at 999. What we all noticed there, Garth was like, ooh. First of all, how many times you hit the ground, which he's quite full on fuel, but that car is still pretty sketchy in terms of grip.
Yeah, I mean, the AMGs are notorious for running very low ride height and that bottoming out, so you could hear the car scraping a lot, even there from the external camera. You can hear the car scraping. But then as we made the run down through here from the dipper down to Forest Elbow, right through here at Rockface, the car got away from Mickey and it was really nervous. That car is set up to be seriously pointy. So just catching him out. And also I was just keeping an eye on the split times. Maxi Goats is closing down that lead. When the pit stop cycle finished out, there was about 8 seconds, the gap first to second. It's now down to 2.5 seconds. So there's been a bit of lap traffic pollution in there as far as lap time goes. So move down at the chase. Dean Fiore up the inside of the Grove Porsche.
Dean's made some moves lately. Passed Jeffrey Ibrahim just before as well. So that car now moves up to 11th place, the Hallmark Property Group Audi.
So with an hour and 32 minutes in the book, we're starting now at the oh, hang on a minute, bit of side-by-side. Just when I think we've got a chance to discuss what's going on, side-by-side down Conroad Straight. It's an outside. Okay, that was a battle for position as well.
You were about to say there, John, this race is starting to settle down.
I was.
Wrong
See,
answer.
we haven't worked together long, but you know me so well, GT. What I was about to say was settling down, and this is exactly what we want. We're gaining data to project ahead, and the teams are doing exactly the same. They're getting fuel burn numbers. They're getting more knowledge about this new Pirelli tyre. And that's helping them make their strategy calls. They'll have started with one spreadsheet and they're possibly even already beginning to move through their potential scenarios.
Yeah, they'll be going, 4 or 5 different options as far as strategy goes. And then that'll continue to evolve as the day goes on, as each car finds its own track position and pit stop strategy relative to the opposition. So you'll always start the first 3 hours of the race with, I reckon, 2 or 3 options as far as strategy goes. Then you'll get to hour 3, reassess, probably have another 3 or 4 strategy options ready to go for the next phase of the race, and continue to do that. And then you'll get to the halfway point of the race, and you'll then start working backwards, and work backwards from the end of the race. You'll have a general idea of what your driving roster will do and when the drivers will be in the car at what stage of the race. But you need a degree of flexibility with that as well. This gap at the lead continues to shrink. We reported on the last lap it was 2.5 seconds, down to 1.5 now. So just the experience, relative experience of the track conditions right here, right now, with Maxi Goats double stinting up against Mickey Grenier, who's in the car for the first time this morning, only done about 5 or 6 laps. Has enabled the Super Cheap Auto AMG to close down on the Man Filter AMG at the lead of this race.
Yeah, Grenier, first time here, 30-year-old from Quebec in Canada. Just spent some time as an IndyCar tester in the early part of the last decade when he was a young kid coming up through the ranks, but forged a decent GT career since then and was drafted in to join this all-star lineup, really, at Group M Racing with Raffaele Marciello and, of course, Maro Engel. Those two did the job in qualifying yesterday. And we had Mickey in the press conference yesterday. So, well, how was your day? He said, well, I didn't actually do that much. I did a practice session in the morning and sat and watched these two go to work. So this will be a good opportunity to get some laps. But, yeah, he's being reeled in at the rate of 0.7 or 0.8 now by Maxi Goats. He's obviously not only got the hot tyres, but heaps of experience in this place now.
It's a fair point that Krillsy makes there, because for all the amount of time that we've had, there's not actually a lot of trap time to circle through 3 quality drivers, particularly when one hasn't been here.
Yeah, you're right. And it just adds to the storyline, doesn't it? We love the varying contrasts of these drivers. Well, there's always been a lot going on around the precinct here at Mount Panorama, on and off track. It keeps getting bigger, and Chad was there.
the dream cars aren't just limited to the racetrack this weekend at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour, because we've got Chemical Guys, Rides and Coffee back again. Luke O'Neill's here to tell us all about it. Gee, I'm stoked to see these cars back, as are the fans. There are some beautiful machines down here.
Yeah, mate, look, thank you. It's great to be back. This is our 6th year at the 12 Hour. This is becoming, dare I say, an iconic part of the event. It's our biggest year. We've got over 90 cars booked in. And so we were lucky to fit them all in, to be honest. But basically the whole idea is that we want to create an event where people can come and show their cars, irrespective of what they are. It gives the fans something really cool to look to. We've got some cars here that are super limited. We've got a car over here that's one of 18 in the world, the VXR Vauxhall. It looks like a Holden Monaro, but it was built in the UK, and it's got a 6-litre V8 in it. We've got replica race cars. We've got a fantastic car that a guy called Ron Goodman, who's a Porsche fanatic. It's a 356 speedster that he's driving from Sydney to Uluru, and it's been hand painted in Aboriginal artwork. It's just amazing. I'm so excited to see the number of cars and the number of fans here.
And the variety as well. So you've got everything from Porsches down to little Ford Focuses. We've got dream cars like the beautiful Cobra behind us. You got any personal favourites of yourself down here, mate? What tickles your fancy?
Well, that's a personal question, mate. But look, I love a bit of... The whole idea with this is I didn't want it to be about supercars. I don't want it just to be about the big brands. I want to have, as you say, like a Fiat 500 parked next to an army truck, parked next to a Ferrari. And that's what we've achieved. We've got the new Ferrari SF90, which is a multi-million-dollar car. We've got a whole bunch of things here that tickle a very broad range of fancy. But look, to be honest, for me, I'm a big McLaren fan. So there's a McLaren here that I've got my eye on. I've already had a chat to the owner. What he doesn't know is that we're giving a car away. It's his car and I'm going to win it.
Perfect. Excellent. I might throw an entry into that one. I can't afford these cars, but I can afford the coffee, so that's half a win today.
Rides and Coffee was a great attraction throughout the weekend, still is today. We're on the banks of the Macquarie in the central tablelands of New South Wales, and this vibrant regional centre that is Bathurst. That's the local gin distillery. Don't ask how I know that. Lots of great restaurants, bars and places to go, and the natural scenery around here is fantastic. There's great museums, art and everything. It's a great place to come on holiday for motor racing and just to come on holiday. It's a great part of the world. You're watching the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour. We're an hour and 37 minutes, 44 laps into a 12-hour endurance race. And we're watching Chaz Mostert. Why? Well, because he's good fun to watch driving one of these cars, and he is currently the fastest moving thing on Mount Panorama and lapping in the 202s as he tries to make up for lost time, having scored a drive-through penalty. Out in front, 9/10 of a second between our leaders. Mick Grenier leads the race in 999, just behind with Maxi Goetz, the German, behind the wheel. The Porsche of Mathieu Jaminet runs in third, 26 seconds off the lead, and he's being chased by Maxime Martin in the first of the two BMWs. With Fred Vavish, former co-driver of our co-driver up here in the commentary box, Garth Tander, is running along in 5th place. Richard Crowell, Garth Tander, John Hondoff with you up here in the box. We've got Mark Beretta, we've got Shay Adam and Chad Nolan in the lane. All the angles covered. More than 60 cameras bringing you the action across the course of the day here at Mount Panorama. And the first hour and 38 odd minutes of this race have flown by. The pace is hot and things shaping up nicely for another classic. John Hondoff.
And we've already lost a car that we thought might be in the mix at the end of this race. Contact after 13 laps. Chris Haase, broken rear suspension and pitched into the wall at Griffin Bend. And that car limped back to the pits, but will go no further. And that is the only Audi Pro car out of the race.
I'm curious just to keep an eye on the speed of Chaz Mostert through this phase of this stint. We saw that he took a new set of tyres when he jumped into the car. He's just set the fastest middle sector of the race so far across the top of the mountain. I just want to compare Chaz's lap speed to the speed of the other Audi in 5th spot, Frederick Vavish, who's double stinted his tyre. So just to get an idea of the difference between a double stinted tyre and a fresh tyre after about 10 or 12 laps into the stint, just to get an understanding of the different speed between the tyre performance. Saw from qualifying yesterday the actual outright speed difference between Vavish and Chaz wasn't much in it. So that'll give us probably our first indication of a double stinted tyre pace versus a fresh tyre. So that lap, Chaz, was a 2:03.1. And Vish is just not far away from completing his current lap. Chaz's peak lap speed is a 2:02.8, so only 3/10 off the peak lap speed that car is capable of. Vish has done a 2:02.7, so we know the peak speed of those two cars is very, very similar. Vish crosses the line, has just crossed the line at a 4.6, so starting to see a bit of differential in lap speed there. We need to keep an eye on things like traffic, polluting lap speed and all the rest of it, but that's just one little theme to keep an eye on, and I can guarantee you that every engineer up and down pit lane will be keeping an eye on that as well, because that will influence strategy, particularly in the second half of this race.
A couple of battle packs to follow in this, so we're watching the fight for the lead with the two Mercedes AMGs, and now Mick Grenier's got a little bit of confidence. He's able to match Maxi Goetz, who's been in the car since the start of the race. So while he was pulling Maxi somewhere between 5 and 6/10 a second a lap out of that bright yellow Mercedes that's leading the race, it's now just stabilised. Now he's almost got to the rear wing of it. And then we saw a shot before of Charles Viets in the 32 BMW, 21-year-old from Belgium, making his debut in this. He was covering through some lap traffic, but that car will be going out after Fred Vervish now in 5th place in the Audi. And he's got Kenny Hopper behind. So Kenny in Sun Energy 1, they came back onto the racetrack in 3rd position. He's just dropped back down to 7th and some 50 seconds off the race lead, but still on the lead lap, circulating nicely. And Kenny, so we'll just do a little bit of a lap time check on car 75, lapping in the mid 2:08s at the moment, leaders in the 4s. So he's giving away a bit of lap time, but remember, he's a bronze driver up against the pros.
Yeah, and they're getting a lot of Kenny's lap or driving time over and done with early, whilst the field still has somewhat of a compression. Like, we haven't had any safety cars to this point on board with Chaz Mostert as he makes his way past Dean Fiore. That is a 4-position manoeuvre, so Chaz has just done his previous best lap, a 2:02.4, so only half a tenth of a second off the fastest lap of the race that Maro Engel set earlier today. So Chaz lighting up the timing screen right now, probably driving a little bit angry. Those of you that have seen Groundhog Day, you know, don't drive angry. Chaz Mostert is driving angry right now after that pit lane penalty for crossing the blend line as he left pit lane on a cold tyre. Chazzy's great to watch when he drives angry.
He's great to watch full stop,
Yeah,
but
but
he's angry.
when he gets angry, Chazzy doesn't get angry often, but it's great watching him throw the car around when he gets like this.
Just saw Brucey Stewart from Walkinshaw Andretti United, team that he races for in the Supercars Championship, floating around the paddock this weekend, no doubt trying to do some deals. And look for things here, look at the attitude of that car running down into the spares box dipper, driving this thing hard, which was a hallmark of qualifying yesterday, where this car just did not have the straight line speed in the final sector to contend for pole, but routinely the quickest thing across the top. Been some heavy hitters in the motoring and motorsport industry floating around the paddock, Garth Tander, with some really interesting cars in the future of GT racing. A bunch of new machinery become eligible next year, not only the new Porsche, but there's the Ferrari 296 GT3, which can race in this race from 2024. Chevrolet announced the Corvette GT3R, which will make its debut at the Daytona 24-hour next year, so 11 months and 2 weeks from now, which is hugely exciting in this part of the world to have a Corvette GT3 car, because they sell that car here. Ford Mustang GT3, there's an Evo Lambo Huracan, a brand new car coming for them as well. So exciting times for the world of GT3 racing as new cars, new models come into the sport. And there's a lot of people in this paddock just planning for next year and the year ahead to see what new sort of firepower they can bring to the mountain.
Well, I'll tell you now from the response that a new Z06 GT3 had at Sebring, they won't be able to build them quick enough. I mean, they haven't typically sold customer cars from Chevrolet Racing in the past with the Le Mans style cars, the GTEs. They're going to have to build up a customer service program and a customer racing program very quickly indeed. Their order books are already full, and that car was only debuted to the public and to their potential customers at Daytona last weekend, bizarrely, which seems about a million
only 2 sleeps ago for you, John.
Yeah, it does seem that way. And we'll see that new Mustang that Crazy was talking about there at Sebring in the week of St Patrick's Day, 17th of March, we'll be seeing that at the Super Sebring WEC and IMSA event.
There's the leaders, officially 0.6, but it's right now a little bit more than an AMG bonnet length. And it is a long bonnet.
That is about 0.6 of a bonnet on an AMG.
6.2 litre V8, tucked in behind the rear wheel, the front wheels of that car. Wing flex on that car. The slow-mo shots of the Audis, it's especially noticeable. Ever since they went to that top mount, the swan neck mounts on the rear wings to clean up the airflow over the top of the rear wing. You can see it there. There seems to be a heap more flex as the cars are braking. The downforce on the rear of these cars.
Every little piece of weight that can be saved is saved. So you'll notice that the wing struts have got a cutout in them. Now, why would you do that when the regulation state that the car has to be a minimum weight? Because you want to put the weight guard where you want the weight, and you certainly don't want it up high.
Yeah, you want all the ballast in the middle of the car. You don't want it hanging out the back or up the front of the car. You want it right in the middle of the car. That's why they, I mean, you move the driver towards the center of the car for safety, but it's pretty handy as far as weight distribution goes as well. Yes. So you can see where they've cut out or milled out the rear wing end plates on the AMG. It's the same on the Audi. I'm glad when you look in the rear vision mirror that you cannot see the rear wing moving. And I have checked it a couple of times when I've been driving the Audi. You can't see it when you're driving, which gives you a slightly more confidence that it's going to do its job when you tip it into the chase.
Now, interesting little moment here, because this is Chaz Mostert chasing the leaders. And last time around, he was 1.8 seconds a lap quicker than the two Mercs in front, who are just rolling around at their own pace and having their own little battle. So this is to get Chaz back on the lead lap of the car race.
It'll be an interesting decision to make up here when you're the leaders, because they're under no obligation to move over and let Chaz through. So do you let one... Chaz, big moment at the S's before the dipper. He is having a crack. But do you, from an AMG perspective, this early in the race, move over and let Chaz go to get his lap back and potentially let one of the main players at the end of the day back in the game? Or do you keep your foot on their throat and you keep him down? That's going to be an interesting decision to make from an AMG perspective.
And I would suggest as well that Chaz might not be double stinting these tyres that he's on at the moment.
No, you can think that he's spending them right now.
I think that he's taking some performance out of the bank that you were talking about earlier on. If you go fast, you pay. Speed costs. How fast can you afford to go? And that is the essence of endurance racing, about how you balance that performance account at different times of the race. And Chaz Mostert at the moment is spending like a sailor on shore leave.
He's going into overdraft. Is Chazzy? Oh, that's a huge moment from the run down the S's. Just watch the rear gets away from him there. Just the smallest snap on him. And sends you offline. You do not want to be further offline than that on the approach to the dipper. There's the rear wing on the AMG moving. Bonnet as well.
Side-to-side movement rather than the oscillation. The key thing about those milled out struts that we were talking about is they are strong in the plane that they need to be strong.
Going down.
Straight down.
Down force.
Correct.
It needs strength going down, so it's doing its job.
It's like rolling up a piece of paper. A piece of paper, you roll it into a tube, and you can put it on the desk and stand something on it. It's all about the plane that they need it. It's clever engineering. And we all benefit from it, actually, because our street cars more complicated all the time, more safety equipment all the time. They get heavier and heavier, but you can dial in some lightness from what we're working on in racing cars. And these are cars that are very close to their street-going cousins. And here's the chase back to get back on the lead lap.
Let's watch here at the entry to Forest Elbow.
It's got to be here, Garth, because
Audi doesn't have the straight line.
No, it can't get them in.
And where it doesn't have the straight lines right here, it doesn't punch off the corner.
Oh, hello, but
here's the M Motorsport Audi. David Crampton at the wheel. That's the exit of turn 1.
So this car was a late addition to the race. This team entered and practiced on Friday in a KTM Crossbow GT2. Blew its engine in practice 2. They swapped cars. They leased this car from Melbourne Performance Centre on Friday afternoon and got some laps. And unfortunately, the Victorian driver He's backwards and trying to get this car refired, which he's done so.
Nice job.
Do you know what? There's not much damage on the
No,
back
I
of
don't
that, and it
think
hasn't
if he-
even knocked off that swan neck
Touched the
really.
wall. He's barely touched it. I reckon what was catching David out there, and I went down and spent some time with this team when they transitioned from KTM to Audi. He's catched the replay. I wonder if he just got up on the curb. Oh, no, just swapped ends on him. And then what do we get here? Oh, there was contact at the front. But there's a function on the steering wheel. You've got to hold down a button for the car to launch and leave. And I was running through that with the team because how do we get this car to move? Oh, you've got to hold this button down here. You've got to do this, do that. And I just wonder whether in the heat of battle, David, as he caught his breath after going around, whether just grabbing the start button to get the car moving again.
Remember, this is a rental, effectively. This is a rental.
Did they take out the insurance?
Yeah, CDW. Yeah,
ask you when you get the rent car. No, don't need the insurance.
No, I don't
Let me
need
go.
Lost damage waiver. It's all good. We won't take
There is damage, though, to the front
Yeah.
splitter. There was heavy damage, so the team will be on the radio.
It's spirit of the race stuff, though.
Just in front of us here, though, so this is interesting. We need to keep an eye on this. That recovering car is just up the road. Here are our leaders, and Chaz Mostert up on the wheel behind them. Inside at McPhillamy. Yeah, we're through.
Hairy, but through.
Oh, Chaz, he's going to
don't
look
go
at
there,
Skyline
Chaz.
there. So, but that now has got Chaz to the rear bumper of Maxi Goats. Now, does he have the run off the dipper? He gets it nice and close to the wall. That's what you need to do. Chaz has done 1,000,000 miles around here. Does he send it at Forest Elbow? Oh, not quite close enough. There's some risk involved here for Chaz as well. You need to get this job done cleanly, because we still have 10 hours and 8 minutes to go.
And the other point on that is that Triple Eight will be on the radio to Maxi Goats going, hey, mate, if he does a Hail Mary, just bail out. It's not for position. You don't need to worry about it this early.
He's hanging on to them better than I've seen. The Audis, even in the draft, even in the slipstream down Conrod Straight.
Well, it's a double toe, isn't it? True. Two cars.
Yeah, or moving around. So we do think that this Audi in particular is running less downforce than the others. That's why in the second half of Conrod, he was able to use the slipstream. So that's one done for Chaz. Next car gets him back on the tail of the lead lap. And that's critical now, because then if we get a safety car, you do get around, and it gives you pit stop flexibility under the safety car. If you take the Lucky Dog, you don't have pit stop flexibility. I mean, the Lucky Dog is still an hour away before you can take it. So getting back on the lead lap normally, if you like, does give you pit stop flexibility should a safety car come before the Lucky Dog.
Goats might get him back here. Drive out of turn one. Chaz just far enough in front, so we'll now go out after Mick Grenier, who will have seen that unfold in his rearview mirror. Those AMGs do punch a fairly decent-sized hole in the air, and to get two of them, it was just the extra toe that he needed. And at the speed trap on Conrod, Chaz Mostert 272k last time round.
Wide at the cutting there.
Adam De Bore in the middle of shot sitting down. Fraser Ross right of screen.
I'm surprised the AMGs just didn't park side by side, to be honest. They would never been able to get around. They are quite wide cars, these GT3s.
Daniel Gaunt watching on as well.
Traffic now with the Mark Cars Master over the top.
Jumps out of the way.
Nicely done.
And the same scenario as the previous lap. The AMG in front just balked slightly at the run down from Skyline to the dipper. Chazzy takes that narrow line, which is exactly what you need to do. Does he send it now at Forest Elbow? Grenier's probably not experienced this before and actually covers the line. Smart play. Chazzy's got a good apex. But watch the punch of the AMG. It's that torque of that 6.3 litre V8. Just punches it off the corner. It's always been the Achilles heel of the Audi here at Bathurst. It doesn't get off Forest Elbow well, and it does not get off turn one well. It does have good top end speed. Here we go, using the toe.
Even closer than he was last time.
Yeah, I reckon we're going to send it here.
Same move.
Yeah, there we go, job done. Chaz Mostert back on the lead lap. Minimum amount of risk involved in that one.
Sensible stuff from the Mercedes teams as well. 274 clicks through the speed trap compared to the 999's 265. So even with a car that's among the slower in a straight line here in Conrod, shows you the effect of that toe that we often talk about at this place. We're 7 or 8 kilometres an hour. So Mostert gets himself on the lead lap, and we now go back to this inter-brand rivalry between the Mercs, with Mick Grenier leading the race by 4/10. Maxi Gott's next, and Maxi Jaminet in the Porsche catching these two cars. He's running in third. Last time round, Jaminet was 2 seconds quicker than Maxi Goetz as they were dealing with Chaz. So the Porsche now as we work into the middle phase of this second stint. He's going along nicely. Gemini is a vastly experienced young driver. He and Matt Campbell have spent a lot of time racing together, and Thomas Koenig as well. This is our race leader. Led the race since the outset, 52 laps into this race now. Coming up on 2 hours in. Lucky Dog opens the commencement of the 3rd hour, so if you get safety cars after that, there'll be wave rounds from that point on right through to the 11th hour of the race.
And let's not forget, so reminding everybody that when Chaz Mostert came by the 2 AMGs, one, he's revved up because he's partially blaming himself, no doubt, for that drive-through when he slid inches wide coming out of the pit lane and across the blend line. But also he was on a brand new sticker set of Pirellis. These guys are into their 2nd run on a set of Pirellis. So they've got an element of management to do here. Race car driving, not always about driving absolutely flat out all the time. They'll be driving to a plan here. They're not hanging about. Let's be absolutely clear about that. But you are wanting to preserve the performance of the Pirelli tyre well into the 2nd stint, so that you then have more new tyres towards the end of the race. And there was somebody, I seem to remember as well, in qualifying said that they saved a set of tyres and only did one new tyre.
Jules Ganon, he mentioned that.
That's right. Yeah. And that is because tyres are not an infinite resource here. You have an amount of them, Garth, and you've got to use them as part of your strategy play.
They're like Tim Tams, John. You can't eat them all at the start. You've got to just spread them out over the course of 12 hours.
You're going to have to.
Sometimes at the start, you just got to be patient and just savour.
Because the temptation is there to go hard early. Let's be honest.
With Tim Tams, but when it comes to tyre as well, and that is exactly right. And even using the tyre in qualifying versus saving it as a brand new tyre for the race makes the tyre far more durable in the race when you're bolting on a brand new tyre. So I don't think we'll see any brand new tyres until hours 5, 6, 7, and then onwards, where teams would have been saving tyres. Yeah, good. That got my attention yesterday as well in qualifying. That no, we're saving tyres. We're not too worried about where we qualify right now.
And 2017 is probably the ultimate example of new tyres versus old. Where we saw that battle between the Scott Taylor Merc with Murrow Engel driving, ironically, and the Ferrari, who had new tyres on. They went for track position in the Mercedes, but were mowed down by the Ferrari, who ultimately went on to win that race that year, thanks to fresh rubber. And it worked for Matt Campbell again in 2019 in the Porsche too. They went for new tyres towards the end. So it plays a role. These are the things that play out over the duration of the 12-hour car race. We saw a great battle for the lead. Nothing between the two Mercs who circulate 53 laps into this race. We work our way into the 3rd hour. These are the spares box highlights so far. Start is always a highlight of this race as the sun pokes its head over the hills, and a spectacular hour of motor racing. Contact early. Scott Taylor car got away with that one with the Groves. Not so much for Chris Haase. That car remains in the garage, taking no further part in this race. A real shame, one of the key contenders out 30 minutes into a 12-hour race. Big contact to the back of the Audi Custom Sport Racing entry. This was a big moment, and it's only just sort of come back to the points bet team with a sports bet team with Chaz Mostert unlapping himself from the leaders thanks to a penalty for going over the blend line on the exit of pit lane. Meanwhile, the Mercedes dicing among themselves. Chaz, spectacular as ever, trying to get himself back on the lead lap. David Crampton swapped cars, swapped ends at Hell Corner, and ended up in the fence. And this is the race leader. 2 drivers through this car so far. They've each led the entire way through their Stint racing to lead the race. Max Goetz next for Triple Eight Race Engineering, super cheap car. These are the classes. You can tell what class they're in by the colour. Pro-Am being led by Fred Verveege, 4th outright at the moment. That's the Brad Schumacher car that James Golding will drive as well. Jonathan Webb, Superbarn Supermarkets, leads the way in that car. David Russell started it. The Conduras brothers will also drive. And young Christian Pancioni, Victorian driver, Carrera Cup racer, is behind the wheel in car 19. That's the GT4 Merc entered by Mark Griffith. and they're leading the Invitational class. And that is how the overall leaderboard sits. 10 cars remain on the lead lap of the race. Just 6/10 in it between the two Mercs at the front, with the Porsche taking about a second a lap out of them at the moment. Mathieu Jaminet going along nicely. Just off the pace a little bit now in terms of being a lap down. Dean Fiore, the first car a lap down behind the wheel of car number 9. Then we find the class leaders further back there with Jonathan Webb behind the wheel of the silver class car. Stephen Grove, a quiet day for the Grove group at the moment, running in 13th in their Porsche. Looking forward to seeing Anton De Pasquale jump into that car a little bit later on. Anton did a really good job at the Dubai 24-hour driving that car. He's got about 3 GT3 races in his entire life. His focus has been on supercars, but he's jumped into these cars and gone very, very well.
Hey guys, I just want to bring up car 75, the defending champions at the moment. Kenny Hibball doing a very nice job, just crunching out some pretty consistent lap times in the 2:07s at the moment. Now, why have I picked this car up? He's on his 19th lap. He's about to complete about 20 laps in this stint. I can see Jules Gounon standing down here at the moment. He hasn't got his helmet on, but he's got everything else on, including his balaclava. Now, why is that important? Well, they're just about to tick over 40 minutes of driving time in this stint for Kenny Hibball. Now, Krause, why is that important? Because something that you figured out earlier in the week, from this point on, there is nothing legally stopping this team from swapping Lucas Stoltz and Jules Gounon to the finish, even though Kenny is bronze rated.
It's a quirk in the regulations, Chad, that team is taking advantage of. And Kenny is willing to sacrifice driving a long time in this race, getting the personal enjoyment out of hustling an AMG GT3 around to give them the best shot of getting back on top. So the theory is, and the point that Chad made so well, is that for the rest of the day, you could alternate between Jules Gounon and Lucas Stoltz, 2 of the best GT drivers in the world, for the rest of this race, as soon as Kenny's got more than 40 minutes complete.
So long as you can give them that 60 minutes in between.
Yeah, you've got to have a gap.
Yep. Right,
There's
got to have a gap.
There's some windows there for maximum driver time and rest time that they need to manage. But they wouldn't be doing it if they didn't think they could do it.
That's a good call. In this come the 55 Brad Schumacher car, the Fuchs Lubricants car. That's a couple of laps early, I think, there. They did 28 laps on their first stint. That's at the end of their 26th lap.
Yeah, he did 2 laps under safety car at the start, though. So it's early in the day to be taking rests, isn't it?
Take it when you can get it,
Yeah, well, that's true. It's a big week. I mean, it's a big week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They're long days, the preparation. Some of these teams have come from Daytona as well, so they've been on the go for a while.
That is down at Sun Energy One, being run by the Kodas ASP team. Great to have them at Mount Panorama for the first time. Run by Triple Eight last year, so a change in the preparer behind the Sun Energy One brand.
You
fastest lap of the car race, Garth.
I just saw that one. Chazzy still driving angry.
It's a long way into the stint too, so it shows you the durability of this Pirelli tyre. Once they get it up and working, it can punch out good lap times a long way into the stint. And we were talking about the new tyre, the old thing, later in the race, and that may give people confidence later in the race to risk a double stint on a tyre, save yourself some pit stop time, because you can't be fueling tyres at the same time. Save yourself 10, 15 seconds in the stop, get a bit more track position, but risk having an older tyre.
2 seconds roughly. I mean, you look at the 2 AMGs that are leading the race, Grenier and Goetz. They're in the mid-4s at the moment, and Chaz is punching out low mid-2s. So it's 2 seconds, the difference. So even though you might get track position, you might save 15 seconds or 20 seconds in the pit stop.
You'll get hauled in.
At 2 seconds a lap, that's 10 seconds and you're back in the game. 10 laps and you're back in the game.
Correct.
Just to finish, John, the final point on the Kenny Hibball thing. At the moment, he's only, minute and 11 off the race lead.
Half a lap.
So he's half a lap. He's still a long way from going a lap down.
Correct.
Doing good lap times. If I was them, they're probably thankful that I'm not them. I'd leave him out there a little bit longer, because the longer you keep him in the car now, the more strategic flexibility you've got later in the day.
It opens your windows.
Correct.
Absolutely. It absolutely gives you more choices.
He's comfortable. He's doing good lap times. He's still on the lead lap, going along consistently. He's not in a battle, so the risk element is low in that respect as well. Keep him in the car for as long as you're comfortable to do so without dropping off that lead lap, and it just opens up the window for these cars later on.
I love the way that Kenny goes racing, because it's have a crack, and to your point, Rich, where he's willing to give up, he's willing to fund, but also willing to give up. Having a crack is Chazzy up the inside. That's Tony Bates in the 24 Makita
AMG, and
Split up the back
does he
wheels
touch
there?
the wall? Yes, and it got it with the rear wing, so they need to be careful with that car. We were talking about those rear wing support braces, and when they get damage or they get contact going sideways, got to be careful. So just snaps on Batesy there, gets the tank slapper going the other way.
There's just a little crown on the road there that's really hard to see. And I think did he just spin up the back wheels there, Garth, as he was...
I think, yeah, just got away from him, just maybe had to change his line as Chaz came up the inside. And then that contact there, that worries me, because we were talking about those rear wing support braces. They're very, very strong going down. You saw energy go into the rear wing going sideways there. So just something the team will need to keep an eye on there for Tony Bates.
Fred Vervish, a very good stint to open up the race, and looked like your Audi was stronger than most. Were you having fun out there?
Yeah, definitely. It was like I said, was a good stint. We did a double stint on the tires. It was a bit hard at the end, fighting against the others, but it seemed like the Audi works well on the long run. So that's great after yesterday's qualifying. So yeah, let's see how it goes, how it will be with hotter temperatures, because normally that's quite hard for us. So let's see.
Is it going to be mentally difficult when you get back in the race and the hotter temperatures are there and all of a sudden it feels like a different race car?
Yeah, definitely. Already now when the temperatures were getting up, it started to get a bit more loose, the car. So definitely it will change during the day. Also the track will grip up a lot, so I think maybe that can compensate the, let's say, the higher temperatures. So yeah, looking forward to the race, and yeah.
Thanks, Fred. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
And guys, he was nice enough to even finish his breakfast by stuffing it in his mouth before doing the interview with us.
I've had breakfast with Fred Vervish a lot. That's just how he eats. He made a good point there, though, that the track will rubber in through the day. So even the information being gathered right now on double stinting tyres, he made two good points. One, it's going to get hotter, so the track conditions are going to change. And two, the track's going to rubber in, so the track grip delivery is going to change as well. So you'll get an idea of tread wear patterns by double stinting the tyres early, but you might not get a trend on how far the tyre wears or how quickly it wears when the temperature comes up. Oh, big moment up the top of the hill for the Porsche. Stephen Groves at the wheel right now. That's right at Skyline, so this will bring a yellow. Have to go safety car, there we go.
Safety car boards
this is going to cause some strategic headaches for those that left their first drivers in. So Brock Skyline right at the top of the hill, and it's a big impact for one of the only two Porsches.
Pit exit and hold, please. Pit exit and hold.
They close
Where's
pit
the
exit.
Where are the leaders?
They're in sector 2.
Right.
So that's closed for a while.
Let's just check out the replay before I add the update from down in pit lane. From on top of Mount Panorama, it's a fill him in, it's in backwards for Stephen Grove. They had a big one here last year. Oh, it's got both sides and the front. So just about every single corner on that Porsche banged up, which is a real shame to see for Stephen Grove. Put so much time and effort into his racing. I was standing in the 888 garage, guys, when that safety car got scrambled. Shane Van Gisbergen was there, fully suited and had his helmet on in the off chance that we caught a safety car. So they were prepared for it. Like we mentioned, it wasn't an ideal safety car for them because they still had a good 10 laps of running at least in the tank, but so did the other teams that pitted with them. It was the only difference in driver time. But it's not the end of the world. They did catch it at least towards the end of the pit stop window.
Generally, teams, once you get halfway into a stint, a safety car comes, you take it. Yeah. That's just generally the general rule of thumb. So all the drivers would be suited and booted, sitting there waiting. The teams like doing that to race car drivers, having there with the helmet on unnecessarily early. Here's David Crampton jumping out of that M Motorsport Audi that we saw have a moment at turn 1. You like that, John?
I reckon about 99% of our viewers and listeners missed that, having their race drivers suited and booted unnecessarily early, says the race driver.
I have spent a lot of time of my life sitting in the garage here with a helmet on, not being in a race car.
Oh, what a joy. What a joy.
So in they come to the lane. We see in the background there the Porsche, Matthew Giminet.
Maxi Goetz is
in. Shane Van Gisbergen's going to jump aboard this car. So near on 1 3/4 stints for Maxi Goetz. His job's done in the morning. Got the car through the dark in a good spot. Valentino Rossi jumps aboard the 46 WRT Audi for his first laps in the actual race.
So first and second AMGs in. Maxi Goetz had 25 laps on that stint under his Pirellis. When you're 23.
Well, they've kept the 999 out, which I'm kind of surprised by, although they did swap drivers, remember, so they're not critical on driver time with Mick Grenier for that 150-minute, 2.5 hour maximum stint at any one time you can be behind the wheel of 2.5 hours. This site, just right of screen, will follow that up. Valentino Rossi behind a racing car at Mount Panorama Bathurst for the first time. It's a cool little moment.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
I learnt in last year's race, Rich, and I would have thought you would have too, don't question pit strategy. Because you remember the Craft Bamboo team had 47 pit stops in 12 hours and found themselves at the front of the race.
It was 23, it wasn't far off 47.
It felt like 47 because every time I looked up, that car was in pit lane and somehow they were at the front of the race. So the Group M team clearly knows something that we don't.
It's going to be quite a long race safety car because that car needs the rollback up there. That isn't going to flat toe.
No, they put on the flat tray, that one.
Yeah. So that's got to get up there. It's got to get in position.
This is a good news for Chaz Mostert. Remember, we were talking about him unlapping himself, and the lucky dog scenario is not engaged yet. That only comes into play at the 3 hour, past the 3 hour mark. There's some interested onlookers. They would have VIP tickets here at Mount Panorama. They're here all the time.
What's that, Skip? Safety car? Yep. AMG.
I think Chaz is looking good.
Oh, no, he's hopping the wrong way.
Was he?
He was hopping the wrong way.
At least he was waiting for safety car before he went out and checked the race circuit.
Sergio Perez in the lane. This is the Belmont racing car, and I noticed that Sun Energy One brought the 75 through as well.
Well, that was a no-brainer. Remember,
Correct.
Chad made the point that Kenny Habul was just about to tick over his driver time, and he would have now. So this couldn't have fallen at a better time for the 75 car.
Lovely for them.
Yeah, Kenny Habul has done his driver time, and they've got that half a lap back that Kenny lost throughout that phase of the race. So they'll be very happy campers down in that garage that this safety car's fallen right at the right time for them. They've lost some track position. They're down to 7th, but they've ticked a big box in the first 2 hours and 10 minutes of this race.
So just to qualify that on the wave around, we call it the lucky dog, it's what came in NASCAR, it's the commencement of the 3rd hour of the race. So we're into that 3rd hour.
Oh, okay.
So the wave by is in effect.
This is important, Rich.
Yeah, they fell nicely in the Sun Energy One car for the safety car, but is that over the line? Oh, didn't clip the cone this time. Oh, yes,
he got
did.
the cone.
Yeah, he got the cone.
But it was over the line too. We didn't need the... You watch here, he was actually adjusting something on the dash and got the understeer as well. We saw that with Chaz Mostert. So, history will tell us that the 75 Sun One Energy car will make its way back through the lane.
Now, here's the leader coming in now. What went wrong there? Communications error? I was looking at everything that we've got access to try and work out why that would have been a good idea and to stay out. And now he's going to drop right to the back of the line, isn't he?
I did say I was surprised they didn't bring him in, but I'm more surprised they've now brought him in with the whole queue having caught up.
Well, yeah, I mean, realistically, if you find yourself at the front of the queue and you've got no dance partners that have taken the same strategy as you, you're a sitting duck.
Correct.
Because you've got 10 laps or less than 10 laps and you're in the lane and you're out the back of the field. So now, just fuel to this point. There won't be a driver change. Do they take tyres? Well, they've doubled the tyres. They're laid out. They have to take tyres. They'd already doubled the tyres to this point.
Yeah. And why not?
Now, why not?
You're at
well, you're at the back of the field anyway. You're going to warm the tyre as you make your way back through the field. So you may as well take tyre. But I'm curious. We'll have to get Chad or Shay to head down to that end of pit lane and just find out exactly what took place here. Did they miss the call?
Yeah.
Or have they got Richard Crail on the hop here and this is the master strategy that we've missed?
The other good guys here, Maxi's...
Liam Talbot is jumping back in the Chaz Mostert Audi. So they're doing some driver time work here as well.
Good.
They're ticking some boxes in the 60th. Well, they got back on the lead lap.
Correct. Because this will be a lengthy safety car for that recovery at the top.
Maxi Goods just confirmed that Maxi stay in that car.
No,
sorry, did
no.
he had to get out.
SVG's in the car,
Right,
in the
yes.
Triple 8 car
Thank
now.
goodness, yeah. Maxi had to get out. He would have broken driver time rules had he stayed in there.
Yeah.
So SVG in. Matt Campbell in the 912 Porsche. Valentino Rossi. Yes, so you heard that correctly. Behind the wheel of car 46, running in third position at the moment. So we're behind the Mercedes AMG safety car for the second time officially today. The race commenced behind it for a single lap. We now roll behind the 63 AMG at the top of the mountain.
Turn 9.
And the reason why was hefty. Watch the right-hand side, or left-hand side of the screen.
So we don't catch the start. We see the end clearly.
So that started quarter back, didn't it?
There, that's the exit of McPhillamy in reality. So whether Stephen Grove got wide and dropped the wheel over the curb at the exit of McPhillamy and swapped ends on him, or something else took place, we don't know. But the end result is very evident. That number 4 Grove hire Porsche is going to take no further action in this race.
It's such a shame for them because they had a great Dubai. They were disappointed to be fourth at Dubai behind 2 WRT Works BMWs and the Herbert Porsche, which in that particular form of racing has been the absolute gold standard, even though it's a Pro-Am car, for about 5 years, and they were disappointed to be fourth.
They throw so much at their motorsport, to the Groves. They, especially their GT program, big supporters of GT racing. They're going to do the entire Intercontinental GT Challenge. Steve and Brenton Grove won't actually be here for the Bathurst 1000 as it conflicts with one of those rounds. But it's taken us 2 hours and 15 minutes. But I feel like the race is just about to light up. I do. I mean, we got through that dark phase and there was a bit going on, but now the field is genuinely scrambled right now. So got a couple of fast cars at the front through this pit stop cycle, but some of the red-hot contenders find themselves in the middle and the back of the pack.
Hey, because now that car unfortunately out of the race, we won't have many opportunities to talk about that team put together, and you can speak from experience with your new deal for this year for the Enduros later this season, but they put together a really talented group of people in that outfit.
Yeah, they are. They're very, very successful in business, and they're using that approach at the race team. And motorsport is about people and getting the right people in the right places within the organisation, and certainly that is happening at Grove Racing, whether it be in the supercar program or the GT program. Heavily involved with Earl Bamber Motorsport for this GT program, and Earl's GT Porsche team, very, very successful around the world. So they're going places, but unfortunately not this weekend.
No, and you talk about having the right people in the right cars. Well, Brenton Grove sharing a car with your dad once again here at the mountain. First and foremost, is your dad okay?
Yeah, I believe so. I haven't listened to the radio, but I believe there's communication and he's fine. So I think he got hit by Davison, is all we can see at the moment. And there's some big penalties for pros hitting AMs, especially across the top. So if that's what happened, I hope it gets dealt with properly.
And the car's done?
Yeah, I think it's pretty cooked. I mean, last year, unfortunately, we had an incident in the same place and pretty much the same damage, and that was a write-off. So haven't had much luck at the mountain recently, but look, that's racing. I don't think we'll be able to get the car back out, but the most important part is that Dad's okay, and we'll regroup and we'll go to South Africa in a couple of weeks.
It's really a shame, too, because you guys were going to have the most experienced driver change assistant in the world. Talk a little bit about having Earl Bamber strapping you into the race car.
Yeah, it's quite funny, actually. We got our suits for Intercontinental the other day, and then he had to become driver assist, so he was wearing a suit, looked like us, but he's great. He's really, really helpful in driving, but also in everything outside of the car. As soon as I got out of the car, he told me things I did really well and some of the things that I could have done a little bit better, and some of the things that I was doing to the car that was making it harder for myself. So just his knowledge in these cars is really, really strong, and it's an asset for all three of us. I know he spent some time with Anton and helped Anton over the weekend as well. So yeah, it's unfortunate we had a crash because we were looking good. We were just doing our own thing. We didn't qualify very well, but we were just trying to come back through the field. But anyway, it's racing.
See you back here next year?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Shay, with Brenton Grove. Racer in his own right for some time. Was runner-up in Michelin Sprint Challenge competition in Porsche One Mate Racing and Cracker Carrera Cup as well, Super 2. And now focusing on business, but also the GT racing program. Of course, the two-car supercar team, which are looking in very, very good shape for this year. Certainly a member of our commentary team hopes so. Just a few little I's to dot and T's to cross, John Hindhoff, in this one. So Sun Energy One Racing, and actually just got a text from someone who knows a thing or two about strategy at this place. Paul Morris confirmed it, that Kenny Habul still behind the wheel. They've kept him in while the safety car's out.
Smart.
So we touched on that point before. A little bit of drive time flexibility there. We're ticking off some more time for Kenny behind the wheel to give Jules Gounon and Lucas Stoll some more seat time and more flexibility with that strategy later on. And a whole host of other cars just went through the lane. So we saw the 777 in, and Christopher Meese has just jumped behind the wheel of that car. The 47 went through the lane. A couple of teams just ticking some boxes and working their way through the pit stop strategies here at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour.
And we had, what, nearly a dozen, probably more cars taking the wave by there and getting the lap back, because half of the field, more than half the field, was laps down. That weird strategy, Garth, that we saw from the lead 999 car, not coming in and then coming in. All right, they've dropped real estate, but they're actually only down to 5th position,
Yeah,
so it's not a disaster.
Just looking on the timing screen, it's only 5th at the end of the day, so potentially got away with that one. Still need to find out exactly what took place there for the lead car. And here's the Grove Racing Porsche.
You'd never want to see damage to the back of a Porsche.
Yeah.
Oh.
All the energy goes through the engine and into the chassis. And as Brenton mentioned, they had a very similar incident here last year. And that wrote the chassis off. So
that's Porsche Motorsport already having a look at it.
I think they're doing the quote up already.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just to put a final point on this incident, so the understanding is that there was contact from the 222 that caused this, and why we're watching this again is because race control are going through this process. And there are hefty penalties for pro drivers making contact with wrong AM drivers.
And that's set out in the international rules for GT racing. So if it's found to be, and Alex Davison is rated as a pro driver, Stephen Grove a bronze driver, an amateur driver, so that falls into that category should that be the case, and race control find that is what took place. That'll be an interesting one to keep an eye on.
Hey guys, went down to Group M to just get a final word on exactly what happened with the 999 and the curious case of pitting that one lap later. I got passed around to 5 or 6 different people before I got an answer, but the answer was that it was planned. That was no accident. They wouldn't tell me why, but that was much information.
Chad. Come on, Chad, today's not your first day.
I asked
Chad Naylor.
I'm just reporting what I do.
You are not getting brushed off like that. So what was the advantage then?
I'm blind if I know, mate.
Just get back in there, Chad. Throw your weight around and get us an answer.
It took me 5 or 6 people to get that out of them.
But it's strange, isn't it, Chad? Because they've given up 4 spots in track position when they could have come back out in front.
Oh, and Van Gisbergen's going to blaze away, unless they're thinking about some driving time further into the race, but they didn't do a driver change. Nothing about that made sense. Anyway, Jamie Whincup got back into their car, by the way, so Richie Stanaway was all suited and booted and then stood down at the very last second. And you guys are right on the money, or should I say Paul Morris is right on the money. The reason they didn't put Jules Gounon in, even though that the 40 minutes had been done for Kenny, is they fueled him up to get Kenny to the end of his 80 minutes continuous driving time.
Control to safety car.
Just listen
Control
here.
to safety car. We will have a wave-by process happening on this
Going to wave around some of the lappers. Yeah, getting him to the end of his 80 minutes gives them way more flexibility in the strategy later on to go Stoltz and Jules Gounon to the finish.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Especially with this safety car closing the field back up for Kenny Habul. We reported it would have been about 1:20 that he was off the lead prior to this safety car. He's currently 5.3 seconds off the lead.
Perfect.
Yeah, with a full tank of fuel. And the old adage of safety cars.
Safety
cars breed safety cars.
Okay, let's get it out the way. Yeah, so they've been given a free kick to the tune of 90 seconds in that race, and that gives them some flexibility. I like that. I'm still a bit befuddled by 999, but we'll work our way around that. What you were hearing the race management channel in the background talking was the wave-by process. So the lights on the safety car will go out at the exit of the elbow at 19.2 is the flag point. They go past the Bathurst Light Car Club at the top of the hill, and then the cars that are 1 lap or more down will be able to pass the safety car and go by.
All teams, please make sure your drivers are aware. We are reducing speed to 60 kph at turn 10 to compress the field to allow for the wave-by procedure to commence from Forest Elbow, turn 18.
James Taylor's doing your job.
Yeah, oh, that's great. He's got a good voice. I'm just talking about his job, but yes, he is. Thank you, James. And then the field will go by. Then the lights will go out on the safety car.
Yeah.
So it's a wave by, yes, but you only get about 40 seconds back. You're back on the lead lap, but you don't go all the way around and get to the back of the train. So it's not a massive free kick. It gives you your lap back. You still got to work for it, and you may get caught by those leaders once again and put that lap down again.
I noticed that Race Control didn't read out a whole bingo card full of numbers there. It was on the timing screen. The teams will know it's up to them to tell their drivers, and they should know the procedure. And anyone who gets it wrong, punitive penalties for doing that. Also from Race Control, by the way, that incident between the 222 and the Grove Porsche under review, and what will happen there as part of the judicial review, there is a control camera chip in the cars, and they'll look at that at the next stop.
Yeah, oh, well, they'll be down at the Grove, down in the Grove garage, and they would have got that camera. Clearly, the two car still on circuit. Here we go, the wave by taking place. We're on board the AMG safety car. Here they come, smoking on by. And you need to go here. If you're a wave by car, you need to get your head down and you need to go, because the more that you can open up the gap right here to the rest of the field, the better chance you've got of staying on that lead lap.
And you want a good driver at the front.
Yeah, the problem at the front is one of the invitational cars, the GT4 car. You can't pass yet until the field goes green. So we've got some really quick cars that are getting their lap back, but they're buried in the field behind some slower vehicles, so they're not going to get the full advantage.
Personnel lights are out on the safety car. Lights are out on the safety car.
So they won't get the full advantage of this wave by. So here the wave by cars are coming past us right now.
It's the GT4 Merc, then the Mark II Mazda that are leading the cars round. There's going to be some frustrated GT3 drivers behind that. No weaving now behind the safety car. James Taylor reminded everybody of that the first time. He's done it once. Now it's up to you guys.
Weirdness going on with the Schumacher Audi. Here's our race leader, Shane van Gisbergen.
Some big gaps.
Yeah.
Green flag, green flag, green flag.
So they were at the tail end of the lead.
They're the last of the lap.
Yeah.
They're not getting much of a free kick at all. I mean, they're back on the lead lap.
But they weren't quite a lap down. They were on the tail end, so there was no wave around for them. But then there's just been this massive separation that Shane van Gisbergen's let them go.
At the end of the day, van Gisbergen's the race leader. What he has to do as the race leader, he has to fulfill all the rules. He has to maintain 80k an hour. He has to do certain things. They're racing now, but Campbell's all over van Gisbergen.
Matt got a really good restart in that Manthey EMA Porsche. Van Gisbergen wide on the exit of turn 1. Mercedes AMG versus Porsche, and the two BMWs right in the mix, and the driver behind them both is Valentino Rossi. What about this for your first Bathurst racing experience?
The Merc's coming back as we get to the end of the mountain straight. The Porsche had its nose ahead for, what, a third maybe of mountain straight. Porsche didn't lead the race, but he's done the over and under. Coming up towards the cutting, they're side by side through there, and still SVG holds on by the power of the mind. I'm not sure how he did that. I've got a question, guys. Is he going to get a penalty for dropping too far back behind the safety car in the safety car chain?
Actually, that's a good point, because those two cars in front were on the lead lap, so they had every right to be where they were.
Why he did it, he didn't want to be caught up behind them.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, you need to understand, because the leader of the race, or the leader of the queue, needs to maintain 80 kilometres an hour until the green flag is waved. Now, depends on the speed that the Schumacher Audi was doing, the 55, who was on the tail end of the lead lap, the first car, and then it also depends on the speed that Van Gisbergen's doing. I think Van Gisbergen was maintaining his 80k an hour, not to breach the safety car rules. The 101 AMG Mercedes is around at the final corner. And Marcus and Adrian Dietz in that one as well. He gets himself going. Told you, Rich, safety cars breed safety cars.
Still great, we're still great.
Yeah, but I've been watching Van Gisbergen on a cold tyre. He is parking Matt Campbell everywhere. We see this all the time in supercars. He takes his time to bring the tyre up. So he's defending here. He'll park it at the apex. He'll slow him right down. He did that at turn 1. He did that at turn 2. He did that at the cutting. That's brought the BMWs into the game.
But is there any better driver in world motorsport in any category than Shane Gisbergen at preserving his tyres, whether it's in supercars, GT3 racing, or even on iRacing?
Car 75 for a breach of pit exit Blend 1.
Okay, that was the earlier one. They'll be doing them chronologically. So don't think that things haven't been looked at. They're still looking at that one from earlier on. Is there any driver better at preserving his tyres, even in virtual racing? I call him the tyre whisperer because he's always got grip when other people don't.
Let's just unpick this moment, little at Murray's corner. So the Boost mobile car got into the back of Ross Palakis.
Mobile car. That's a pro on a man.
He's not had a good day, Jamie.
Mindful of that, and then separate to all that is Adrian Dietz. Makes his way into the gravel trap. They're both on their way.
Ross, unfortunately, copped a $15,000 fine, and that car's hit the fence.
Been in the separate. This is at the top of the mountain.
And I wonder if it's a side effect of that contact being off the road. Maybe a tyre down.
The rear toe is out, so suspension damage to the right rear of the number 6 Lamborghini Hurricane.
So
up through the cutting.
Audi Sport cutting.
Oh, comes into the cutting too hot.
I wonder, Garth, if that was a side effect from being off the road, and it almost looked like he glanced the tyres down here.
I think it's tyre temperature, Rich. I reckon cold tyre coming out of a safety car restart. Potentially a bit of marbles, a bit of gravel on the tyre. I think it's tyre temperature. Just caught Adrian out.
Big shame for the Lamborghini guys. And just on the 75, at the time we thought that was Jules Gounon who had run over the pit lane exit, getting them the drive-through penalty, but it is Kenny in that car. If you think back to 12 months ago, I feel like getting drive-through penalties might be his good luck charm here, Krause, for Kenny Hibbell. He picked up 2 of them, had a few spins as well, and still went on to win that race.
Yeah, in 22 laps total driving out of 271 last year. You're right. Good point, Chad. So he'll need to do a tour through pit lane. He's hanging on to the back of these cars.
I was just going to make that point. It's not like they've dropped him. John was making the point at this safety car restart that Van Gisbergen's very, very good at maintaining the tyre. And it was the work that he was doing in those first 2 laps as we went green. He wasn't going fast. He was actually holding Matt Campbell back in the Porsche to bring his tyre up to temperature at the rate that he wanted to bring it up. Wasn't letting Matt Campbell dictate the pace and pushing Van Gisbergen along. Van Gisbergen was effectively holding the Porsche back until he was comfortable the tyre was in the window that he needed. And that buys him better tyre consistency in the back part of the stint. We see it all the time in supercars. He's using the same trick today.
He's just incredible at it. I joked once, he's the same, by the way, in virtual racing. When we had him in the IMSA Pro Series in 2020, he had grip when no one else had it, even the virtual one. I made a joke that he actually slightly levitates the car off the ground by power of his mind, and that's why he's not wearing his tyres. He does it very, very well.
He's got the cheat code unlocked at the moment in his career. Everything he touches turn to gold, including a certain 161 lap race at this place with our mate a couple of months ago.
He won a sprint car race recently.
Yes, he did. Yeah, of course he did. Yeah, he scored points in the World Rally Championship rally last year, for crying out loud. It's utterly ridiculous what he's achieving. So let's just settle all this out where we're running now. Now everything's up to temperature. Van Gisbergen by a second over Matt Campbell in the Porsche. BMW third with Rossi. A really good job in front of Charles Viets, the young Belgian, in 4th place. Mick Grenier in 5th. And if you were looking at the timing totem on screen, wondering where the 999 was, there's a little timing glitch in that car, and it had dropped down the leaderboard, but it's back there now. They are 5th, so right in the mix of this race. They've got the 75 with Kenny Hibbell. We're riding on board with him now in 6th, but he's got a drive-through penalty to serve. He's got 3 laps to serve that, by the way, having been notified.
And if I was the team, I'd be taking on the 3rd lap, because you've got track position here, you're opening up, you don't bury yourself so deep in the field, with the field being compressed after the safety car restart. And he's got a reasonable carrot in front of him to get truck along behind, so does not come to the lane this lap. I'd be certainly no more than 3, but I'd be taking it on lap 3, that's for sure.
It'll be next time by. It'll have to be, otherwise the penalties just get worse.
Yeah, it gets worse. Your day gets worse and worse. There's the number 6. Lamborghini back in the lane. Adrian Dix has got that car back. Hopefully the team can go to work and get that car back on track, but it's certainly out of the running for the day.
It was so up all weekend about how well this is
fast,
going.
that car.
They've never gone as quickly as they've into the low threes.
Tony D'Alberto were wrapped with how good the car was.
Everybody's going quickly this year. It's really been noticeable. Good for Aaron Cameron. He's just put the fastest lap in for his car. That's number 44 Mercedes AMG, and that is the best of the silver runners, running in a very creditable 7th position. I don't think that car's been outside of the top 10 actually since we started the race.
Well, they were the big surprise in making the Pirelli Shootout yesterday, and a lot of it was down to the efforts of Aaron, who's a chronically underrated driver but doing really, really good things. So they're the first of the cars that got their lap back. They got their wave around, and that's why they're 1 minute and 10 seconds behind this leading group of cars.
And they're all making hay. The first 3 cars on the wave around are all either doing personal best or race best. Christopher Mies in the 777 Audi is purple to the end of the second sector. Fastest he just punches out a 2:02.6 does Mies. So they're using that opportunity of that wave around.
He's going to catch Aaron.
Getting a bit of track position back.
Yeah, and then the next safety car that comes along, all that time will be gathered up. They'll be back on the lead lap and right into it. So what we've gone is from having 10 cars on the lead lap to 15 of them, right down to Brad Schumacher, who was behind the wheel of that 55, following a really good stint from Frederick Leviche at the start of this race. So SVG leads the way at Mount Panorama. I feel like we've told that story before.
Would you say, Rich, that he's flying out there?
Yeah. Too early for that.
Too early?
No, it's
Come
good.
on, it's
That's
20 past 8.
of the night still.
20 past 8. I'd be doing the school drop-off by now.
You know you've just slid into the commentary career when you start rolling out witty stuff like that.
Drive-through then being attended to by the Sun Energy One guys. And Kenny. I think he's wound himself up a little bit here. He's going to have all kinds of muck and rubbish on the Pirelli tyres and down the pit lane. So that is the drive-through. You can't, obviously, again, if you're not used to what you're looking at, he can't do any work on that car. It's close to the white line again on the way out. Don't speed, don't repeat the offensive, reaching the blend line. He can't get out of the car at that point. He can't do anything. That's his penalty. Yeah. No stopping, just driving through. And it's going to cost him, well, 35, 40 seconds down the pit lane in terms of what he's lost, because, of course, everybody else would have been flat out, Garth, down the pit straight.
Yeah, that's right. And you can't take those penalties under safety car to negate the time loss. So you just have to take your penance, and it's better to get it over and done with early. We still have 9 hours and 22 minutes to go in this race, so there will be opportunities to get back in the game. And we know with Lucas Stoltz and Gilles Gounon ready to do the majority of the rest of this race, that they will certainly be back in the game later today.
So 32 seconds transit time in pit lane is the number to remember for a drive-through penalty. Kenny was 6 seconds behind the lead when he came in, and he's merged out 34 as expected. Craig Lowndes behind the wheel of car 222. They've climbed their way up to 11th place. And this team raising funds for Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, as they did last year. The last word I got last night was that they made 60 grand plus last year. They've already eclipsed that this year, which is outstanding. I was fortunate enough to sign that car yesterday, which was cool. So made a little donation to charity as well. It's a great cause. We've got lots of charitable efforts around as well. Ronald McDonald House Foundation, the official event charity, in action over at the Rides and Caffeine display in Harris Park. Mark Cars Australia auctioning off the roof of the Mark Car 111. Entry for an auction as well that closes today. You can get a signed Valentino Rossi picture, which is literally the roof of a Mark car, if you throw some money at charity.
Right out that garage wall, that, isn't it?
A ball back in the lane.
I reckon he's getting out that car now. I absolutely think that they've said, right, time out, guys, substitutions, and Kenny will be out of that car.
So I just wonder whether that'll put him a lap down. So I'm wondering whether they just go, okay, get it over and done with. We'll get our lap back in the next lucky dog, and then we go racing again.
Big event coming up in New South Wales in motorsport term, not far away, the Thrifty Newcastle 500.
Supercars will hit the streets of Newcastle next month in a much anticipated return to the Supercars calendar. If past events are anything to go by, you won't want to miss this.
They've hit on the way up the hill. Lefty's out of business. He's on the road.
Tickets are on sale at ticketek.com.au and all the action is live right here.
Anyone who was at Newcastle for that showdown a couple of years ago will remember that for the rest of their lives. This is the National Motor Racing Museum. It's located just behind Murray's Corner. Look for Brocky, look for the King, and you'll find it. There is an amazing array of vehicles, 2 and 4 wheels, and some stuff you wouldn't expect. There's a Team Australia champ car in there, a Reynard champ car, the really good-looking one. As you walk into the display, amazing stuff. You can go in an array of memorabilia, books, model cars, the whole lot, Mount Panorama caps and T-shirts. Get down there. Some incredible history from Australian motorsport. A couple of former 12-hour winners in there as well, John behind us.
Yeah.
It's a very cool place. You spent about 4 hours in there earlier in the week.
Yeah, the Techno McLaren was one of the cars that you talked about. Also had Wayne Gardner's Honda World Championship winning 500cc machine, which looks incredibly current given when that actually happened. If you forget about all the wings that we've just started getting in MotoGP and World Superbike, absolute must-do if you're around the area here. Drop in and see Brad and the rest of the team. The museum is a brilliant place to spend some time.
Well, and we're in the process of writing another chapter in the 2 Wheels to 4 at Bathurst book, because Greg Hansford was the first to do both, and Greg came here in the 1980s with Alan Moffat and then won the great race with Larry Perkins in 93, came back in 94 and won the 12-hour with Neil Crompton in the Mazda RX-7. So the last of that initial era of 12-hour run the Easter long weekend in 1994 in that amazing BP Mazda, which is still around, by the way, that car. He was a bit of a legend. And then Wayne Gardner, of course, the 87 world champion who we were just talking about, made the switch to 4 wheels, raced here. Scored pole position here, I remember, in a wet shootout. It was a Tickford Ford, wasn't it? 2000. Yeah, that was a good year, wasn't it, Garth? 2000. Remember that one? Yeah, really, really wet shootout. So the history of 2-wheel champions coming in and succeeding on 4-wheel here is long and storied, and right now there's a bloke called V. Rossi doing the job in 3rd position.
And there's a guy named G. Denyer who is in the garage for Lamborghini once again with wall racing. Unfortunately, not under the best circumstances right now, but the good news should be a pretty quick fix to get this Lamborghini back on track.
Yeah, it's a real shame, Shay. Like, we've broken the right rear toe link, and I feel really bad for Adrian. There's many people that do this race for many reasons, and that's what makes the Bathurst 12 hours so special. You know, you got car owners who are lawyers by day like Adrian is, you got Europeans and full-time racers, V8 supercars, and occasional game show guys like me. You know, so he was really living his dream out there, and it's just cold tyres that caught him out, and it's really cool out there at the moment, and these cars are really, really, really tricky on cold tyres. It's taken a few laps to bring him up, so it's just caught him out, and we're heartbroken for him because he loves this sport. He bleeds for it.
But it's just a broken toe link in the right rear. That shouldn't be too long of a fix. And then get back out there and keep pounding around, right?
Yeah, I guess 15 minutes or so, we'll get back out there and do it for Adrian, you know, lift his spirits back up. Like I said, he's a lawyer by day, so his head is down in contracts and doing boring stuff like that. So we want to see a smile back on his face because he's been kind enough to give, you know, Tony and David Wall and myself a ride. So you never know, we might end up on the podium. This is a long day and a nasty old mountain.
Good luck.
Thank you.
He's such a good interview. I mean, he's a professional TV presenter, so he should be, but it's so cool to hear from Grant Denyer, and I feel for that team. They put their heart and soul into this race every year. David Wall runs a really good little race team. They often sort of fly under the radar in the customer sports style racing teams in this part of the world, big outfits in Melbourne and Queensland, but they do a really nice job out of their Sydney base. I know the TCR Championship last year with Tony D'Alberto, always competitive in Carrera Cup, outstanding little squad, and they'll get back in the show. And look, John, with the field the way it is, it's not the biggest field we've ever had. It's a long race. You could still get yourself up the leaderboard and maybe have a look at a podium in class if things go your way.
Battle for the lead is close back up again. Matt Campbell has target acquired with Shane van Gisbergen as they're working through some traffic through to the end of the chase and coming on down to Murray's under the LIQUI MOLY Bridge with the Ridges Resort and Hotel on their right-hand side. That's the give and take of endurance racing. You'll have heard me say this before at motor racing around the world. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, Garth. And you've got to, again, to paraphrase history, you've got to treat both of those imposters the same and take it when you get it and shrug your shoulders sometimes when you get a bit disadvantaged.
It's the same when you're the leader and you're a safety car. You've got a 30-second gap up your sleeve and that gets taken away when safety car comes. Then the next race you'll be second and you'll get that 30-second gap given to you for free. I did notice, so Van Gisbergen and Matty Campbell had got to the back of Brad Schumacher and Ross Polakis were those two cars that were late in the wave-by. So they're just starting to now to get to the back of those wave-by cars and putting him a lap down again. So Valentino Rossi now queued up behind Brad Schumacher in the 55 Audi.
Guys, I'm with Christoph Sagemüller from AMG Mercedes-Benz Racing. Christoph, welcome to Bathurst, your first trip. You've got a great turnout here, 10 cars, a record for any manufacturer. Great to see.
Yeah, so thanks for having me. I mean, it's a pleasure to be here for my very first time in Bathurst. It's incredible to experience the track, to see the crowd around here. So heard quite a lot about the track, and it's fantastic to enjoy it for the first time here. And as you already mentioned, we have plenty of teams here in Bathurst, record-breaking with 10 cars. So it's a special event for us.
And the safety cars as well are the AMGs, which are fantastic. Great to see them going well. The E63 going around.
Yeah, so it's a very, very fast car. So as you could see, so we're happy to have it here.
Expectations for today? Love to see 3 big silver stars on the podium at the end of the day.
Yes, of course. I wish the same. I think the start was very good. Now we are facing some difficulties with the 999, the 75. But there's still some time to go.
Christoph, you see these races right around the world. Give us your impressions of Mount Panorama and Bathurst. What have you thought of this race?
Well, it's a very special event. It's an iconic track. I would say it's definitely among the top endurance races around the world. So in the line with Spa, Nürburgring, and Daytona. And I think especially the track layout and this, embedded in this very nice scenery is very special.
Christoph, we love what you and AMG bring to this race. So thanks for coming out. We look forward to seeing you next year and enjoy your stay in Australia and Mount Panorama.
Thank you.
There you go, guys.
Thanks, Brett. 9 AMG GT3s in this race, the most of any single GT3 model in the history of the Bathurst 12-hour. So they're very, very well represented. While we've been listening to Mercedes AMG talk about how much they love Bathurst, as you do, this was going on. And boy, it was intense. So it's Charles Vietz in the Shell BMW with 2 wheels off, trying to find their way around the 101 Harold's Racing Valenti Rosso car with Ross Polakis behind the wheel. And all through that, Mick Grenier takes massive evasive action, right first, then left. And ultimately, they both get through, but it was hairy for a moment.
So there was contact here between the BMW and the Polakis AMG. Wait for it. There we go. Into the grass. And behind us, Grenier was changing lanes from the grass on the outside to get up the inside into the final corner. And that's the sort of thing here with lap traffic that can just make massive difference to the race. It can take you out of the race in a heartbeat, but it can give you track position at the same time.
That side-by-side contact looks like nothing, Garth, but you know this with the camber, the difference between how far the bottom of the wheel and tyre sticks out of the wheel arch than the top. You brush wheels together and that can have big consequences.
Yeah, I mean, it won't damage the suspension, but it can take a chunk out of the rim. So what I'd be doing now is I'd be watching the dash to make sure I'm not getting any tyre pressure alarms right now. That then all of a sudden I've got a drama with a tyre going down or there's a rim that's starting to fail. So generally if you damage a rim, you get vibration through the steering wheel, particularly in the front. So it looks like Wheat's just struggling a little bit now. Grenier starting to be pretty interested in relieving him of 4th place.
Charles moving around a bit in the braking area there. That'll be being looked at it now. He's just trying to cover across up Mountain Straight. He was a little bit late making that first move.
Side drafting, I think, going on, but Wheats will find himself on the outside for the run up Mountain Straight to turn 2. Who blinks?
Grenier.
Grenier.
Yeah,
Smart move. You find yourself on the outside of turn 2, but
how's the torque of the Merc coming out of the slow corners, though? There's so much bottom-end grunt in that big AMG V8. I love the fact, so when AMG went to the GT after the SLS and the road car, they put their turbocharged 4-litre V8 in, but for the race car, they just picked up the drivetrain that had made the SLS AMG so successful and slotted it into this car, which is great. Normally aspirated V8 at Mount Panorama. It's got a thing about it.
The irony of that is, of course, the Aston Martin Vantage has got that powertrain.
Yes.
The 4-litre
exactly
twin
right,
turbo. It comes over to the middle of England, and Aston worked their magic on it. Actually did quite a bit of work on that for the road cars and the race cars, more than they expected when they did that deal with the AMG.
Now, we just want to clear up some stuff around that restart, because we're a little bit confused and scratching our head about what was going on, not necessarily with the wave around, but with these two cars in particular. Now, they were eligible for a wave around, but the radio on the Schumacher Motorsport car didn't get the call, so they're having radio issues. They didn't get the call. Race Control has checked this time and time again, and they have cleared it. There's no issues with the restart whatsoever. So that's all clear, but there was just a missed radio call that hurt for car 55, and that it's cost them quite a lot of time, and now it's put them a lap down.
Yeah, so they didn't go with the pack,
Correct.
the wave arounds.
Exactly.
So you're further up the road when the restart comes. So that radio, that missed radio call, I mean, we often talk about radios in endurance racing, what a critical part they play about communication, and just missing small little things like that can ruin your day, really ruin your day.
And by the way, before you start tweeting in using the hashtag B12HR, B12HR, the reason that the leader, Shane van Gisbergen, could weave on the way down to Murray's is that the call for green had already happened. You're not allowed to weave once the safety car lights go out, which I think is a brilliant rule, and everybody should have that. It would save a lot of angst in other forms of motorsport, but the safety car was already in the lane. The AMG 63 was out of the picture, and therefore it was a green flag, and Shane was able to do whatever he wanted to do.
Always love talking to this guy, Kenny Harville. Kenny, great to see you back out of the car. How was that stint this morning? Pretty brutal with the sun, I hear.
It was good, yeah. I mean, it was a little tough for me. I stupidly forgot my sunglasses, and I thought I'd be fine with the visor. I got a tinted visor, but that really didn't do anything. And really just across the top, all you see was white. You know, there's nothing. I couldn't see the walls, I couldn't see the curbs. And for 10 laps, I mean, I was just struggling. And so I played it safe and sort of backed off the times. And then once the sun came up a little bit, we were fine. I was into the 5s, hung on to the leaders, so all good.
You tasted success here last year, which was fantastic. How's the setup? How's the team this year?
Great. You know, ARCA, very experienced. AMG got all their engineers here from Germany. And I got my same co-drivers who I love. And so far, touch wood, it's been good. You know, but the first 11 hours don't matter. So I wish you could just fast forward to the end and be in one piece.
Speaking of which, will you jump back in later?
If they need me to, yeah, probably do another stint. And I'll make sure I don't do that stint again with the morning sun.
Good move. All right, Kenny, good luck. Good to see you, mate.
Cheers, mate.
You know you're a cool cat when you say, I forgot my sunnies to drive my race car at Bathurst.
It's only a short walk to go back home.
Could have stopped out of his driveway and picked them up.
I was going to say, someone driving by, somebody could have pinged them in, couldn't they? Just pull over for a couple of seconds.
Debris safety car for Sonny's on the circuit, just pegged at him as he drives by, running down Conroy.
How Australian would that have been?
Very. That's cool. Interesting to hear that he'll get back in the car if they need him to.
All teams, bad sportsmanship flag, car 55, ignoring the blue flag signal.
That's Brad Schumacher behind the wheel. Speaking of Bathurst locals, he lives just beyond turn 1, and he's getting a rap across the knuckles for not obeying the blue flags, and that is to let lapped cars know, or soon-to-be lapped cars know, that they're about to be caught by the leaders. SVG continues to lead. You miss nothing up front. 0.6 of a second the margin between he and Matt Campbell with Valentino Rossi in third.
Between Brad Schumacher, Kenny Habul and Grant Denyer, we've got a fair real estate holding in Mount Panorama.
Correct.
Bathurst now, haven't we?
Correct.
Well, and Krilsey's taken over that huge area down there. But
Yeah,
when we
just
saw
before the
his
change.
It's
Yeah.
Robbo's
called
place.
Richard Crail Park now.
It is
Default
Robbo's place. No ownership stake
Krill paddock.
whatsoever.
Krill's paddock.
Yeah, Krill's
I like that.
That's got a good ring to it, actually.
Yeah, do you like that? You were down there last night signing that,
Yeah, he had an autograph session down there. Did
Yeah,
Richard Crail.
That's
Yeah.
enough from you too. Thank you.
Thank you to the Shakedowners, actually. You were great supporters of endurance racing around the world. About 150 of them.
Don't
here.
encourage them. Don't encourage
There
them.
we go. There we go.
Let's see a shot of the number 6 Lambo,
Can we
please,
buy
Brian,
those,
because
can we buy those banners anywhere, Richard? I just
the
want
numbers-
Signed that one now. That one's signed.
there's a car race on, gents. The number 6 Lambo's back on the racetrack, which is great news. So we'll get some laps from the Lamborghini Huracan, which is excellent. They're back down in 22nd place. And
proper uncomfortable with that, weren't you, Rich? Proper uncomfortable. Great to see this car back on the circuit, though. We heard from Grant Denyer that it was only a toe link rear suspension that they had to fix on that car, and Adrian Dietz back behind the wheel. So great to see the Wall Racing team have got the Lamborghini back on circuit. Adrian just slowly making sure everything is A-OK.
Yeah. Who'd have mates when you've got you lot, eh?
It's all right, Rich, we've only got 9 hours to go.
I'm surprised, frankly, that it lasted this long. Well, they'll systems check on that car and make sure it's okay. And Adrian just feeling his way through, letting Trent Harrison through in that number 50 Audi. That's the car we saw spin on the exit of turn 1 earlier in the race today.
I hesitate to say this because I'll get the hashtag blame Hindy. But despite what we've had so far in terms of the safety car extra at the start and that slight neutralisation to recover the Grove car, we're pretty much spot on for distance.
When you said, I hesitate to say this, that's the point at which you stop, I think.
Okay, right.
Because it always leads to something that will unravel for us. No, I like where you're going. 2,000k. It is genuinely a realistic option for today. 9 laps more than the record is all we need to get to 2,000 Ks in 12 hours.
And before that safety car, we were pretty much 5 laps up on where we needed to be. And the pace of these cars, we had the fastest shootout we've seen. This is a quick race this year. This is going to be a quick race.
Well, the 2020 race, which set the distance record at 314 laps.
Teams, pit lane penalty drive-through, car 55, ignoring blue flag signal.
So the rap on the knuckles, and that's the tension.
That comes back to the radio.
Yeah, it does.
Because we got the warning. So usually the radio would have come in saying, hey, blue flags. Yeah. Clearly the messages are not getting through to Brad Schumacher. Next question is, does he get the radio call to come in for the drive-through penalty?
Well, hopefully they've got the backup pit board to wave at him frantically as he comes through. So this is the Porsche, Matt Campbell. Flying by at Mount Panorama, the 23 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour, 5:45 a.m. The race burst into life, as did the sun over the Blue Mountains. Spectacular scenes and a spectacular, unfortunate moment at Visit New South Wales Griffin's Bend. Christopher Haase deposited into the tyres. No penalty from race control on that, and the 44 Valmont racing car continues on. And a big moment from Tony Bates. Garth Tander, John Hondoff, lucky, it has to be said, to get away with.
Yeah, one that didn't get away with, though, was Stephen Grove in the number 4 Porsche. Heavily into the wall at the exit of McPhillamy, the run down to Skyline. And then we saw the curious case of car 999 pitting out of sequence with the rest of the field. We went racing again, and it was on early between Van Gisbergen and Matt Campbell. The 101 AMG Mercedes went around, as did Adrian Dietz, getting caught out on cold tyres at that restart, and then again here at the cutting and heavy contact with the wall.
Outlawed in NASCAR, that move now, so it didn't work for him there either. That's the Chastain move, isn't it?
Current leader, though, Shane Van Gisbergen at the front of the field. Matt Campbell, half a second behind as the race continues on into its 4th hour.
Yeah, call it the cutting stripe, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Darlington stripe,
Yeah.
the cutting stripe. There's a class leaderboard, so Liam Talbot in 65, 6 outright. They got that lap back. It's gone to plan since then. Liam doing a very nice job. Yet to see Fraser Ross drive that car today, so you'd imagine he'll be in next. Aaron Cameron going along nicely for Valmont Racing and the leader in the Invitational class. And the Mark Car's car is in front. The little Mazda, Grant Donaldson behind the wheel, 20th outright. This is the outright leaderboard. That safety car, the wave around has closed everything up. Interesting, that car in 7th place with Chris Meese behind the wheel has just been going about their work in this stint. After the wave around, they were 1 minute and 25 behind the leaders, now 1 minute 10. So they've caught up 15 seconds on raw pace alone. And the double Bathurst 12-hour winner, most experienced international driver in this race's history, is going very quickly and keeping 777 in the game in what's been a reasonably frustrating day for the Audi Sport 8 Audi Sport R8s that are in the race this year.
And the frustration continues with the number 55. That is the Brad Schumacher Racing Audi that has been running very well, particularly early on in the race with Fred Verviche behind the wheel. Brad Schumacher has been called for a couple of penalties now, unsportsmanlike conduct, basically, if we were in American football terms, because the Super Bowl is going to be taking place next week. He's been given a warning for that and now ignoring blue flags. The team has a pit board out on the wall because Intel says they think he went to turn up the volume and instead changed the channel. They have no radio communication with Brad.
Maybe he's listening to us on 103.9 around the circuit. There is a flag in the carb system here, Garth, and I do have some sympathy if you haven't got radio communications, but the list of drivers' excuses are being pared down nowadays because there's a system here that puts it right in front of the driver to mirror what's going on the track.
Yeah, so in the car, there is actually a warning system, a light system, separate to the rev lights, or the shift lights that you see on the dash on the Group M Mercedes, that will indicate either yellow flag, you're in a yellow flag sector, red flag should the circuit go red, or blue flags if you're being lapped. And those blue lights were flashing in the 55 car. But often the amateur drivers or those without the experience are so busy doing what they're doing, driving the race car, sometimes those peripheral things get missed. And then when you're a bit flustered because you know you haven't got radio or things aren't going exactly right, your concentration drifts and you're not focused on what you need to be focused on. So the problem they have now for the 55 car is getting Brad's attention and telling him, hey, you've got to come to the lane. You can go and plead your case to race control and say, hey, we can't tell the driver, but they'll come back and say, well, your driver did have the in-car warning system. He could have seen the blue lights inside the cockpit. So a bit of a challenge ahead for the 55 team.
And by the way, in our highlights package there, the Spares Box highlights package, we saw the Grove car in the wall. That will still be investigated. That investigation is ongoing. They were looking for some onboard footage when the car's pitted next time around.
Which it has, because Craig Lowndes is in, so they'll have that now. I've actually just been sent some quotes from Stefan Bartholomeus from the V8sleuth.com, the leading motorsport media outlets in Australia, and he has quotes from Alex Davis saying 100% no contact. So that's his opinion, no contact there. Ultimately, Alex will say one thing, Brenton will say another, Stephen will say another thing, I'm sure. Ultimately, it's up to Craig Baird to make the final decision, and the stewards upstairs, they'll make the call, and the outcome will be the outcome from that process. Some quickish lap times going on in the field. You're just pointing out car 75, which has Jules Gounon behind the wheel, and he's about to set the fastest lap of the race. In fact, just misses out on that, but a PB for that car. And we've gone back to the 1960s now with some old school semaphore communication to try and get Brad Schumacher into pit lane to serve that penalty.
So Liam Talbot in the lane, and this doesn't look overly scheduled. There's a lot of yelling going on.
Yeah.
And it's one of the cars that was the favorite coming in for the Pro-Am class. That's Chaz Mostert, Liam Talbot, and Fraser Ross. They noticed when the car came in, there is left rear damage to this car. Put it up on the skates. It looks like they're rolling it back into the garage. There's a significant amount of blue on the left-hand side of the car. No, I'm not saying that to be facetious because the livery is blue, but blue paint from a wall. It added on to the sidewalls of the Pirellis. So they do have new tires laid out now where half the mechanics ran out the back of the garage. But they were not expecting the car to come in with damage. They were expecting it to commit, however.
That was New South Wales Griffin's Bend that he ran up against the wall.
Oh, just big understeer on the throttle early. No rotation from the car, so you could see the rear, left rear, the rear toe link was bent or broken. It was pointing in very much the wrong direction.
Hit it as square as you theoretically could, so it could have been much worse. That's Manti EMA. That's their little mascot they've been getting around with. Skippy and son or daughter. They're ready for a pit stop, are they? 21 laps in. They've still got at least 10 laps, so he's just hanging out in the sun in pit lane.
The Brews do like the morning sun. So.
I did notice Liam Talbot did shortcut through Brock Skyline as well, so that would have been on the way in direction. So that was effect rather than cause. Wow, all that hard work undone. We saw, if it is indeed a toe leak, we saw about 15 minutes for the Lamborghini before, so they'll be able to fix that and get it back out, but it's going to kill any chance of them winning the race.
Leader coming out of BMW for a Selport, and behind traffic, Matty Campbell, who dropped about a second and a half, a second and 3/4 away. Back down to a second now. Had been as close as half a second, and clearly on the restart, felt more confident with his tyres in the Porsche than Shane did. We talked about how good Shane is working on his tyres. Dangerous time for the leader always, Garth, when you reach a car that you have to pass, and particularly when it's a gaggle of cars having their own battle.
As they make their way past the 222 AMG Mercedes, they don't have to worry about that one. Craig Lowndes at the wheel right now, well aware of the race situation. Gets out of the way of Shane Van Gisbergen and Matt Campbell. Been listening to this car every time we take an onboard, and I don't think Matt's all that interested in being in the lead of the race. I think he's very, very happy being in second. There's a lot of fuel saving going on in that Porsche right now, so save a lot of fuel when you're in the slipstream of the car in front, and you can just cruise in.
He's in the lane. You don't have to. He's thinking now. Where's the? Oh, he's gone off. The car's gone off. The car. Where is he? No, he's rumbling
there he
down.
goes.
There he is.
There he goes.
Just gone by you. It's behind you. Panamite season. Well finished now, isn't it? So this is, well.
So it doesn't really because
That's
this is effectively for a drive-through. You're not allowed to stop in your box. So what they could do here is fix the radio, get that fixed, send Brad on his way, but it doesn't
55 has a second penalty. Car 55 has a second penalty, which is serving now. 2 minutes stop and go for failure to comply to black flags. Car 55 is still yet to serve the drive-through.
They're going to get pinged again because the penalty will start from the moment the guy that was leaning in the driver's door stopped touching the car. It's a 2-minute stationary penalty and not allowed to touch the car, have to sit there. And the moment he came in, the door flew open, and I think someone's dived in to try and fix the radio. Yeah, Brad almost ran over his car controller as well.
So he's asking now, why have you brought me in? Because it just said box. So he doesn't know. He probably thinks it's for the radio. They're running. Excellent. Nick Damon will be so happy with this. Got the stopwatch out on the mobile phone, essential. But he's still going to have to attend to that and fulfill that drive-through penalty.
And he's taking the second penalty first.
Yes.
And then he'll have to take the first penalty and still do a drive-through. It all comes back to that communication issue with the radio not working. What they could have actually done is turned into a proper pit stop and added 2 minutes to the end of that pit stop.
Yes.
And then do a drive-through penalty where you can't work on the car. There's a bit of negotiating going on
there is.
in pit lane. I think it's the safest way to call it.
A bit of Sunday market trading going on there, gentlemen.
The gentleman in the white hat, black jacket was Paul Martin, who's the Supercars Motorsport Operations Chief, who manages all of the motorsport side in pit lane for the full championship and indeed here at the 12 hour as well. So he's the one policing that. We're watching a very speedy Christopher Mies up on the wheel. German driver, won this race in 2011, won it again in 2012. Officially the lap record holder at this venue in a de-restricted version of an R8 at Challenge Bathurst a couple of years ago. And this year making his 11th 12-hour start.
He's done a few laps around here now. That's Mies. Last time he reported on the gap to the lead of the 777 car to the lead was 1:11.
Yeah.
It's 59 seconds now. That car has got speed. So there still has to be some time where Yasser Shaheen, the amateur driver, has to drive the 777 car. But with Mies and Ricardo Fella also part of the driving roster in that car, if they can negotiate that from a strategy point of view, Audi is still in the game. They lost their full pro car very early, but the 777 car's got good speed right now.
I like Ricky Fella's attitude at the start of the race. He played himself in nicely and then made some very smooth, very clean, very decisive overtaking manoeuvres. He was probably one of the first guys, I think, Garth, to start moving forward.
Yeah, we saw a lot of positions start to change once the sun came up. But Fella was getting it done early. They were out of position after qualifying, did not qualify where they should have.
So got some track position, got themselves in the game. They've had Yasser Shaheen in that car once already, got some driving time done for their amateur driver. And now Mies is on a tear, closing that gap back to the leader.
And the Audis have seemed better today in race trim than they were in raw, outright qualifying trim yesterday. So, yes, there was a little BOP give back of 10 kilos, but as a race package, they do seem better. And if anyone's going to make the most out of it, it'll be Christopher. It's cool to have him back. He spent a lot of time here. He came down and raced at the Velo Adelaide 500 at the end of last year in the sprint round, driving with Yasser Shaheen. Loves racing in this part of the world. Have you ever shared? You wouldn't have shared a car with him.
Yeah, we
pros.
did a
year you would have.
12 hour a couple of times together with Chris for Mies.
Yasser's done around about an hour and 8 minutes so far. Note the tape as well, the racer tape on the what should be the baby pink front end of the Mercedes, number 44 car. And that was the car that had the little whoopsie earlier on with Christopher Haase in the Audi. And I think they were just worried about that. It was barely pulled apart from the front of that car. It's quite a big front clip on that car. It goes back into the fenders, into the wings. I think they were worried about the aero.
Yeah.
You're going quick down here. You do not want body parts peeling off.
Well, you don't want it to come apart.
Yeah.
Aaron Cameron at the wheel of the 44 AMG Mercedes, getting past Fraser Ross on the freshly repaired 65 Audi. I saw that car make contact with the outside wall at turn 2. They fixed that car and sent it on its way.
This is the Mark Cars Australia 111 car with the face of Valentino Rossi on the roof, and this is the car we're talking about. Big moment for the Lamborghini with Adrian Dietz behind the wheel. That's on the run up the hill into the chase, the Scuderia Auto Art chase this weekend. And with that car having been repaired, now I could hear the V10 running.
Some big damage to that car though. It's pulled a lot of bodywork. The splitter, the front splitter, the rear diffuser, the rear bumper is hanging off that car. These cars are very good at going forwards through the air. They don't like going backwards. Oh, do not approach the chase like that. So
right rear suspension damage. I think that looked like it was tucked under.
That'd be the other side to where it was damaged before.
Yeah.
There's the Craft Bamboo car in front. Nicky Katzberg behind the wheel, just running around in 10th position. Last car in the lead lap. So remember, these guys lost quite a few laps early. They're 69 laps into the race. The leader's 84. It's been a tough old day already for the Royal Racing Adrian Dietz Lamborghini.
I'll take that back on the right rear. I think it was deranged bodywork that made the wheel look out of place. Yeah. But he's definitely got some diffuser damage. Meantime, at the BMW elbow, the hallmark.
Marcini. Very, very close to the BMW M signage there at Forest Elbow. He's another driver starting his 11th Bathurst 12 hour this weekend. Only missed one in the GT era, has a vastly experienced Victorian. So working pit lane. To avoid going yellow, Adrian's been able to link that car back and they'll go into the garage. The reason for that, you can throw more people at the car to work on it when you are in the shed. SVG leads 0.8 of a second the margin over the Porsche.
How about Valentino Rossi? He dropped after the restart. He dropped about 9 or 10 seconds, and he's now, since the restart, only dropped another 4 seconds, and he's 7.5 seconds ahead of Grenier in the 999 car, which, you know, he's been behind her for quite a long time, and he's knocking out the times pretty sensibly out there at the moment. And this is his first competitive run on the Mount. Pretty impressive.
I've been seriously impressed with his commitment to the job at hand. I mean, he's pulled from pillar to post in appearances with fans. Even this morning, talking to him on the grid, Valentino, we have a quick chat for the broadcast, but he was so focused on the car and was very generous with his time and had a chat, but it was just the focus on the job at hand, and proof in the pudding. Running P3, there on pace, doing the job. Very, very impressive.
If you're managing him now, if you're WRT and they've managed him very nicely, they asked him, when he came to them when they were still with Audi, what he wanted to achieve, and the plan with him for what he wanted to do. They'll be just keeping him nice and cool and saying, you're doing great, you're doing your 203s. Low 203s is fine for him at the moment.
Oh, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Now, this is the frosting on the cake of the day that it has been for the 55 car. This is a drive-through penalty for Brad Schumacher. This is penalty part 2, having already served 2 minutes stationary. Oh, they're actually going to go and do a...
They're going to do a driver change.
Yeah, okay.
How long's Brad been in the car?
So Brad didn't even want to do the penalty. He's going to get out and...
Did the crime, but not going to do the time.
I think James Golding's going to have to serve his penalty for him. That's tough, isn't it? Well, he's the boss, I suppose. This is a bit of a JV this weekend, a joint venture between Schumacher Motorsport, Brad's own team. This is his car, and Premier Hire Racing, who have burst onto the scene in circuit racing in recent times. I haven't seen Peter Gibberis around. I'm sure he's here, but last weekend won his first ever round in the Australian Top Fuel Championship at Sydney Dragway in front of a massive crowd there. Really good for the Premier Top Fuel team. So by our maths, they've still got a drive-through penalty to serve, and it will be up to... Suggested to be James Golding getting behind the wheel.
There. Even I know that.
Ooh. That's, I mean, you've been there. That's hard in mouth stuff.
Yeah, that's about as wide as you want to be. You don't just the important thing to do there is when you find yourself wide at McPhillamy, the car's still pointing forward, just open the steering wheel. You ask if Peter Zibris is here.
Yeah, there is.
The man. Excellent. That's responsible for Premier Hire Racing.
So that was the 19
Mark
corporation.
Griffith at the wheel of that GT4 AMG. Got away with that one there. Probably worth heading down to the local newsagents and getting a lotto ticket this afternoon. Not often you get away with a big one at McPhillamy.
Just after 9 o'clock. Still 8 3/4 hours to go. Shane van Gisbergen by half a second to Matty Campbell. Valentino Rossi, we've mentioned, he's another 15 seconds further back and leads a pack. But this is not Valentino holding up Grenier, Wert, Mies, Whincup. No, no, no. There are decent gaps between all of those cars. And at the moment, Van Gisbergen doing what SVG does, and Matty Campbell doing what Matty Campbell does. It feels as though there's a little bit of stalking going on here between the Porsche and the leader in the AMG.
Garth, a little bit ago you mentioned that, I'll come back to that, we'll get down to Shay first, but I just want to talk about Matt's strategy here. Shay?
Well, guys, I was going to jump in for a quick conversation with Brad Schumacher, but he's just gotten out of the 55 Audi. Very heated conversation with the officials about blue flags, and he's actually said no, not up for a conversation at the present time. It's very difficult for him at this point because the flashing blue on the screen, that does count as a blue flag in the minds of the officials. To him, not so much because he wasn't seeing the blue flags from any of the corner workers. But with this race, the blue flag in the car counts just the same.
Thank you, Shay. Appreciate that. And from one pit reporter to a new member to the team today, let's go down to the Sportsbet Audi team and say hello to Chaz Mostert. Morning, mate. Tough all day at the office for your crew so far.
Yeah, we've done great guns till about 15 minutes ago, I think it was. So, yeah, Liam lost the car a little bit. I think he just damaged a wheel, so I think we got away with it. Pace is starting to come back into the car now. But yeah, I think we're 3 laps down now. So yeah, if we can pray for a couple of cars to be bogged and get back out, a couple of safety cars, a couple of lucky dogs, you know what this race can be like. So yeah, we're glad to have a straight car. We're still going, so that's positive.
Well, the important thing, Chaz, is your car is still straight and it's very, very fast. When you jumped in the car, the timing screen lit up. It looked like we were seeing angry Chaz out there when you were behind the wheel after that little moment on the cold tyre, leaving pit lane and crossing the blend line. Tell us about the cold tyre and bringing that in, and then tell us about the car balance once you got the tyre up to 10.
Yeah, I'd like to say the pit exit was a rookie area, but I'm 30 now, so I can't really use that excuse anymore. But yeah, the car was super cold on the tyre. It took about 4 or 5 laps to come in. But yeah, pretty sketchy compared to what I'm used to in the supercar land. But car seemed pretty quick. I think we're pretty quick across the top. I think we're missing a bit down the chutes compared to some other competitors. But lap time wise, we're right in the mix. But race car might be a little bit tricky, come the end of the day. But hey, we're in the mix. We're having fun. Sports Bet Audi's having a bit of fun as well. And Liam and Fraser are awesome to work with. So I'm having a great time. But I'll take the opportunity to say hello to the fam back home. They couldn't come down this weekend, so they're probably at home having a hot chocolate and watching the race.
Chaz had signed off here in the booth. We were speculating that you might have been driving a little bit annoyed. I know it takes a bit to get you annoyed, but my goodness me, you were hanging it out over the top of the mountain there after that drive-through. And I mean, on pace, you got your lap back. You didn't need the lucky dog. Well done, mate.
Yeah, thanks. It's like anything. If you stub your toe, you're going to be pretty angry, and you cross the line on pit exit and you get yourself a drive-through, you're going to be pretty angry. So. I've been driving pretty angry this weekend. You pointed it out, but the car's obviously pretty quick. I was probably lucky in that stint that I had a fresh set of tyres. We opted to change tyres for that one. Pressure's just got a bit too high, and I think that's what really brought us back into it. So the car probably made me look better than what I actually am.
Chaz, you were in the car at the start of last year's race when we were driving through mist and fog and all of the craziness going on then, but the ambient temperature this morning, I reckon, was even colder than it was in last year's race. How difficult was that opening stint and just getting those Pirellis working early on while you're in the middle of that pack?
I have no idea. I didn't start the race. So,
oh, you didn't, did you? Liam was in the car, wasn't he?
Liam was in the car.
Got it easy.
And Liam did an absolutely amazing job. So, we got the Super Am in there. He did a good job. He stayed on the lead lap. And, look, I think it was just part of our strategy today that we have to kind of run to. Liam's a real safe set of hands, and we'll just we'll see how we go towards the end of the day.
Chaz, you've done a few miles around here in the Audi now, and we know that straight line speed is not one of the Audi's strengths here at Mount Panorama, but it looks to me like your particular Audi is a little bit quicker than the other Audis in a straight line. Do you know whether you guys are running slightly less downforce than the other Audis, and potentially to give you more of that race ability that you think you might need later in the day?
I've just disappeared, but look, to be honest, up the back straight and front shade, I just jump up and down in the seat, and it seems to help it a little bit more. So
like you're still in a go-kart.
The setups are still same, so I just try and get the head down that little bit lower, and I jump up and down, and it seems to be flowing along. But I'm not too sure about the other guys. I thought we were all pretty similar for our practice, but maybe I just got a couple of good exits off the elbow, and the car seems to be pretty good there.
Not long till Newcastle, mate. Is this seat time good, handy, just to keep you sharp before the opening round of supercars?
Yeah, this was very important for me to do this race. I felt like when you have 2 months off, you get a bit rusty. So to come to one of the hardest tracks in Australia, in different machinery, really tests you out and gets you up to speed quite quick. So I'm really glad I've done this weekend. And hopefully it can help out by the time Newcastle comes. So I know next couple of weeks is going to be quite busy for all the supercar teams, testing, all that kind of stuff. So I'm just glad to come here and blow the cobwebs out.
Looking forward to seeing you there in a few weeks. Thanks for your time, Chaz. Appreciate it. Good luck for the rest of the day.
I appreciate you guys giving me the time. Thank you very much.
There's Chaz Monster down at the Sportsbet Audi pit.
See ya, Chaz.
They're down there in 16th position there, 3 laps back now. Just under 3 laps back, but with a couple of safety cars.
I was going to say, that's 3 safety cars, potentially. If before the 11th hour, 3 safety cars, and they're potentially back in it.
So we're 30 laps now into this stint for our race leaders, and Shane Van Gisbergen's just punched out personal best lap time for that car for the whole race. Some 3 hours and 22 minutes into it with a 2:03.26. The margin a second. Now, before all of that, I was going to pose the question to you, Garth Tander. Made a comment before that you felt there wasn't much impetus from Matt Campbell to actually try and pass Shane Van Gisbergen. For those that may not follow this style of racing closely, why? Surely you want to be out in front, don't you? Why would you, in Matt Campbell's shoes, want to be just sitting in behind Shane Van Gisbergen and cruising around like he is in second place?
Today we'll talk a lot about fuel windows and driver time and fuel economy. And every time we've had an onboard shot from the 912 Porsche of Matt Campbell, he's been lifting off early, he's been rolling a lot, he's been saving fuel. And the best way to save fuel is to lift and coast at the end of the straights and stay in the slipstream of a car in front, because you're not punching a hole in the air. So for me, it looks to me like Matt Campbell's saving fuel, and that might not be necessarily for right here, right now, to go a lap later in this stint, but it's to understand just how far you can go on a tank of fuel. So if a safety car comes late in the race, within the last hour and 20 minutes, for example, And if you think you can do only an hour and 15 minutes on a tank of fuel flat out, could you save some fuel and stretch it to that extra 5 minutes of running that you need if the safety car falls just at the right time? So they're gathering information right now, effectively. And so there was a couple of chances there I felt like Matt had to get past Shane, but he didn't take it. He rolled out of it, and he's keep the car under control, but more importantly, save some fuel.
It can even benefit you in a safety car period, because if you don't have to put quite as much fuel in the tank when you're standing still, that could give you a second, a couple of seconds, you know, and get your track position that way. So it's win-win here, is what we're saying.
Yeah. You can go exactly like to your point. Your standstill time is less if you're putting less fuel in the car because you've saved fuel, or you can potentially save fuel going forward. Or if you get a pit stop, safety car comes slightly earlier than you want it, but you know you can stretch, then that can work in your favour too.
The other thing about the race this year, as we watch the Hallmark car going in and the 47 car spun, and a big crash on the run down the hill, and that is Aaron Cameron from 9th position.
Flags, safety car boards and flags.
Safety car out for the 3rd time in this race, and this will trigger a rush of pit stops. Everyone was right in their pit window, or just opening. 2 cars involved. The 47 Superbarn Supermarkets car, it's Theo Condurus behind the wheel. He's trying to get that car turned around, but the big damage is with the Valmont Racing AMG. They were leading their class, the silver class, and they were running in 9th position outright. I was just looking at Aaron's lap times. He had put together a brilliant stint, and on average over 32 laps, his average lap time was only 3 or 4 tenths of a second a lap slower than Shane van Gisbergen. So that was mighty stuff from the 23-year-old. Let's unpick this. The run into the spares box dipper.
Oh, they're both backwards.
Oh, who was that? Who just picked their way through?
I think that was the 24 AMG. Jordan Love at the wheel of that one. But when they both approached in our shot, both cars backwards. And that's, I mean, the dipper is a slow corner, but the speed you carry from Skyline to this point of the circuit is significant. It is seriously fast.
The Supermarkets Audi having to do that 3-point turn backwards and forwards. That car does not look anywhere near as badly damaged as the other car involved. The problem is, you've got to do that when there's nobody around you, and the marshals are helping out here. Thank you to all of our volunteers. We can't go racing without you, whether you're waving a flag, you're on recovery or whatever. Oh my goodness.
What? They've parked at 45 degrees there in the Audi. That's a strange one. Chris Meese behind the wheel of 777. The leaders are in, so you can see at the top of the lane there the Grello Porsche with Matt Campbell in, and now Shane van Gisbergen will roll up to the opposite end of the lane to see 888 for some service.
They lost a ton of time with that. It was Christopher Mees driving. He's walking away, shaking his head right now. They were clearly not meaning to park that car at a 45-degree angle and not parking it in the bay. And the result was they just couldn't either reach with the spike, and they also couldn't reach with the fuel hose. So they spent quite a bit of time moving that car around before they could even start servicing it. They got the driver change complete. It looked like Yasser Shahin that got back in that car. But Christopher was very frustrated that they didn't get that car parked on the right angle.
It was a brilliant stint for Chris Meese as well, Chad, to get them back into the race and into contention. Ironically, this safety car will help them and sort of minimises any penalty. So Rossi in, Grenier in, Charles Viert's in as well.
The lead changing.
Yep. So that Manthey EMA team, their pit stops have been unbelievable in pit stop practice so far.
Just what we were talking about, guys.
That was the fuel that Matty Campbell saved. The standstill time was less than the leader of Shane van Gisbergen, and it could not be a more graphic example. Save fuel, standstill less than the pit stops. They both took fuel, they both did tyres. Just the fuel time on the Porsche was less.
And I was talking to some of the rival teams pitted around them.
Will bring 4 cars between Mr. Martin and 912.
And they were saying that they, in practice pit stops, were doing 4 tyres. Remember, they're only allowed the 2 people doing the tyres, like you can see here for Group M. They're doing it in 10 seconds. So really, really well-drilled team. And that could be the difference later in the day.
Sounds like there's a gun issue going on here. The WRT. Got that one car going.
They've got serious, like, F1 style battle guns in that team as well. A really impressive tech to make the pit stops as quick as they can.
Yep, 2 men, 2 guns, 4 tyres in GT racing.
So Thomas Pointing will take over now.
Van Gisbergen stayed in the 888 AMG Mercedes.
So change of the lead. Porsche in front for the first time in this year's LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour. We're under the Mercedes AMG safety car. Porsche, Mercedes and BMW, the top three. Meanwhile, big damage to the Valmont Racing AMG. What a shame for that team. It built a really nice weekend. That car's just had a big upgrade to full Evo specification before the weekend. It's going to have to be re-Evo'd, I think, before the next round. They take that out racing. We didn't even get a chance to see Marcel's allure behind the wheel of that car. Quick driver change. So this is Sun Energy 1 going to work. Gilles Gounon was behind the wheel in that last stint, and this safety car again helps them. It makes up for that drive-through penalty, brings them right back into the mix.
That was a nice shot, actually, of Lucas Stoltz adjusting the steering wheel in the car. And you can adjust the steering wheel, you can adjust the pedals. So much more flexibility for driver changes with varying driver heights in GT3 cars. Sun One Energy team finishing that pit stop. Lucas Stoltz will be on his way.
Got to keep your cool about you in this. Easy to make mistakes in the pits and will cost you. That little choreography.
Those little mistakes already. Yeah. Cold tyres crossing the blend line on the exit. Radio not working. Then a multitude of penalties on the back of that for the Schumacher Motorsport Audi team. So just small, seemingly insignificant things can have massive consequences in this race. And you're going to have mistakes. Yeah. 12-hour race, they're going to be mistakes. It's about minimising them and about how you recover from those mistakes. So,
are you a driver that can just go, right, that's gone now, let's move on, turn the page?
It's a skill you need to develop. You absolutely have to develop it. Early in my career, no. I held on to them. Later in my career,
I was going to say,
develop that skill where it's just, okay.
That might have been a loaded question.
I can't change the past, but I can influence the future.
I was going to say, answer carefully. I've seen it all.
But how many times have we seen people make a slight mistake? Half a spin or whatever in a long race, 10, 12, 24-hour race, and they're trying to make up all the time they've lost in the next three corners.
Make a bigger mistake.
Correct.
Yeah,
and you end up shunting the car and you're out of the race. I remember talking to Ron Fellows, Corvette driver, and about making overtaking manoeuvres and saying, look, you're going to lose time behind people sometimes. You've got to get that in your head as you're an endurance driver. You lose a couple of seconds in a lap. That looks terrible on the timing screen. But there's nothing, even with his brilliant pit crew, that can be fixed in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So that's the balance, isn't it? Absolutely has to be looked at.
So Porsche lead the way in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour for the first time today. Shane van Gisbergen second. Augusto Farfus, we're behind the Mercedes AMG safety car for the third time today. Earlier this week, Chad caught up with Maro Engel, though. He's had a good day for a chat about the recent exploits and the brand new Mercedes AMG C43.
Time now at Bathurst to see something brand new as Mercedes AMG takes the covers off the new C43, which is awfully exciting. So cool to see this guy back, Maro Engel. He's been winning everything, breaking records everywhere, so you're the perfect guy to chat about these new wheels behind us. It's pretty exciting, but it's also a pretty robust mix of performance and efficiency.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing to finally, have the Australian debut of this car, one of our newest cars, and yeah, I mean the bottom line is more performance, more efficiency, and performance luxury. So in this car, we've got a few really cool new features. For example, the rear wheel steering. So known from our GT platform, we now have this in the C43 here. This is also the world's first series production unit featuring an electric exhaust gas turbocharger. The advantage of that is that you have better response on the throttle, and at low revs you have much more torque. So a lot of cutting-the-edge technology going into this car derived also from our Formula 1 technology. So we have an extra 10 kilowatt boost
300 kilowatts total output, so the car goes when you put your foot down. So a lot of different elements, active aero elements in the car, so performance is always the key, and just putting that new cutting edge technology into the car.
Perfect. Who do you reckon this is aimed at? What's the target audience here?
I'd say guys like you and me. I mean, guys who are obviously like their cars, like performance, and are interested in new technology and cutting edge technology, because that's what this is. We're breaking boundaries, and as far as we're concerned, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, so this is all filtering down from Formula One, and this is sort of the new breed of performance Mercedes AMG cars. So we've got the 43, we've got that behind us, and the 63's coming in. It all leads up to the car that you were lucky enough to drive at the Nürburgring and break that record in the AMG 1. What's the correlation between all these cars?
Well, yeah, I mean, the battery technology we have in these cars is straight, derived from our Formula One development and battery technology that we have in the cars. So it's great to see that now making its way onto the roads and being available for our customers. And from a driving point of view, personally, I've always been a big fan of the C63s, all the various generations of cars, and now having the first non-V8, obviously there was some skepticism around from people. I'll tell you what, the first 2 minutes I drove the car, I was sold. You put your foot down, 680 horsepower, it's just incredible, and you hit the brakes and you just regen that energy so quickly, recuperate it, so it's really impressive, and it's great to see the direction we're heading in there.
One of the many cool things you've been up to recently, smashing the Nürburgring lap record. Tell us about the car and how that experience was.
Obviously an amazing experience. I mean, what a car the AMG 1 is. I think it's safe to say it's the fastest road legal car out there on any racetrack in the world, and I mean, this is a pretty special place, but obviously also for us in terms of our development, the Nürburgring is the benchmark, so we said we had to go there, and it was an honor and a pleasure for me to push the car around there, and the speeds are insane. I mean, it's just so fast. Breaking the lap record by that amount on a day which wasn't even perfect because we still had a bit of a wet patch and a little bit of oil down, so it was great, and just a great accomplishment, and shows what that F1 technology, bringing that to the road, what that does for you.
New South Wales is one of the most geographically diverse and experience-rich states in Australia. In a matter of hours, travellers can find themselves on white sandy beaches, outback plains, wine country, good drops around the place as well, and some lush rainforests as well. It is pristine. It is a fantastic place to come and visit, and when you do so, you need to make sure you get yourself over here to the Central West, to the great city of Bathurst, and the even greater Mount Panorama circuit. It is an excellent place to be. We're 93 laps into the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour of 2023.
Well, the Superbarn Audi is back in pit lane. It's in the garage, and they're working feverishly to get it back out there. Theo Conduris is okay, that's the good news. Never a nice thing to be pointing side onto the traffic at Skyline, mate. That must be pretty frightful.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling, and I didn't realise I think he's just come in too hot and hit my rear. I really don't know where he came from. So, yeah, not much fun at all. But
is that how it played out pretty much from your scenario? How long had you two been sort of duelling until that point?
Look, we went past the slower car just before that, and I think he's just come over too hot and couldn't pull it up, and I don't know, pile drive me.
Okay, that's unfortunate. The vibe down here, hopefully get this thing back out?
Yeah, we should get back on track and see what we can salvage for the day, and yeah, get back out there.
Thanks for the chat, mate.
Thanks. Cheers.
Down here, just a couple garages down, which is a little bit uncomfortable for everyone for Valmont Racing, but Dean Canto playing a very important role with the team this weekend. Dean, no one really got a great view of what happened, but what would you read on it?
Yeah, look, it's obviously a faster driver coming up on a slower driver. The slower driver may not have seen him in his mirrors. Aaron was thought he might have been clear. It's one of those corners over Skyline. We see it happen a lot of times. All we needed was the AM to move over to the left and go down the escape road, but they made contact. Unfortunately, it's ended our race. But the team did a great job. We got our lap back early, and we had good pace for the car. Strategy was looking good. It's a big effort to come here for the 12 hours, so everyone's feeling it in the heart. But we'll come back next year.
Means you can go watch from the mountain somewhere. Go find a cold beverage. Thanks.
Thank you. Cheers.
Far be it from me, because I'm not the experienced race driver, but every driver's briefing that I've been in, and that's far fewer than you have, if you're making a pass, it's up to you to get around, and you're always told as the slower driver, stick to your racing line, not drive off the track.
Yeah.
it's a rich comment to ask the AM driver to go up the escape road to get out of the way, but often we see at the exit of Nick Phillamy and the run to Skyline, a driver will move across and take the natural racing line on the approach to Skyline, and that invites the following car to stick their nose up the inside on the approach to Skyline. The problem with passing at Skyline, it's not a real braking zone. You're sort of flowing the car off across the top of the mountain. So it's not like you can out-brake someone into Skyline because you don't really stop the car, you're just keeping the momentum up. And it's definitely not 2 lanes across the top of Skyline. And so quite often you can result in this misunderstanding of the car in lead moving across to take the natural racing line, thinking that they can come back to the apex, and you get this misunderstanding and contact was made, and we see there 2 cars backwards in our shot on the run down to the depot with big damage, certainly to that 44 Belmont Racing AMG.
Let's just go back to what's happening behind the AMG 63 safety car. Slightly quicker turnaround by the Manthey 912 Porsche team. Installed Austrian driver Thomas Preining into that car. Very well thought of as Porsche, this young man. And probably with that little bit of saving that Matty Campbell had done, there you go, that was in the bank. And he's turned around and he's out in front of the previous leader, the 888 of Shane van Gisbergen. Still in 3rd position, now with Augusto Farfus behind the wheel. Valentino Rossi, after a fantastic stint, first stint competitively around the mountain, has stood down and let Augusto in. Then it's Mauro Engel in the pole-sitting car.
So that 999 car still hasn't really recovered. Well, it hasn't recovered from that curious pit stop strategy of pitting under safety car but a lap behind the majority of the field. So losing track position, I mean, that 999 car was clearly the fastest car at the start of the race. But losing that track position early, they haven't, in a stint and a half since then, they haven't been able to really go forward. They've got 1 spot back throughout the pit stop cycle.
The usual before dawn start, 5:45 this morning, but it's worth getting up for here at the mountain. Early problems for Christopher Haase and the Audi, pitched into the wall. Then it was the Grove Porsche at the top of the mountain that brought out the safety car for the first official time. The Chastain move round the Audi cutting didn't work, and that was the first of a number of incidents for the Wall Lamborghini. That car back in the garage now, and most recently a 2-car incident, and again the number 44 AMG involved with another Audi. This car, that car's very well damaged at the back of the car. 94 laps down, Thomas Preining leads.
This is how the field stands as we work our way towards hour number 5 of this race. They're the classes. Jeffrey Ibrahim behind the wheel of 99 assumes the lead in the Pro-Am class, and quite quietly they've climbed their way up into the top 6. So this has been a really good little stanza for the second car from 888, the Boost Mobile car. Silver class now led by the Kiwi entry, Andrew Fawcett behind the wheel in 11th outright. The Invitational leader is down in 20th. Jeff Taunton behind the wheel of the Mark Cars entry. This is the leaderboard. Porsche on top for the first time today. Highlighted the efforts by Valentino Rossi. That car 3rd for that entire stint. It's now got Augusto Farfus behind the wheel. One I did want to touch on was that Nicky Katzberg went 36 laps in that stint. So it's about the longest we've seen today from a fuel economy point of view. A couple of laps of yellow involved in that, but he spent the longest time of anyone, 37 laps, correction, it was, in that stint. So the BMW is showing some decent fuel economy as well as some decent speed. And we have heard from race control the lights will be out. The wave by process will start. So the first car 1 lap behind is David Reynolds in car number 24, which is the Makita Tony Bates Racing Mercedes AMG. So Dave will be able to go through. Fraser Ross behind the wheel of 65. So they're going to get 1 of their 2 laps back. That's really positive for those guys. 1 more safety car and they're back in the game. And Lee Holdsworth is another who will get the wave around.
Hey guys, I just noticed that the 75, the Sun Energy 1 car, pitted twice during this safety car period. So it came down to investigate. Jules Gounon has got out of that car, and Lucas Stoles is back in there doing his job. And it was because it was overheating, it was actually sucking in a little bit of grass and stuff into the intake, so they just wanted to clean it all out. Kenny said that the car had no air flowing through the cabin as well, so just took that extra opportunity behind the safety car to blow it all out and make sure it was clean and good to go.
Interesting that Kenny Habul mentioned that there's no air coming through the cabin. That air, cockpit air, is taken from the front of the car and ducted past the engine. So clearly some blockage in the front of that Sun One Energy AMG Mercedes. One, for the driver to keep cool, but more importantly, to keep the engine temperature under control. And we are expecting a warm day here this afternoon at Mount Panorama.
Here's the wave bike, guys. Now let's see if everybody gets this right this time. Remember, there was a couple of cars that were a little bit tardy. The number 55, Fuchs Lubricants Audi with no radio, was rather disadvantaged, and that set in motion.
Car's gone past wave bike.
That set in motion it.
Copy, confirming lights out at 19.7, return to pit lane.
A set of events that's put them 3 laps down. They get one of those back now.
So as soon as the lights go out, no weaving behind the safety car. Remember, the other thing that's been pointed out is that 888 and 75 both executed a brake pad change during that pit stop shuffle as well. So they've just ticked that box nice and early to get fresh pads into those cars.
Those of you that follow the Bathurst 1000 Supercar race will know that there's a mandated brake pad change in that race. No mandated brake pad change here, but the AMGs have decided that they will do a brake pad change early. I saw the 888 team doing a lot of pit stop practice with brake pad changes.
Green flag, green flag, green flag.
Here we go. Restarts today have been somewhat feisty. So let's see what this one brings. It's Thomas Preuning who brings the field back to green in the Grello Porsche. Behind them, Shane van Gisbergen, who stayed behind the wheel. The Porsche goes and just picks his timing perfectly. Augusto Farfus next in 46. Maro Engel behind the wheel of 999. So they're back to 4th. And Sheldon Vanderlinden now is behind the wheel of the 32 BMW. He's 5th.
Remember what happened on the last restart, guys. The Porsche got up to temperature with the Pirellis quicker. We know Shane van Gisbergen's very careful with his tyres. Thomas Preuning perhaps saw that and is making his bid for freedom here. What, he's pulled out his second and he's not at turn 2 visit New South Wales Griffin's Bend yet, Garth.
I thought when he came through the final corner at Murray's, I thought he'd sent it off the road. He was carried that much speed relative to what Van Gisbergen was prepared to do. Now Augusto Farfus finds himself right behind Van Gisbergen in that 888 AMG Mercedes, but Thomas Preuning, he's gone. Like, that gap now continues to open. So we saw this earlier though. Van Gisbergen was prepared to wait to bring his tyres in gently at the restart. He's very canny in positioning his car in just the right spot so he can hold those behind him that want to get on with it earlier behind him. And then I actually watched Shane's lap times late in that stint, and he was very fast at the end. So you give up a little bit now, but you get a big reward late in the stint.
Farfus, though, is sniffing blood here, and Augusto Farfus has never been backwards and coming forwards, and maybe this is the time for the pole-sitting car. Garth, you were saying in the rundown that it hasn't moved forward very far, but Maro Engel behind the wheel of that car is right there and trying to get on terms. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th, the bright red AMG, the mainly white BMW, and then the highlight the yellow AMG, that 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and the little green speck that's disappearing in the distance is the Grello Porsche.
Thomas Preuning's a great young talent, part of this massive cadre of junior drivers that Porsche have got on their books. He's a 24-year-old from Austria. He's been here once before in 2020. He was in a car that was in the mix in that race right to the very end. Absolute Racing were running the 2 factory entries that weekend, the Chinese team, and they ran that car very long and extricated lots of fuel mileage out of it late. Ultimately, they didn't get a safety car they were looking for. They went deep into the race in long green flag runs, put new tyres and fuel in, and were hoping for a late safety car to blaze their way through. It didn't work for them that year, and they finished 7th. But he's got priors here before, and he is using all of that experience to his benefit to build a 2.2 second lead in one stop. Now, you've just spotted something flapping around on the front of the Gruppa M Racing Man Filters AMG.
Yeah, I did. It looks like a rubber strip that would seal the bonnet.
Yeah.
On the leading edge of the bonnet, you can see it flapping around. If you just look at the horizon, if you like, of the bonnet when speed comes up, on this car. You can just see something flapping there. It's not going to be a big deal breaker for that car. It's just enough to be annoying there as a driver. You can see it sitting right back there.
Oh, yeah.
So it does affect the aero. The reason there's a seal there is to seal the front of the car up so it's more efficient as it cuts through the air. I mean, it's one of those little, it's not even a 1%er, it's probably a 0.5%er. As long as that doesn't wrap itself around a windscreen wiper or a bonnet pin or go over and then wrap itself around the rear wing, and then the rear wing loses some efficiency. So it's just an annoying thing right now, and hope that that doesn't turn into something more significant.
Rocking the old movable aero device there, chaparral like on the front rather than the back. Sorry, I'm showing my age there.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Sorry guys. Moving on. That is going to be. It's not the fact that it's sticking up, the fact that it's flapping around. That will catch your eye.
Oh, big fuel save there, that lap from Murrow Engel. You can hear it. That'll be a hallmark of the day, particularly when you find yourself in this situation where you know you're not going to make a passing move. You're better to roll out of it, save some fuel. I am curious just to watch the performance of the BMW head-to-head with the AMG, just its strengths and weaknesses. We haven't really seen too much of them go head-to-head on track until now. And Murrow Engel, we know he's not going to need a second invite. If there's an opportunity, and if the door is just slightly ajar.
Murrow doesn't need a first invite, it just appears and he's there.
He's got to run here up Mountain Straight.
That torque of the AMG drags it up Mountain Straight so well, and Brazilian feels the need to defend on the run up to visit New South Wales corner, but not close enough that time to get up the inside.
And keep an eye on the next car coming on to the end of this. That Shelton von der Linde in 5th position in the second of the WRT BMWs. That car's had a relatively quiet race so far, but has worked its way through. Qualified a little bit further down in the Pirelli shootout yesterday. We've seen from WRT that they have the knowledge and they have the experience to win this race. They've changed manufacturers over the closed season, and they are forging a new relationship with BMW. They've already raced a 24-hour competition out in Dubai, the second week of January, and not exactly a shakedown. Von Voss was clear that they were taking it seriously and they wanted to give the race the respect that they wanted, but it was an opportunity for them to get to know the car. And they did that, first and third in a quality GT3 field.
There's no real speed at the front of the field right now. The last lap by, they were all in the 5s. The fastest car on the previous lap was Lucas Stoltz. He was a 3.6. So there's a bit of cat and mouse going on at the front of the field here now. Greining's got that 2.5-second lead, but there's not record pace right now.
As you would appreciate, one of the great things about this race is the factory support for the cars out on the track. And from Audi Sport Customer Centre, Chris Reinke joins me now. Chris, amazing support that you put up here for the teams. And how are you enjoying the experience? You've been here many times now.
Yeah, absolutely. We always enjoy, you know, coming down to the Mount Panorama, down to Bathurst. Great crowd, great venue here, good racing. So that is for sure exciting. If we look at the loyalty of the customers who flies Audi Sport flag all year round, win championships in GT racing, to have them all together here in the Audi Sport customer racing family at the Bathurst 12 Hours is absolutely exciting.
It's a very impressive turnout. Now I want to talk about your RS, beautiful car. Did it set a lap record around here for an electric car?
Absolutely, yeah. We brought this time around the RS e-tron GT along. And, you know, in the here and now, customer racing is about combustion racing for sure, and GT3, our main product, very successful here around the mountain. But obviously there is a future, and the future mobility will be electric, and therefore we were absolutely excited when we get the chance to bring the RS e-tron GT along. Sole, pure production car. And we took it around, and Christopher Mies set the record for electric vehicles on the racetrack of Bathurst with a 228 yesterday. And that got us very excited because Christopher Mies also holds an absolute record here for the GT3 that we set in 2018 was a 149. And now to put him, you know, on tomorrow's mobility on the e-tron car and once again set a record. Exciting venture.
A couple of impressive records to have as well. Can we see an Audi on the podium at the end of the day? How are we tracking?
Absolutely, we hope for that. Obviously, our main contender, hopefully for win, was punted out early in the race. Unfortunately, we are still all a bit heartbroken and disappointed about it. But the race is still on and a long way to go. And I think especially with the 777 car, I think we have a good chance at least for the podium. We're very focused now to keep that car out of trouble and exactly, somehow sweeps up what others might leave behind.
It's a long race, Chris. Hey, always great to see you out here. Great to have your support for this race. Thanks for coming.
Well, thanks a lot to everybody out there. All the best.
Thank you.
Awful lot of people around the world will be listening to what Chris Wanke, head of Audi Motorsport, was saying. Audi customer, Audi Sport Customer Racing, to give him his proper title, is saying that a little bit of uncertainty about the future because the Audi R8 that is running here, we don't know what the replacement for that car will be. And the race cars have to be led by the road cars. But good times for Audi have been had down here. Let's hope they continue. And there's clearly a problem for this 777 car with their radio as well.
Yes, there is, guys. The message being communicated. We hear you. We know what you're saying as Yasser Shaheen gets on the radio, but the team unable to communicate with him verbally. They've reverted to the good old-fashioned number board that hangs out the side of the wall with all the numbers counting down as to how many laps left in this stint before he will pit once again. So the team being very ingenuitive to try and figure out a way to keep their driver out on the track and also well informed of what's going on. As we've got a car off in turn 1, I think that was the 19, the Invitational Class Mercedes GT4.
Fabian Schiller behind the wheel, Shay, of that car. The car 19 was running 19th, second in class, and it's just stopped drivers right just beyond Shannon's Hill corner here at Mount Panorama. So...
Is that in the runoff there?
Yeah, it is.
Escape road.
Yeah, straight up.
Yeah.
Race control will manage that.
Safety car boards.
They're managing it with a safety car.
Off at turn 1.
Even though it is up the escape road, it is up the escape road at a heavy braking zone.
Only 8 laps into this stint for just about anybody. Everybody on the field pulled in under the last safety car.
That car did not go into their underpower. Had a couple of tweets from people down there using the hashtag B12HR that was dead stick coming in there, coasted to a halt.
Car 912.
Richard Crale, you're a strategy guru. Do you pit or do you stay?
I wonder if, it's only been 8 laps. That's the problem.
So it's a third of a stint, effectively.
It is, true. And we saw earlier in the race, 75 took themselves off sequence, but then that safety car and everyone stopped. I don't think it's soon enough. It was 75 come in, so they're the ones that have been rolling the dice and have seemed to be more willing to roll the dice. Now, we heard from Kenny Habul earlier in the race that he may jump in if they need him to. I wonder if you take this opportunity to put him back in the car, free up that driver time for Jules Gounon and Lucas Stoles later in the race. Let's see. At the very least, top the car off and you're going to be 8 laps better than anybody else in another green flag run.
And that's going to depend how far your drive is through the stint, because if they are already going to be going to the end of a double in the 150 minutes, there's no point in extending that. Well, but I suppose if there is, it'll take less time at the next stop. So there's a school of thought from some teams.
And if you're rotating 2 drivers from here on in, the more flexibility you can get in when they're in the car now is better later in the day. Ice cream headache stuff. Strategy at the 12 hour, but we love it. It all play out in just over 8 hours.
There is a school of thought that if you can get a free fuel stop, even if it's a third of a tank,
take it.
Then you take it.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what track position you lose. We saw that with the 999 car. Once they gave up track position, they still haven't got it back. They still find themselves buried in 4th spot after commanding the race for the first stint and a half. So you don't want to give up too much track position. I mean, it's still early days. We're 4 hours into a 12-hour race, 8 hours to go. But you don't want to you don't want to bury yourself in the field and find yourself caught up with another incident that may not be your doing because you're deeper in the field than you should be.
This is the number 24 Makita Tony Bates Racing car run under the Valenti Rosso Motorsports entry. David Reynolds is behind the wheel, so he's catching the safety car. He got a wave around last time, so they're 1 minute and 30 seconds behind. Just seeing that this car is one of 2 under investigation for safety car restart procedure, which will be for the last restart.
And David Reynolds, when he gets out the car, is going to come and join us up here in the Liquid Moly Global Broadcast Centre.
Yeah, we'll rotate some drivers through up here as well over the course of the day to get that input into how the track is and how the car's going and how their race is playing out, and probably not shed any light onto their strategy, because the general answer is I'm not going to tell you, or I don't know, and the truth is somewhere in the middle of the two.
We're coming up to another hour of racing having been completed.
A third of the way through the race, John, already.
Yeah. And we've got 100 laps on the board, guys. 100 laps on the board. So even with the neutralisations, what we're seeing here is when we're running green, gentlemen, we're running very quickly indeed and clicking those laps up very well indeed. Even if they're only running at the 204, 205s, that is getting this job done.
Didn't seem like that long ago that race pace was 6s and 7s.
Yeah.
Whereas now we're talking about, oh, we're only doing 4s and 5s.
Sorry, I had Krillsy's script from qualifying.
I know. We're hard taskmasters, yeah, that's for sure.
I've copped grief for that when I was disappointed with a 2:01.9.
Yes, that's right.
But that's just the way this race has evolved.
I'm curious to see how Van Gisbergen goes about this safety car restart, because the previous safety car restart was on a fresh tyre, newly put on the car, had no temperature in it. Now there is some heat soak that have gone through this set of tyres. We've used them for 8 laps now. So does he use that same technique of bringing the tyre in gently, or does he take the opportunity to have a crack at the back of the Porsche? So I'm curious, one, whether he has that same level of approach, and two, if the opportunity's there, does he pass the Porsche, or does he just sit in behind the Porsche and do to the Porsche what the Porsche did to him on the previous stint?
Bit of reverse psychology going on at the front of the field. See how this all plays out when we go back to green. That Mercedes is recovered, and we should be back to green very, very soon. Speaking of green, the supercar season starts in just a few weeks. It all happens on the coast in the great city of Newcastle.
Supercars will hit the streets of Newcastle next month in a much anticipated return to the Supercars calendar. If past events are anything to go by, you won't want to miss this.
They've hit on the way up the hill. Ricky's out of business. He's off the road.
Tickets are on sale at ticketek.com.au, and all the action is live right here.
Bathurst is a crazy place to watch racing cars. The streets of Newcastle are a crazy place to watch racing cars. It's an amazing street circuit there right on the foreshore in a really cool city. So the opening round of the Supercars Championship not far away. Looking forward, in the new era with Gen 3 coming very, very soon. Looking forward to that. Newcastle's a great city, cool place to go and visit. All the motorsport in New South Wales at this time of the year, busy stuff. And looking forward to getting there. As it stands, we're behind the Mercedes AMG safety car. Thomas Preuning is the leader, Van Gisbergen next. So it's Porsche, Mercedes, AMG, BMW in the top 3 spots as we work our way into the 5th hour of this 12-hour race.
Matt, it's hard to believe we're already so far through this race. You've been out there for one stint. How difficult was it to get temp in the tyres?
I think compared to the others, we're actually quite strong. You know, racing Shane on the first sort of 1 or 2 laps, and then sort of settled into rhythm and just got behind him. So we're running our own race, not worrying about anyone else, and yeah, so far it's going well. Obviously leading the race now, and yeah, ticking over the hours. It's gone quick so far.
You guys were Supercars teammates a few years ago. How cool was it to battle him across the mountain here?
Yeah, it's cool, and obviously the cars, the way we make the lap time is very, very different. So you know, racing hard at points and trying to get ahead, but nevertheless, I think both of us are smart enough. It's early enough in the race, and we're just running our own races until the end. So let's see what happens.
Thanks, Matt. Long way to go.
Thank you. Cheers.
And guys, he was nice enough to come away. He's looking at data in between every possible second that he can get in the car. Never stop studying, that boy.
Well, he's got a big future ahead of him and a big couple of years with the Porsche prototype program. Porsche synonymous with endurance and GT racing. This is the 60th birthday year of the venerable 911 on its 8th iteration now, the new 992. We don't have that car here, not available for homologation to SRO quite yet. So still, this is the last run for the Type 991.2 GT3R. And Matt, part of the team, along with Porsche Penske Motorsport, that are racing the Porsche 963 at the front of the IMSA classes.
Race control all teams, safety car
at the
and field, and
WEC as
maintaining
well.
drivers right. All cars for wave by to drivers left, please.
So a couple of cars taking the wave by straight away. And here's another lap back then for the 55 Schumacher car, going through at speed this time, making sure they had no issues this time around. I reckon that's 2 of the 3 they've had back, isn't it?
Well, more importantly, Fraser Ross now will get the 65 back onto the lead lap, right? Having lost 2 of them, and Golding in 55 will get 1 lap back, so they will now just be 1 lap behind the leader. But 65, for the second time today, have raced their way back basically into the lead lap of this race.
It didn't seem like that long ago we were talking to Chaz Mostert. They were 3 laps behind.
Correct.
And here we are back on the lead lap after some dramas. So the wave around rule working nicely for that team.
So restart time. Porsche, AMG, BMW. And all of these teams learning and evolving as this race plays out. Let's see what happens this time by 4 hours and 4 minutes into the Bathurst 12 hour of 2023. It's been flat out when we've been under green. The pace has been hot. Temperatures coming up locally as well. We started at 7 degrees. It's now 16 degrees locally and getting warmer. Top summer in the high 20s today. So that will play a role as this race plays out. Back to green. Bronny didn't quite get the advantage this time by that he got on the last restart. So SVG was aware to that and went with him.
Bronny took it deeper as well. He waited longer at that restart. I would have dropped the hammer early, straight away. If you know that you've got a tyre warm-up advantage over the cars behind, use it in the last corner. Here we go, Farfus now, having a look down the outside, the run up to turn 2.
Defence on the inside by SVG in the red, AMG going up through visit New South Wales, Gifford Bend and heading up towards the Audi Cutting. And that is exactly what Thomas Preining wants to see in his mirror. That red car getting a wee bit smaller, and that's because Shane has got his hands full with Augusto. And Mauro Engels right in there, as well as Shelton von der Linde in the second of the WRT. BMWs, red Mercedes, white BMW, yellow AMG is the pole sitting car, and then the Shell Helix car is Shelton von der Linde, and they've pulled a couple of seconds away from the field.
And behind them is Yasser Shahin in the Pro-Am leading, the Boysell Pro-Am leading car. In fact, he's just been passed, I think, by Lucas Stoles and Sun Energy One Racing. So Yasser's the first non-pro driver in this group on the racing restart. Behind him, Jeffrey Ibrahim. Those two spent all last year racing together in GT World Challenge Australia. And then it's David Reynolds in the 24. So it'll be interesting to see what Davey's got up his sleeve in the Makita car that he's sharing with now expat Aussie Jordan Love and the car owner Tony Bates, who is racing an AMG for the first time. He's made the brand switch across from Audi.
Farfus buried well under the rear wing of Shane Van Gisbergen's AMG Mercedes, and Van Gisbergen continues to struggle on the cold tyre. I thought the body language of that car was more aggressive when they came to the line on the restart, but has no speed on this first lap. I did wonder early whether it was just driving strategy from Shane, but it just looks to me like it just does not have the performance until the tyre comes up, because Farfus, we saw him have a bit of a nibble on the last restart. Now Mauro Engel wants to be part of all this. He's going to find himself on the wrong side for the run-up Mount Straight, and Sheldon van der Linde will jump in behind his teammate Augusto Farfus in the fellow BMW. Does he close the door?
He might be at the
we're touching.
This just gives a little bit of breathing room. It's a long way round the outside. It's a long way round there. And the marble's building up now 4 hours into the race.
Nice job by Kelvin von der Linde, Shelton von der Linde. Well, Kelvin's watching and listening. And just read that very nicely. Tried to give his teammate a little bit of aerodynamic drafting help up Mountain Straight. And Jim van Gisbergen trying to pull away from these three. There was definitely a couple of touches there.
Yeah, you see the smoke will pop up at one point here. They're side drafting each other. There's a little touch. And Maro was seriously bold, one on the brakes, but two to try and hang around on the outside. Even a little touch mid-corner from Augusto's like, you're not going around the outside of me, mate.
He might have been all right without the touch. They were alongside far enough, but wow.
Yeah, you don't go around the outside. No, you don't.
It's been tried.
Not with these boys.
It's been tried and many have failed.
It's brought Lucas Stoltz back in the game.
Yeah.
So they made another stop under that safety car. We wondered whether it would hurt them with track position. The answer, no. Straight away, straight on the back of the lead pack.
So they've been through the lane 7 times today, Sun Energy One. One of them was for a drive-through, admittedly. 7 pit stops, everyone else just the 3. And yet they remain firmly in contention, 6 seconds from the outright lead, with a pro driver behind the wheel, and knowing that Jules Gounon is sitting in the shed waiting to go.
Earlier on, we saw the Grove Porsche backwards at the top of the hill, and the stewards have pulled the judicial camera footage from inside the cars. There will be no further action on that. We heard Alex Davison saying, we had the quote from him to V8 Sleuth, wasn't it? That he felt there was no contact and there is no further action from Motorsport Australia Race Control.
Heard on the in-car from Maro Engel, as soon as he found himself back behind Sheldon van der Linde, it was into massive fuel save mode. Big lift and coasts. So as soon as you lose the battle, you try and win the war and save the fuel and think about the future.
Tactical withdrawal, sir. Yes, I think so. Very clever, that. It is very clever. And we saw, didn't we, at the previous safety car deployment, what that can mean in terms of the pit lane.
Yeah, it was very evident the work that Matt Campbell had done saving fuel in the Porsche to jump Shane van Gisbergen and now give Thomas Preining track position and leads the race.
3 seconds.
Yeah.
That's turned into a 3-second lead by saving a few litres of fuel.
It's the battle for 9th and 10th. Jeffrey Ibrahim and Danny Juncadella, both in AMG Mercedes. Juncadella keen to get on with it.
That's 3rd in the Pro-Am, and Danny Juncadella in the Pro category, of course. David Reynolds and Yasser Shaheen, by the way, are 1st and 2nd in the Pro-Am category. And they're slightly further up the road. Who's that into the pit lane?
It's the 101 AMG Mercedes. Kevin C makes his way into the lane. As this battle rages on for 9th and 10th, and just behind them is Jeff Emery. And they find themselves on the lead lap still, so using the wave around rule nicely in the 222 Scott Taylor Motorsport AMG Mercedes. Juncadella makes his way past Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim on the run into the chase.
Guys, our winners this year will take away a very special memento of their time here at Mount Panorama, thanks to Bossell, who are presenting them with a special commemorative watch for winning the race this year. Aaron Coote is with me. Aaron, tell me about this special watch.
Well, this special watch is one of 4. We've done a limited edition of 4 for the winning drivers. It's extra special. I'm not sure if you can see in the hollow crown there. The Bathurst Council has given us a piece of the Mount Panorama sign up there. That's actually in the hollow crown. So each person, or the winners, will be this year taking away a piece of Mount Panorama that they can keep with them in a seriously limited edition of 4 of 4.
Okay, now also flip it over, because on the back, not only have you got a piece of Mount Panorama, you've got the track map too, so you'll never forget you were here.
No, you'll never forget you were here, and look, I'll never forget we're here. This has been amazing. As I was telling you earlier, I'm based in LA. We're an Australian brand, and driving in here from Sydney, I just could start to feel the energy as I got close, and then you add 10,000 odd people and some international competition, and I'm home. This is pretty
special, isn't it? Tell us about Bossell. So this is an Aussie watch brand taking on the world.
Aussie watch brand taking on the world. We, that that hollow crown that we just show allows us to tell some meaningful stories, and we put something super important. And with the Royal Australian Air Force, we were their 100th anniversary watch. We put some soil from Point Cook in it, which is the site of the first Air Force base in 1914. We then became the Invictus Games of Prince Harry. The official watch of that, they gave us, the Royal Dutch Mint gave us some of the winners' medals in the crown. And then we're now the official watch of the US Army, and we've got a project over there in the US helping get veterans off the street. So the watches over there are designed by veterans, assembled by veterans, and then a percentage of all sales going to helping veteran charities. It's just, I need to talk to the Australian Army.
Aaron, you've got a great story. Thank you very much. We're really proud to have Bossell watches here. That is a beautiful prize for our winners, and thank you very much.
We're very grateful to be part of it, and thanks to Bathurst for having us. Thanks, mate.
And just to be clear, that is the big white Mount Panorama on the side of the hill that you see from about 15, 20k back that was in the crown of that Bossell watch.
Just want to make sure that there's still 4 watches left after Mark Beretta finishes that interview.
What, the 3 watches for the winner? The 2, just the guy who's crossed the line. So a little bit of the sign at the top of the hill. Thanks to Bathurst Council for allowing that to happen.
That's very cool. Nice synergy there too. The Australian brand taking on the world. Exactly what's happening on the racetrack right now. Australians taking on the world at their own game, GT3 racing.
Did you enjoy that challenge? Because in your career in supercars, you get to race your contemporary supercar drivers, but very rare you get that opportunity to go head-to-head with the plethora of Euros that come down here.
Yeah, I did. I really did enjoy that challenge. It was something that you don't get the opportunity to do all that often, certainly not here in Australia. So whenever this race came up, and I was very fortunate to be paired with the Audi factory drivers, so I was able to look at their vision, look at their data, and did a lot of studying and a lot of work to get myself up to speed to match those guys in their cars. And it was a real challenge, absolutely a real challenge. I really enjoyed it. You know, you look at now, Chaz Mostert jumps in an Audi and is as fast, if not faster, than the factory guys around here. We know how good Chaz is in a GT car. We know how good Chaz is in any car. And it's cool to watch that happen. It's really cool to watch.
So the Paul Sitting car carving its way through traffic as the leaders deal with the Mark Cars 111. Not the best weekend for them. Keith Kasulke with a rotor brake disc failure coming through the chase. And that car out earlier on in the weekend. But they've pulled up their socks. That car was in the wall actually at the first corner and required a bit of remedial work as well. But they pulled up their socks and worked through to make sure that that car is back out and running. And sits at the head at the moment of the invitation class.
Brad Schumacher, it started out as a very good day. It got pretty bad pretty quick for you guys. Just something little within the radio that ultimately made you lose communication.
Yeah, the day started out really well, but unfortunately I had no radio. Made me look really silly, in fact, and yeah, I felt really bad about it after I got out of the car. But for me, with no radio, I got sent out in a good position after Frederick handed the car over, and then we had the safety car, which left me at the front of the train. And at that stage, I didn't know if I was to go past the safety car for the drive-by or not, which I didn't, and everybody else did. And so, not knowing whether or not I was still on the lead lap or not, after that safety car, I assumed I was still on the lead lap. Of course, I had good pace running in the 204s, and the pros that were behind me were struggling to overtake. So I was racing those guys, and I wasn't getting blue flags at every checkpoint because I was able to gap them across the top. And yeah, so it's just a complete mess up on our behalf with the radios. It's the 1%ers that get you all the time. And then so even when I came in for the drive-through, I actually didn't know it was a drive-through. I thought we were just doing a compulsory pit stop, and yeah, we're back to a lap down now, and yeah, it makes me look really silly, but you know, we'll get the radio fixed and hopefully move on. There's a long way to go today.
And with this wave by, the lucky dog in effect, it's not over until it's over. You guys had something special on the back of your car for this weekend. You've got the Chad written on the rear wing for our own Chad Nylon. You're going to take that off because clearly that's bringing all the bad luck.
You know, I put it on because we did the ad with Supercars and Chad, and I was worried about the commentator's curse, and there you go. Maybe we will take it off in the next ad break, in the next pit stop, and no, look, I think that's surely got to be our bad luck for this weekend. It put us 4 laps down. It was a shocker. The worst part about it is I felt I drove really well, you know. Yeah, being able to drive with those top pro guys and keep up with them was a good effort, just not in the right circumstances this time around.
Hey, we're only a third of the way through. There's still hope.
Absolutely no. We've plenty of hope. It's a long race, and we've got all of the local support on our side here. Obviously, is the Bathurst team, so we'll be fine. We'll see where we're at in the last hour.
Nothing but good luck for your team from now on. Thanks, Brad.
Thank you, Shay. Much appreciated.
And with the wave around, now only 1 lap back off the lead.
Yes, correct. So, look, they get it back. Fraser Ross, the 65 car, with 2 laps down at one point, and then a lap down earlier as well. So, yeah, it's not impossible in this race to get yourself back into the mix. And they've shown with Fred Vervees that they are very much capable on pace of running at the front of the field. He was running 4th outright earlier on today in that Audi R8.
We're seeing something similar with Thomas Priding at the front of the field, as we saw with Shane van Gisbergen earlier, except in reverse. It was Matty Campbell, of course, that was in the car. Shane couldn't jump away from the Porsche to start with, and then he moved away, and then the Porsche came back to him in traffic. Priding's jumped away to over 2 seconds, and now Shane's coming back to him. He's half that deficit.
Yeah, and like Garth clearly picked early on today, and Matt confirmed it, that he didn't want to pass him. He wanted to sit behind, save some fuel, invent some fuel in the tank of that Porsche to give them some strategic leeway. And it worked, because their pit stop was shorter when they all came in under safety car and they got track position and got in front. So now SVG doing exactly the same thing with no impetus really to go for track position yet. As long as you're within a couple of seconds of the leader at this point in the car race, you are okay. The interesting thing for mine is how well these 2 BMWs are going at this point. Just latched onto the back of the 2 leaders. They've got Augusto Farfus, who's done more than 3 hours of the race so far, over a couple of stints, and Sheldon Vanderlinde, who's going along very nicely. They've got very good car speed. They've been super consistent as well, and so far, in an admittedly reasonably small sample size, their fuel economy looks pretty good too.
Yeah, the only thing I'm a little bit concerned of in the 46 car is you look at the rear of the car, the rear bumper and the rear boot lid, and there's starting to get more and more evidence of an oil trace over the back of that car. So just something to keep an eye on. Clearly, there's no smoke, there's nothing coming from the car, but it's just something we want to keep an eye on and hope that that doesn't influence the result for the 46 BMW.
Worry not, Garth. That is fairly standard operating procedure for the M4 GT3 machine. We see it over in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, running a white livery for 2 of our teams, both Paul Miller Racing and Turner Motorsport. And those cars, even through 2-hour and 40-minute contests, wind up with a significant amount of yellow, not only on the back, but also on the side, on the running board. You won't see it as much on the 32, the sister car, because their livery hides it a lot better, but it's something we are used to, and the cars, they keep going.
And while we're talking about over the other side of the pond, we always get asked, what is it about this race? What it is about this race is that people want to come here. Hello to Owen Trinkler, another IMSA driver, just finished the Daytona 24, and Michelin Pilot, actually the most experienced Michelin Pilot Challenge driver in that and its previous incarnations for Team TGM, Ted Giovannis Motorsport, sitting at home just outside of Nashville, tuned in on the world feed. And that's why this race is so good, because guys who could and should possibly be doing something else other than watching racing on their weekend are tuned in. You've got to ask Ted to come on down here, Owen, and bring one of those beautiful Aston Martins that he's running this year to this fantastic endurance event.
Into the lane goes car 19. We had multiple reports that this car was dead stick on the run into turn 1, which is what brought out that most recent safety car. Mark Griffith and his team just enjoying themselves running around in the invitational class in what is a GT4 class Mercedes.
the reason, by the way, that that car couldn't have just been pulled straight out from that exit road is that there isn't a straight out. It's closed off further down. They would have had to open gates and move tyre barriers and things like that. So it had to be pulled back on to the circuit to be properly recovered and taken out of the firing line, so to speak.
Well, you head down that way, you get to Boundary Road and turn left and you head to Cowra and even further inland in New South Wales. That's the way it goes.
Something interesting going on right here at the lead of the race. The 777 Audi's been into the pit lane. Yasser Shaheen's jumped out. Ricardo Fella's jumped aboard the Audi, and we know he's got speed, but it's full of fuel, so it won't be fast compared to the Porsche. And this is where Porsche can put Audi's last strike, if you like, down a lap right there, right now. So Audi find themselves a lap down here. We have seen with the wave around that can be negated quite quickly. But all things being equal, you don't want to go that lap down if you don't have to. So now Fella will find themselves in the blue flag scenario as Van Gisbergen and Farfus, Van der Linde and Engel queue up behind him.
So Yasser, only 16 laps in that
Race
stint.
control to all teams. 5-second time penalty to car 24. Breach of safety car restart protocol.
So that's the Makita Tony Bates entry. Reynolds has got that thing up to 7th place. So 5 seconds. They'll serve that at the next pit stop. In sprint races, it'll be added to the race time.
A bit going on here for
party going on.
So that's the bit of influence from lap traffic. Van Gisbergen has to defend hard at turn 2.
And the thing is now is the 777's got a full pro in it, and that car is every bit as quick as everything around it, but it is about to go a lap down. So Ricardo Fella's going to have to be careful because he'll get the blue flags, because technically he should get out the way, unless he can drive away from these cars.
The gap's opened up again here, and I made the point about it, he's on full fuel, and that's where the car's probably a little bit slower relative to the leaders right now, but if you go same fuel level for everyone involved, that car's just as quick as the leaders. So you want to try so you want to try and stay there because you know that your car's just going to get better and better through the stint. But you do need to manage that blue flag. We saw with Brad Schumacher, and we heard from him earlier, that you do need to manage the blue flags and make sure you're not getting them all the time.
This Audi battle is not for position. 65 chasing the 47. David Russell, 13 laps off the lead. Remarkably, this car survived spinning and an accident on the run down through Skyline towards the Dipper and continues to race. But they lost a lot of track time. But Davey Russell's behind the wheel, going along very, very quickly indeed. But Fraser Ross looking to make up some more time. So remember, this car was almost 3 laps behind after their dramas earlier today. They're now 1 minute and 23 seconds behind the race lead. And D-Russ does the right thing and lets Fraser go around. So they've got themselves back into 11th position. Their next target's Jeff Emery in the 222 AMG. But back on the lead lap crucially as this battle continues wheel to wheel. Van Gisbergen defending into Murray's corner. It'll open up the exit for Augusta Farfus. He was in front momentarily through this battle, but Van Gisbergen wrestles it back, and all the while Sheldon van der Linde's watching on, Mauro Engel's watching on, Lucas Stolz is in this fight. We're approaching the 5-hour mark of a 12-hour endurance race, and they're scrapping away.
Much better exit from the first corner there by the second place, the red AMG with Shane Van Gisbergen on board. It's given him a little more breathing room. He won't have to defend into Visit New South Wales Griffith Bend, and took the normal racing line. Farfus with his mirrors now full of Van der Linde and Mauro Engel and Lucas Stolz. They've all started to close back up again.
So this is the KW Suspensions chase, and Shane's had a moment on the exit.
Just bowled a bit of a wide. I wondered how did Augusto get himself in that position to have a run at Van Gisbergen down to the final corner. You sort of find yourself in an awkward spot here on the outside, coming down to Murray's corner. What he does have as an advantage is his teammate behind him.
Yes.
So you can start to set up and know that you're not going to, if you're opening the door to have a look at getting past Van Gisbergen, you know that your teammate's not going to absolutely send it up the inside, but he might have a go. But you have some degree of cover when it's your teammate behind you. Van Gisbergen's got on with it a bit here, but the gap out to the lead now, 3.5 seconds. So Brining, that gap was down to 1 second, and now we were talking about Ricardo Fella going down a lap. He's looking to get that lap back now as that car gets back up to speed after that stop.
Maro Engel latched onto the back of this, and now Lucas Stoltz has as well.
Fraser Ross in the lane in the Sportsbet Audi. He's gone 29 laps in this stint, so I'm not surprised they're due. In fact, it's more than that. It's 33 laps, so they're due for fuel. So unfortunately, the way this worked, they're a minute and 20 seconds behind the leaders. They're going to lose that lap again just through this process, although plugging old mate Mostert in will be okay. The leaders go through, so that it will mitigate some of the loss. It was a good stint from Fraser.
Yep.
Got their laps back. Drink bottle going in.
Big chunk of driving time too, 33
yep.
laps, so take that, thank you very much. Ricardo Fella's got that lap back though on Thomas Preining, so we did say that 777 Audi's got speed, and there's some proof. He's got his lap back on the race leader, and the gap now first to second, 2.7 seconds.
So here's an interesting one. If Thomas can stay somewhere near that Audi, he can save some fuel while he's in the lead. While he's in the lead, which, you know, normally you don't get to do.
It's like a Christmas and birthday coming all at once, isn't it?
Yeah, I would not be surprised if the Manthey guys were saying, hey, let's not fight this too hard.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe, because it happened pretty quickly, didn't it? Fella was straight back past the leader.
They're pretty good at this endurance racing, Malarkey, Manthey Racing, and EMA Racing, who are the team, Australian-based team that they've been working with this weekend, and they've contested the Spa 24 Hour as a partnership last year. Matthew Campbell was one of the drivers there. They've got more plans to go on with that this season. Between the two of them, they've put together a really strong racing team. If you haven't heard of Manthey, if you're new to this form of racing, they're one of the legendary German tuners based at the Nürburgring, and they've been tweaking Porsches for as long as Porsche has been a thing, and their address is basically #1, the Nürburgring. So they're very, very good at this game. They've won all the big races, and it's really cool to have them back. I'll get you to explain the concept of Grello as well at some point for those that might not know.
Yeah, we'll do that in a little while. They've been taken in-house by Porsche, and that's why now you can actually get a Manthey Racing kit for your road-going Porsches, some of the GT3s and GT4s, because obviously they're not bonkers quick enough as it is. So if you have an MR behind any Porsche, be it race or road car, that's Manthey Racing. Made their name on the Nordschleifer, as Quilty said. Olaf Manthey and his family did such a great job there for many, many years, and there's nobody knows any more about the Nürburgring Nordschleifer than that team. So we've got 100+ laps up now, 1:14, and the lead is nearly 3 seconds, Porsche to AMG.
Fastest car on track right now is the car we're aboard. The 777 Audi of Ricardo Fella has just got his lap back. Went down a lap after a pit stop, got the lap back from Thomas Preining, and is the fastest car on circuit as he looks to extend that lead away from Thomas Preining and hoping for a safety car so they can close up to the back of the field.
That camera on the sill is incredible. Shows you how close they get across the top to the walls there at Metal Grate. The compression and then the run over Brock Skyline. Just looking back at this young man who made his debut at this race last year. Chris Meese, really good stint in this car earlier and dragged them into the top 6. Not been without troubles today. They've been through the lane 4 times compared to the 3 for the majority of the leaders, but they're on strategy, and at the moment they're on the lead lap. And as long as they can stay in and around that, by the end of the race they know that they've got 2 super quick drivers in the form of Ricardo and Christopher Meese to plug into that car and go quickly. 99 in the lane now. And where's Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim coming in from? Well, it's 10th position. Solid stint for a member of the Johor royal family, who have been great supporters of motorsport, and they've built a really cool racing program. They've been contesting GT World Challenge, the GT Series here in Australia, and indeed in Asia as well. Lots of lap time. And last year had a great win, Jeffrey, with Brock Feeney in the 3-hour endurance race. Put tyres on the Boost Mobile racing car as well.
Richie Stanaway jumping aboard this car for the first time today. So here we are, 4.5 hours into the race, and I don't know who Richie conned last night, but he got the good sleep in today. He's fully rested ahead of
the rest of this one. 7.5 hours to go. A bit of a drama getting the right front off the 99 Boost Mobile AMG. Getting that done. Car will fire up.
When you're plugging a driver in this late in the race, Garth, it's a general indication of who's probably going to finish, and you get the suggestion it may well be Richie Stanaway.
Richie has a lot of driving time available to him, so I dare say he'll be using a lot of that in the last part of this one. Probably do a single stint here, and then maybe a double to finish off later today.
Strange weekend for the 99 side of the 888 garage, hasn't it? They've I don't want to use the term anonymous, although anonymous at this place can be a good thing, and you want to be non-anonymous in the final hour. That's brilliant. But yeah, it's been a strange build-up, but they've got some driver time under Prince Jeffrey's belt now as well. Jamie Whincup was in the car earlier, and the knowledge that Stanaway has the ability, and he's been the quickest of the three drivers comfortably all weekend so far. So the knowledge that you've got that fast Kiwi to plug in to bring the car home later in the day means that if you can get that car on the lead lap in the final 2 hours of this race, then they all of a sudden become as big a shot as anybody. So 4 hours and 33 minutes into the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour. Porsche remain on top, the margin 3.8 seconds. Porsche, Mercedes, AMG, BMW lock out the top three spots in this year's 12 hour. It's a great manufacturer mix. All the German brands are firing this year, and the race strategy slowly unfolding. So with that, let's help you unpick how this race is all playing out. And the man who's been crunching the numbers, and there's smoke coming off the keyboard down in the Pirelli pit bunker, it's Chad Nalon.
Yes, Kralsey, we've been feverish down here, and I wanted to try and sneak this in before the next round of pit stops and all the strategy changes again. So this is something that we've loved to be able to do over the last few years, break down the strategies here in the Pirelli pit bunker. So for the first time today, let's click on the strategy tab. We're going to build our strategy graphs as we go. That's a Pro-Am strategy from the last few years and what it's probably going to look like towards the end of the day. But let's get into the live strategies. Now, as we do, Kralsey, John and Garth, I've picked 5 for you here at the roughly front runners in this field so far, including the race leader. So you guys pick a tab, I'll click on it, and I'll tell you how the race is panning out right now. So boys, pick a number.
Well, let's look at the leader first.
Okay.
That seems logical, doesn't it? Let's start with 912, the Porsche.
They're playing a very similar strategy to what the Bentleys played here back in 2020 when they won the race. So single driver stints, and they've used all 3 drivers so far, and they're trying to get to the top of a tank. So pretty simple strategy, this one. Run it out of gas, put another driver in. Run it out of gas, put another driver in. And in doing so, if you can, that would be a safety car pit stop, that one, then make it happen under safety car, but we're going to see lots more green flag stops. So they're just going to keep going like this all day. So the white was Thomas Pryning, he's in there now. Jaminet did that middle one, and then Matty Campbell, and you can expect towards the end of the race where the checkered flag is, you'd be expecting to see Matty Campbell in there a bit later on. While I'm on this one, it's a very similar strategy for the BMW that Valentino Rossi is in right now as well. So almost identical strategies between the Porsche and the BMW. Who's next?
I'll take the 999.
999, alrighty, let's go the 999. Now this has been a bit of an interesting one for them because they got themselves slightly out of sync, but the 999 and the 888 are playing a very similar strategy, and that they've only used 2 drivers in the race so far. So Mario Engel started, he's back in the car right now, he's about to get out, and you'd be expecting at some point that Marciello is going to be getting in there. We did hear yesterday that Mario Engel even confirmed to us that because he qualified, Raffaello is going to finish that car later today. You can see that Grenier is going to do the legwork for that team. Very similar to 888, isn't it? We haven't seen Brock Feeney get used in that strategy yet. So Maxi Goetz did a double, then Van Gisbergen did a double. And they're the only team really that are going for these double stint strategies at the moment, where the other guys are just doing singles. The more of these doubles you run, the more risk you run at going over that 50-minute continuous driver time.
And that's the big number, isn't it, when you're double stinting and you're looking at 75, 80 minutes for a tank of fuel if there's a bit of safety car.
So 75, last one on the list. How different's that? I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
Compare that to the race leader right now. So strategy A, and I don't even know what strategy they're on at 75, but that's what they're going for. The red is Kenny Habul, so technically they've cleared any minutes that he needs to do in the race right now. They've used a teeny bit of Jules Gounon, and they'll hopefully double him at the end. Maybe he's on a hat trick. He's finished the race in that car the last 2 years with double stints. They'll be hoping that he can do that again today. But they're really not got the flexibility that the other teams have got because they're just using 2 drivers now. So they've got a long way in this race to go, just using blue and white to get to the end. So safety cars, short stints, that's the sort of stuff that's really going to help them stay in the game today.
So would you agree, Chad, that for the 75, they're probably a little bit more reliant on some safety car timing to get them that flexibility they need towards the end? Otherwise, there could be some stress around driver time and making sure, especially that 150 minutes in a row, that's the question mark, isn't it? Because if you go over that with any one driver, you're in real strife.
Yeah, they've showed already that they're quite happy to take short stints, take a safety car when they get it. Even here, that was a really short 8-lap stint for Luca, and then they just pulled him out of the traffic. And so clean air running for them is another thing that they're looking for, but definitely making sure that they don't exceed the maximum driving time on double stints. So I think we're going to see lots of either double stints on very short runs or single long runs like we saw at the beginning of the day with Luca.
I think the answer to what strategy is that, Chad? It's the Craft Bamboo strategy from last year, which is just pit all the time.
Pit. I'm actually in a bit of trouble with this strategy because I've got about 4 pit stops left and then I'm out of order on this one. So they're doing lots of stops, and as we speak, Triple Eight's pitting, and I would imagine that we're about to add for the first time a big blue line there for Brock Feeney, which... Oh, I don't even have blue. There you go. That's just my luck. Well, you know what? He can be purple today. There you go. He's going to do something like that, and they're going to be hoping it's going to be somewhere around there.
Beautiful. Thank you. Very nice. How's the timing with the car pitting as well? That's Chad Nolan in the Pirelli pit bunker. Nice work. We'll keep that updated throughout the day. Just helps explain it and how the various strategies play out. Nicely done, Chad. Thank you. And yes, driver change going in. Shane throws himself out of the car. If you're unfamiliar with GT pit stops, or you're new to the coverage today, I know it doesn't look particularly busy. Fuel and driver change first. Engine has to be turned off, and then you can roll in with the tyres.
Brock Feeney climbing aboard the Triple Eight AMG for the first time today. Did an amazing job yesterday in qualifying and in the shootout. Fuel's done. Tyres about to make their way onto the car that came in from second place.
Well, while we're watching this pit stop for car Triple Eight, let's talk to the man that steers the ship overall, but the guy who's been behind the wheel of the 99. Jamie Wincup is on the headset down in the Triple Eight garage. Good morning, Jamie. How are you?
Morning, guys. Very well, thanks.
Tell me about your morning first as the race car driver. How are your stints this morning?
It's been good. It's been enjoyable. It's the first time I've started the Bathurst 12-hour in the dark, so that was an experience. Quite cool. Cars feel unbelievably fast under lights, but great to get away. Just did my second stint, and now we just got Richie in the car. So all in all, car's nice and straight. Feels good. Got plenty of front grip, which is a nice thing as the rubber comes down. So we feel like we're in a good place.
Jamie, tell us about driving around here in the dark at the start. You've done 1 million miles around here in a supercar during the day.
Yeah.
But tell us about the challenges, what you found caught your attention, what was difficult about doing that?
Well, everything feels a lot faster, and then you've got your dashboard and your shift lights in your face, which means what you're looking at outside the windscreen is duller. It's like driving your boat overnight with the dash in your face. It's hard to see. So we've got the ability to dim the lights down as much as we possibly can, which we did. And then you've got headlights in your rear vision mirror. The same thing as driving your road car overnight, really. There's a lot of glare, a lot of reflection. Plus, the gnarly part of the track, coming down the hill out of the elbow, they've actually, the sponsorship on the walls is black. So the actual walls are actually hard to see because they're black this year. But that's all good. It's the same for everyone. It's challenging. If it was easy, everyone would do it. But it was a good experience.
That's your sponsor, Jamie, the Boost Mobile signage. Go give Peter a call to get that changed.
I think it might be another brand as well down there also. But yeah, no, hey, as long as it's Boost Mobile, we're fine.
When you've been out there, though, the pace has been good, Jamie, and you enjoyed that first stint and that new experience?
For sure. I haven't done a huge amount of driving last year, so I feel like I'm getting quicker and quicker and getting more comfortable in the car as the stints go on. So we're relatively happy. Of course, the pros here are unbelievably fast, especially the Euros. They know the cars so well. Done a silly amount of driving. They've done massive events just come in before they come to this event. So they've got a heap of Ks under the belt. So I'm a few tenths off those guys, but we're certainly pretty comfortable with the pace.
I'm impressed that you and the team are here because you've got a lot of work on your hands. You've got Newcastle and the opening of this substantive season just around the corner. Tell us how the work's going on for that. Have you had that car rolling yet?
No, we haven't. You're absolutely right. There's dual roles going on here. We've got pretty much the whole team here this weekend. Concentrating on the Bathurst 12-hour, but at the same time, we're desperately trying to build cars back at home to get out to our first test day this weekend before we race those cars in 3.5 weeks' time. So there's plenty going on Triple Eight Race Engineering. Never a dull moment, but that's the way we like it.
How's Prince Jeffrey going, Jamie? I know you've ticked off some good driver time with him early in the race, so he's got more to go. Does he drive? You've got a bit more, and does Richie finish for you guys in the 99?
Yeah, Eamon's going fantastic. It's a pro-am race, this one. The lucky dog, or whatever, the wave by, whatever you want to call it, is a good thing for us. We did go down a lap, but we're able to get it back. And of course then he's got an hour to go towards the end of the race as well. So he's doing a great job. Richie's unbelievably quick. We knew he was going to be quick, but he's got real pace. So I'll jump back in, Eamon will jump back in, and then probably me again, and then Richie till the end. So hopefully we can keep the car clean, get to that last hour and a half, and then Richie can bring it home.
All right, mate. Good luck. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate your time, and go well this afternoon.
Thanks, chat guys. Cheers.
There's Jamie Whincup down there at Triple Eight Race Engineering. The Boost Mobile number 99 car is the one he's sharing with Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim and Richie Stanaway. They're currently scored in 12th position, and Richie shown as the first car off the lead lap. Solid day for them, and we'll see some good pace from that car.
And just over, let me see, an hour completed by Jeffrey Ibrahim in that.
And just on the point, Jamie made the point that we need to remember that the AM drivers in those cars need to do at least an hour of driving time in the second half of the race. The commencement of hour 7. So when we get, well, we're halfway there, that's when you need to get those drivers in. They have to do driver time in the second half of the race, and at least an hour. So that's why these teams are managing their time with those drivers early. I would suggest that's why they pulled Yasser out of the 777 after only 16 laps as well, with that in the back of their mind that he's still got at least 60 minutes behind the wheel as this race goes on. It'll be a little bit more for Yasser, actually.
That will happen immediately. As soon as that window opens, all those AM drivers in the Pro-Am entries will be in the car, tick that box, and then it's up to the pro drivers to bring it home. Exactly what Jamie said. He'll jump in, and then they'll stick Richie in that car towards the end, as Richie being the faster of the three in that car. And that's how all the Pro-Am entries will stagger it. And if they do it right and keep themselves on the lead lap after that 60-minute situation for the AM drivers, they're as good a chance to win the race as any of the full pro combinations.
So Yasser's driven for an hour and 55 minutes. So he's got 65 minutes to do in the second half of the race.
We've been talking all race about trying to get heat into the tires, and there are some very creative methods being used down at the Mercedes ends of pit lane. For Craft Bamboo, their special advantage comes within their mascot being a dragon. They're using dragon's breath. No, I'm just kidding about that. They do have Lucky sitting over in the corner, but all of their next sets of tires eagerly basting in the sunshine. We're seeing the same thing from Sun Energy 1, just a couple boxes down. There's on the other side of the paddock, and as well as Group M. So all of the Mercedes team sunbathing their tires just to try and get that little bit of extra heat in, because every bit of heat counts, as we saw in this morning's running. I've never seen tires laid out in the sun. And why are they doing this? Because unlike years past, no tire blankets, no tire ovens, no tire warming, besides when you put them on the car, except if you happen to leave them in the sunshine.
That's how we do things down here in Australia, Shay. But you see that a lot, actually, in the Supercar Championship with tyres baking in the sun. So I can guarantee you, further up pit lane for the teams associated with supercar teams here this weekend, they'll be using that same technique. Very efficient, actually. And the best way to do it is you actually don't lay them on the ground in the sun. You put them on a trolley, or you put them on a little table, because the ground actually sucks the temperature back out of the tyre. So you actually want the tyre in the sun, but off the ground, if you like. So there's actually quite a science to that as well.
And that's catching on, because WEC are going to no tyre warmers, and even Formula One are going to no tyre warmers. In the States, that's been standard practice for a while. IndyCar in particular, the kings of doing that, and the guys who are really good on the outlap, on the cold lap, that's worth money. That is worth money. I think it's interesting. I can see both sides of the argument there, in terms of less equipment, potentially less stuff to cart around, and less finance. And of course, if you are heating them with a gas burner, then perhaps that's not particularly great, could do it with solar panels and electric blankets though. That's what I always think, to be honest.
This is the view from BMW M4 GT3. Sheldon van der Linde is the driver. The young South African, his older brother Kelvin, is well beyond midnight where he's watching in Germany now, but I'm sure they've still got the TV tuned in. Sheldon doing a really good job chasing down his teammate Augusto Farfus, who spent a long time, 66 out of the 122 laps completed so far behind the wheel of car 46. They're both chasing Thomas Preuning, the Porsche now out to 4.5 seconds in the lead. But as we build towards a pit stop, and we're not far away now from the next round of stops, with 31 laps into this stint, with a little bit of safety car in the middle, so they may stretch that out to 35, 36, but we're not far away. The pace is just starting to step up as well, and Augusto on this lap has set his personal best middle sector of the entire car race, 122 laps in. So it's still pretty fast, or quick at the pointy end as these BMWs chase, and the Mercedes AMGs in the mix as well.
While we're on board and taking this onboard shot, I just want to point out what that green light is on the light signal. We were talking about the warning, the in-car warning systems that the cars have, and that's that light signal there. So the green means we're currently under green condition and the track is open for racing, and it actually leaves the green light on just to let the driver know, yes, the system is still working. If we go yellow, if say for example there's an incident up here at turn 2, when you go into the yellow zone, this will go yellow, and the driver gets to see that in their periphery. So that's what we were talking about with the Brad Schumacher incident, where they're getting blue flags. That'll flash blue in the cockpit. So the driver's getting the real-time warning coming into the driver. So there's no more excuse like, oh, I didn't see the flags out there. There's a light right under your eyes that'll tell you exactly what's going on.
And that warning light system was introduced to this race after the 2018 race, which was ended under a red flag, and there were some incidents. Part of that incident was that a driver, right at this point, correct, didn't see the yellow flag. So that was part of it. The irony is that the driver that benefited from that red flag and won the race was Dries Vanthoor, who's the co-driver in the car we were riding on board with while we explained that. So
it's a simple system, but it's effective. There are more complicated ways of doing it. I've seen them and worked to help calibrate the ones in the WEC that they brought in a few years ago. There is actually a graphic representation, a little box, it's like a little sat-nav box display on the top, and you know, you can get black flags, you can have car numbers and all sorts of stuff on there. That's just a really simple version of that and how to do it, and it's the colours they use to see it, isn't it? That's the thing.
And one of the important things to know is that system's regulatory as well. So if you see a yellow flag in your car, you pass under yellow, you're in trouble. So it's actually regulatory, the same as the way the flags work. So that system works really well. It's simply it's called a shift light module. It's the same shift light module made by an Australian-made company, Motec, here in Australia. And they just piggyback it into the car and they get a GPS signal from around the racetrack, and that's how it works.
Yeah, very good. Very good indeed. All helping to make racing safer. It's been a cracking opening to this race, just over 7 still to go.
These are the spares box highlights of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. We're 4 hours and 51 minutes in. Spectacular scenes this morning at 5:45 in the AM. Not so much if you're an Audi fan, with Chris Haase after just 13 unlucky laps, as it turns out, in the fence at turn 2 and out, and then not that much longer. Stephen Grove with a big crash up at Monochrome Brock Skyline. A glance of the wall for Adrian Dietz. Unfortunately, that was first of a couple of issues for the Wall Racing Lambo, and they remain well and truly in the garage, having completed only 70 laps. And then huge impact were Aaron Cameron behind the wheel of car 44 for Valmont Racing and rode up the wall. That's why they put the catch fence there on the entry to the spares box dipper. Aaron is okay, but that was a very big impact, and it's removed that car from the race. When we go back racing, it has been properly feisty. This was Maro Engel trying to sail around the outside at turn 2 of the BMW, who was having absolutely none of that. As it runs, the Porsche is in front with Thomas Preuning behind the wheel. BMW second, and third. Here's how the classes run, thanks to Boycell, with Porsche in front. David Reynolds leads the Boycell Pro-Am class, and they're having a good day at the moment in car 24 in 6th. Dylan O'Keefe in the Kiwi International Motorsport Audi leading the way there in the silver class, and 15th outright, and Mark Cars Australia, Darren Curry behind the wheel of the Invitational class car, and 18th outright. Class leaders in the 12 hour as we race our way towards the halfway point. This is the overall leaderboard with the Porsche, 2 BMWs, and then a plethora of Mercedes AMGs. In fact, they're 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. And then we find the first Audi, which is Ricardo Feller behind the wheel of 777, and that is the last car currently on the lead lap of this race, with Chaz Mostert back in 10th place. They're a little bit out of sequence in strategy though, car 65. I think they'll be okay to get their lap back as this race progresses. So there's still plenty of contenders. There's still plenty to play out at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour. And there is a massive crowd here this weekend. Packed yesterday, packed today, enjoying this race, which has 7 hours, 6 minutes, and Chad Nailon, 30 seconds to go.
No. I'll see if I can fit this into 30 seconds, because I'm actually out the back of the WIT garage right now. Of course, this is the home of Valentino Rossi and the BMW. You mentioned the crowd. Well, have a look at how many crowd members are down here out the back cheering on Valentino. Valentino's in there right now with his helmet on, so he's not far away. I want to give all the viewers a bit of a tour of this garage and show you some of the beautiful parts they've got laid out here for all cases. We're actually getting set up for a pit stop, so perfect timing. Have a look at this front bumper part down here, the front splitter with the incredible detail in these headlights, fully stickered up and ready to go. Valentino's just walking out into pit lane. No, he's not. He's actually sitting here. We'll give you a quick peek of the doctor himself. Not going to disturb him right now because he's obviously getting his head in the game, getting ready to get onto the track. But come around the other side and I'll show you some pretty cool stuff. We've got some spare BMW doors. These aren't as stickered up, but they've got the only sticker that matters here this weekend, which is the big 46. We've got some Pirellis lying around. The sister car on the other side of the garage, of course, has their bumper ready to go. I saw some brake calipers on the other side. But I wanted to give you a little bit of a background onto some of the shock setup that they're using here this weekend. You can see the different colours behind me. They represent the different spring rates with these shock absorbers. But since KW Suspension are a sponsor of the 12 hour, I'm actually in a position to be able to show you one of the setup ones. Now, ignore the numbers because they're definitely not what they'll be running in the BMW, but there's some pretty cool things about this KW shock and the damper package that they run here. It utilises solid piston technology, which is incredibly versatile for all conditions, but if you do need to make some changes to it, if you check out nice and close, you can see it's got 18 clicks of bump, 18 clicks of rebound, so a ton of adjustability. It's got 12 clicks for the blow-off as well, which is very handy on Australian tracks that might have big curbs. So if they ever decided to bring them to the Gold Coast, for example, you'd be definitely working on that one. And these are the shocks that have powered this team most recently to a first and a third at Dubai for the 24 hour. Outside of that, they've had success 9 times at the Nürburgring 24 hour. They won last year's DTM championship with Sheldon van der Linde. 2019, when they're in the Porsches, they won here as well at the Bathurst 12 hour. So KW Suspension have done a very good job melding with this team. And those are the shock absorbers that are powering Valentino Rossi to hopefully a podium here today. If anyone's wondering, they go for about $10,000 to $11,000 each.
You've just ordered 4, have you, Chad?
Well, I could potentially pick up 3 freebies right now because they're about to do a pit stop and no one's looking.
Nice work. Just looking at the sector times, guys. We're heading towards half distance in the race, or coming down to 7 hours remaining at least. It's Ricardo Feller who has the best time in Sector 1, Chaz Mostert in Sector 2, and Maxi Goetz in Sector 3. If you add all of those together, now bear in mind they're not all in the same car, a 2:01.0 is a pretty decent lap time around here in race conditions.
Far away from Mario Engel's pole time yesterday in the pole shuffle of a 2:08, so I'm sure that we'll see anyone string all 3 of those sectors together at this phase of the race, but potentially later as we get towards 5:45 local time and the end of the race is coming, the track to rub it in, the sun starts to set, we might see some seriously fast lap times.
35 laps into this stint. We're riding on board with Mario Engel, still fuel saving. The 222 is heading through the lane. That's Craig Lowndes serving a drive-through penalty for a pit stop infringement. The engine was running while refueling, which is a big no-no. So that car will serve a penalty. They're running 15th outright, raising funds for Prostate Cancer Foundation.
Most pit lane penalties are safety related.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for that, because they don't want the car moving around, somebody maybe knocking it into gear and it moving whilst the fuel hose is engaged. And I do like the fact that it's fuel, then tyres here, and not at the same time. I do not like to see cars going up on the jacks when the fuel hose, or down when the fuel hose is engaged.
The other car that pitted recently was the 24 Makita Tony Bates racing car, run out of the Valente Rosso stable. So David Reynolds jumped out of that car in 6th. They plugged Tony Bates into that car, a former Pro-Am champion in Carrera Cup racing here in Australia. Very experienced guy, been racing Audis for many years here and has decided to make a bit of a brand switch and try out the Mercedes AMG. So he's jumped into that car and they're now shown in 10th position, a lap back. But he's got pretty good company because in front of him is Chaz Mostert. Behind him is Richie Stanaway. Lap traffic at the worst possible place of Mount Panorama in the run through the S's.
Going around the outside of Forest Elbow, it's starting, we're 5 hours into running now, so marble's starting to form all the way around the circuit. I saw Lucas Stoltz lose a huge amount of time, having effectively getting shuffled to the outside of Forest Elbow. Richard, I'm just curious, the only car in the lead bunch to pit early was the 888 Super Cheap AMG Mercedes with Shane Van Gisbergen at the wheel. They've stuck Brock Feeney in the car. Brock's going along nicely. Last lap was a 2:03.5, but they've given up a lot of fuel and they've short pitted effectively at the prior to the 5 hour mark, whereas the rest, the Porsches, the Porsche, the BMWs, and the other AMGs at the front have stayed out stretching this fuel run. So I'm curious as to why they've decided to do that now with still 7 hours to go in the race.
7 hours to go. It's a bit of a track position play though, isn't it? Yeah. Because what's going to happen very shortly, the first 4 or 5 cars are all going to pit. So Proining, Farfus, Van der Linde, Engel, Stolz. Actually the 75 is slightly out of sequence. So
back,
there's a few different strategies playing out. The first 4 cars are all due to stop more or less now. Stolz and Juncadella in the Craft Bamboo Racing 77 are on the same lap, so they're 28 laps into this stint. And then you've got Feeney, who's only 9 laps into his stint. So they're going to get track position, they're going to get clean air and lead the race when everyone else shuffles through. Yeah,
but they're short filled, so they're going to get it through clear air, and standstill time for the fill was less. But I'm just curious, 7 hours to go, to be racing for track position like that right now, I'm just curious as to why.
And we have just clicked through another racing hour, 5 hours and 20 seconds. So we're through to just under 7 hours. Plenty of fans here. I'm delighted to be back, and clearly all the fans are as well, as we've brought back Bathurst and the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hours to its traditional time of year. Brought back the international drivers and teams as well, and that has been a huge draw, as Bathurst is back bigger, better and faster than we've ever seen it before. One of the reasons, undoubtedly, certainly for all the motorcycles we had here yesterday parked up at the National Motor Racing Museum, was turned, the car park was turned into a bike park, is Valentino Rossi, BMW factory driver. This is his second outing for WRT and this new BMW M4 GT4, and his car, of course, the number 46, is heading into the pit lane right now, and he's going to do his second stint.
As is the leader of the race, Thomas Preining, in the EMA Mente Porsche.
And Van der Linde in the second BMW.
Both the BMWs are in the lane. You called it, Richard, that they're due soon, and here they are.
Got both of the BMWs into their pit box, as well as the Manthey Porsche. There's a driver change going on for the Porsche. That is Jam Matthew Jaminet taking over. And down here for the BMWs, it is Valle getting back behind the wheel of the car. It looked for a moment as though they were just going to use Valentino Rossi to do a drinks bottle change. But nope, he brought his own drinks bottle out as Augusto Farfus is strapping him into that number 46 BMW. The next car back is the sister car, the 32. Sheldon Van der Linde out of that car, and and it is back to Dries Vanthoor. So now all three of those drivers have had an opportunity behind the wheel and an opportunity to rest. We are just waiting on the driver change to be completed, as those are scuffed Pirellis going on to the 46 BMW. Pit stop is done for the Porsche, very quick stop for the Porsche, and we're waiting on the tire change to be completed for both of the BMWs. Which stop is going to be done first? That would be the 46. Away goes Rossi, and now away goes Vanthoor, right into his wheel tracks.
And coming out of Murray's corner is Brock Feeney. So remember, he's about 25 laps the difference in terms of strategy on fuel, on tyre, relative to the cars that have just peeled off. So this is track position playing out for the super cheap auto car from 888 Race Engineering.
Yeah, but, I mean, they didn't get track position on the Porsche. That Porsche is seriously fast at pit lane, mind you. That's the first thing that got my attention. Both the last two pit stops been the fastest by far by Porsche. But Feeney got track position on the BMWs, but not a position. When they pitted, they came from second. Yeah, corrected. They're going to still be in second, corrected. To me, it looks like the BMWs are a little bit slow in the lane, but I'm just curious as to why you'd go off sequence with your opposition with 7 hours to go. I can understand it deeper into the race when you're looking for a differential and a safety car, but
I wonder if there's a theory there.
Yeah, clearly.
Let's play this as if there's not going to be another safety car.
So, just curious.
Interesting to note.
Had to see it.
Well, you never know. It's a funny old day, isn't it? Interesting to note. So the BMW is a minute 27 and a minute 28 pit stop time. That's from the pit lane in line to the control line at the exit. The Manthey EMI Porsche was 8 seconds quicker through the entire pit stop process, in to out. If we get to the end of the race and it comes down to a pit stop contest between those cars and the Manthey Porsches in there, they could win themselves 8 free seconds later in the race. That's an enormous amount of time. You generally don't make that up on track, even in this race.
You scrap for ages to make up 2 or 3 seconds, tenths of seconds on track, and to be able to find 8 seconds on a... Now that is a full fuel stint that was going into those cars. So if it's a splash and go or something like that, that is going to reduce pro rata. Quite a lot of people on the 12 HR asking about this misting, this light misting on the side of the number 46 BMW. I can tell you we're very used to seeing this. We've had these cars for a year or so in the IMSA competition and the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship in the USA. Now we're used to seeing this on the right-hand side because there is actually an exhaust outlet and it comes down the right-hand side. There's quite a bit just behind the front right-hand wheel. If you look very carefully, you can even see a bit of a heat haze coming out of that as well. That's not unusual. I am slightly worried that we're seeing a little bit more at the back of the car.
Definitely getting worse at the rear of the car.
Now that's obviously been dragged under by the underbody aerodynamics and the diffuser at the back. That's, if you can get underbody aerodynamics, floor and diffuser, that's not exactly free downforce, but you're getting it without as much drag as sticking a big wing up above the back of the car. So that's getting dragged from somewhere else. I'd quite like to know where that's coming from.
I'm not
There's
sure.
not exhausts there.
I'm not sure if we send Chad down to the WRT garage, they're not going to give us that answer. I'm not so sure. We can try.
Not a chance. As Maro Engel pits for Gruppe M Racing. So he's done...
So that car stretched an extra lap. So clearly, while Maro was sitting in that pack, saved a bit of fuel, bought himself an extra 6 kilometres fuel range.
Yeah, the man they call Lello is hopping in for his first drive of the day. Maro kicks the empty drink bottle out, and Raffaele is just hopping into this car. No use of a driver change assistant, so they're doing that between themselves. Lello had his own drink bottle ready to go. They do have 4 tyres ready to go on this one as well, and full, obviously, drink of fuel. I'm quite curious, guys, to actually start getting a stopwatch out and measuring both the fill time and then the tyres, because I'm curious to know where it is that the Porsche guys are making up the time. It's one of the things that gets covered in the balance of performance is the fill rate from the actual fuel reach. So is that where the Porsche guys are making it up, or is it tyre changing as the tyres are done in this car? And that was 14.5 seconds. And rolls out. I did measure the 888 guys earlier on the super cheap car, and they were doing tyres in about 16 seconds. So they're saving about 2 seconds on car 888 just in tyres alone. But where are the Porsche guys getting 8 seconds? That's the big question down here in pit lane right now.
And in honor of Kelvin, hello, Sheldon Van de Linde. You were a little bit starry-eyed after doing practice session here. Now you've had a race stint at Bathurst. Is it still your favorite track in the world?
Oh yeah, I mean, even more so now in the race conditions. I mean, me and Augusta had so much fun in that stint. I was following all the time. We had the Mercs right behind us, so I knew we couldn't do something silly and try and battle each other, because I think Mara was right behind us. But incredible stint. I mean, the concentration it requires in a stint like this to manage the rear tire, to fight other guys, to follow so closely when you're going at like 250 through a corner is incredible. So for me, this is by far the best track I've ever driven.
Were you noticing the back of the 46 BMW getting a little bit dirtier through the course of that stint?
Oh yeah, I mean, I couldn't even see the Shell logo on the back anymore. So yeah, I'm sure they're not going to be super happy about that, but otherwise I think it was a good stint for both of us. Car's running well, we did a good pit stop now, everything's running smooth so far, but you know in Bathurst it's only up to the last 2 hours, so we've got to keep ticking, not take any risk right now, and then hopefully in the last 2 hours we have a chance.
Enjoy a little bit of a break. I know you'll be smiling in your next stint too.
Thank you so much, thanks.
Heck of a pit stop there for the 999 car. They've turned that car around very quickly indeed, and now we've got a battle between 4th and 5th, but that will turn out to be, Grillsy, for the front of the race. This is effective lead here.
Yeah, so once Lucas Stoles pits the 75 and Juncadella the 77, they're still 6 or 7 laps away from peeling off into the lane. They're off sequence with the cars we're watching. Indeed, these two cars are off sequence with each other. So Brock Feeney has been out there now for 13 laps. Mathieu Jaminet only the 2 in the Grello Porsche. So it's net race lead, but it's still got a little bit to play out before they actually get to that point. Yeah, the strategies are fascinating. To Chad's point about where Manthey especially are pulling their time, they've actually got the smallest restrictor in terms of fuel flow in the BOP.
It takes a long time.
Yeah. So a 29mm fuel restrictor, so it restricts the amount of fuel that can go in a certain amount of time. As we watch this battle down Conrod Straight on replay.
This was position, this one. Stanaway on Tony Bates. Stanaway moves himself up to 10th. I think it's in fuel economy for the Porsche, and the way they're driving the car. I mean, it got my attention very early when Matt Campbell was at the wheel of the Manthey Porsche that he was saving fuel lots, and I think they've put a lot of work into that in preparation to this race throughout practice to make sure they have the economy they needed, and that's where they're making the time. Their standstill time is much, much faster than the other cars when it comes to just putting fuel in it.
So fuel economy as well as speed, essential. Reliability, well, if you've got an endurance race, kind of goes hand in hand as well. Fast, reliable and economical. That's a triangle that you don't always get all three out of. Notice as well that, again, on adjusted positions, when the pit stops at the front of the field are done, we will have the 999 now up into 3rd position. So they have made up a position there. And one of the things we noticed was that as soon as Maro Engel got past, he went into field saving mode.
Yeah.
He was lifted up. It was Formula E type of lifting
big start
that he was doing. And that's moved them back up. So they lost that track position early for that planned 1 lap longer pit stop. Yep. Post-rationalisation 101 there, I think. But hey, okay, we'll go with it. If that's enabling them to save fuel, then move back up and they will exit this pit stop cycle, Garth, in 3rd position, which is as high up as they've been since that first pit stop.
Yeah, and jump both the BMWs through the pit stop cycle. So BMW probably looking the most vulnerable when it comes to pit lane time at the moment. So that'll be something that they'll need to look at should they want to contend for the podium in here on 7 hours time. So I was impressed. I was impressed with the Group M guys, how they managed to work that out and get that pit stop cycle done. They were looking like they might pop out in the lead there on a cold tyre when Marciello left pit lane, and it was only just that Jaminet and Feeney got around them. There would have taken Marciello a couple of laps to get the tyre up to temperature. The gap now 5 seconds back to 3rd, but still a net gain of 2 spots. get a safety car, that 5 second goes away, and you're right in the game for the lead of the race. So they managed that pit stop cycle beautifully well.
The other car that's just playing themselves into this gradually is Craft Bamboo Racing, 77. Daniel Juncadella, oh wow, driving through a dust storm at the top of the mountain is Valentino Rossi, who dropped wheels off. It's Juncadella directly in front. Let's have a look. So that's the Mark Cars Australia Invitational car. He's bowled it wide, really wide.
Get your foot head. Excellent job.
And then, yeah, Juncadella and Rossi arrive, and they both did the exact right thing, get right out of it.
You can drive through it, Cole.
Yeah, no, you don't drive through it up there. You back right out of it. So here's Valentino Rossi. Flashing the lights at Danny Juncadella.
The guy who was on the podium here last year.
Beating a straight line, that BMW. They send it at the chase. Now look, the doctor.
Clearly feeling very comfortable in the car. He's got Dries Vanthoor just behind his teammate, that yellow and red Shell BMW as well. Juncadella defending hard, covering down the inside into Murray's.
This is costing the BMW's time here. They lost out in the pit stop cycle. Juncadella's off sequence with the rest of the field.
Yeah, he's just come out of pit lane, Garth, so he's battling, trying to get these tyres up under serious pressure. And then some lap traffic as well. The battle continues up the hill, turn 2. Can Rossi squeeze his way through there? The interesting one will can Dries Vanthoor pick himself a couple of spots up out of this without obviously risking the relationship with his teammate in the process. I need to keep an eye on where Ricardo Feller is in relation to this as well, because the 777 Audi a long way into their stint, 25 laps in fact into their stint, but will be going along quickly, and if these guys are holding each other up, that car could play itself into this battle as well.
That misting on the 46 car is there on its teammate, the 32. So the white car shows it, particularly more down the side. It's there on the side of the Shell Helix car, but I still don't think, Garth, it's quite as bad on the back of the yellow car as it is on the back of the white car.
I agree.
The two WRT cars.
I agree.
We're talking about
46 car looks like it has more of that misting down the side and definitely across the rear bumper and rear boot lid than the 32. I think BMW probably need to just change their livery for us in the future. Just make it black so we don't talk about it.
Well, WRT typically used to run in dark grey and dark red. Running two different liveries here with the M Sport stripes, and that is one of those classic colour combinations.
Yeah, it is.
And I firmly believe that you cannot make any car or motorbike look worse by putting the BMW M Sport stripes on.
Yeah, it is iconic, that M Sport livery that they run on so many cars over so many years around the world.
So out of sequence is 75, Sun Energy One Racing. They're miles in front at the moment, but yet to stop. Lucas Stoll's going very quickly indeed. Matthew Jaminet last time round to 5.6. Brock Feeney a 5.8. Raffaele Marciello and 999 a 4.6. Comfortably quicker. Juncadella though still in the 6s and still holding these BMWs up. The pace at the moment is with the 999 car. Running almost on his own. He's 4 seconds behind Brock Feeney and in clean air.
Somebody's gone quicker in one of the lap segments as well, because our ideal lap time is now 2 minutes 0.91, and I think that was Chazzy Mostert last time around. Did a 30.2 across the top, and that number 65. Very impressive indeed.
If they do a 0 in the race, John, no room will contain the level of excitement that would give me.
He's asked for something again. Crail's demanding something.
It must be hopeless coming up to Christmas. His Christmas list must have to write it on toilet paper and so long. He just nothing. We can't.
No pleasing this man, is there?
He's like an excitable 8-year-old, isn't he? Oh, I'll have one of them. Oh, no, can I have that now? Oh, now I've been given one of those.
I like bright, shiny things.
Yeah, bright,
and the timing monitor when they go purple. I like it. Chaz Mostert, by the way, has just gone purple in the middle sector and punching out low 3s in that Audi. first car off the lead lap at this point.
Well, we're just coming down to the Crail chase, so Juncadella's opened up that gap now as the tyre comes in for him over Valentino Rossi. Rossi had a good look at the back of that 77 AMG Mercedes, though.
I get the feeling when you're stuck behind someone, if you do want to pass, it's difficult. I feel like Brock Feeney should have better pace at the moment, especially relative to Jaminet, because the fuel load's coming off. Difference in tyre condition is something to take into account as well. They're back down into the 3s now, so a 3.7 for the Porsche and a 3.8 last time round for Brock Feeney.
What happens? You get aero wash, clearly, when you follow closely in these higher downforce GT3 cars. But then also, once you get aero wash, you lose the front, so the front tyre starts to slide, you get understeer, and that heats the front tyre up.
And what does that do?
And then as it continues to heat the front tyre up, you get more and more understeer, and you get in this vicious cycle of losing performance from the front of the car. And then the gap opens up to a second and a half, and then the car starts to normalise. But then you need to spend the next 4 or 5 laps cooling the front tyre down again, and by that stage, you've lost the advantage that you had over the car in front.
Is it an advantage at this circuit in particular, that you've got a long straight like Conrod that will cool the front tyres down a little bit?
Yeah, it does, but then you have to make the time up so much up at turn 2 into the cutting to be close enough, and then you can't follow closely enough across the top of the mountain. We heard Sheldon van der Linde talking about just how fast it is across the top of the mountains, 200 km/h plus. So when you lose front downforce, you lose the gap, and then you can't be close enough to have a go at Forest Elbow. You can't be close enough to have a go at the chase.
These cars might look like the versions of the cars you could go down to your Mercedes, BMW, Audi and Porsche dealers and buy, but these are very sophisticated race cars. Obviously it has the big back wing, but every bit of bodywork, every bit of ducting is making that car effectively a huge aerodynamic device.
That's correct, and a full body floor as well, so the underside of the car works incredibly hard, the rear diffuser and its interaction with the rear wing, how much that generates downforce. We saw a little bit of damage on the front of one of the AMGs earlier today, and the team spent a lot of time making sure that that was tidied up, because every bit of frontal area of that car is designed, as all these cars are, designed to make front downforce as well. So aero, massive part of GT3 racing. They are meant to be the lower end of GT racing when you talk on the global scale, but seriously, there's a lot of energy and technology that goes into making the aero work on these cars.
You haven't seen the new Ferrari team.
Yeah, I've seen photos of it. That thing's crazy.
That is extremely impressive, extremely impressive. Got the battle for second and third on the track heating up. We'll get to that after we've heard from Chad down in the lip.
Yeah, we're actually at the back of pit lane right now. We've been talking about the different generations of Mercedes AMG and the new technology that's been coming into these cars. So I've grabbed Peter Hackett for a quick chat. He's the head driving instructor for Mercedes AMG Australia, because we've got something really cool behind us at the moment, which I have been lucky enough to sample with you this week. Tell us what we're looking at here, Pete.
This is the second ever all-electric vehicle from AMG. It's the EQE53 with one of the driving packages, the AMG Dynamic Plus package. We're talking up to 505 kilowatts, 1,000 Newton meters of torque, 0 to 100 in 3.3 seconds, which you know about.
Yes, so just 1,000 plus Newton meters of torque. Check this out. This is here on Wednesday on the racetrack, and I had a chance to sample exactly what that feels like. It was sort of like being launched out of a cannon is the only way that I can describe it. It was like straight back into the chair. It hits you with an absolute whack, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's exciting to see where the electric industry where we can go with electric cars, you know, and this is just the second variant for us.
How do you think the Aussie public in particular are responding to performance EVs?
It's really interesting, actually, because the number of people that we see walking into the retailers and making inquiries about our electric vehicles is you know, really exciting to see.
Yeah, right. And I suppose there's no argument when it comes to the numbers. I mean, big time 0 to 100 numbers, doesn't matter if it's EV or not, that's something never to be scoffed at.
Yeah, the performance is amazing, and you know, we're looking at a car that uses renewable resources for part of its construction, and it's just an exciting time to be part of the automotive industry.
I will say, when I was sitting in there getting absolutely slammed against the back of the seat, it does sound very different. Now, obviously, Aussies, they love the V8 sound. That obviously doesn't happen with an EV. But what is Mercedes-AMG doing about that?
Well, sound's a big part of the experience of driving an AMG. So our engineers have worked really hard with the AMG sound experience. There are two variable soundtracks, effectively, the authentic program and the performance program. And this matches in with the lighting systems inside the car so that we have a completely new audio soundtrack, if you will, that adds to that EV experience.
Yeah, the AMG sound experience is really quite different. It felt like we were sort of in Star Wars or something. The sounds that you're hearing in there were quite unique.
Yeah, we're using speakers and specific vibrations and also a sound generator to create the types of noises that our customers are expecting both inside and outside the car.
Well, there you go, fellas. The future is definitely here. We've got a very different Mercedes-AMG racing on track. We've also got the safety car here this weekend, but the future down up close and personal, and certainly sitting in the passenger seat was something to behold.
And around about 8% of new cars last year here in Australia were either full battery EV or hybrids. It was around about 18% in the UK. All right, moment or two ago, the two WRT BMWs side by side in to visit New South Wales corner, Griffith Bend. And that was a bit of team orders there, Richard Crail, as they swapped positions there. Valentino Rossi giving way to the Shell Helix guys, stayed with them going up to the chase. Delighted to say that joining us in our LIQUI MOLY comms box at the moment is the fastest man ever in qualifying around here. You're not going to get sick of that for a while, are you? Barrow Engel, welcome.
Hi guys, nice to be here.
All right, so yesterday was all good, all the headlines. What happened earlier on? You were leading the race, it all looked pretty cool, and then went one lap too long in that safety car period. Was that just a little snafu?
Yeah, a bit of a mistake in communication, and obviously then we got caught out behind the safety car and had to pit a lap later. But yeah, still a long way to go, so hopefully not too much damage done.
I noticed pretty much straight away when that happened, you went to almost a different setting. All of the drivers in the team, you did a lot of fuel saving, a lot of lifting and coasting. If you had to give up a position, then make something of it. And actually, you've turned that back into third at the last stop.
Yeah, I mean, it was really hard to overtake the BMWs. There are no real chance. They're just too quick on the straight. So so the only chance was fuel save and try and overcut them. So that worked, but obviously still have some work to do to get back to the front.
How's the evolution of the track going?
It's still pretty quick, to be honest. I mean, this morning wasn't super quick. You know, you'd expect very cold conditions, but I think it was almost too cold for the tires. When I was looking at the tire temps, it was they were still a bit chilly.
If we could get all the three, and it's Ricardo Feller, Chas Moster and Maxi Goetz who've got the three sector times at the moment, that would be a 2 minutes 0.7 in race trim. That's insanely quick. I mean, obviously three different drivers, three different cars, but do you feel that there's still some pace out there if you could get a clear lap off a restart or something like that?
Yeah, maybe. We're not too far off the lap record. We're within a second, but you know, having said that, a second's still a lot. So who knows? I mean, the track so far is still quick. I think we're still seeing twos from different cars. So let's see if someone gets a clear lap and hits the peak of the tire. Who knows?
This feels like a bit of an economy game at the moment. You're trying to stretch these stints as long as you can to work back from that last stint. Now, we know that Lelo's going to finish for you guys, but how do you feel like your position on economy? You can tell us, we won't tell anybody else, I promise.
We're yet to find out, to be honest. I mean, you know, we're doing what we can and sort of kind of see what can the others do. I think we won't find out until later on in the race.
Just one quick final question. Restarts. Everybody's still struggling after restarts, whether they are brand new tyres because you've pit stopped or you're recycling the tyres. Is that going to get easier as the sun heats up the track?
I think it'll get a little bit easier, but it's still these tyres definitely need temperatures. But yeah, well spotted, it is difficult at the restarts, and then you're sliding around a fair bit. But that will get a bit better with track temperature coming up and ambient temperature coming up.
It's nice to have Maro Engel alongside us. That is his car, the Man Filters Group of M Racing AMG. They're currently scored in fourth. Lucas Stolz leads the way, though, in car 75. They're due a pit stop soon.
140 laps completed. Lucas Stoltz in that number 75 Sun Energy 1 machine. Coming down over the top of the mountain is the car that was quickest and started on pole position. Interesting little battle pack just on the back there. Raffaele Marciello with Brock Feeney and Mathieu Jaminet ahead. We've got Rafa's teammate here, Maro Engel. Just the one factory Porsche here, but it's a Manthey Porsche, so you've got to take it seriously. Are you noticing that that car's got any particular characteristics? You said how difficult the BMW, two BMW WRT cars were to pass.
I haven't been close to the Porsche, but from what I heard from my teammates was that it was also a little bit quicker than us on the straight, so expecting that to be difficult to overtake. Probably one of the reasons why Brock Feeney's sort of stuck behind, but not making any inroads. We'll see. I mean, that's the part of the game, part of GT3 that you know, all the different cars have different strengths, and it balances out more or less over a lap.
How was the morning? Yeah, I mean, it looks spectacular from where we were, but those low ambient temperatures must have made it a challenge.
I mean, seeing that you know, fire rise above skyline is just, I had goosebumps in the car. It's just amazing. It's there's nothing like it. It really is special.
That's really good, isn't it? That a pro driver like this, he's done everything. He's won everything. He's got every T-shirt there is going, and that still moves him. You're not supposed to be looking over the top of the skyline. You're supposed to be looking down to the tip. You know that, don't you?
I couldn't help myself, mate.
Well, how do you explain this play? And you're unique in that you've got much more experience here than a lot of others. Not just in this race, but you spent a full-time season here racing for Erebus. How do you explain this place to your colleagues, your friends, your fellow racing car drivers or teammates when you go back home? What do you describe it as?
And remember, you're live on national television,
yes, exactly,
so
yeah.
no expletives, please. That's a joke. He's too professional.
Beep, 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 amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's just incredible. I mean, I tell them you can't really believe it until you've been here. Even just seeing the place, you know, walking the track and seeing the elevation uphill and downhill, just here for example, the Dipper, so steep down, and the wall obviously so close. And what makes it amazing is that you have this really nice, beautiful flow to it. You know, it's a very flowing circuit, and that just makes it really, really nice.
So you guys are currently in 4th place. Now, can you stick around for a little while? Because I know you haven't been here you were here last year, obviously, and you had a really good run to 2nd, but I want to welcome you back to Australia with a really unique Aussie experience, which involves us plugging another commentator into the seat I'm in, which will be uniquely Australian in its commentary style, and I think Maro knows who I'm talking about, but we'll do that in just a minute when we get to that. But it's cool to have you back. You guys just feel like you're building to something really nice at the moment.
I hope so. Look, I really hope so. But yeah, long way to go, and there's some other cars that are very strong. So you know, we'll have to be on our best game.
Maro Engel joining Richard Crail and me, John Hindorf, in the LIQUI MOLY comms box. 142 laps completed. The 75 car is leading. That's the Sun Energy 1 machine. That is due a pit stop any time now.
Well, Sydney and New South Wales are home to a unique and diverse natural and cultural experiences that have the ability to energise you like nowhere else. That includes this race. It's warm, welcoming, inclusive. There's always something new to discover, and a visit will leave you feeling new not long after you leave. And I think our guest in the commentary box would very much agree with that. We're joined by one of Mercedes-AMG's longest-serving superstars, and he's won just about everything there is to win in the world of endurance racing and GT racing. Maro Engel, he's the man who went sub 2 minutes in qualifying. Thank you for that yesterday,
not quite
by the way.
sub 2 minutes yet.
Oh, sub 2:01 was what I was looking for, into the 122nd
Would be nice, sub 2 minutes.
It was an amazing effort. So you got the Alan Simonson Pole Award, and you guys are in a very good position. 4th place at the moment for car 999. I'm going to jump out in a minute because we're going to plug someone else into this seat. But the question I did want to ask, Group M Racing, this team, and you haven't raced with them here before, you've been with Craft Member Racing, Erebus, and others. Every year they roll into this place, they are very, very competitive. And in the past, you've been wheel to wheel with them. So what is it about this team that makes them so strong?
It's a really strong team. One of our strongest AMG customer racing teams. I mean, you know, they've been super successful in Macau. I raced with them in DTM over the past year, and it's a very, very strong team, and especially in endurance racing more than maybe even in sprint racing. And we a few years back we won the Suzuka 10 Hours together, and yeah, hopefully we can get another win under our belt together.
All right, I'm going to jump out.
Just before you do,
yeah.
That 75 car was in the pit 6 laps ago, so that got in and out without losing the lead of the car of the motor race.
They were a minute and 25 seconds in front, so they got a full green flag, stop under green. Well spotted. My gift to you, Maro Engel, is David Reynolds, who will be plugging himself into this seat right now. So I'll leave you in the very capable hands of John Hindhoff.
Krelsey and Garth Tander coming back in a little while. Wherever you are around Australia, New Zealand, around the world, around Bathurst, good to have your company for the 2023 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hours. David Reynolds joins Maro Engel and me, John Hindhoff, in the booth. Good day, David. How are you, mate?
Hey guys, how you going? What's going on?
Good to see you again, mate. It's been a little while.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It has.
How long has it been?
I think probably 3 years since you were in this booth when I was here. We did a bit of the 6 hours as well before that. So how was the early going for you?
So yeah, I was assigned to do the morning stint, which I somehow get roped into do every year, and I don't really enjoy it, to be fair. I don't like driving in the dark, and I don't like driving with sun in your eyes. So I had to get up at, I don't know, 4 o'clock like most of us do, and I don't really like doing much at 4 in the morning.
He's got a terrible life, hasn't he?
Yeah. Sorry, what time do you get up? Sleep 4. Did you at the start?
Yeah.
It's way too early to go car racing. Can't even see where you're going. But no, it was really fun. It was really fun. The problem is it was like super cold, and I did a really good job of getting my tyres up to temperature. It got like 100 degrees in my tyres, and as soon as it went green, it just started like plummeting down to like 6 degrees, and then it started chattering under here. I'm like, oh no, I'm in a world of trouble. So yeah, it wasn't the most fun, but yeah, I'm just trying to catch Maro here.
We've been talking about the unique atmosphere of this place. Great to have a big crowd back to it, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the 12 Hour has done a beautiful job every year. Every year it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. I've been coming here since like 15, so every year you see more and more people, more and more cars, and it's just going from strength to strength. And it's a really cool race. Even though the cars are probably a bit too fast for me, I prefer my supercar. I felt well more at home in that, but I'm getting the hang of it.
Supercar season about to kick off, back on the streets of Newcastle. Now there's another race. That's another really interesting circuit.
Yeah, it's a kind of new circuit on the calendar. It's very rough. Got a bit of undulation, very, very tight, and very difficult for our cars to get around. So, yeah, we love it. Where else would we rather drive? It's a street track.
New cars this year, so a reset for everybody, often a rule change or a change in formula. Stirs thing up a little bit.
Yeah.
The cream always rises to the top eventually, but an opportunity for some different faces at the front, maybe?
Yeah, possibly. Back I was part of the series when we went to the Car of the Future, and there was a huge turnover in winners. We had like 10 different winners or something for the first year, and then, like you said, the cream rises to the top, and the good teams are always the good teams, and they'll win the most races. But at the start, it's kind of I love the unknown races where you don't know who's going to win or what's going to happen. So I'm really looking forward to the year. It's going to be completely different cars than what we've had, so yeah, it's a big challenge.
Just keeping an eye on what's going on the circuit at the moment. We're in that lovely phase towards the middle of the race where little battles are breaking out. This one just on the outskirts of the top 10 for 11th and 12th. Tony Bates and Dylan O'Keefe in respectively are the Mercedes, the red Mercedes, and the darker coloured car is the Audi sitting behind it, and they're having a good old scrap over the top of Brock's Skyline and down towards the Dipper. Follow my leader down this part through the spares box Dipper and down towards the BMW.
Doesn't that Nikita car look beautiful?
It does.
Good defence, Tony. Well done.
That wouldn't happen to be. Oh, that's your car.
That's my car, yeah. Go, Tony. You legend.
Strengths and weaknesses of that car, then, David, around here to what you've driven before.
Yeah. So the supercar, it's very different. The right-hand drive car. These are left-hand drive car. They've got ABS, traction control, heaps of aero, really good tyre, which is the opposite to a supercar. Well done, Tony. Let him past.
Yeah. That was planned.
No, he's in a silver class, doesn't matter. And Dylan's a pro driver, so
still a great rally outside of there. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's not bad. But for me, it's just so different to the supercar. So every time I come here, I have to relearn everything. Your lines are different. The way you sit in the car is different. So it just takes a little bit for me to get the hang of it.
And over the top, is where these cars line up.
Yes.
Is that just a big deep breath, basically, as you're coming up out of the running and through McFarlane?
It can be a lot of fun when you get it right, but it feels like you just put the knife in the teeth and just hold on for dear life. It's so fast. It feels really fast.
Mauro Engel with us as well here. He knows these GT3 cars very well. We've been talking for several years now. I've been coming in 10 years, believe it or not. Now, we'll come back to that in a second because we've got the blue Audi Sport Bet 65 car into the pit lane. Keep an eye on that one. I've been coming here 10 years now, and we always talked about the advantage of the local drivers knowing the track and the advantage of the internationals like you knowing the cars. Well, some of these local drivers, the regional drivers, have been driving GT3s a little while. Is that experience curve beginning to intersect there?
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's you know, the internationals are getting more and more experience here at the mountain, and the locals obviously more and more experience with the GT3 cars. So it's kind of merging together. And I mean, what you're seeing is a super competitive field, and you know, the best of both worlds.
I'd still prefer to know the car than the track. You know what I mean?
Really?
Yeah, I think it just takes too long, for me anyway, to understand the car.
We gotta get you over to Europe and do some more GT3.
Get me along. I'll do it for free. How's that?
No, you
Hang on
won't.
a second. I'll
get you a deal and I'll take a cut.
Yeah, cool. You can be my manager. Mauro, the manager.
Is that about knowing the car as it gets to and on and over the edge of adhesion to it?
Yeah, definitely. Like for me, I just don't know what the car's capable of, and I don't really want to go exploring when there's massive walls either side of doing 200Ks. So, you know, you got to call on a bit of experience, and you know, in the race you can sort of do a few laps in a row, 30 laps in a row, to really understand the car a bit better. So, you know, I feel like I'm a little bit more up to speed, but I'm still probably not on a few tenths off these guys, I think.
Well, we talk about the 1%ers all the time, don't we? Incremental changes that makes the difference. And knowing that little bit more about the cars, Mauro, means that you can just push your luck a little bit, perhaps.
Yeah, look, it's a definite advantage, you know, if you're in this car or in the same car, you know, week in, week out. I mean, it's like Davey for him in the supercar, you know, he knows exactly, he knows what the car's going to do before it even does it, and that's basically the advantage we have for sure, just knowing those cars in and out.
And don't forget, like, I'm in a Pro-Am race, like he's in the Pro car, so part of my weekend is trying to set the car up for Tony to be comfortable. So you've got to make it understeer a bit, where like if I see these guys in qualifying, they're dancing on the rear tyre and it's moving around a lot in the rear, it's making it turn, but you know, Tony wouldn't like that. He would stop racing if the car was always like that, so I've got to try and tame it down and make it more comfortable for him.
The essence of endurance racing, particularly Pro-Am, is to make sure you've got a car that everyone can drive.
Yeah, exactly. And I like driving it too, don't worry.
Yeah.
I don't want to drive something that's half out of control all the time.
Particularly not when you're in there for, what, an hour?
12 hours.
Yeah, an hour and 10 minutes at a time. Mauro, how do we see this race panning out? The Stoltz car here, the Sun Energy One guys, defending champions. They've just come over, like a number of us from Daytona. They've managed through good strategy to get themselves in the lead at that last pit stop, 10 laps ago. How hard is everybody pushing now, and what's still to come for our viewers and listeners?
Yeah, they definitely did a good strategy there. I think they pitted under the last safety car, basically, where some of us didn't pit, and that played out well for them. So obviously still just over 6 hours to go, so we're not even halfway yet, so still plenty of racing to go, but it's looking pretty tight between the top 4 cars already, and I wouldn't discount the BMWs. I mean, on some instances, the straight line speed seemed surreal. So yeah, just definitely not going to count them out.
Oh, really? They're that much faster?
They've got a fair bit more grunt down the straight, yeah.
Listen, I'll just leave them. I'll take my headset off and just leave them. Got an interesting couple of minutes coming up for Matt Jaminier and Brock Feeney, who are just half a second or so apart in second and third in the bright Grello 912 in the 888. Which is sitting in third position at the moment. That's Raffaele Marciello on the Harvey Norman onboard for the Group M racing car. All right, critique your teammate here. Talk us round this part of the
What are you going to critique when Lello's
he's right
driving?
with them now. Second, third, fourth. That's the 2 cars. The green and the red car ahead is second,
well,
third,
maybe
fourth. Down to
he
the
can teach me how to go faster.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. I can do this bit. Put your foot down and change up when you get a blue light. Right? I can do that bit, but
It's pretty easy, guys. I mean, keep it on the black stuff. Don't touch any walls and use all the space available.
Yes. Okay, coming down in the chase, and this is easy flat through here, and where's your braking point into the left-hander uphill?
It's about somewhere between the 100 and the 150. Sort of depends on, you know, have you got clear track ahead? Have you got the full downforce? Or are you in a slipstream? Have you got fresh tires? Have you got a full tank? Are you an empty tank? He's
saving fuel.
Well, I would hope he would.
That's what he was told to do. How close are you? How close do you need to be, or should I say, how far away before you're starting to feel the aerodynamic advantage in a straight and the aero wash disadvantage in corners?
I think when you're within a second to a second and a half, you start to feel a bit of wash, and when you get under a second, it really starts to affect you.
Wow.
Across the top of the mountain's obviously very fast, so there you definitely feel it.
It's good to know. Thanks for telling me.
I think
I really haven't been around.
How's the aero wash in supercars?
Oh, it's terribly bad. Yeah, we don't have flat bottom floors, so it's probably a bit harder for us. So, you know.
This is the battle for second, third and fourth. The leader's 15 seconds up the road through the Audi cutting onto one of the most impressive parts of any racetrack in the world. That little seal that was pulling off the front of the bonnet is now come off one side altogether. That's not going to have any massive effect, Mauro?
No, not really. I saw that flying about. I think at one point we'll probably get rid of it.
Did you do the morning stint?
Yeah.
How'd you go? You led it,
all right?
didn't you?
I led, yeah.
How'd you go with like coming over Skyline when the sun's like beaming in your eyes? Can you see where you're going?
No.
No, that was the worst time for me.
Yeah, but it's still pretty amazing, and it's special. I mean,
watch the sun come up. Sometimes you get caught and you're like, oh, that's beautiful. Oh no!
Exactly. I just said that. I had goosebumps when you had that red fire coming up. It's like.
You do sort of take it in, don't you? Sometimes when you got some time, don't you? You look around and go, oh yeah, it's beautiful.
And then you scare yourself and you go, oh shit.
I know.
I forgot to brake. Oops, sorry.
So, thank you very much to Mauro Engel and David Reynolds. I was told by a racer once, you don't have to worry about the sun in your eyes because the racetrack hasn't moved since the last time around. So we'll reset the booth now as this battle for second, third and fourth continues. Really enjoyed having our guests. 6 hours, 15 minutes and just under 40 seconds to go. Richard Crail back with us for the next part of the race. And I would say, you know, we take that opportunity to talk to some of the drivers because we can. We haven't missed anything at the front in terms of lead changes, but it's still absolutely fascinating what is going on at the sharp end of the field. Look at this battle for second, third and fourth, and Stoltz still up the massive big change in the race. We saw that 75 car order some pit stop about 12 laps ago. They were so far ahead they got in and out without giving up the lead.
They've played a blinder, Sun Energy One, by running the let's just stop as often as we possibly can to get fuel in strategy, and it's worked for them. Sitting in the back of the commentary box listening to those guys talk, A, there's a podcast in that, Engel and Reynolds, and B, in a commentary box including Mauro Engel and David Reynolds, it's not Mauro Engel that I thought would have dropped some language first, to be brutally honest with you. But great insight, to be honest, from both of them. Really enjoyed listening to those guys worth stepping aside for, and we'll have some more drivers coming up throughout the day, which we're really looking forward to. This intensity's just popped up a notch, hasn't it? And Feeney now looking really strong. 31 laps into this stint for the Super Cheap car, and looking for a pit stop. They're on an alternate strategy. In fact, the top 3 cars now, and the top 4 cars are all on slightly different fuel numbers, slightly different tyre numbers, which is really fascinating. And it's going to allow us for all these strategies to evolve and play out, and we're approaching the halfway point of this race, 150 laps in. We're not far away from 1,000 Ks into this race and bordering on the 6-hour window to do it. So this will be a pit stop as Richie Stanaway into the lane in the 99 car for Boost Mobile Racing. Staying put behind the wheel
fuel in first there, Rich. This is what we talked about earlier on. Other series do it other ways, but it's fuel, and the car stays on the ground until the fuel hose comes out. Fuel time, part of the BOP process. So each of those fuel hoses has a restrictor, like the engine breathes through a restrictor, the fuel goes in through a restrictor. That is one of the 4 ways that the BOP is calculated and affected.
Feels like an age, doesn't it? Waiting. We're so used to seeing pit stops in this country where it's all happening all at once and there's more people over the line throwing resources at the car. But this well-drilled 888 race engineering team go to work. And brand new tyres going on car 99. Well, WRT here for the first time in BMWs, but this isn't their first rodeo at Mount Panorama.
And Audi have won the 2018 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hours.
Well, this is cool. Shannon's Time Machine time with Dries Vanthoor, who's a former winner here. And I want to talk to you about that year and the crazy finish to the 2018 12 hour here. Mate, welcome back. Your memories of that crazy day and the crazy finish?
I remember it was the first time I raced against my brother. He unfortunately passed me on the back straight. That was, let's say, the worst part of the race. The best part is, yeah, of course, having the victory with a spectacular end at the end. Unfortunately, it was a big crash, but everybody was luckily okay. And but also for our side, luckily there was a red flag because we were going to run out of fuel.
I remember that red flag, and in pit lane, nobody really knew, is the race going to restart? What does that mean for the restart? And when it got declared, it meant like, oh, wow, hang on a minute, that means you're the winner. With the fuel scenario, it's just like pure elation down at your garage.
At the end, yeah, when we found out we won, yeah, it was just great because we came in for the first time and we had no, I mean, you know, you come in for the first time, you just try to do your best. You're not expecting to blow everybody away. So, and then to come here and win the first time out, it was pretty cool. Now with BMW, first time that we get to see the BMW operation here in Australia, how has the beginning of that journey been with WRT and BMW? It will be special, you know, starting our new, well, it's not our first race going into 2023, but our first intercontinental race, which is part of the GT World Challenge. Expectations are high, but we're looking very much forward to try to get a good result. Well, a switch to BMW is not the only new thing at WRT. New driver as well, Valentino Rossi. How cool to have you here at Bathurst. How have you found that change from 2 wheels to 4 so far?
Is very different under a lot of point of view, but is also similar. To go fast is very similar, the way to go fast with the car than with the bike, you know. But after when you race in this type of races, especially in the long races, in the endurance, you need to work a lot under other aspects like the strategy, also the pit box, the driver change and everything. So it's something that with MotoGP you never have. Yeah, right. How do you go from 45-minute MotoGP race, 12-hour Bathurst race, mentally, physically? How do you train for that and get ready for that? Yes, it's different, and I already make 2 24-hour race in Spa and Dubai, and already the second one is a lot more easy than the first one. You need to get used because especially the last 10 hours you enter like in another dimension because you are tired. But when you jump on the car, you have the adrenaline that is good for keep you awake. First impressions of Bathurst, what do you think? Incredible, and I always play with the simulator in this track, but come here in the reality is very different. It's like a dream, you know, because I always think maybe one day I will go. So now we are here, and I'm very happy to be in this team and to race with the BMW because the car is very, very strong, and also all the people push a lot. And I feel good. I feel good with the car, but you know, we will see during the weekend my level. Can you believe they used to race motorbikes here? No, no, because you don't have enough space. It's not good for motorcycle. Better with the car. Well, it's very cool to have you here. Best of luck this weekend. Can't wait to see how you go here at Bathurst. Enjoy. Grazie. Ciao. Ciao.
That's the Shannon's time machine looking back to a remarkable race in 2018. It was all going on that year, and BMW Team WRT, as they are now, were an Audi squad at the time, and they were out of fuel. They were out of the race. They were never, ever going to win it, but the red flag fell at exactly the right time. Let's head down to the lane. The Pirelli pit bunker has been busy, and Chad Nailon is right there.
Yeah, I got a co-driver for this one. I've actually stolen him out of the commentary box, boys. I'll return him in one piece. Garth Tander, welcome down to the Pirelli pit bunker. We just heard Valentino Rossi talking about what a magic location this is. So no good me talking about the track. Let's get the bloke who won Bathurst last year, the 1000, to have a bit of a chat about it. We actually did this last year, and for those who missed it, it's a really cool way to learn the differences between GT3 and a supercar around here. But let's just start by looking at this famous bit of road, Garth.
Oh, it's the best bit of tarmac that we have here in Australia, 6.214 kilometres of undulation, commitment, desperation, everything that you want. If you were going to design a racetrack, there's no chance if you design this racetrack now to get past the safety standards. So that makes it so cool, is that the commitment required, particularly once you get out of the cutting here at turn 4, from turn 6 to turn 18, so from the tree to Forest Elbow, the commitment doesn't matter what you're driving. You could be driving a supercar, a GT3 car, a Formula Ford, a rent-a-car when we're out here with you, Chad. The commitment required to get around here is immense. And the speed across the top of the mountain, particularly in a GT3 car, is significant.
We'll get to that in a moment. I just want to highlight the lap records here. So 204.7, that was Chaz Mostert a few years ago. 201.5 in race trim, Shane van Gisbergen. That was pretty rapid. So it's quite curious. When you look at that, you go, well, there's a pretty big difference there in race speed. So where are they making that time up, mate? I'll bring up the corner numbers. You might be able to pick out a few spots for us.
Yeah, well, the first thing is the supercar's much, much faster in a straight line. So up Mountain Straight and down Conrod, the supercar makes its lap time by top speed and acceleration off the corner. The punch off turn 1 and the punch off Forest Elbow is immense in a supercar, and that's where it makes a lot of its lap time. Whereas the GT3 car, the run across the top of the mountain is seriously quick.
Okay.
Like, that's much, much faster. So we talk about top speeds into Conrod Straight.
There we go.
Can you push your button for us, Chad? So supercar near on 300 kilometres an hour. It's 297 kilometres an hour. Whereas a GT3 car's only 280 k an hour. And there's a big difference in the braking area at the Chase too. In the supercar, it's around the 170 metre mark from 300 k an hour. Whereas in a GT3 car, at 280 k an hour, you're braking at about the 110 metre mark. Right. So that's the advantage of being a little bit lighter, a bit more downforce, and having ABS. So the run up Mountain Straight as well, the supercar runs up there much, much faster as well with a pull up the mountain.
So across the top, you mentioned through the shelf, this is where they're going to make up their time. Let's go McPhillamy. And this thing really doesn't like me today. There we go. That's a pretty big difference.
Yeah, big difference. I mean, you're a gear up in a GT3 car to start with. Yep. So 5th gear from basically Reed Park through McPhillamy to Skyline, whereas in the supercar, it's only 4th gear. 25 k an hour difference.
Wow.
Where the really big difference, where you really notice it as a driver, and it took me a long time, every time I came here in the GT3 car to get back up to speed, was Reed Park, the drop down into the grate. That in a supercar is 4th gear and a bit of a dab on the brake pedal. In the GT3 car, it's keep it flat, pull 5th gear, and just roll out of it a little bit, and then get back into the throttle again. So the commitment required in the GT3 car across the top of the mountain is massive, and that's for, as a supercar driver, it takes you a little bit of time to readjust your brake.
Yeah, right. 220 k's through McPhillamy. I would never make light of it, but the incident that you had there a few years ago, that highlights exactly why that was so serious. All right, let's take the corner numbers down for a second here, and I want to talk about maybe some passing opportunities, because we've seen plenty of passing here today. These look like the regular spots.
Yeah, that's the same, basically. Same as what we would see here in the Bathurst 1000 weekend, same passing opportunities. Up the inside at turn 2, it's easy to defend that one. It's a risky move trying to get up the inside at the cutting at turn 4. The same down at Forest Elbow. It's probably a tougher move in a GT3 car to get past down at Forest Elbow.
That's where we saw the famous Matt Campbell move.
Yeah, that was a big move, and I think that's one of the best passing moves we've ever seen at Forest Elbow. Where the GT3 cars are better is slipstreaming. You get a better toe in a GT3 car, so we're seeing a lot of passing down into the Chase already. And then if you defend at the Chase, you can get set up and passed into the final corner. So there are plenty of passing opportunities, and to your point, Chad, we have seen plenty of passing already. And when we get into it at the last couple of hours of this race, it'll be on. It'll be on right down here at the Chase and at turn 2. It's going to be on there.
What grabs me there, from turns 4 to turns 18, that's almost no passing opportunities across the top. All right, hotspots, where are we going to see drama? Where are we going to see potential safety cars coming up later in the day? Yeah.
Well, the whole bit that you said at Single Lane Raceway, that's where the drama is. There is some drama, obviously outbraking yourself down here at the Chase and getting caught in a gravel trap or having some dramas down there. But we've already seen it. We saw it with Stephen Grove having his moment across the top of the mountain and contact with the wall. And we have seen it year on year in this race where there's always some drama across the top of the mountain. But in reality, Chad, you could just get your pencil out.
Yep, there you go.
And you could start.
Hang on. I'll get you a nice yellow colour. There you go.
You can start here, and that could be the hot spot for safety cars around here, especially when it comes down to the last hour, when it's all on the line to hang it out and try and get track position so you can try and succeed at the end of 12 hours around this race. No place is safe at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, I'm also going to put a few just some kangaroos around the place as well, guys. There you go. You never know where they're going to come out. Maybe an echidna appear somewhere during the cutting.
We've seen everything here. It would not surprise me.
You never know, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chad. Thank you, Garth. And yeah, just circle the whole racetrack potential for drama area as we watch our race leader, Jules Gunon, the double winner of this race. One of only a few handful of drivers to have won back-to-back, not just Bathurst 12 hours, but endurance races at Mount Panorama. It just doesn't happen that often, and even less so doing it 3 times in a row. Let's go back and have a look down here at AMG Corner, Murray's, and this is the 65 Audi with Chaz Mostert behind the wheel, just slicing down the inside of Dries Vanthoor. So for the second time today, gee, the BMW on the brakes a lot earlier than Chaz, who's driving this car very hard, not that long out of pit lane. He has once again trying to race himself back onto the lead lap. Meanwhile, Gunon has had just used that curb on the inside there on the run down through the S's. Watch and listen. Just a lift and waggle on the steering wheel, and he drives out of it. So the Merc's actually been very good over the top for much of the weekend. Very stable platform.
Just a quick note, our leader now is 18 seconds to the good. Jules Gunon behind the wheel of the 75. Oh, big slide for the Valentino Rossi driven number 46 WRT BMW.
Well, that's just getting it on the rear wheel and the smoke pouring off, isn't it? Just a bit of turn the handlebars. We've seen that before. It's nothing different. So, car 46...
Actually, the steering wheels now aren't wheels anyway.
Well, no, exactly. Really close to the handlebars.
Yeah, absolutely right. 1.3 seconds between second and third. Chamonix and Marciello. We had that stop a few moments ago for the Triple Eight car. Brock Feedy came in, took on some racing fuel and left without a new set of Pirelli tyres. Double stinting. That's another hour's worth of racing he's going to put on that as we head towards the halfway point, Quilty.
It's been a good stint for Valentino. Best lap 204.5. In the same stint, his teammate has punched out a 3.8. Valentino has averaged a 5.5. Not that far off the pace. He's been going along very well. That's why car 46 running nicely on the lead lap and in 6th position. And has a decent margin to Brock Feeney back in 7th position. And we just saw that car in pit lane, so it was a fuel-only stop for Triple Eight. Brim the AMG GT3, and they're good for another 35 or 36 plus laps before they stop again, so they've gone out of sequence. And we have just confirmed, as the fans that have lined the track, that sea of yellow has... I've been in town since Monday, JH, and there was yellow in town then. I saw VR fans walking down the street in the middle of town, and they have just built and built and built, and it's like being at Phillip Island for the MotoGP. They have come out in their thousands to see this guy tackle the mountain for the first time.
Do you know what impresses me as much as anything else we've talked about? We've talked about him sponging everything from his teammates, from learning, from taking it at the pace he needs to do. Never mind the skill involved in driving a GT3 car quickly. How relaxed he is behind the wheel of a fast-moving, big G, particularly on the corners, racing car. He's used to moving around, sure, but he instigates that normally in his previous job. What he's doing now is getting rattled around. He's getting G's through the corners, the opposite direction from what he wants. A motor car is the only fast-moving object that leans away from the apex of a turn. Think about it. Boats, planes, motorcycles, they all lean into the corner. A motor car leans out. Very different sensation, I would have thought there. He's got his head round that, and look how the paucity of movement, how relaxed he is behind the wheel of this car, and that is speed. I remember Guy Smith was exactly the same. You would have thought he was nipping down to Woolies to pick up some milk and some bacon for his breakfast.
We had Guy Smith here in a Bentley at some point from research, did we not?
Yeah, we had that great camera above his head.
Yes, we did. It was nice to see Guy getting an opportunity to tackle Mount Panorama. He's doing a great job. Last time around, Dries Vanthoor, his teammate, who's about 11 seconds up the road, did a 205.6, Rossi a 5.3. So he's actually quicker than his DTM title-winning teammate at this juncture. But I'll preface that by saying that neither BMW is particularly quick relative to the other cars they're fighting with today, because the leaders are still punching out in the 3s, and behind them, Brock Feeney last time ran in the low 5s and troubling the 4s. So there's some lap time to find just in this stint of the race. The BMWs, who have now been out there 28 laps each. Remember, they pitted at the same time. So they're approaching it. They're between 5 to 10 laps away from their next set of scheduled pit stops.
How's Chamonix? Is he doing a double? Because he's not catching Gounon. He's dropped another second or so in the last couple of laps. That's something that we need to keep an eye on, because it's coming up to 20 seconds now, the gap between Gounon and Chamonix. That's the AMG versus the Grello Porsche, the 912, with the 999, the pole sitter, in third.
Just a short drive from Bathurst, the Blue Mountains, Sydney's backyard, the fresh air, the World Heritage listed wilderness area. Three Sisters there, just outside of the great town of Katoomba. It's one of the most popular day trips out of Sydney, but you need a whole weekend or longer to fully appreciate its wonders. And while you're up there, head to Katoomba and Catalina Park, a classic old racetrack. You can still go there and wander around it. It's a great place to stop. Katoomba's got some great restaurants and cafes to check out while you do so. Catalina Park. Mark it down in your diaries. Let's have a look at the spares box highlights. We get very close to rolling into the second half of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. It's been brutal at the start.
Oh, big hit at the top of the mountain for the Grove Porsches, taking that car out. That was the first real safety car. One or two people playing fast and loose with the walls, including the Grove Lamborghini, and that started off the Wall Lamborghini, excuse me, started off a bit of a nightmare for them. Coming together through Brock Skyline, so two cars in the wall, and the number 44 Mercedes not coming back from that one. The Audi did, though, in fairness, and got back to the pits. Scary moments at the top are all part of Mount Panorama, and the leading invitational class mark cars machine just finding the outer limit. Jules Gounon leads the motor race by a full 20 seconds now. We've got 159 laps completed. And if we're going to do 2,000 Ks at this hour, we needed 161. Here's the Bozell class leaderboard. Chris Meese is the best of the Pro-Ams. Daniel Corn behind the wheel of the number 10 Milan Team IMS silver class leader, and Grant Donaldson in that invitational class 111 Mark Cars Mazda shaped machine, 18th position overall. And Crailsy's got the look at the overall.
159 laps in, we're almost at 1,000 Ks of this race, and Jules Gounon leads Mathieu Jaminet and Raffaele Marciello. So 20 seconds the margin, and then 5 seconds covering the next three cars. But everyone's a little bit out of sync in when they're going to take their final, or their next round of pit stops, building up to that final couple of hours of this particular race. The BMW's 5th and 6th, we've just been talking about then. Brock Feeney on a completely different strategy now to the leading group of cars. So 888 might be running 7th, but that's not indicative of where they really are in the race. It sort of keeps building to this point where those final round of pit stops are going to be absolutely critical in terms of pit stop time and how much fuel you're putting in the car, especially if we keep this green flag running that we've been enjoying today. Just outside, or just in the top 10 now, car 99 is Richie Stanaway behind the wheel. He's chasing Chaz Mostert. And just in front of them, Chris Meese in 8th position, who's the first car not currently on the 160th lap of this race.
We're there or thereabouts for that 2K. and we're certainly en route at the moment for the 315 laps that would be a distance record. These cars are clocking up times that are very impressive indeed. A few years ago, 5s and 6s, talking about this earlier, weren't we, Krills, and people joining us all the time. 5s and 6s race time would have been impressive. And now we're getting a bit disappointed if people are running down in the 4s, the high 4s, to be honest.
Yeah, it'll need to be a rapid second half of the race to get to 2,000 Ks for sure, but it's certainly possible. Well, our team's been busy. We've got the Pirelli pit bunker, and we're also fortunate to have Mark Beretta, who's out and about here at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour.
Oh, apologies for missing from the lane for a minute, but I had to come up here. You cannot come to Mount Panorama on a day like this and not come to the top of the mountain and enjoy this amazing view and the great people up here. El, what brings you up here?
The cars, the atmosphere, the beers.
Where's home? And who have you got here? This the whole family?
I've got Dad, Mum-in-law, Father-in-law, and the wife.
It is a family event, isn't it?
It is a family event.
How's the racing been?
It's been great. Cars are number 2 at the moment, so hoping we stay there.
You're going good. I know. This is a little piece of paradise, isn't it? It's beautiful up here.
It's a place to be.
God's country.
It is. Where else would you rather be on a Sunday morning?
Well, do you know what you miss here? If you could only find a cool drink, I think a cool drink would really cap this off, Al. I just think this is great. You've got the view. You've got the sun.
We can sort you out.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh.
Jeez, I don't think I've emptied the bag. There you go. Cheers, guys. We'll enjoy this. Hey, keep working hard down there.
Oh, I need to renegotiate my deal. It's all the good gigs.
We get, I mean, no disrespect to Mauro Engel and Davy Reynolds, lovely people there. I love driving with them, but he gets a cool tinny and we get sweaty racing drivers. Actually, I'm only kidding, you know that. The Sun Energy 175 car, defending champions. Now, this was a different race altogether last year, and ran at a different time of year. There was much more darkness, as in comes the number 24 Davy Reynolds' car, the Makita AMG, coming into the pit lane. Ran at a different time of year, under different regulations, but everything I've spoken to Kenny and Bull about the last couple of weeks, we've been together in Daytona for the Raw before, and then the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona. They are absolutely dialed in, Garth Tander, to say we want to be there or thereabouts this year. Of course we want to win it, because we want to prove that last year wasn't a fluke and we didn't, quote-unquote, just win that because it was a Pro-Am race.
No, well, they won it exceptionally well last year in the Pro-Am structure. They win it this year. No disrespect to Kenny Habul, but he's not a pro driver. But he's part of the driving roster going up against 3 pro drivers in all the other pro entries. If they win it this year, that's a much bigger win than last year's race.
Oh, yeah. And
by a margin.
The field strength is, again, the fullest of respect to last year's result, 3 times as strong, if not more. So the level of competition is so incredibly high, which we've seen today, and how relentless this race has been. They are in a really good spot right now. 17 seconds to the good, and they've played some strategy wildcards. They've been through pit lane 8 times. The car in second place, the Manthey EMA Porsche, just the 4 stops so far. There's a lot to play out. We've just ticked over 161 laps, by the way. It's a milestone at this place, 1,000 kilometres, and it happened in under 6 hours and 10 minutes. So the quickest 1,000 on record, 6 hours and 1. That was 2018. Craig Lowndes and Stephen Richards. So it's up there in the quickest 1,000 Ks ever covered, and 161 laps at this place. So to go 2,000 Ks, they're going to have to do another Bathurst 1,000 in 5 hours and 50 minutes.
So they'll have to go under the supercar 1,000 K record. We've had a few safety cars in this one. Started under safety car, so that extra lap, well, they had about another 3 minutes to the race, well, to take it out of the race time, if you like. So Richard Crale's been on the 2,000 K train for a while here, so he's had a fair bit of pull this weekend. What he's asked, he's got, so he's got 6 hours to come good.
If we stay like the same colour as the grass, which we've been over 2 hours for that now, i.e. not the colour of custard, then we will get close to that. We will get close to that, because even those early ones, we were on course to be able to get very close to it.
The 912 Mante Racing EMA Porsche is in pit lane, so they now take their 5th pit stop, and this has got to be the world's most economical Porsche when it comes to GT3 racing at the moment. The way that they've been driving the car and managing fuel, managing the pit stop cycle, the stop time right now while they're filling the car has been exceptional.
So Matthew Gemini's on 33 laps there. Look at this pit stop, because this is where some teams think that Manti is gaining some advantage and some time. That is rapid fire stuff. Everyone has to be over the line before the car can go.
It's rapid and impressive, but it's not standout for me.
Yeah. And that was 4 tyres.
Yeah.
I wondered it earlier on if they were only doing 2 tyres, and that was where we were seeing that 8 seconds. But I don't think that's enough of a delta between the two.
For me, it's not in the tyre change phase of the pit stop. It's in the fueling. I think they're saving fuel better than anyone else during the driving stint, and the economy of that car seems to be exceptional.
It's a minute 18 total pit stop time. So fuel 4 tyres and transiting pit lane, which is 32 seconds. Remember, BMW's last time we tracked that was
28.
a minute 28. Yeah. 10 seconds to the better.
Well, the last Porsche pit stop was a minute 20.
Correct.
So they've gone 2 seconds faster than their last pit stop. So it's not getting it. The story's not getting any better for the opposition.
Correct. And that extra 2 seconds would be the fuel time that they've been saving in this stint.
Yeah. Just extraordinary stuff. The new car, a lot of people asking about the new Porsche. That is the 992 body shape, debuted at Daytona. Hasn't been through the SRO BOP process yet. That's why it's not here. It's tradition, because this race is so early in the calendar that we see the new cars in the following year. The guys at Porsche telling me at Daytona that the new car, the only things that are the same are the wheels. Literally everything else has been changed, and they will go to the 4.2 litre engine, just under 4.2, actually 4.192, because you couldn't get a piece of paper between the boards of that flat 6 as it's board out at the moment. So this is the last time we're going to see that car, as in comes Dries Vanthoor in the Shell Helix WRT BMW.
Matt Campbell made the point yesterday, just to put a full stop on that one. The last time Porsche came here to farewell a current model of a car was 2019. And history recalls that as a very good day for that brand. So once again, BMW M Sport Team WRT pitting both their cars at exactly the same time. Their 2 cars are on the identical strategy. And it looks like, from a driving point of view as well, Rossi staying in car 46. Dries Vanthoor just in front in car 32. And this is Valentino. So this is his in-lap.
Oi! I did notice that the shortcut alarm came up on the timing screen for Valentino. Just lost the rear as it got across the crest. Used that escape road.
Well, you always want to optimise your in and out laps. I'm not sure shortcutting the track is exactly how you want to do it. Valentino staying in the car, so he's double stinting. He'll have done well over 2 hours in this car by the time he gets out of the Beamer.
So the BMWs and the Porsche now on a very, very similar strategy, split by just a lap or 2. That gives us an indication of where they're at. We've now got Matt Campbell behind the wheel of car 912. And also on that strategy is Craft Bamboo Racing, who have been flying under the radar today, completely under the radar. Last year, they were well overt in how they were playing the race by stopping at every single opportunity they could take and then making some more opportunities to do so as well. This time, they've been creeping up on it. They were buried in the bottom half of the top 10 for the first 3 or 4 hours this morning. But now, Daniel Juncadella comes into the pit lane, the Spanish driver, 3rd position, and after a 33-lap stint, same number as the BMWs, comes into the Hong Kong-based team, headed up by Darryl O'Young, based out of Hong Kong, and they're here looking for their first 12-hour victory. So they come in out of 3rd place.
Decent peddler himself, Darryl. Darryl O'Young. Yeah. Good touring car racer as well.
Did a lot of Bathurst 12-hour races as well over the journey.
And the Craft Bamboo is an amalgamation of 2 teams, Craft Racing and Bamboo Racing. They merged them together, and since then they've been very successful. Won the Macau GT Festival last year with Maro Engel driving as the Works AMG team. Cool to see Darryl here. He loves this race and won it with Audi. He was the AM and a Pro-Am combination first year of GT cars, and he's had a love affair ever since. As we go on board, so this is for position with the 999. Actually, correction, it's not. It's Raffaele Marciello putting a lap on the BMW, but they just stopped, remember,
After the pit. But what my intention there, where they left Forest Elbow, was the punch off Forest Elbow for the AMG Mercedes versus the BMW.
They're due in very soon, Marciello, 33 laps into this stint. So that will cycle itself around, because when the BMW stopped, they were a minute and a half or so behind the leader of the race in Jules.
The further it stays green and through the pit stop cycles, with BMW potentially losing time in each stop, they're falling further and further behind. They've got lap speed, just losing too much time through the pit stop cycle.
Just how hard it is out on track. For Tony Bates is the perfect example of just how hard it is out on track right now. You are drenched, man. Driving the Mercedes, it's a car that's normally good for driver comfort, but no drinks bottle, no AC. It is rough out there on the mountain, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the driver comforts have gone out the window for some reason. We haven't had a drink all day. Aircon's not working, and there's a couple of other issues I won't talk about that are going on in the cabin, so it's pretty tough. I was dying for a drink, but Chris asked me if I could press on for another 5 laps after my stint, and I gave it to him. Times were pretty good, but geez, it was tough out there, that's for sure.
Yeah, the times were pretty good. Some of the best you've ever done around the mountain. So the Mercedes is good. It's just difficult.
Yeah, the car's lit. The guys have got the car really set up well. It's just the driver comfort's out there. Like, it was damn hot. And not having a drink for over an hour was pretty tough. So the first 5 minutes getting out of the car, I thought I was going to pass out, but they had some fluids and electrolytes. So I think I'm back in the car again after this stint. So I'll see if anyone's got a ice bath out there that I can jump into.
Hero job going for that Pro-Am win. Good luck.
Thank you. Ta.
Well, clearly the furious pace of this race so far is starting to take a bit of a toll on the drivers. And I heard the commentary team speculating as to exactly where we are tracking with this race and how does it stack up for previous years. So one of the cool things we can do down here in the Pirelli pit bunker is actually bring up some stats from years gone by to have a bit of an idea where we're tracking. Bentley 2020, we know that the Porsche team are working to that strategy at the moment. 314 laps. Now that works out to be an average of 26.17 laps per hour. And if you sneak over here, you can see exactly where we're looking right now, 26.25 laps an hour. With how much green flag running we've had, is going to give us that predicted total of 315 laps. Now, it is important to talk about, guys, and I know we all have a bit of a laugh about, oh, this is going to bring up the safety cars, because at the end of the day, the teams need to work backwards from that number. So if you're thinking, okay, we're getting 35 laps out of a tank of fuel, then you need to work back from lap 315, which you think is going to be the last lap, and then you'll hopefully get a bit of an idea where you need to be making that last pit stop to fill it up. The reason why we've been getting so many laps in is because of these big green flag runs. Now, we all know Richard Craile's got nothing better to do than watch old races, get his stopwatch out and record how long the green flag runs are. And that's exactly what he's done for us for the last 4 years, Crailsy. So 2018, we had an hour and 55 minutes. Now, we've just blazed past that. We're up to 2 hours, 15 minutes of green flag running since we had that last big crash up at Skyline. We have been in the 3-hour mark in 2019 and 2022, but the record still stands at a whopping 4 hours and 10 minutes from that furious Bentley winning race in 2020. How long will that green flag stay out? Will we get to 4 hours and 10 minutes? If we do, then it's a pretty good chance, guys, that we'll be getting very close to that number. And with the Porsche strategy tracking very close to what the Bentleys did here, and also BMW on that strategy, might just be the winning strategy to get there come 5:45 p.m. tonight.
Chad, the other thing is, though, with your prediction for lap number, it's a moving target. Because the longer we stay green,
could go further.
We keep going further and further, don't we? So
that number there, Crailsy, will blow out. So it's currently at 26.25, but it's kind of like the run rate in cricket. The more they're knocking sixes, the higher that run rate's going to go up. And then ultimately that number, the 315, will go up. So they do have to track it. It's not as easy as just going, all right, as long as we pit on about lap number 200 and what it been 280 or something like that, we'll be able to get home on fuel, because it may blow out to be further than that. You're right.
I like it. Fun.
Valentino a little bit wild coming down through the S's that time through, just a bit wide. It's a change of direction after Skyline. So double stinting for Valentino. Big ask
Big ask. I mean, you see how still seriously fit he is after his MotoGP days, but big front engine, turbo cars, a lot of heat in the front of him. Not used to having that and being in the cockpit for that period of time. It will be an ask for the MotoGP legend.
Whilst you were down in the bunker with Chad earlier on, I was mentioning the fact that he's moving in entirely the wrong direction than he's used to as well. Motorbikes lean into corners, cars lean away.
Lean out of the corner.
So all the G-forces are reversed for him.
That's a good point.
And yet he sits there and he's so still. You'd think he'd be doing this for, you know, anytime you're not used to being in a car or even a go-kart, you go to your local arrive and down go-kart, you're tensed up, you're hanging onto that steering wheel for grim death, and that's really tiring, and also it makes your movements really jerky. He's sitting there as if he's on a Sunday afternoon drive down to Orange.
Talk about Sunday afternoon. I think someone better wake up. Raffaello Macchiello, he's asleep at the pit stop here.
I think that's called focus. Don't your drivers call that focus?
Yeah, that's what we call it. Just fuel only for that pit stop. So a bit of strategy going on for the Group M team.
So 36 laps in that stint, minute and 8 for pit lane time. So that's the difference between that and the Porsche. 10 seconds for tyres when they took 4 on the Manthey EMA Porsche. So Jules Gounon still the leader. His margin, a minute and a half. But yet to stop, and only a couple of laps away from seeing 75 back in the lane. So 30 laps Jules has been in that car, pounding away out in front. There was some good commentary on social media. Don't forget to join us, hashtag B12HR. So why was, at the time, Mathieu Jaminet not catching Jules Gounon? The answer was Jules Gounon.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's an absolutely legit answer, because he's one of the best. And the ultimate example of that was the end of last year's race, where it was Maro Engel in the Craft Bamboo car chasing him, and the margin was 8 seconds, and it stayed at 8 seconds. No matter what Maro could throw at it, it was never going to get any smaller.
Both those cars could not go a tenth of a second faster at that stage of the race. Drivers were at the limit. On board with the Porsche here again with Matt Campbell, and straight into fuel-saving mode again as he crests Skyline. So we've been talking about it all day, how fast they are in pit lane, but it's the work they're doing here in the race, in the stints. They are lifting and coasting so early in this car, but maintaining lap time. So clearly a lot of practice, a lot of preparation has gone into this strategy throughout the course of practice in the lead up to today's race. And I feel like Porsche are well in this race when it comes to strategy, and they've got the speed if they need it as well. Just listen here, flat here, and lifts off at the 220 metre mark, and probably hitting the brake at about 100 metres. You can brake a little bit later when you lift and coast. That's how you maintain your lap time, by using less fuel. You'll lift the coast again here, off at the 150 board, braking at the 60 metre mark. So that's how you're saving fuel and doing it very, very well.
And it's actually good for your brake pads as well, because you're actually braking from a lower initial speed when you hit the pedal.
And the car balance often changes. A lot of the time you find out you go faster in some sectors of the racetrack when you're fuel saving, because you don't pitch the car as aggressively, where you go from full throttle to full brake and the car dives in the front. When you're doing the lift and coast style, we'll hear it again here at the end of Mountain Straight, off at 180. Wow. Braking at 60, and the car transitions its weight from the rear to the front much, much slower. So the car's much more comfortable when you turn it in, and then you can roll more speed through the corner.
And yet, Garth, his last lap was a 2:03.6.
Yeah, no, that's the point I was trying to make. They're maintaining lap time by not burning any fuel. I did say at the start of the race, you can't go fast for free, but Porsche found it's on sale.
There's a bit of a discount on it today.
They went shopping on Boxing Day and got the really good prices.
Big lift there as well. And they'll be again here at Skyline listening. Yeah, massive coast there.
This is very reminiscent of onboards at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Very, very reminiscent of that. And these guys know that race very, very well indeed. Managing to maintain their pace, but in some way just saving fuel for fun, translating to several seconds in the pit lane. And that is the beauty of this 5.5 hours to go. We're into the second half of this year's LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hours.
The spares box highlights of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour, 169 laps complete in this race. How far will we go? The answer for Audi was 13 laps for Chris Haase. Massive disappointment for fans of the Four Rings because they were out of the race very, very early. So too for Grove Racing, a big impact for Stephen Grove. He's okay, the car not so much. And after a really promising performance for the Wall Racing Lamborghini, a challenging couple of moments for Adrian Dietz have ruled them out of the race after 70 laps. And then Aaron Cameron, this was a wild moment on the run down to the spares box dipper. Unfortunately, after running in the top 10, qualifying in the top 10, the Valmont Racing Mercedes AMG found itself out of the race with a lot of damage. Grant Donaldson had some dramas in the Invitational car. They're still circulating for Mark Cars Australia. But the performance, the surprise, perhaps, has been canny strategy from Sun Energy One Racing, and it has got the defending champions in the lead of this race with 5 hours and 32 minutes to go. Here's how the classes stand, thanks to Boycell Watches, who sponsor the Pro-Am class, and Chris Meese leads the way there. He's not the Am in that car, by the way. He's a two-time winner of this race. Now Shahin will jump back in the second half. Daniel Gaunt leads the way in the silver category for all the Kiwis. And the New Zealand Grand Prix not far away, actually. Bring you some results. He's won that race on 2 occasions. And that's the outright leaderboard. We're waiting for some more pit stops to play out. But the lead at the moment for Gilles Gounon, who's due a pit stop soon, is 1 minute and 30 seconds. He could conceivably pit again under green flag conditions and resume in the race lead for the second time in a row, which would be amazing. He leads Raffaele Marciello and Matt Campbell, both of whom we've just seen in pit lane.
Ross Belucas out of the number 101 Mercedes. It's been a good, quiet race for you guys, just going along, doing your stuff. Is that how it feels from behind the wheel as well?
For me, not so much. It's my first time here, so you can imagine it's quite intense. My first session was, a lot to get a handle on, but the second session I felt a lot better and, going faster and faster. So setting personal best time, so I'm happy with that.
Now, you guys have 4 drivers. Does that make it any easier with rest time? Are you getting more time off?
Yes, in the first stint, but now I'm only getting an hour off. But look, it is good, but it's also good to have that experience there. I said, being my first time, but having the boys of Valente Rosso, Josh Hunt, Kevin C, and Jonathan Hui, they're just fantastic. So I'm learning a lot from them.
Is this your first endurance race?
My first 12-hour. I did the 3-hour at Bathurst last year, which Jordan loved, but yeah, my first 12-hour, and I'm loving the whole weekend.
So we'll see you back here next year then?
Definitely.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to Shay Adam down in pit lane, patrolling the lane with Chad Nalon and Mark Beretta. Thought we'd hear from Ross Palakis. He's a lovely guy and really invested in this sport, building the program with Harold's Racing, working with Josh Hunt and Chris Papadopoulos down there at Valente Rosso Motorsport, Sydney-based team. There is the 101 car, just saying g'day.
So I wonder whether there's a bit of an issue with the AMG cars with that front lip on the bonnet, because we saw the seal come out of the Group M 999 car, and that's obviously the same area. So whether there's just something with the way the cars move through the air, probably in that dip right in the bottom of Conrod, there's an air pressure change and the AMG car's not liking it, because you wouldn't want your car flapping like that again there. You can just see on the Harold sign on the 101 AMG, it shouldn't be flapping around like that. So just something to monitor. It's not going to hurt them in any way, but just something to keep an eye on.
The 888 car was doing it too. Something in the design of that car when it's at VMAX speed and all the aero on the front.
I wonder whether the seal's actually gone from this car, and then that's why this one's flapping. So
yeah, that's air coming out at the back of that, i.e. just over the top of the sponsor name on the front of that car. There's a lip, a join there, because that front part doesn't lift, and then the bonnet, the hood, is behind that. And that's coming out from underneath that big gaping mouth. Changed the design of that a couple of 3 years ago when they did the Evo of this car, and that's air exiting under pressure from running through the radiators and the other coolers at the front of that. So you've got oil coolers, you've got water coolers. It's not water now, it's coolant, of course, because everyone's a bit cleverer than that. And then it's been diverted. Instead of staying into the engine bay and venting out where it's supposed to, it's diverting out between the gap between that front clip and the leading edge of the bonnet as the leader finally pits.
So let's follow this. 1:33 is the margin. So just over 90 seconds between Jules Gounon and Raffaele Marciello. And we've seen already that you can do a pit stop in under 120 seconds if you're a Porsche team.
Don't forget that the time for the pit stop time comes from pit entry to pit exit. Doesn't include the pit entry road or getting up to speed, leaving pit lane up Mountain Straight. So 1:33, that's going to be pretty tight.
35 laps, that stint.
It's a good green flag stint for an AMG at this place. So Jules, one of those drivers like Matt Campbell, who can not only maintain a lead, but invent fuel from where it doesn't exist. See, I feel like racing car drivers can be the solution to the energy crisis because they have an ability to invent fuel. So
I wonder whether
they have got a front
overheating.
problem.
Yeah, overheating with this car. So it took some time there. You couldn't work on the car while the fuel was going in, so they actually had to take the time to do the work.
And they've got it to burn. So 1:20 from pit in to pit out, and the margin was 1:34. They're comfortable.
And that's good. That's good. That's good team management that you've seen right there. We know you're not going to take tyres. We know how long the fuel's going to go in, roughly speaking. We're having a bit of problem with the temp, so we really would like to have a look at it. Yeah, take your time. Have a look.
And we've still got the lead by the length of Mountain Straight. So you're right. Just take a bit of time, make sure it's right. If there is a cooling problem, get the front grille as clear as you can, as often as you can, because it's only going to get worse as the day goes on. Even if you don't have a cooling problem, clear the grille anyway, because you've got time to do it.
Well, while we follow that story, the margin 19 seconds, by the way. The last time we saw Mark Beretta, he was enjoying himself at the top of the mountain, let's just say. Let's go back and find out where the great man is now.
You might know Bathurst City, but do you know Bathurst Heights? Top of the mountain. How good is this? Have a look at the array of camping and caravans and camper gear that is up the top here. And combis, thank you, sir. There's combis as well. And of course, it can get cold here overnight, but not a problem when you're BYO firewood. Have a look at that. And if you need to cook, well, it's all here. Everything is set up. These guys are completely self-contained. And when it comes to the crunch, have a look over here. Racetrack, McPhillamy Park is right there. And check this out. I love this. When you get hungry at night, the pizza place is right there.
And we've lost him for the rest of the day.
No, he's not coming back.
No. To be fair, why would you? Just over 20 degrees, beautiful day, sun shining.
He went to the corporate box, he got a watch. Now he's gone to the top of the mountain, he found a beer. He's got pizza for lunch.
Yep.
I reckon he'll probably do a story on shade at some point to find the right vantage point for the last 15, 20 minutes of the race.
Scheduled at about 3 o'clock, he'll work his way up to the Champagne Suite at the end of pit lane. I think I could book that in right now. That man knows how to motor race.
He does.
Mark Beretta. It's inspirational stuff. So 19.3 seconds, the margin, first to second, Jules Gounon over Raffaele Marciello. So Sun Energy One were able to complete that pit stop, clear the debris away from the front of that car and get them back out whilst not losing the race lead. And that's all just come about making those stops under yellow and playing the track position game early in the race.
If you looked at just the pit stop, one of them, I think, was a penalty, wasn't it, that they came down?
One drive-through.
Yeah. But you normally look at a motor race and you look at how many times the car's been down pit lane, and you would look to the ones that had the fewest pit stops. Well, they've got 9 against everyone else around them at 5 or 6.
They're not actually leading the leaderboard of the actual race. They're leading the pit stop count.
Yeah, as well.
The next best, they have 9. The next best is the 55 Audi of Schumacher Motorsport at 8, and they had to come in for about 5 penalties.
Yeah.
So
it goes to prove how much strategy plays a part here, Garth, and working with the driver in the car at the time, your track position, how far through your stint you are. But, you know, normally you'd say, 9 pit stops, he's had a bad day.
And you need the drivers to buy into it. So you need the drivers to understand what you're going to achieve at various stages of the race. So the drivers need to be part of that. They can't just call it on the run. Here we go. Matt Campbell trying to get
past Yasser Shaheen, who's in the car during the AM phase of the race in the second half of the race. Remember, we mentioned it earlier that all the AMs in the Pro-Am class have to do at least an hour in the second half of the race. So Yasser Shaheen aboard the 777 Audi. Matt Campbell getting by, and now comes up on Jeffrey Ibrahim, who's aboard the 99 Boost Mobile 888 run AMG Mercedes, who are fulfilling the same regulation of him doing his 60 minutes past the half hour or the half race point.
The other team who've worked the strategy pretty well is the 999 car, which are back up to second now with Rafa Marciello. Ooh, coming out of visitnewsouthwales.com corner, Griffiths Bend. I think that car's gone behind the wall. That was the number 19 GT4 Mercedes-Benz.
It's been having issues throughout the course of the last couple of hours, and there it is. It's found a nice spot in the shade, but ultimately would much rather still be driving around Mount Panorama.
There is an overlap on the wall there, isn't there, Garth? So he's actually pretty safe there.
Can back it in there, and hopefully we stay green for this portion of the race. Here we have Chaz Mostert, continues to get himself back in the game, chasing down Charles Wheats.
That is a battle for position.
This is for position. Chaz trying to get up the inside before the kink. Does Wheat see him coming? Chaz rolled out of it, and just as well he did roll out of it, but now sends it up the inside on the brakes into the chase proper. That was a bit hairy, that one. You need plenty of cooperation to go 2x2 through the kink at the end of Conrod Straight.
6th position then for Chaz. Had a 2:02.16 earlier on for that car. He's the fastest lap of the 2023 Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours. Clean as you like, eventually. I think there was some very quick decision making.
Yeah, I think the heart rate went up instantly right at the kink, and then Chaz changed his mind and sent it up the inside as we got on the brakes down into the chase proper, and that was for position. Mostert now finds himself in 6th place, on board with Yasser Shaheen, getting past, well, attempting to get past the Boost Mobile AMG Mercedes of Jeffrey Ibrahim. As they run up Mountain Straight on their way to Griffiths Bend. What happens here? Who blinks first?
Start the countdown.
There we go. Around the outside, takes the racing line, does Yasser Shaheen, and continues on his way. That was for position. 9th for Shaheen, 10th for Jeffrey Ibrahim.
We're rolling more guests in and out of our Liqui Moly Bathurst Global Broadcast Centre here as Rafael Marciello comes down to the final corner to complete another lap. It goes past us right now. Welcome to Craig Lowndes. Lounsey, how you doing, man?
I'm very well. It's nice up here.
Isn't it? Pleasant.
You look far too fresh. Have you driven yet? I've done 2 and a bit hours already. So, no, it's been really good, actually. The car's actually quite nice to drive. We're a little bit slow in a straight line. I think we've got too much downforce. But other than that, it's it's good.
Like, it wasn't even the first sentence, wasn't even half finished.
And he was throwing in just straight in. Oh, it's not fast enough in a straight line. We've got too much downforce on it. I can't go any faster because the car won't let me.
Didn't even get a sentence done, Lowndes.
Nope. Actually, Scotty Taylor's in the car at the moment, and this is his first stint for the day. Look, the car is nice to drive. All 4 of us are really happy in the sense of the balance-wise of it. It's not as sharp as, I suppose, if you wanted it for an ultimate lap time, but for the pros and the Pro-Ams, it's a nice car to drive.
We were talking about that with David Reynolds earlier on, and their setup in the McKeithy car, the number 24 car. You need to have something that the lesser experienced drivers are happy with. When you don't drive every weekend, you don't have those cat-like reflexes, so you want the car to be relatively neutral.
Oh, absolutely. The other thing that we've got to remember too, for both for Garth, is the muscle memory. We're normally sitting on the other side of the car, so when you're going up through these sections of the track, through the cutting here, you've got to make sure, you've got to remember that you're sitting on the left-hand side, and then you come up out of here, under the tree here, and you're almost flat. You got to remember you're not sitting on that right-hand side. You're going to wipe all that off. So it is something that you got to keep consciously just thinking about where you're sitting, where you're placing the car. But I got to say, like, it's really nice to drive across the top. It's just lifts. It's no braking. It's just a nice little easy lift, back on the throttle, and then the run down into Skyline. And knowing you got ABS and everything else at your aid, you can come over Skyline here and really have a good crack at it.
You're racing, and that's great, but you're also raising awareness as well for the Prostate Cancer Foundation, raising money for them and raising awareness. globally, actually, because you're talking to a global audience now, and I can tell you the Twitter's been going mad on B12HR. Tell us a little bit about this initiative. This isn't new for you guys. You've done it before.
We did it last year, and it was something that actually Scotty Taylor, about 2 weeks out of last year's 12-hour race, rang us up and said, look, I've got this idea. We want to run a charity car and have you involved, so it means 4 drivers. And then we ran it last year, and it was a bit of I suppose, a hurry to get it all together. But we used the Prostate Cancer Foundation here, and of course, we raised good funds last year. It was $67,000 last year. And then we had a bit more time this year to plan it. Of course, we're running the Mercedes GT3 of Scotty Taylor's. It's a little bit of an older generation aero kit, but everything, of course, the engine, everything else under it is the same. But Scotty again wanted to run the car with the Prostate Cancer Foundation on it, and it's been fantastic. It's had great awareness, and we've had a lot of people come into the garage, sign the car, which is what we wanted to do for a donation. But it was really all about getting that awareness out there, and especially for myself, because my brother and my father have gone through it. So for me, it's now 5 times more likely at some point in my life that I may contract it. So it's just as easy as a blood test.
The hashtag is get checked. And the point you've just made there, this is not an invasive procedure anymore. It's no need to get embarrassed about it. It's as simple as going down and giving a little bit of blood.
Absolutely. And of course, when we get our motor racing license here in Australia, we have to get blood tests and everything else. So on part of that is the PSA. We put that on, and we just monitor that year in, year out. And at the moment, I actually rang the doctor a couple of weeks ago after I got my test, and it's all normal. So it's just about awareness, getting the message out there, and getting checked.
We're still raising funds at the moment through the race?
Yeah, absolutely.
How do we get involved?
Well, you can get on the website. There's barcodes out the back of the garage. But at the moment, I think you've got the total figure, because as I was walking here, I got told it. And of course, as race drivers, we don't remember it, but it's 53,742 so far. And it's something that really, it's as I said, it's just for a great cause. Scotty's loving this. We're in the Pro-Am class. But, really, for us, it's just about having fun, getting Scotty. This is the first time Scotty's actually raced his own race car here. So this car's raced here many a times. We're in his Cup car last year, but this car we ran here many years, or not many years ago, about 3 or 4 years ago, as the Vodafone car with Jamie, Shane and I. So that was this is the car, but this is the first time that Scotty has actually driven his own car.
Oh, it's nice of you guys to let Scotty actually turn up and have a skid in his own race car. That's very, very big of you, Craig.
Well, yeah. Well, we're going to have to see what he's like after this stint.
You'll be checking the stint average, will you? Looking at it forensically.
Well, I heard you guys as I walked in that there's been no safety cars, and we're a couple of laps down now, so we're really looking for that lucky dog.
You want a wave by, do you?
Yeah, we need a couple of wave bys at the moment.
Well, you've had this place on the string in the past, mate, so you could probably organise that, I would have thought.
Well, I did hear early on there was a kangaroo on board, so if we can have some native Australian animals back on, that'd be great.
What's the key to this place that, Greg, as you have had such success here down through the years?
It's all about just staying out of trouble. We saw so many incidents early on. We actually got we were part of it because Alex had contact into turn 2 with Bretton Grove in the Porsche. So you just got to stay out of trouble and basically just circulate around and try and be on the lead lap.
It's 177 laps completed. Gilles Goudon leads by 20.5 seconds. Mount Panorama Bathurst, it's the only place to be this weekend. Busy month of endurance racing, and this is one of the blue ribbon events in the world. Dubai 24 is behind us. We've had the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona, 14 drivers making the trip around from that, and now we concentrate on this ribbon of tarmac, originally built as a scenic drive, remember, not designed as a racetrack, but it has absolutely transformed my knowledge of motor racing, and particularly GT racing. It's as if someone had sat down, Louty, and thought, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We'll have, in a few years' time, we'll have a race round here.
My father has actually been part of this circuit back in the late 60s, early 70s, and he's got some 8mm particularly film. And you wind back the clock back then, there was no concrete barriers. Dick Johnson, I think, turned right there and ended up into the tree. So it's amazing how this circuit's evolved. I never got this opportunity, I don't think you did, GT, when it used to go straight. Never used to have this chase. It used to go straight down into Murray's Corner, and you talk to some of the older generation that race on that, and they used to talk about the cars getting light and getting airborne over that second hump. So it is amazing, and it's also great to have like a Valentino Rossi that wants to come here and race.
I mean, the notes that are coming in on Twitter are unbelievable. Clearly people know about Bathurst, how can you not? But I still think it takes people's breath away. And one that I noticed earlier on, all endurance races should be through trees and fields. Which, you know, it's actually pretty good. When you think about that, it gives such a different perspective from a quote-unquote, Garth, traditional permanent race. But
well, now that you mention it, you think about it, we've got Bathurst, Nordschleife, Le Mans, 3 pretty reasonable circuits. They all go through country fields. Wineries, there'd be some wineries around Le Mans, wouldn't there?
Just 1 or 2.
Yeah, you probably know a few of them, I would have thought, John.
I can't possibly comment on that, but I often grade the cars that we take down there by how many dozen bottles I can get into.
By the load capacity.
Load capacity and how many I can relieve from the French. Let's find out what Mark Barretta's been doing. He's off on his travels, and he's going to make us even more envious. Where is he now?
Well, John, I've been up and seen the trees and the hills. They're fantastic, and that was a great experience. But I'm back down in pit lane now with Andreas Roos from BMW Motorsport. And how good to have BMW back. Andreas, welcome back. A good decision to come back and race this race again.
Yeah, thank you for being back here. So we are really happy. I mean, the 12 hours of Bathurst is always a great experience, a great race. So we're happy to be here with 2 cars and hopefully have a good result at the end.
Team looks fantastic. Your partnership with WRT is working well.
Yeah, I mean, we started basically this year the partnership with WRT. I mean, WRT has a great history in GT racing, but also endurance racing and prototype racing. And we are super happy to have them as a partner now with us here at the GT program. So it couldn't be better.
The car, you're out there, you're fighting hard, it's becoming a little bit tricky in these conditions.
Yeah, at the moment in the morning, in the night, or when it was still cold, it looked really good for us. We were on the pace, we were fighting. At the moment, we were dropping a bit back. At the moment, we are on P7, P8, but still a long race. We hope that we can fight back and at the end have a good result and maybe end up on the podium.
And Andreas, great driving team. Valentino Rossi has been a tremendous addition.
Yeah, to be honest, our driver lineup here is fantastic. When you see the guys, they are doing really a perfect job, no mistake, nothing. And Valentino is perfectly fitting in. He's on the pace of the other, so it's really nice to see how everything works together.
Andreas, you see these races around the world. Give us an idea of where this race, the Bathurst 12 Hour, fits in.
I mean, it's really an incredible event, and the racetrack, I mean, when you go around the racetrack, it's really fantastic, especially the mountain section. When you see it, how narrow it is and how the track moves, I mean, it's fantastic. We also race on Nürburgring Nordschleife, but this comes close to it, or it's even quite close. I mean, it's shorter, but it's not less of a nice track.
Yeah, it's very exciting, we know that much. Hey, Andreas, great to see you here. Great to have BMW. Welcome back. See you next year.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Very, very busy man. Just not long since taking over the top spot at BMW Motorsport, and M as well. His predecessor going into Formula One, of course.
Yeah.
Mike Crack with the Aston Martin team.
F1 team, that's correct.
And they've not only introduced this, relatively speaking, a year ago, they introduced the BMW M4 GT4, and now they've debuted their V8 twin turbo engined GTP prototype at at Daytona. We were talking about Le Mans earlier on, and that means they've been working particularly. It's a good time for sports car racing, guys, isn't it, to be honest?
Absolutely, and look at the crowd. I think it was amazing early in the week when we drove the cars from the circuit into town, then you do a signing session in the square. It was amazing to see how many faces and how many people are here that have come out. And I'm sure Valentino's part of that, but it's just great to see motor racing back on the calendar and able now to have international drivers and teams come to Australia, vice versa. You know, the Groves have been racing Abu Dhabi 24-hour, so for us to now open up the door again to go back overseas and do some more racing.
We've talked about this a number of times, but it's true that this race has given the opportunity, Garth, for the regional drivers to show their skills to the world, because nobody else drives supercars. It's not like you go do the European Supercar Championship, because it quite simply isn't what, you know, the UK Supercar Champions. Oh, hang on a second. Knockhill, Alton Park. Oh, dear me.
Brands Hatch short circuit.
Oh, yes, please. You did. But you haven't, you know, until we had these crossover races, there wasn't the opportunity for people to say, hey, these guys actually really can drive.
Yeah, for Australian drivers to measure themselves against the international drivers. I think the best case that we've seen so far this weekend was Brock Feeney's performance in qualifying yesterday. Put the car on the front row, just missed out on the lap record. Actually did break the lap record, but just by not enough, because Maro Engel was able to do it. Out-qualified Jules Gounon, who was well renowned as one of the best Mercedes AMG GT3 drivers in the world. So for Brock to have that opportunity to showcase his skill set on his home track, in his home environment, in a foreign car, was a great opportunity for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that also, too, that we know this circuit, we don't know the cars. So there's actually a balance there of knowledge of cars. And you see Maro Engel in qualifying, he just knew where to extract that speed that he needed just to break into that 2-minute bracket, which was quite amazing to think only a few years ago we were nowhere near that time.
Craig Lowndes is going to get back to the team. We thank you for coming to see us, and good luck with raising all the money for hashtag Get Checked. That's what you need to do.
Go drive a race car, Lowndes.
Just over 5 hours and 7 minutes to go. So we have the revolving door of talent in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst Global Broadcast booth. And the man with more fans than anyone else here has just rejoined us, Richard Crail.
I just wanted to give you, I hope you appreciate, John Hindhoff, that you don't often get to spend a stint commentating at Bathurst with 11 Bathurst 1000 victories between the three of you in the commentary box.
Yeah, and none of them were from me, obviously.
Plus 2 12-hour wins and a 24-hour win as well.
Yeah,
not bad, is it? Not bad.
Yeah, but none of them being second in a 24-hour race at Courtney.
None of those guys have got a banner at the Chase.
Correct.
He's got hasn't he got a corner named after him somewhere?
There was only one person. There's only Valentino Rossi's had longer autograph queues than Richard Crail this weekend.
Surely you've got a go-kart track named after you somewhere in Perth. Come on.
Anyway, Jules Gounon continues to lead.
Flat batted that one right
yellow, much yellow.
That's enough of that.
Matt Campbell. And there we are. Do you drive a car through that at any point, that banner?
That'd be magnificent.
Is that what happens?
Dukes of Hazzard and straight
run into
over
the commentary box through it in the morning.
That's
I want to see you drive through it. Fireworks go off and all sorts of things next year, Richard Crail.
That would be how we introduce him, of course.
It would be. I think it's his contract.
Richard Crail.
Did you sign that banner? No comment. That's a yes.
I have video proof of that's been sent to me by the Shakedowners. So
we'll get that in the telecast before the end of the year. At the end of the race, we'll see that.
7.5 seconds the lead. Gounon then doing what Gounon does in this number 75 car. It's been a typical endurance race in terms of the guys at the front and getting that balance between strategy and speed and reliability and fuel mileage. And the guys at Sun Energy One have simply just done better than everyone else. And when you say that and you see the teams and drivers, Garth Tander, that are behind them, that is a massive credit to that number 75 team.
Oh, one in the wall.
Oh, it's
right in front of the leader.
No.
It's Lowndes' car.
It's Scott Taylor in the 222 AMG. When you see that dust come up from the run from Skyline to the dipper, you hold your breath. And the 222 AMG has got away from Scott Taylor. That's a terrible shame. We're just talking to Craig Lowndes about the wonderful work this team is doing to raise awareness for the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia.
2 hours and 50 minutes, all bar a few seconds of green flag before we will see the 5th intervention of the AMG safety car.
Now, the question for mine, and obviously first and foremost, is we hope Scott is okay, because there's no such thing as a small incident at that point of the racetrack. We saw the Valmont car go in there earlier today, so that was a significant impact. But this is going to have quite a significant impact on the race and the way it was all playing out as well. So the Mercedes AMG safety car, E63 AMG, rolls onto the circuit for the 5th time today. And the race will be brought in control with Jules Gounon leading Raffaele Marciello. 15 seconds of race lead disappears for car 75. Mount Panorama, just when you think things are settling down, always throws another curveball at you. And as a result of the 5th Mercedes-AMG safety car, we've got leading cars in pit lane. Jules Gounon has stayed out. Porsche comes in, and so too does Group M's Mercedes-AMG, and this is why we're under safety car. A big impact. Scott Taylor behind the wheel into the spares box dipper. Very big impact running down the hill. Substantial whack for Scotty, who's been racing in Carrera Cup of late. And that was the dust cloud we saw that Jules Gounon, the race leader, was driving through. So he was the first one on the scene.
But didn't pit. Interesting. He's, what, 12 laps into a stint there. That's a third of a way through the stint, Crailsey, and has decided not to pit. Now, they have taken every opportunity to pit before now in the Sun Energy 1 number 75. So let's see how that shakes out for them. Everyone will pack up behind the safety car.
So that action at the spares box dipper, and to celebrate their return to the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour, they have got a sale on, a spares box Bathurst sale. Just jump onto sparesbox.com.au and find all the parts you need for your car. That's a great sign at the spares box dipper that Scott Taylor is out of the Mercedes-AMG GT3 and will be taken by Team Medical back down to the medical centre here in the pit building for precautionary checks, of course. Well, while we're under safety car and we work our way through this, and that's landed well for a couple of drivers, we'll detail the strategy for you in a minute, but Brock Feeney picks the 888. The BMWs are in as well, and it's convenient we have a look at car 30 because one of the drivers of this car is in the commentary box. Great to have 2018 12-hour winner Drew Fancher with us, mate. Welcome.
Thank you very much. First time for me, so looking forward.
How's it been for you today?
Well, you know, we had unfortunately we had our small issue yesterday in qualifying, which then put us back a few places. But we had actually a good run through the field this morning, and now when it became a bit more hot, it's suffering us a bit. We lost a bit of our performance, but it's still a long race, so I mean a lot can still happen.
So just elaborate on that a little bit, because the cars looked really strong this morning, and you were able to run with especially the 912 and the 9 that was setting the pace earlier, but just those last two stints in particular, lost a little bit of track position and dropped 90 seconds behind the leaders.
Yeah, exactly. Just like I said, I think the temperature is not helping us at the moment, but you know, we have to try to keep pushing, try to keep going and make no mistakes, and then the race is still 5 hours to go.
So how does that manifest itself? Is it the engine doesn't make as much power, the car's not as easy to drive? And what can, if anything, what can you do to get around that?
Well, I think for sure, I mean, I don't have so much experience with turbo cars, I'm getting it now. But what I know from the past is that, yeah, it's always a bit more tricky for them when it gets more hot. I think it's also normal for turbo cars. But yeah, unfortunately, we are suffering that at the moment. It's quite a big crash, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully, you know, it will not get cooler anymore, so we will not get our straight line performance back. But we just have to try to do the best we can, make no mistakes, and hope for something to come back into the race.
Well, and safety car periods like this do close that gap. You get that track position back, so at least you're in that mix.
Exactly.
How challenging has it been for you and for the team to adapt from the Audis that you were running in the past to the BMW M4 that you've got now? And bearing in mind, you haven't had them for very long. It's still a very new program for WRT.
Yeah, exactly. We only did, I think, 3 test days before this race, or before Dubai, actually. So we are not the best prepared, I would say, but of course, I mean, with WRT and BMW working together, I have I'm not worried that we will be unprepared coming into a race. But yeah, like you said, the change has been not easy. It's of course very different. The BMW is a very new car. It's a very, I find, a high potential car. So we for sure can make something out of it, 100%. But it's up to us now to make it work. And like you said, DTM, it worked well. But on pre-release now, GT World Challenge, it's up to us to make it work.
How important do you think it was, that decision to go to Dubai? Very different racing track to here, different environment, perhaps a little less of a pressure cooker situation with Creventic, and that's no disrespect to that race. You had some good competition there, particularly the Herberth Porsche pushed you very hard indeed. What did you learn from doing that, and how important was it for you to do that 24-hour race with both cars?
I think for me personally it was quite important, considering I don't have so much experience with the car. I got used to how everything works inside the cockpit, how all the buttons, how the car behaves. Okay, it's different tires, but you get to learn the ABS, you get to learn the traction control, you get to learn how everything, you know, how you have to work and everything, because it's of course very different. So for us, I think it was quite important to do this, just to get also for the team to be able to know how to work with the car, because it's very different again. And I think that's why it was a good preparation. And like I said, it's now up to us to make it work, but I'm quite convinced that it will work, but unfortunately that takes time.
Promising signs early, you've been quick here. It's nice to have you back. Looking forward to seeing how very quickly do you get back in the car at some point this afternoon?
Yeah, so I think Sheldon will, after Charles will now, he's already in the car. He will do a double now, and then after that it will be me.
You go to the end,
I guess.
Great, good luck. Possibly see you on the podium for a second Bathurst 12-hour win. Dries Van Thorp, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
There's Dries Van Thorp for BMW M Team WRT. They're in good shape here at the mountain. Great to see the world of talent coming back to Mount Panorama and joining us up here in the commentary box. So they're in sixth position at the moment, with Sheldon van der Linde behind the wheel as the recovery continues for the Scott Taylor Motorsport. AMG, we just had Lounsey up here, and they're just about to crack $60,000 raised for the second year in a row.
Yeah,
for that
come on,
program.
guys.
It doesn't mean you can stop.
No, get done it now. There you go. This is... The car's not going to be running around for a little while, so get some donations in. We'll keep mentioning it throughout the rest of the just under 5 hours to go now. But there's your excuse if you needed one. Find out all about it. Get donating for that Prostate Cancer Foundation, and use the hashtag #GetChecked. All the information is on the Prostate Cancer Foundation website here in Australia. We've gone through another hour, Crailsey, and the numbers we're keeping check. Chad's keeping us updated with what we need to know. It had to be a 188, so we were about 4 laps behind, maybe a little bit more. And this safety car is just going to take that magical 2K in terms of distance out of reach, but still right there for the distance record. So we've got two separate targets to go at as far as the end of the race this afternoon is concerned.
Dries, an impressive young man, isn't he, and achieved a lot in his very young racing career. Speaks very well, represents his brands very well and the team.
And everybody at WRT, let's not forget, this is not what they were expecting to be doing right now. They had very different plans with a different manufacturer, building up a GTP car, an LMDH prototype, and they've had to change direction. I remember saying to Vincent Voss when I saw him at Sebring this time last year, don't worry, something will come along. And BMW very, very quickly, when finding that WRT weren't going to be working with one of their competitors, got in there. And that speaks volumes about what Vincent and his partners have done down the years at that team in Belgium.
And do you think they'll end up at Le Mans?
Yes.
Yeah.
They are slated to run the WEC portion of the BMW prototype, and that car should be testing in Europe shortly. RLL, Rahal Letterman Lanigan, running the cars in the US not bringing those cars to Le Mans this year. That's been left to Vincent's team, and that testing, very different racetracks, of course, in Europe to what we find in the States. So Vincent WRT have been integrated into RLL. Some of their team were at Daytona, actually. So yes, and maybe Dries is part of that. Could see him at the Circuit de la Sarthe before too long.
We're on the banks of the Macquarie here in the central tablelands of New South Wales, a vibrant regional centre of Bathurst. It's a great mix of old and new, this place. New distilleries, amazing old architecture and heritage-listed buildings, some great pubs, bars and restaurants, arts and crafts and music events as well. And everywhere it leads, you end up at Mount Panorama, the world's great racetrack. And the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst to 12 hour, 4 hours and 53 minutes to go. Garth Taylor, John Hunter in the commentary box. Downstairs, Shay Adam, Chad Nalon, Mark Beretta. And we're counting down towards the end of a race that has been compelling all the way through for its strategy, for its pace, and as always at Mount Panorama for its drama.
Yeah, and unfortunately that drama has befell Scott Taylor and the team. We had Craig Lowndes up in the commentary box. A moment goes down here with Jeff Emery, his teammate. You were halfway back from the commentary box, mate, and you got the bad news, hey?
Yeah, I did. I actually said to the boys upstairs that I said we need some more safety cars to get back on the lead lap, but not by us creating the safety cars. So it's a shame. Like, Scotty's put a lot of hard work. Ash and all the team here have really put, literally got the car out of mothballs and went right over it. We had a clean run at Phillip Island a couple of weeks ago. We're all really happy in the car, and as I said, we're raising good funds for the Prostate Cancer Foundation. So it's a shame that it is, but look, that's motor racing. We know that. Look, the good thing is he's okay.
Absolutely. You saw the replays. What was your take?
I'm not sure whether the camera sort of panned away a little bit, but it looks like he's gone over Skyline. Whether he's got that grass verge between the run through and the curb, and it's just lost the rear. It looks like he's lost the rear and it's slapped into the wall. And we know up there's just no room for error.
Yeah, so Jeff, disappointment, but doesn't mean that we can stop shaking the tin for the Prostate Cancer Foundation. We can still donate at any time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously it's for a good cause, so everyone keep donating. And sorry we can't continue the race for you guys. It's just a shame, but Scotty and everyone's done a great job, and he's put a massive effort in this weekend for the foundation, so keep it coming.
Even when the race doesn't work out, you still get 3 big days here at Bathurst. You get to share the car with a legend like Craig Lowndes. Not a bad weekend, hey?
Yeah, it's been a fantastic weekend so far, so it's just a shame we're not going to finish it, but things happen.
Unlucky boys, thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Thank you, Chad. Good to hear from Jeff Emery. He's a terrific guy, very experienced race car driver now. Won in GT cars, multiple one-make Commodore Cup champion. He's raced Super 2. He's contested the Bathurst 1000 in the past. So he's a very, very handy steerer. Had a remarkable season in the Pro-Am class in Carrera Cup last year with a championship that went down to the wire. One of his key rivals, Liam Talbot, in this field as well, and went to a count back, and he ultimately scraped his way through to claim that championship on the streets of Surfers Paradise last October. So unfortunate. It's rare that the commentator curse is struck from the same commentator that's actually driving a racing car, to be brutally honest.
That's true.
So it's a first for mine.
Lowndes, there's nothing he can't do. Let's be
Correct.
honest.
At this
Especially
place.
here.
Exactly.
I think he's allowed. Yeah, he's allowed that. Absolutely right. Give you a quick rundown before we go back to green. Gilles Gounon with the lead now completely gone, of course, and that again shuffles up the strategy because they were in a great position, but now they're 13 laps into their stint in the Sun Energy One number 75. That's the sort of metallic copper coloured car sitting in behind the AMG safety car. He's got 3.5 seconds to priming in second.
Let's have a look at the spares box highlights of the race so far. And after a hot-paced but often dramatic opener, the race settled down into something of a strategic affair as teams roll the dice, working out fuel economy, tyre life, pit stop strategy to get them into the final couple of hours when the intensity really ratchets up. And as often is the case here at Mount Panorama, today has been a story of restarts after safety cars as well. And they always breed intensity and really feisty racing when you want to make some moves for track positions. The easiest time it seems to do it is when the field goes back to green. That was Aaron Cameron with a big crash down at the spares box dipper. Gee, that bit of roads claimed some cars today. unfortunately everyone's walked away from it, and that is the most recent accident, the reason we're behind the Mercedes AMG safety car with Scott Taylor. The big crash on the run down the hill. Car 75 continues to lead the way. They've played the masterstroke from a strategy point of view. They've been through pit lane a lot, but it doesn't matter if you end up leading the car race at the end. Gilles Gounon is doing just that, leads the pro class. Boys Hill Pro-Am now being led by Liam Talbot in the 65 car. There's still a lap back from the lead, but there'll be a wave around at the end of this safety car period. So they're actually going to, for the third time today, find themselves back on the lead lap, with Chaz Mostert still to come in that car at the end of the day. Yasser Shahin not far behind will get onto the lead lap in 777. So actually these safety cars now, Garth Tander, are keeping especially the 65 and the 777 in this race from an outright contention, despite the fact that they're Pro-Am cars.
Well, the Pro-Am cars will be loving this safety car because it gets that lap back towards the end of that 1 hour window that we've been talking about. They need to be driving, the AM drivers need to be driving the cars in the second half of the race. So for Yasser Shahin and Jeffrey Ibrahim, who is in the 99 Boost Mobile AMG car, this closes the gap up for them beautifully. They get the wave around, they get back on the lead lap. Yes, they'll be on the tail of the lead lap, but it doesn't matter, you're on the lead lap again as far as scoring goes. And that just opens up your flexibility with strategy going in to this second half of the race, or the remaining 4 hours, 45 minutes. And it's at this point of the race, really, and it's probably, ultimately, probably from this safety car point right here, right now, the engineers and strategists up and down pit lane will be starting to work backwards from the end of the race, because at some point you need to pick a point and work backwards. So you've got the right driver with the right driving time available in the car at the end of the race. And then you've got to position yourself backwards to get to where you are right now, and then strategize how you find yourself, how you lay your cards out to have it exactly as you want it to finish this race off in style.
And ideally, you want to make your last pit stop as early as you can, don't you? That's the problem that Krelzy was talking about earlier on, though. As we go deeper into the race, and if we stay green, then you're going to have to give yourself a window in case it just goes a little bit longer in laps than you thought it was.
Yeah, I mean, when you work backwards for that last pit stop, you have to assume that your last pit stop, you take it, it's green all the way from that point, or you do have a bit of fuel saving margin in that time where you make that last pit stop. So for me, the car that's probably in the best position there is the Porsche, because it's shown its best ability to have great fuel economy and save the most amount of fuel throughout the course of a stint. The wave-by cars make their way past the AMG safety car. I think the 65 Audi has to win the wave-by award today. Been waved by so many times.
It's made 4 laps back in total, I think, over the course of the day.
Can I just say, though, it's been done very efficiently. And I like this idea of not waiting another lap for everybody to come back around. You're giving them a fighting chance there, but really they've still got to have pace ahead of the leaders if they're going to, make inroads into the race.
In AFL Aussie rules parlance, it's a free kick, but it's not the goal square in front of the goals, is it? Yeah. It's just off the side. So, yeah, I like that. The lights are out, so weaving ceases. I think the magic number we need to look for is 10 hours, 45 minutes. We need to get 75 minutes to the finish. If you can get there, get your pit stop done, you should be good to go to the end on green flag running from that point.
Look at the queue lined up behind Gilles Gounon, and I'm actually just looking at the gap between Maro Engel and Shane van Gisbergen. It's dangerously close to the 5 car length rule that we have here in Australia. You cannot leave a gap more than 5 car lengths to the car in front. So Shane,
green flag,
as he always does, running the rules to the limit. Gilles Gounon will bring us back to the control line, and we'll go racing soon.
That's the thunder on the restart of the Mercedes AMG, leading the Porsche V8 versus flat 6. The turbo bimmers are in there at the back of this queue. Everyone else has been waved by. So they're at a different part of Mount Panorama now, heading up to the top of the hill. So this is a little pro shootout at the moment for this group of leading cars, 7 of them that are all in contention for this race. Up the inside, 888 car on Philip Ellis behind the wheel of the 77.
Shane behind the wheel of the more red Mercedes, if that makes sense, and he might lose the position here. He has, he got offline there, and the Helix car went straight through. Van der Linde needing no second invitation there. The door was opened, and he got his foot into it immediately. Beautiful, beautiful bit of opportunity. Now, there's a problem. There's got to be a problem for that Triple Eight car.
Trying to assess whether there's a problem, or we have seen Shane struggle on the cold tyre at a safety car restart to get up to speed, but not to this point.
I wonder if getting offline like that, you've just got a heap of pickup on the tyre, perhaps. The track is now reasonably dirty after so much running. This is the BMW 46, which has still got Valentino Rossi behind the wheel. Oh no, correction, Maxime Martin now behind the wheel of that car from the last pit stop.
Van der Linde then has gone through. And Gounon with another good restart. This time actually has put a little bit of a gap back into the Porsche number 912 in second. Two WRT BMWs are now miles ahead of Van Gisbergen.
Yeah, that gap from Maxime Martin back to Shane Van Gisbergen continues to grow. Look at the gap now. We can't even see him in the back of shot. Van Gisbergen, he's continued on. Just saw him go past pit entry, but this is strange. There's got to be more to it than just pick up and build up on the tyre on a low pressure tyre.
He was 6 seconds slower than the leader and 4 seconds slower than the two BMWs that went past him on that lap. That wasn't all from that mistake. So clearly there was some continuing issue, whether it was just pickup. Mike, having said that, just pickup, and you know this car, that it make you feel like you're running on 50-cent pieces rather than round tyres.
Yeah, it does. It sends a huge vibration through the car, and often you don't know. You don't know if it's a problem with the car or if it's pickup, and that's potentially why Shane's continued on this lap, because especially in the GT car, it does take a lap or two to clear. But the harder that you can lean on it, when we call pickup, it's the marbles and it's the junk on the side of the circuit. When you find yourself offline, the hot tyre picks those marbles up, sticks to the tyre, and it takes a lap or two to clean that off. But it's looking to me at a first sector again for Van Gisbergen's down. Maybe Chad has more.
Yeah, the word out of Triple Eight, I grabbed a quick word with Mark Dutton, who's the usual team manager down here when we see them running in supercars trim. And they thought it was just the cold tyre pace to begin with, and maybe even some pickup from running on the marbles. So nothing to be too concerned about, but Dutto confirming to me that he hasn't been happy with cold tyre pace really all weekend long. And also saw Paul Martin come down from, typically would say supercars, but I guess from the 12-hour we'll call it this week. And I imagine just having a chat about that restart procedure as well, because it looked like Dutto was doing the international signal before they pulled away from us. So I'll try and investigate a bit more, but doesn't seem to be a huge amount of concern down here at Triple Eight.
Okay, so the bit that Chad mentioned there about, and I mentioned the 5-car length rule. You also have to maintain 80 kilometres an hour. Yeah. So I'm wondering whether Shane was maintaining his 80 kilometres an hour and then crying that the others were jumping away. That's one thing. But just watching the splits on this next lap for Shane Van Gisbergen, he's 2.2 seconds down to the end of the second sector to Maxime Martin, the next car in front of him on circuit. So I don't think it's pickup or build-up. I think there's more to it than this.
2:08.
3 seconds slower than the BMW in front of him for Van Gisbergen.
There's half a second in lap speed between the top 6, and then car Triple Eight absolutely nowhere. So
interestingly though, he's now less worse off than he was before. Now he's only 3 seconds being off the lap times of the BMWs. He was 4 seconds last time, so he is actually speeding up a bit. He did an 11 when they did a 7. Now he's done an 8 when they did a 5. But I mean, it's still not a good. I'm trying to make lemons from lemonade for the guys here. To be quite honest, trying to give them something to look for. Gounon by 2 seconds ahead of Priding at the front of the field.
And this is why Jules Gounon is so good, because he's just been able to get his head down immediately and drive away from this field to the tune of 2.4 seconds. So instantly reasserting that track position, that buffer between him and everybody else. Remember, they were out to the tune of 18 seconds before this safety car, the most recent safety car, was called. They were in a position twice today where they've been able to stop complete a service on the car and resume with a handy race lead, what throughout the rest of the day has been a big margin. So they're in such a good position, but then you get someone of the quality of Jules Gounon behind the wheel. It just makes that job so much easier. You can pull the most magic strategy in the world, but unless you've got the driver to do the job and punch out lap times every lap, which is exactly what he's doing, and even this lap, 3/10 better than pointing in the Porsche. Remember, the Porsche's taken a little bit longer each stint to get up to their ultimate performance.
Gizzy's back on the pace, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just going to say the exact same thing. The middle sector was probably the fastest out of the first 7 cars.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
6/10 down in the first sector. So the pace is coming back for Van Gisbergen. It's all happening at the front, though, as they recatch the wave by cars after the previous restart.
That's a change of position, GT. So Maro Engel has slipped past Thomas Pointing in the Porsche. The bright yellow versus bright green with yellow. And this is how it happened. So the entry to the chase. So it was even before they got to the lapped car. That was just on sheer pace and the toe down Conrod Straight. You mentioned down in the Pirelli pit bunker with Chad Nailon that the toe effect is more significant in these cars than some of the other things we usually see racing here. Textbook stuff, nice move. Mercedes back 1 and 2.
Maro Engel saying you're feeling it from 1.5 seconds back. Yeah. And anything under a second, yes, you'll get the advantage of the drag, but also you get the disadvantage of aero push and a little bit of air off the front of the car when you're trying to make moves.
All the supercars drivers hearing they're getting a tow from 1.5 seconds going, oh, I wish. And did you hear the moment that Pointing got past, instantly into fuel save, massive lift and coast down into Murray's, as they've been doing all day, and yet still turning the lap times they need to do. But he's now falling into the clutches of Sheldon van der Linde in the number 32 BMW M3.
I think if you're a Porsche fan, though, you've got to be pretty happy with what's been going on with that Manti car, because they are the single bullet in the gun in terms of the front of the field. We lost the Grove car, which could have backed them up a little bit earlier on, and yet, tactically, speed-wise, and certainly economy-wise, they do seem to have something for the front-engine cars around them.
Yeah, they certainly do. They have certainly got some speed and some reliability. Their time in pit lane is impressive. They are the standouts in pit lane. So if it comes down to it, they've got what they need. Car speed, drivers, strategy, flexibility. It comes down to that 75-minute mark that Richard Craill was talking about previously. Porsche will be in the game for sure.
The only question is, do they have overtaking ability? That will be the absolutely key if they need to use it. The National Motor Racing Museum, of course it's at Mount Panorama. It exists just behind Murray's Corner. It's a great place to spend a couple of hours looking at some of the history of Australian and indeed international motorsport. 85 Bathurst winners in there, the Jag, which I know my colleague from the UK thoroughly enjoys. How lucky are you though? You got to ride down on the track to town on Thursday in the 68 Bathurst 500 winning replica Holden Monaro.
Monaro.
Yeah.
Oh, Monaros and Tiranas, that for me, I'd be quite happy with that. If that's all I could drive for the rest of my days, I'd be very happy with that.
That's the car CL almost crashed here a couple of years ago, quite famously on national television during a demonstration session.
We don't let him forget that either, just quietly.
Nor should we, I don't think. It's a great place. You must make it part of your trip to Bathurst. There's an incredible collection, ever-changing as well. As we follow this battle, Thomas Pointing under some pressure from Sheldon van der Linde behind them, Philip Ellis behind the wheel of the Craft Bamboo Racing 77 car, and then we go back to Maxime Martin in 46, the BMW, and Shane van Gisbergen, who continues to be in a odd little phase of the race in that car. He's 14 seconds now behind Jules Gounon, race leader, and 8 seconds behind the 46 BMW, which is his next target.
Maro Engel has gone all Maro Engel on us right now. Now that he's managed to get past the Porsche Thomas Kroening, he set a personal best at the end of the second sector, a full second faster than Jules Gounon on this lap to the end of the first sector. So as they cross the line, Gounon delivers a 4-1 versus a 3-1 for Maro Engel. So we saw yesterday and early today just how fast Maro is in this car.
It doesn't matter if it's 5 a.m. or 10 past 1 in the afternoon.
The other
very quick.
The other battle in the top 7 is Phil Ellis. Philip Ellis right in behind Maxime Martin. It's the number 77 pro car. It's 6th at the moment, behind the number 46 of Max Martin. And they're separated by nothing at all. And Von der Linde hoving into view in the mirrors of Thomas Preining into the Audi cutting.
Van Gies at 5-1 last time round, so he's quicker than the BMWs in front. Still not showing the threes that these leaders are doing at the moment. The other thing to take into account is that overnight there was a change to the tyre pressure regulations and the minimum tyre pressure that had to be utilised. So it used to be 1.4 bar, which is about 20.5 psi cold as they drive out of pit lane. That was the minimum pressure overnight, the balance of performance. And this came from SRO, who managed the balance of performance for GT3 racing globally, changed it to...
Race control to all teams, a 15-second time penalty for car 777, safety car restart breach to be served at its next pit stop.
That's Yasser Shahin in the Motorsport Park Audi R8. They're running 9th. They're a minute 35 off the race lead. 32 seconds to transit. That's very nearly going to drop them back off the lead lap.
Overtaking before green flag during the wave by.
That's Yasser Shahin. So he was one of the wave by cars, and you can't actually overtake until the circuit itself goes green, even though you would feel like you're racing because you've been released.
Plus the control line,
yes,
hasn't he?
That's right. So you feel like you're racing again, but the reality is the leaders have to take the green flag, and they need to be racing. So one of those little quirks in that rule that you need to be all over. One of those 1%ers that we were talking about. You need to make sure you have clear understanding of all the rule sets. And that one's caught Yasser out in the Audi team.
Just keeping an eye on car 101, which is one of the Valente Rosso Mercedes-Benz down here at the moment. They're just doing a driver change. They had to put out the pit board for the last 2 to 3 laps to get Kevin C into pit lane. They are suffering radio issues at the moment. And it looked like he wasn't getting the message, but thankfully back in there and talking to the team. It's been a bit of a long day without that radio. A couple laps off the lead at the moment. They're now doing the tyres and plugging away to see if they might be able to get a couple more safety cars, get back on the lead lap for Josh Hunt at the end.
Kevin C and Jonathan Hui are competing in the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli all season long. That's why they're here. They've linked up with Rosso Tech, Harold Racing to contest that. Drag Josh Hunt out of retirement, basically, from a team ownership role to jump in that car. This is a busy little moment for the race lead, and it finds Maro Engel now attached to the rear wing of Jules Gounon in the similar AMG GT3. I'll finish the point with the tyre pressure stuff. At 1.8 bar now after 8 laps, though, so it's a hot tyre pressure. We have talked already about the tyre pressure readings on the dash. Temperature, isn't it?
It's pressure.
On the dash, it is pressure.
Pressure and temperature.
Yeah, so they do measure that on the fly. So after 8 laps, 1.8 bar, which is about 26.5 psi. So there is a change to that. The point I'm trying to make, Paulie, is that I wonder if some teams have adapted to that change overnight better than others in getting those tyres pressured correctly to reach that minimum after 8 laps.
And I think the thing that you said earlier is important. This is not something that's just been put in place here. This is globally by SRO. Remember, this is a new construction and compound of tyre from Pirelli. Data being collected all the time. Let's head down to the pit lane in the sunshine. Shea Adam.
There aren't very many silver-rated drivers brave enough to go up against the factory platinums in the heat of day at Mount Panorama, but that was phenomenal out there, Valentino Rossi. Were you enjoying it more now that we're in racing conditions?
Yes, I enjoy a lot. It's great, and you know, in the race is different, always different. Also because first of all, you need to do a lot of laps, and we always try to go at the limit, but don't exaggerate and stay very concentrated, because this track, if you make a mistake, is a big problem. But I enjoy a lot. The feeling with the car is good. We make some good battles, and my pace was not so bad. We are on the top group, and everything can happen, because it's still 4 hours and a half to the end. Looks like that we suffer a little bit with the hot, and some other cars are a little bit faster, but with all the safety car, after you come back in the group, so everything can happen. Now Maxime and Augusto will drive to the end, and they are always very strong, so we try to make the best.
But you're not going anywhere. You're still enjoying this. You're going to hang around and help the team out?
Yeah. Now I go to eat something because we wake up this morning at 4 o'clock, so it's like it's already 20 hours that we are around. But after I stay here to give my support, yes.
Very well deserved. Thank you.
Grazie. Ciao. Ciao.
3 people up here, and I'm sure millions watching around the world that are just geeking out at the moment that that's even a thing that's happening. I certainly am. How cool. Fantastic. Valentino Rossi, well driven, and they're definitely in the mix, the BMWs. We heard from Dries Van Tor that they've struggled as the temperatures come up over the day, and that's certainly been represented in their lap times in the middle stanza of the race. Let's see what happens in the final 4 hours, 28 minutes and 18 seconds of the 23 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour.
Quarters of a second between first and second. 2 AMG GT3s heading up Mountain Straight with just on 4.5 hours to go in the 2023 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hours. Then about 2.5 seconds back to Thomas Preining in the remaining Porsche GT3R. He's got about 4 seconds on Sheldon van der Linde in the 32 WRT BMW. That's the bright yellow, red and black Shell Helix car. And the top 5 is made up by the number 46, the second of the WRTs. That's the white with the BMW M stripes on it. The car that has been driven already this weekend a couple of times, including a double stint by the doctor, Valentino Rossi, who has been so generous with his time. I mean, not enough, Garth, that he's having to get used to driving a GT3 car around the Bathurst, which he's never done before. But, you know, you would think that would take all his focus, but he has made time for absolutely everybody, whether it's been us on the broadcast team or the fans there, signing helmets, everything, all kinds of money.
Incredibly generous with his time. The queues to receive his autograph over the course of the weekend have been massive. And as to your point, John, always has time for us in the broadcast. You would have thought, to get to this stage of the weekend, he's had enough of talking to us and telling us about how much he's enjoying his time here at Mount Panorama. But you could tell from that last interview with Shay just how genuine his enthusiasm is for car racing, for being here, being part of the BMW project. And he'll be part of that project going forward in a bigger and bigger way. And it's going to be great to follow his journey and to see. I hope he comes back here next year, having 12 months under his belt, more understanding of the circuit, understanding the M4 BMW, come back next year and have a real crack at it.
I'm sort of thinking slightly further forward, as you would expect me to be doing in terms of my association with the Le Mans 24 hours. Valentino Rossi, even in a G... These GT3 cars are eligible for Le Mans next year. And you think to yourself, Valle, even if he's in a GT3 car, the sea of orange, never mind getting him into a prototype at the front of the field. Look at that. I've only just said it. And the hairs are standing up. I've got everything. Absolutely outstanding. 4.5 hours still to go here at the Mount.
Just keeping an eye on the lap times that last time through, guys, and just waiting to see if Shane's car was going to start coming to him. He was the fastest driver on the lead lap on that last lap and into the 2:04s. So it certainly would suggest that maybe it's something to do with cold tyres. And it does make me think later on during the race, would they even be bothered going for a fresh set of tyres at the end? Maybe the best strategy for them could be to double stint all the way to the finish their tyres, because clearly that car is not liking cold tyres this week.
The issue with that is, do they have the grip when everybody else does get them up? And I don't think it helped. Clearly, it wasn't a help that he went so far offline at Griffin's Bend. That pickup was slowing him down as well, and it just exacerbated that cold tyre heating problem.
The gap to lead for Van Gisbergen now is 20.2 seconds, so it continues to grow, that gap. So after the
previous safety car restart, there was a big struggle for that Triple Eight Super G Bordeaux Mercedes. Have been keeping, as Chad said, I too have been keeping an eye on the sector times. They're quite fluctuating. There's no consistency coming from that car right now. So for whatever reason, we took some shots of the car externally. It looked okay, car balance-wise, but there's just not the speed in it that we would expect to come from Shane van Gisbergen and a Mercedes AMG. When you compare him to the speed of Gounon and Maro Engel at the moment, they're clearly faster. Earlier in the day, Shane was a match for them. So there's something's going on with that car.
More than a match, actually, because even though he had the problems, he was still, after 2 or 3 laps, able to stabilise that and then drive away. So, yeah.
Having said that, with the fullest of respect, the double this morning from Maxi Goetz was an awesome drive, but Brock Feeney's been the star in that car all weekend long. He's been the most comfortable. They let him qualify the car in the shootout. He almost got pole. Second quickest qualifying lap in the history of Mount Panorama, and then expressed his disappointment at missing out on pole position. So, yeah, he's been the standout for me in car 888. GT3 racing is great, isn't it? So you got the 2 Mercs, 7.5 hours into a race, split by 9/10 of a second, with Porsche and the BMW still very much in contention, and just 13 seconds covering the 6 cars at the lead of this race, with Van Gisbergen 21 off the lead, and the car at the very tail end of the lead lap is Liam Talbot in 8th position. So still 8 cars in the lead lap of the race coming into the final third of this year's race. And there is the 65. Out of position is Dean Fiore, a West Australian in the number 9 Hallmark Property Group Audi. He's sharing with former Bathurst 1000 winner Lee Holdsworth, who's hung up the full-time helmet now from his supercars career. He's been in the co-driver role, of course, but focusing on some other life areas now is Lee. And then just behind them is Trent Harrison behind the wheel. So car number 50, 15th place outright, 191 laps completed. So they're 7 laps behind the leader. They didn't even know they were going to drive that car when they rolled in for opening practice on Friday morning.
It was a KTM when they got here.
Correct.
It's an Audi now.
It grew 5 cylinders in a V.
Yeah, doubled its cylinder count.
Yeah, it probably doubled the downforce as well. And they've done a great job circulating around. They're in front of the 101 Harold's Racing entry, the 47 Superbarn Supermarkets car, which we all had as a decent factor for a class win this weekend, given the driving talent and experience there. So given it only just got hold of this car, it's been a terrific drive. Glenn Wood has been driving, and so too David Crampton, who put this all together. He said to me on Friday, he said, mate, I've spent so much, we've invested so much, both time and money, to get to this point. We may as well just go and get another car because we're already here. Everything's been invested, but the big outlays happened now, so let's just do the race. Let's get it done. And that's an awesome approach. I love it, and they're doing a really good job. And for Trent, getting up to speed in this car, following some of these guys around will be very, very handy. The best lap for that car is a mid-4.5, so it's had some pace.
I think Glenn Wood qualified it in the 3s.
Yes.
So Glenn has some GT3 experience, but not a lot. Definitely not in an Audi. So to jump into a car that you haven't driven before and do a 3 within a day around Mount Panorama is seriously impressive stuff. Great to see that car still going. You hear about these stories at Bathurst all the time, about these deals that come together in various random ways. And for the car to still be circulating, for David Crampton to be getting miles here at the mountain. He had that small moment at the exit of turn 1 earlier this morning, but the car continues on.
And we touched on it in our coverage of qualifying yesterday, but in last year's 12-hour Theo Conduras had a big crash on Friday and wrote his car off. So Melbourne Performance Centre, the team behind Audi in Australia, shipped the car up from Melbourne, rebuilt it at the circuit overnight, upgraded it to the new specification, entered it in the race the next day as a replacement car, and they made it to the finish. That's the same car. So 2 years in a row.
That's extraordinary.
It's been the super sub. It's
come off the bench.
The Nico Hulkenberg of Audi R8s at Mount Panorama.
So the noise you hear behind us is the Makita and Volante Rossi Motorsport number 24 Pro-Am AMG GT3.
coming up to start lap on the front straight now, heading into the first corner. Close your eyes if you're not here and visualise a lap of Mount Panorama. We're on Mountain Straight. Turn it up. Well, there you go. That is a lap of Mount Panorama. And that was about a 2:09.8 as the car crossed the line for Jordan Love. Just a bit behind the wheel of that car. And heading up Mountain Straight again. Wonderful, wonderful noises coming from that Mercedes. Pretty clean lap as well, to be absolutely honest. Half a second between the leaders. We have got a bit of a dogfight between the two AMG GT3s. Gunon versus Engel, half a second apart at the front of the field.
It's been good to have Jordan Love here. He's been racing AMGs in Europe, specialising around the Nürburgring in recent times. He's actually picked up some management support from Mark Blundell's company, represented by them over in Europe at the moment, former F1 and IndyCar racer. Let's have a look at 999. So this is the run up the shelf, the narrow, blind part of the road, and this is a big delay for Maro Engel. Oh, behind the 101 Harold's racing car of Ross Polakis, blue flags flying. Pretty tough place to come across a slower car though. There aren't many options to squeeze your way through. And it actually hasn't damaged the margin too much. It's back down to 0.5. There's our two leaders duke it out. Thomas Proning in third position in the Porsche. That margin hasn't changed. No. The Porsche just floating off the back of the two Mercs, watching them do their thing without ever getting particularly close to trouble them.
But he has pulled about 5 seconds away from Van der Linde, who was right up his tailpipes for a few laps, sitting there looking like he was going to try and have a go. Learned all the part numbers on the back of that wing from the 912. Be reciting those in his sleep tonight. Sheldon's dropped back a little bit as well. The battle is still going on between Max Martin and Philip Ellis for 5th and 6th. They're half a second apart as well, but again, seems to me that Phil's not been in a position when we've seen him coming past the booth here to actually make a concerted effort to dive down the inside into turn 1 Hell's Corner. So are we in this fuel save again? Liam Talbot still hanging on to the end of the lead lap and leading the Pro-Am category. There's 21 seconds now from first Jules Gounon in the Sun Energy 1 car back to 7th. Shane van Gisbergen in the bright red number 888. They're at 22 now, so still not quite the pace. It's a 10th here, a 10th there, 2 10ths here, 2 10ths there, but generally speaking, Gartander, the progression for Shane Gisbergen is dropping away from the cars ahead, and particularly the leader, rather than either hanging tight or being able to close that lap down.
Yeah, it's still been very inconsistent, going on into the lane. So he's the first of our leaders. So what's that, 29 laps he comes to the lane with Maro Engel. So this is where these two cars are still off sequence from a pit stop cycle much earlier in the day.
Yeah, these were the only ones that didn't stop in that last safety car because it was just way too early for them. They were only 8 laps into their stint, whereas everyone else was close enough to go, oh, we may as well just get in and take service, Chad.
Yeah, I talked to the team. That last safety car was definitely not what they wanted, and as it stands right now, they need one more safety car to make this alternate strategy work for them. They've boxed themselves with the Kenny Habul strategy, but at the moment, they're probably one safety car shy.
Yeah, thanks, Chad. Still a lot of this race to play out. In the meantime, one of the great supporters of Australian motorsport have got an offer from you. Here's something from our mates at Shannon's.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannon's are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to London for the 2023 Goodwood Revival. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, car hire, Goodwood Revival hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannon's Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle Scout Bobber. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannon's insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike. And 5 entries for new Shannon's home insurance. Call Shannon's on 13 46 46 or go online today.
So a pit stop for the leading car, Jules Gounon in, and car 75 after spending 1 minute and 17 seconds in the lane resumes, so they lose their lead, but remember they're out of sequence, and now Maro Engel released out in front too, punching out some green and personal best sector times with his lead 4.1 seconds over the Porsche. Sheldon van der Linde in 3rd place in the BMW. Those cars somewhere in the vicinity of 10 laps away from their next scheduled round of pit stops. So this race playing out nicely with 4 hours and 11 minutes to go. Before we bring you even further up to speed, let's head down to the lane and say hello once again to Mark Beretta.
Hi guys, look, this event couldn't happen without great sponsors, and LIQUI MOLY have been a fantastic sponsor, backing this event for 10 years now, and Peter Bowman, the Global Marketing Director for LIQUI MOLY, joins me now. Peter, congratulations, a great event. What do you love about it from LIQUI MOLY's point of view?
Well, as you can imagine, every morning when I walk into this place, it gives me goosebumps to see my LIQUI MOLY brand all over the place. No, that's such an iconic place here, iconic racetrack with a lot of legacy and heritage. So I love to come here. See the crowd. We have such a big crowd this weekend. Unbelievable. I really like to come this event, even if it's a very long way from Germany.
Peter, you're a big global brand. What does this event mean to you? How special is it?
I guess we're lucky because we are now here for 10 years, as you said, Mark. But we are a global company. We are present in 140 countries, and we were very lucky because in these 10 years, this event has become more and more international, attracts international teams, attracts international media, and that was really, really helpful for our international brand awareness and reputation.
You get to see a lot of these magnificent events, but I do get the feeling that Bathurst and Mount Panorama has a bit of a soft spot for you.
Absolutely. I have seen so many racetracks all over the world and races in my whole life. This place is really special in any case. It's the layout of the racetrack is so special. I know a lot of the drivers. They love to come here, and the drivers that haven't been here, they have it on their bucket list to race here one day, because this is, we in Germany we say that's the little Nordschleife, the little Nürburgring, and so everybody loves it.
The little Nürburgring with kangaroos is the difference.
We don't have kangaroos, not too much on the Nürburgring.
Listen, we appreciate your support. It's awesome that you help us make this event happen, and it's been a great 10 years. So thanks, Peter, to you and the team.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
I'm down here with one of the front-running Pro-Am teams. Yasser Shahin is representing the Ben. The Audis in general, it's been a tough old weekend for them, but still you guys keep plugging.
Yeah, look, it's a 12-hour race, but it's been very, very hard going for us. We've really struggled with this new tyre. Very, very high tyre pressures, and none of us have driven this compound at that pressure. So a challenge, but we've got 4 hours to go.
And staying out of the headmaster's room is always important as well. You guys got slapped over the wrist with a 15-second penalty for the restart. Can you talk us through it?
Yeah, look, we got the lucky dog, and the guy in front was holding me up, and so I got some encouragement to push on. And in that let's say, spirit and heat, we forgot we weren't allowed to pass before the control line, so we'll get 15 seconds. But look, if that's the work we do today, it's probably a good day compared to the others.
15 seconds out of 12 hours, not so bad.
Not so bad.
Good luck, mate.
Cheers, bud. Thanks.
So that's the word from the 777. So they're still looking to get their lap back, but there's still plenty of time for that to happen. One of the cars we've been following all day very, very closely, and we've been saying nice things as well, I'd like to add. Not just because one of the superstars from the Porsche Manthey EMA Racing lineup has joined us up here in the commentary box. Matt Campbell's with us. Good afternoon, Matt. Welcome to you. How's your day?
Yeah, look, it's not going too bad. I mean, we're running up front. We're sticking to our strategy, and yeah, obviously still a fair few hours to go in the race, so just got to keep it clean and see where we end up with 2 hours to go.
How's the pace?
Yeah, look, pace is hot. I mean, pace is really strong for sure. No one's holding back. We're sticking to our strategy. We're not necessarily the fastest on track at the moment, but if we can do a good job in the pits and on strategy, hopefully we can make a difference there.
Well, on that, your pit stops have been amazing, and at one point, I think we tracked it during a round of stops that you gained 8 seconds over the BMWs, for example. So I know you're not going to tell us why, but it's a good advantage to have up your sleeve.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, we're hoping to stick to that, you know, going into the later part of the race as well. So yeah, we've got to try and do everything we can in strategy to be able to you know, try and catch up in other ways, because for sure the Mercs today are really, really fast. And yeah, let's see what we can do in the next couple of hours.
Strengths and weaknesses quickly for me. So we've seen the BMWs at this stanza of the race has just dropped off as it's got a bit hotter. Where are you guys at?
Yeah, we've definitely dropped off a little bit, not too much. We've just lost a little bit of sort of straight line speed. But for sure, compared to the Mercs at the moment, we're really struggling across the top of the mountain, especially with aero wash. But I feel like that's been a trend all day, so not really a big shift, let's say. But we've just lost a little bit overall, so not a massive change in car balance or anything.
However, you do seem to be able to save fuel. That is a massive advantage that you guys have had.
Yeah, exactly. I think our pace saving fuel is very strong. We're not necessarily losing any lap time or anything like that. And actually, in some places of the circuit, we're actually helping our car balance by saving fuel.
Yeah.
So it's not a bad thing, but we're doing everything we can to be able to get an advantage in pits.
Just explain that. How, for the people that might not be familiar with it, how are you affecting your car balance by saving fuel? That's the thing. Hang on a minute, you're going slower, but the car's better?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, going into some of the big braking areas, for example, you know, you've got much more of a neutral car balance. The car is a lot flatter, and you're not pitching the car quite as fast. So you're taking a little bit of load off the front axle on the initial brake balance, and yeah, just makes it a little bit easier on the entry phase of the corner.
Congratulations on the debut of the 963. I know you've got to disappear in a second. How's it been like? What's it been like coming back to the 991.2 GT3? Oh, like putting on an old pair of shoes?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I've driven
big
this
smile,
car.
by the way.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Big
Yeah.
smile. I hope you heard that in Matt Campbell's voice.
Yeah, I mean, I have so much experience with this car now, 4 years, and you know, a lot of success with it as well. So, you know, coming back to the mountain, this is only our second time, believe it or not, with this car here. Obviously, a couple of years away with the whole COVID situation, and now we're back. And yeah, feels natural, feels at home, and you know, always one of my favourite weekends of the entire year.
Last one, because your PR man Dave's telling me you've got to get back down to the box, but Matthew's got some driving to do, and then I'm assuming that you're in the car for the end.
Yeah, that's the plan at the moment. I mean, you never know what's going to happen with safety cars and everything like that, but at the moment, that's the plan for me to be in at the end.
Thoroughly enjoying seeing what you're doing on the world stage, Matt. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much.
There's Matt Campbell, Manthey EMA Motorsport. Great to have him back at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour, delivered Porsche their victory, and now he's all a big grown-up factory driver, driving for Roger Penske as well. Very cool. They're in a pretty good position at the moment. They're second, just 7 seconds behind Maro Engel, who leads the race. 4 hours, 5 minutes to go.
You've seen the development of that young man, Realty, from very early days. I met him several years ago, but you've known him longer than me and seen him race more than me. Absolutely delighted that he has got the call, and it's a very Porsche thing to do, to take up-and-coming drivers, put them through the junior programme, and then promote from within. They do the same with their management structure as well, to be quite honest, in the car company as well as in motorsport. He's got a chance of doing something absolutely extraordinary when you see what he's got in his near future.
Well, what I can tell you, John, is that he said more words in those 5 minutes we had him here than he did in his first full season of Porsche racing in Australia. He's come a very, very, very long way, has Matt. He was the quietest, most reserved, shy kid when he popped into the landscape. He raced Formula Ford actually first. He did a season of Formula Ford before he moved into Porsche Sprint Challenger. Andy McElroy spotted him in talent, gave him a testament, oh, this kid can drive, and they put a program together, and he smoked half the field in a Class B car in what was GT3 Cup Challenge, and then jumped into an outright car in the final round and won by about 15 seconds. So, and since then, you know, the story's been well documented. Carrera Cup Australia champion, Super Cup and onwards, and now he's a factory driver. So in the Porsche pyramid, they call it, they're stepping stones up through the ladder. He's done the whole thing, and followed the script almost to a T. But yeah, he's still the same, very humble, very friendly, smiling, affable young bloke. Speaks a bit more now, and he's got some swagger, which is great. You've got to have it as a professional race car driver.
Considering what he's done and what he's won, why not? And McElroy Racing's coming to my neck of the woods and coming to play the IMSA Porsche Carrera Cup North America.
Yeah, they're taking young Thomas Sargent, who won the Bathurst 6 Hour here last year, actually, and Sprint Challenge Australia last season. So he'll run one of a multiple car program. Yeah, Andy, ambitious as always. A couple of cars will be based out of Mooresville, North Carolina.
That's NASCAR company.
Yeah, apparently that's where you've got to be. And yeah, it's a really exciting program. So McElroy's going to have 4 cars in Sprint Challenge, 4 in Carrera Cup Australia, and 2 or 3 in North America.
I think we're going to have more than 40 cars again in Carrera Cup North America. They'll kick off at Sebring in, well, what is it? About 6 weeks' time, isn't it, really, for that, when we get back together. It's, the next time we'll see Matty Campbell behind the wheel of a Porsche, but it will be the 963 rather than the 911.
The thing about Matt, just to finish on that point for mine, the impressive thing is how adaptable he's become and how quickly he gets up to speed. And you know, the moment he jumped into a supercar, he was quick despite that Porsche background, and then he's gone straight onto the money in the 963 program and very, very quick there. So professional drivers should be adaptable and they should be able to do that. That's why they're paid the big bucks to do the job. But yeah, it's been super impressive and really cool to see him driving in that factory program.
And they get the nice road cars as well, because he's going around the moment in a Cayenne GT Turbo at the moment in Arctic grey with the metallic copper wheels. Not envious, not at all. 4 minutes, 4 hours rather, still to go. Well, before first light, as tradition dictates, we kick things off for the 2023 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hours. It started off relatively sensibly, and then we had the first big casualty, the only Audi Pro car in the wall, and we've not seen it again. Safety car out when the Porsche from Grove Racing in EBM went around at the top of the mountain. And then there was a weird section for the Lamborghini, the wall racing Lamborghini, where they had a couple of incidents. Another safety car, Superbahn, Supermarkets, Audi into the wall with the AMG number 44. It's all been happening at the top of the mountain, hasn't it? Because just after we've been talking to Craig Lowndes, his car was into the wall, Scotty Taylor Motorsport. At the front of the field, it's been a balance between speed and tactics, and the 75 Sun Energy One Racing AMG has come out on top for such a long time, but they're down in 6th at the moment, as we've got just over 11 seconds between the top of the field. Here's the Bozell leaderboards for the classes. Maro Engel leading at the top. We'll give you all the gaps in just a moment. Fred Vervish is behind the wheel of the 55, which leads the Pro-Am. The silver team, Andrew Fawcett now behind the wheel there, and it's still the 111. That's the Mazda, the Mark Cars machine that leads the Invitational class. There's the gaps, 11.5 seconds between the Manthey in second and the Mercedes AMG team Group M. that leads. They're battling it out. The team WRT BMW is just a little bit further back and not enjoying the heat of the day. Shane van Gisbergen hasn't had such a great run in this particular stanza of the race, but he's back up on the cycle, pit stop cycle, to 5th position. The people further down the field and outside the top 20 have all had problems. Some of them you saw there in the spares box highlights that we played through for you. 209 laps completed, as we've completed 2/3 of the race, and that means that we have done just a little more than 8 hours, and we needed to be about 2:15 to get onto that magical 2,000 kilometres. If we can do that before the end of the race. So we're holding there, just 6 laps away at the moment. See how we can get that back. If we get some good green flag running, Contender, then that is possible, because we can do more than the 27 laps per hour that you need to do that. It's just a question of whether we get the opportunity.
We need the green flag running to do that, to fulfil Richard Craile's dream of a 2,000 kilometres completed in 12 hours of racing at Mount Panorama. Thomas Pruning on screen. The Mente Racing Porsche. It's great to hear from Matt Campbell previously. I really feel like that car is in the game. This car, maybe not in the game for this year's event, but in its day, it would have been a real hot rod. Shay.
Could you guys imagine finding out that you were going to be in this game, the Bathurst 12 Hours, about a week before it actually took place? Phil Ellis, you were not planning on coming down to Australia, and it all just kind of unfolded. Now you've just completed your second double stint during the race. How's it been going?
I mean, so far it's been mega, to be honest. I really love the track. It's been awesome these couple of days. A very steep learning curve, of course, as everybody kind of warned me before I came over. But yeah, just enjoying it.
How did you get to learn the track? Was it the track walk or simulator? You didn't have prep time.
No, because I got the call up in Daytona while I was there for the race, so we kind of skipped sim time. And other than that, we looked at some onboards from last year, looked at the races from last year's, and other than that, it's really learning by doing. The track walk just shows you how steep the track is, but it won't give you a feel of the car that will race in the end. So it's been very tough, especially with the red flags in practice as well. So it's a very limited amount of track time, especially with 3 drivers having to learn the track. Nicky also being kind of new to the AMG, so 2 of us in the same boat, and then Danny as our pulling horse. So yeah, just a very steep learning curve, but it's amazing.
It's been good fun for the Craft Bamboo team. Thank you so much, Phil. Good luck.
Thank you, Shay.
And guys, just to give you a little bit of a wet appetite for the remainder of who is about to get into Mercedes, well, we've got one Maxi Goetz helmeted and ready for the 999, so that's coming up here shortly.
Best wishes from everybody in the paddock to Luki, as he is well known by everybody. A nasty incident at Daytona, and we wish him well and hope he's back in a car as soon as possible. Just a few moments ago, position 9 change. Chris Meese taking over at that as he dived down the inside at the end of the chase.
The move on Fraser Ross, the 65 Audi. So
standard.
Audis continue to battle.
Standard, that is it. Into Nissan battling between the 4 rings there.
Been in the middle of plenty of those battles throughout the course of the race in the past for the Audis. So this car needs a wave around to get itself back in the game.
Yeah.
So they've fulfilled their driver time now with their AM driver, Yasser Shaheen, but they've found themselves a lap down and they need that wave around.
There's 3 cars that are nearly 2 laps down. Vavich, Meese and Ross in the 8th, 9th and 10th positions. The leaders in the Pro-Ams, in fact, and they are just ahead of the leaders at the moment. They are 1 and a bit laps down. They would get that back with 1 safety car. They don't really want to go 2 laps down.
We are, however, looking at this at an outright level in that we want these cars to be in contention for the race. But we do need to remember that there's a class trophy on the line.
Absolutely.
And for the AM drivers in these cars, that's what they want. They want the Pro-Am class trophy. And right now, it's 55. That's the Fuchs Racing Schumacher Motorsport Premier Hire Racing entry. and Fred Verveesh, and that car has been in the wars today with some penalties. He's dragged that car back up the order. They're 8th outright, but they're leading the Boiselle Watchers Pro-Am class. So still lift a big trophy and stand on the #1 spot on the top of the famous Mount Panorama podium, not too far away to our right. And of course, the watch, which features some of Mount Panorama in it, that you could win. Imagine if Brad Schumacher wins that. He literally lives here.
Probably has already got just come down and collect his own
Pilfered it on his
stones
walk of a night. Yeah.
Panorama sign.
Have you seen his background?
Yeah, it's very wild for some reason.
White Brad written out in white.
Very nice driveway. So there is that class battle. We would absolutely love for them to be in the outright mix as well, because they become outright cars when the AM driver component, the semi-professional driver, has ticked all their boxes from a drive time point of view. And we're talking about that with Fred Verveesh and Christopher Meese. Absolutely can win this race on raw speed. Yeah, 100%, no doubt whatsoever. So that's just another one of the storylines, the race within a race in endurance racing at Mount Panorama. I don't think we're too far away from a stop for this car, because Maro Engel is going quickly. Our race leader for Group M and Mercedes AMG is on a flyer with 3 hours and 53 minutes to go. So Engel crosses the line 3-0. So the pace is starting to build. 29 laps into this stint. The window approaching, almost open, you'd think, to get into pit lane. Give you a lap time check of the leaders, shall we, as they come through. So Engel across the line. Gap back to Thomas Pointing, 2:04.5 for the Porsche, 16 seconds. And then we find Sheldon van der Linde at a 4:2. In car number 32, so he's 20 seconds behind the leader, 4 behind the Porsche. Maxime Martin across the line in the number 46 BMW, so they're 3rd and 4th, the WIT cars, 2:04.9 for him. The story I'm getting out of all of this is that at the moment, none of them have got the pace of our race leader. SVG at a 4:8, so he's in exactly the same boat in car 888. And then it's quite a big gap back to Jules Gounon. But remember, they're out of sequence. They're not on the same pit stop strategy as the 5 cars leading this race. Gounon was in the lane just 9 laps ago. And the same story can be said for Nicky Katzberg behind the wheel of the 77 Craft Bamboo car in 7th. They're only 7 laps into this stint. So they're out of sequence relative to the 5 cars that lead the way at the top of the leaderboard there. And amazingly, if you look at the total on the left-hand side of the screen, all of the Pro cars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and all of the Boiselle Pro-Am cars neatly lined up.
It's nice.
And then 4 silver cars. And my OCD is very happy with that.
It's like we've sorted the field by colour rather than by position.
Yeah. That's a fluke that should happen, but it's happened. And just to touch on one more point, if I may, back at the shot there, so Trent Harrison still behind the wheel of that number 50 Audi that was a KTM at the start of the weekend, 2nd in the silver class. They could get a trophy out of this.
I thought they might go home with an invitational trophy, but it could be a silver class trophy they take home. Sheldon van der Linde currently 3rd. BMW WRT run car. They have struggled. When the sun has come out and the temperature has come up, they have struggled for performance.
Which is interesting, because they did really well in Dubai. And it was, in fairness, it wasn't super hot there, but even the overnight temperature, they don't do refueling in the pit lane in that series. You go out of the pit lane and into a refueling area. When I was doing my 3 hours in the pits in the middle of the night, I was in t-shirt and shorts. It's allowed. And it was very pleasant. It was 18 Celsius overnight. And in the heat of the day, it was quite a lot hotter than that. And they did get closed down and pressured a little bit by the GT3 Porsche of Herbert Motorsport towards the end. Herbert rolled the dice on strategy and didn't quite get it right, which is unusual for them. But they look pretty strong, so something a little bit different tyre manufacturer, in fairness, very different characteristics of circuits. I'm just doing some quick arithmetic. I think after these lead cars stop, they will need 2 more full stops and a splash if they stay green to the end of the race.
You're watching the BMW of Sheldon van der Linde, who we think is not far away from a pit stop strategy. So on that, okay, 3 hours and 49 minutes to go. And remember, in this race, we talk as much about time as we do fuel, and an ideal stint length is 75 minutes. That's the magic number, both from driver time point of view, but from a full stint on a tank of fuel. 35, 36 laps, about 75 minutes in these cars, as we've seen all throughout the day. So you need to work back from 10 hours and 45 minutes to where we are now into this race with 8 hours and 10 minutes in. And that's a bit of an indication as we see Fraser Ross squeeze down the inside of Tony Bates. And I get the feeling this may have been playing on for a little while between these two, who have been racing each other for a while in GT cars.
Oh, hello. Hello, I'm here. Hello, coming through, excuse me.
Bump and run at the Scuderia Auto Art chase. And now the Audi is clear of that car. They're not even on the same.
I was just trying to find them on the time screen.
Exactly what I was doing.
Miles apart. So Fraser Ross in 10th, Tony Bates in 12th, but laps between them.
I've got a car in front of me. I'm racing it.
Yeah.
Come on.
We're race car drivers. We're simple creatures. There's a car in front. Pass it. Move on to the next one.
There's another car in front. Pass it. Yes, exactly. Rinse and repeat. Go on with your arithmetic.
Oh, well, it's not particularly good. So 75 minutes, I think, is where you need to look at. So how many times can we squeeze 75 minutes in the remaining 3 hours and 48 minutes left in this race? That's the question. That's what the teams will be looking at now. And it will be a case of balancing, getting to a point in the race where you know you can make it to the finish, but staying out of track position and hoping you don't get a safety car, because that could end your day right there. So there's a fine balancing act to run at the end, but the way the cars are so split right now, so you've got these top 5 cars about to make a pit stop, and then the next 2 that we definitely think are in the mix aren't going to stop for another 20-25 laps.
Yeah, I think they're one pit stop better off.
Yeah,
I really do.
They are.
The top 5, I think. So after this one, 2 more, and then they need a bit of help or a little bit of fuel saving.
That's the point. So if you look at Lucas Stolz in 75, Sun Energy One racing the car that's been there all day, and Nicky Katzberg for Craft Bamboo, who for the second time in a row could MacGyver a strategy that gets them into contention at the end of the race. So they will run deeper into the race. So that the deeper you go into it, the less chance there is of you running the thing out of fuel in a green race the whole way to the end.
But all that relies on 3 hours and 46 minutes of green flag running.
Which has happened exactly once in the history of this race.
And I don't reckon it happened in the last 3 hours and 46 minutes of the race either. We traditionally do see safety cars in the last portion of the event. So you do have to work your strategy out based on green flag running.
Of course you do.
All the way to the end, because that, for fuel burn, is effectively worst case scenario.
Yeah.
And anything that happens from a safety car point of view, you need to think about on the run.
So down in the Pirelli pit bunker, boys, it's time to talk strategy again. See if we can forecast what's going to start happening. We're going to bring up those same 5 drivers, and I'll let our friends in the commentary booth pick which ones we're going to talk about. Don't pick Craft Bamboo because I've not loaded it into the screen. Gentlemen, take your pick.
Can we hear about the Craft Bamboo car?
Yeah, I knew you'd say that, Gal.
You got the 75 up there.
Yeah, we've got the 75.
This is the one we think's in with a real chance.
Yes, it is, but there's an if, there's an asterisk, okay? So if I look at this at the moment, we know that they cleared Kenny's minutes early, was barely even an hour, and that was legal because they're racing in pro, and since then they've been trying to go Goonon, Stoltz, all the way to the finish. But the problem for mine, guys, is they're still in this awkward era of, yes, they're a pit stop up on the field, which we know looking at the timing screen, but they need to be able to get that safety car period right on where Stoltz and Goonon's driver time is going to start to cross over. So they've got Stoltz in the car right now. I know timing's saying it's Goonon, but it's definitely Stoltz in the car right now. And they're hoping to either double him now and be able to clear him and then go Goonon to the end, or do singles to the end. But both scenarios still need one more safety car to make it work, I reckon, because they're just going to fall afoul of a half stint somewhere, if that makes sense. So yes, they could get home without that extra pit stop, but for the driving time, they do need a half stint somewhere, and that safety car would make that work for them.
Yeah, okay, that's fascinating. So they're in a reasonable spot, but it's not clean sailing, is it, basically, is what we're saying?
Yeah, that's how I'd put it. They reckon there's like a 10-minute window. If they just got 10 more minutes out of Kenny's car, they reckon they would have had a bit more flexibility towards the end of the race, and that was a safety car ultimately that led to him having to get out early. The other guys,
Porsche, Chad.
The Porsche, yep. So this has been very similar to what we saw with the race-winning strategy from 2020 with the Bentley. They started the day with Prining. In went Jaminet, in went Campbell. Campbell's only done 2 stints. They're really saving him, so much so that he had time to go up in the commentary box to chat to you guys, and he'll double stint at the end. And this is really steady as she goes. We haven't really seen, I reckon, the proper fuel economy from that Porsche. We know it's got quick pit stops. We've got someone in the lane right now, by the way, but it's not one of the front-running guys. So, yeah, that's steady as they go, and very similar to what we saw from the 46. Only difference there is they've sort of played a Pro-Am strategy because they did have a silver class driver in Valentino Rossi. So for mine, they're going to be going Farfus and Martin all the way to the end of the race.
999's worth looking at because they're not far away from a pit stop, and in fact, the top 5 cars will be in the lane fairly soon.
Yeah, so my data's a couple laps late here because I've got Maro down for 29 laps. If I peek off, it's actually been 33 laps. Yeah, so they are right on the buzz. You can see the fuel mileage that they've been getting. That had a safety car period in it, similar to this one. So they got 35 laps out of that first session today, and I think that we're going to get about 35 laps of running in this one because we had a couple laps of safety car very similar to that opening stint. Where do you reckon they're going to go here, guys? I think Grenier gets back in it. Maro might actually be done by that point. I have to look at the numbers. And then Marciello to double to the end, I'd say.
He's done a bulk of the work, the heavy lifting so far, Maro. So yeah, I think he's going to be fresh out of driver time. And he said on air earlier that they're keeping Lello for that closing stint, the finishing stint.
The one that I find intriguing here, because it's definitely not played out the way any one of us would have thought. We've got Shane Van Gisbergen in that car right now. And it's looking to me, guys, like they're really saving Brock Feeney to the end of the race. I mean, they gave him the keys to the car to qualify yesterday, as we've got Freddie Vavish in the lane right now. But it's definitely starting to shape like they're maybe going to let Brock off the leash at the end of the race. That's a huge responsibility. I also think that they're going to have to potentially double stint tyres at the end too, because that thing looks awful on cold tyres. Or do they go Gertz because they've been able to keep him in for that one stint? It really will depend. Whoever gets in the car next will be probably giving us a hint as to who's going to finish.
Well, yeah. I'd expect it to be Maxi Gertz to drive next. I don't know why you wouldn't put Brock in the car. Just finally, I know we don't have the graphic, but then there's a segue coming, Chad.
Oh, yeah.
Car 32 on a very similar strategy to the 999 and the 912, the BMW.
Yeah, I've been keeping a bit of an eye on them. It'd be easy enough to whip up a strategy graph, but it looks pretty similar to that one. Just pretty much change your colours out and your names out. And that's what the BMW strategy. I'd say that's strategy A today. It's similar to what we've seen with the 912. Similar here with the 999, a couple of doubles here. Interestingly, we haven't seen a single double stint from that Porsche yet. All single stints the whole way through. Yeah, the only team that's been doing the singles the whole way through. Even Rossi with that double stint there was a double. I actually went back through the data and looked at that double stint there. His average lap time in that stint was even quicker than that stint. So despite the fact that he's only raced 45-minute races his whole career on 2 wheels, on an endurance stint that was pushing 2 hours, he was getting faster and faster.
If you've got it, Chad. Yeah. Much like you in the bunker. Thank you. We'll come back and we'll pick some winners within the final 2 hours, I think, when we see how this all plays out. The reason I asked about car 32, John Hindoff, is because we're joined by a member of its team up here in the commentary box.
We are indeed. Welcome along, Charles First. How are you? Oh, sorry. Let me turn you on. Turn the microphone on. Not quite the pace you were looking for in the middle part of the race. Any ideas what is causing that? Because the cars went really well in Dubai in the heat of the day.
Yeah, exactly. Dubai was good. I mean, I was personally not there, but I mean, they did a great strategy, and I think strategy also played a big role there. And here, yeah, we saw that the pace was actually not too bad in the beginning of the race, but as the heat comes up, it starts to be quite tricky for us. For the engine and for the tires, it looks like we suffer a bit more than the other cars. But I would say on a general note, we are, I think, just lacking a bit of pace, especially compared to the Mercedes and the Audis.
Some of our viewers are a little worried about the fact that there's a little bit of misting on the side of your car, and you can see it particularly on the white car, obviously, a little bit of fluid or something coming out the car and around the back. You guys not worried about that?
Well, as long as we are now talking, the car is still running, so it's I would say it's a good sign that yeah, no, it's not a big issue for the moment. I would say it's really hurting us.
What's the tactics to the end of the race? Sorry, Casey.
Well, now I think we will try. I see the children's running a bit wide.
Very wide too.
But okay.
He knew we were watching him. He's just trying to scare you.
Yes, exactly.
No. Well, I think now, so we have Sheldon in for, I would say, no, Dries will go in, then Sheldon for a double, and then Dries, I think, will double to the end, so something like this. But yeah, so that's the target, and normally we say the tires, so we should have new tires for the end of the race.
Obvious question for me as a rookie at this place. How have you found our backyard here at Mount Panorama?
It's amazing, honestly. I mean, it's my first time here in Australia. So obviously, first time for me in Bathurst, and I gotta say, it's definitely one of my favorite tracks. It's very special to drive here, and when you can take a good lap together, the feeling is just great. On the other side, I also had the lovely chance to double extend tires earlier in the race, and I think that was one of the most scary experiences I ever had. But yeah, I mean, it's part of the travel, part of the race. But no, this experience is something I will for sure keep in my heart for a very long time.
You're only 21 years of age, so you're very early into your racing career. But for the Australian audience who might not have seen you race before, you've never been here, what have you raced up to this point to get you to this point in your career?
So yeah, to make the thing pretty short, I started with karting, as I would say most of the drivers. Then I moved to Formula 4, in which I've been driving 2 years, and I was a teammate of Liam Lawson. We drove together, so for the people here probably know him pretty well. And then I moved directly to GT Racing in 2019, if I'm right, directly obviously with Team WRT. And I had a chance there to grow and to drive with great drivers as Christopher Mies, Kelvin van der Linde, and Dries van Toor, which is now a very good friend of mine and teammate I've had now for already a couple of years. And yeah, so that's the thing. Then I had the opportunity to join Audi as a junior driver in 2021, and now this first year as a factory driver for BMW. So the challenge is big, but it's definitely a great challenge.
What's the transition been like with the mid-engined car to now a front-engined turbocharged car? Mid-engined, normally aspirated car, front-engined turbocharged car. How both GT3s in terms of the formula of the car, very different?
Yeah, it's quite different. I would say each car has its positives and negatives, but yeah, it's also, I think, a question of getting used to it. The Audi obviously is very agile on all the twisty parts and tracks, very good on the brakes, and maybe a bit more edgy on fast corners, while for the BMW it's, I would say, the opposite. It's maybe a bit, a bit slower, or just a bit, I would say, I don't really know how to say, but just a bit more, just a bit heavier, I would say, in slow corners. But in fast corners, the car is very stable and gives a lot of confidence, which is very nice, and it's also very good on curbs. So yeah, it's just a matter of some positives, some negatives. So I would say the car in general would maybe suit better endurance tracks or intercontinental tracks than the Audi. Maybe the Audi was probably, and we see that our car is pitting now.
And on that cue, we'll let you go because it's going to get busy down at BMW Team WRT and the Porsche in as well. So thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. Good to meet you.
Thank you.
There's Charles Veer. It's great to have him here at the Bathurst 12-hour. Watch him. He's a bright young star of GT racing in the future. As pit lane gets really busy, and as we let one of the drivers go back to the lane, both BMWs, as they've been doing all afternoon, roll into a Traxxam service. What's going to interest me is if the Manthey Porsche gets, EMA Porsche gets more ground with the quick pit stops they've been making, so we'll track that. So second, third and fourth, all in the lane together. Maro Engel stays out. As we've seen that car all day, they're just extracting one more lap, 2 more laps at every round of pit stops from a fuel economy point of view in car 999. The advantage of running in clear air perhaps out in front. Tyres going on the Grello Porsche. Augusta Farfus adjusting the steering wheel on 46. Porsche's gone. It had some track position, remember, over the BMWs. Fire the car up, and one BMW leaves. We'll wait for the second one as well. About 4 seconds apart when they rolled into the lane. So Van Gisbergen's gone through to second. And Lucas Stoles has gone through to third. Porsche, minute 22 in pit lane. They are making chunks of time in the lane. Manti EMA Racing. 4 seconds quicker than the 32 car. And we'll wait for the 46 to leave as well. It'll be a little bit longer in the lane there for car 46. So once again, as the leader comes in, Chad, the Porsche is at its absolute best when it's in pit lane.
I ran the stopwatch on the tyres on that one, guys. 11.5 seconds. I timed the 888 guys out earlier at 16 seconds. It's 888, for goodness sakes, one of the best in the business. Now, granted, a lot of the people that they would have working on their tyres at a supercars race not here this weekend, but the Porsche guys are saving times on their tyres, definitely. Be good to get some fuel numbers as well, but they are so quick. Couldn't even notice the moment they were over the line, and they already had the rattle guns on that left-hand rear.
Yeah, I mean, they made 6 seconds in that pit stop over the 2 BMWs. Just like that, 6 seconds, as if by magic. Didn't have to thrush the car, didn't have to drive it hard, didn't have to take risks. Races can be won or lost in pit lane at this place. In comes 888 now to the lane. Just keep an eye on what Maro Engel and Grupper M do. That should be Maro done for the day. He has driven the wheels off this car and had his 113 laps completed for Maro in this race so far.
If they can do 75 minutes, as you're suggesting, which is spot on, Krillsy, for the sort of laps you're doing, then it's 2 more pit stops after these stops that we're seeing for these cars.
The other way that Porsche could be saving time in the pits is with the fuel saving on the track, because the less fuel you need to put in it, obviously the less time you stop stationary in pit lane. And I just wonder if there's some fuel saving games going on there. Have we even seen them do an actual proper full fuel run yet in this race, or are they just playing the fuel game at the moment?
Out goes Raffaele Marciello. It's always exciting when he's behind the wheel of an AMG, especially a bright yellow one at this place. So minute 25, bang on where the BMWs were. And that just verifies that the Porsche is the only car that is gaining significant amounts of time through this pit stop shuffle. 888 still sitting there and waiting. Busy time of the race. We're building up to the finish of a strategic Bathurst 12 hour. Lots to offer here in Bathurst. Shopping centres, farmers markets. We're going hand for gold, believe it or not. This is how this place became prominent nationally in Australia's first inland city. There's an adventure playground, great buildings, Crombie Caves, and a whole lot more to see and do in the central west of New South Wales. You really must come here. And remember, the 6.213 k's of Mount Panorama is a public road about 330 days a year. And you can come and drive as many laps as you like. This is a very, very long stop for 888 Race Engineering. Driver change. Out of the lane they go. Minute 49. Yeah. The Porsche was there for a minute 20.
It looked like there was dramas on the left front, completing that and getting the crew man back over the line before they could drop the car and send it. So Van Gisbergen, he lost 51 seconds in that stint on track, and then a pit stop that's near on 40 seconds longer than your opposition.
That's a minute and a half near enough.
That's half, more than half a lap. More than half a lap. So that is going into the last 3.5 hours of this race, definitely with one hand tied behind your back. We know that car's got speed when it's running right, but not really sure or fully understand exactly what happened to Shane in that stint. Because after that safety car restart, where he just dropped like a stone, and it just never really fully recovered.
So with 3 hours and 31 minutes to go, give or take, 6 seconds between friends, we've got the number 75 Sun Energy 1 car back at the front of the field. Now, what that car is about 2/3 of the way through its stint. However, another 10 laps, if they can get 12, 13, 14 laps, that would give them 34, and that car has done that, then they'll be leading at the end of this race hour. And whilst that doesn't count for anything, that just tells you about the difference in the strategy. Then we'll have exactly 3 hours to go. 180 minutes.
Definitely being off sequence, the Sun 1 Energy car and the Group M car that Raffaele Marciello's aboard now. will prove at some point the defining moment in this race.
Correct. They had the opportunity, didn't they? They were 10, 12 laps in to their stint when the last safety car came out, and they chose not to.
So when did that happen? That happened, it feels like
hours ago.
4 hours ago?
Yeah.
So we could look back at an event that happened in the first third of the race.
Correct.
It was the defining moment. For track position,
correct,
to get in the right spot for track position. Doesn't mean you're going to win it, but get you the right track position for the last phase.
And you said for better or for worse. Right now, we don't know if it is for better or for worse. It's just a thing.
Yep, because
it's going to happen.
There will be a storyline. There's 3.5 hours to go at Mount Panorama. Something will happen. It always does. It's just whether that moment in the race where you went off sequence with your opposition was the right call right then or not, you don't know. But being off sequence, I think, is a good idea. You do something different because you can't go head-to-head because the cars are so close on performance. Do it in strategy.
Now, we did see car 888 on screen right now. It's slightly slower in pit lane after the tyres had been changed. The reason being they were making some setup adjustments in the blanking at the front of that car, making some aerodynamic changes as well. So there was a little bit of panic trying to get those done in a rush, but team manager Mark Dutton was very quick to praise his mechanics for being able to do that so quickly, given that it's not their usual gig to be changing setups on one of these cars in such a rush. Obviously, much more at home doing it to their V8 supercar.
Chad, with the taking out or putting in, I would think taking out at this stage of the day.
I can go and ask Dutto and see if I get an answer to that one. I'll ask him right now, as a matter of fact. Dutto, the commentary team are wondering, blanking coming out or blanking going in? Feel free to give me whatever answer you want to that question.
Yeah, no, blanking coming out. As obviously there's dust collecting in the rad. Also, it's getting hotter during the day, so you have to adjust that to keep the engine operating at the correct temperature.
Thank you, mate.
Cheers.
That does slightly change the balance of the car, though, doesn't it, Garth? Because the airflow changes over a very important part of the aerodynamics of the front of that AMG.
Yeah, I know Mark Dutton very well, and he gave an honest answer there, but didn't tell us the whole story. And it would definitely have been about aerodynamic performance of that car. We heard from Jamie Whincup very early in the day, who's driving the sister 888 run AMG Mercedes, saying car's got plenty of front. So I think they've taken front aero out of the car to balance the car out, make it less nervous, make it more comfortable to drive across the top of the mountain. That's my guess anyway. We'll wait and see as the race continues to pan out.
Aerodynamic changes allowed partially in the rule set here. The sort of things we were talking about there are fine. You were not allowed to change the wing angle as far as I'm aware, Grills. And I read this, bear in mind, I read this on a long flight coming down from Daytona, but I'm pretty certain once you're in the race, you're not allowed to change the wing angle there.
So the way that you change the front aerodynamic performance of the car is you take the blanking out. So what Mark Dutton was saying was true. That does affect engine performance as far as temperature and things like that. But it does have a very large bearing on the amount of downforce you have in the front of the car. So hence, that's probably why you answer the question when you were asked, oh, no, we're just controlling the engine temperature. Correct. But there's always a secondary purpose when you're doing those sorts of things. And that would have been front downforce.
Anything you do on a car is going to have an effect on it, and normally you would balance that off with another change. You don't want to be doing too much because you don't want to change the overall characteristics of the car. Quite clearly, the AMGs are going okay. This one just needs a little bit of fine-tuning.
Just checking the timing screen for this car on screen. Maxi Goetz back aboard the 888 car, and he has just set the fastest cumulative to the end of the second sector for that car, not for the race, but for that car. So Maxi feeling more comfortable, whether it be this tyre set, the change, the balance to the car, whatever it may be. As we suspected, there is speed in that car.
Yeah.
It's just wasn't as comfortable as you'd expect Shane would like to have had it. Potentially not prepared to risk the car at that stage of the race, but there's still 3.5 hours to go.
Yeah. Crucially, they're still hanging in there on the tail end of the lead lap. Remember that the pass around, the wave by, does not run all the way through this race. So you have to be there or thereabouts and back on the lead lap before the start of the last 60 minutes.
Yeah, so there's 2 hours and 25 minutes left of wave around
potential time. Yeah. With 3 hours and 25 left to go in the race. So you need that safety car to come if you want the wave around in the next 2 hours and 20 minutes, effectively, to enable you to be back on the lead lap and get you back in the game for the last 60-minute sprint to the line.
As far as the cars and how far through their stints they are, and this is crucial at this stage. The leader, 23 laps into somewhere near 34, 35 lap stint. Second, third and fourth are all 4 and 5 laps. So that's the Stoltz car, the 75 Sun Energy 1 car, as I say, on 23 laps. So they've probably got 10 to go. And the next one that is well through the stint is Nicky Katzberg in that number 77. So those are the 2 cars that are off kilter that Garth was talking about there.
Well, Mercedes AMG GT3 fires across the top of the hill. A record number of them in the field this year. It's a fascinating car, and I think we should go and take a closer look.
The AMG GT3 is, as the name suggests, the racing version of the AMG GT, the flagship two-door sports car created exclusively by Mercedes-Benz high-performance division. Last year, the AMG GT3 swept the podium, the first time in Bathurst 12-hour history in the GT3 era.
The 2022 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour podium.
Mercedes AMG prides itself as the world's fastest family, and this year at Bathurst, AMG's customer racing family is represented by drivers and personnel covering at least 4 continents, including former winners of the 12-hour and global GT racing stars.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic race car. It's an all-around very good compartment car, so it's good when it's cold, it's good when it's hot, it's good when it's raining, it's good when it's dry. So it's a car that allows us to be competitive in every track in the world, every championship, every tires. And I think that's what makes the big difference for us, is that we are always there because the car is so fantastic.
I think it's a car that is very reliable, has many years of development. It's a very forgiving car to drive as well. All the amateur gentleman drivers like it a lot.
Oh, it's incredible, especially driving GT3 is high downforce car around the mountain is very crucial, especially up top of the mountain, and the car has been really balanced, you know, even from last year having 1, 2, 3 Mercedes finish in the Bathurst 12 hour, and hopefully, fingers crossed, it can happen again this year.
It's a good car around here, stable in fast corner, so should be good over the mountain, and looking forward to drive the track.
I mean, it's quite reliable in the race. Normally, it's a car we can run without any issue. It's good more or less in every track.
It's awesome over the top of the mountain. You know, as I said, it's very different to what I'm used to. So, you know, you're scraping over the top, you're going so much faster than, you know, what us Aussies are used to. So it's a lot of fun. As I said, I always jump out of it with a smile. I just enjoy driving it. It's always good fun, and the racing's always exciting.
Powerful product. 1, 2, 3 on the podium last year. It's the first time in the history of this race as a GT3 Enduro that one brand had swept all 3 positions. You better believe that Mercedes AMG here and all around the world trumpeted that one pretty loud. Oh yeah. It's not often you get to sweep the podium at this place. It was a huge performance, and right now they're internally battling for the win with about 4 of them all in the mix in this, as this fascinating strategic race plays itself out.
And the pace is picking up at the front of the field as well, Quilty, between the top 2. Look at the lap times and the splits that are coming in now from the Sun Energy 1 car and the chasing 999, the Man Filters Gripper N car. That's a new fastest middle sector of the lap for Raffaele Marciello last time around.
Casually punches out a 3.0 on lap 227. 3.3 for Marciello behind him, the gap 9.6.
3.0 is the fastest lap we've seen for a while.
Yeah.
So these two cars, although they're on alternate strategies, pitting at different times, find themselves locked in a battle for 15, 20 laps at a time, then they go off for a little period, do their own thing for a little while. By the time they've both done their pit stops, they're back into a battle. There's 10 seconds between the 2 cars, but don't think they're not racing each other on the stopwatch and on the timing screen. There's a very, very heavy battle between the 2 of those cars for the lead of this race as the strategy continues to play out.
We've been talking up the exploits of this young bloke, I mean this weekend, but we've been doing it for some time now because it's well deserved. bump down to the Super Cheap Auto Garage 888 and say hello and good afternoon to Brock Feeney. Hello, young man. How are you?
I'm good, guys. How are you guys going up there?
We're having a nice time and not having to work quite so hard as you are, mate. How's the day been for Car 888? Just give us the top-level summary from your point of view.
Pretty tough. It's been a long day. I tell you what, the double stints are actually quite difficult. So I got out of the car pretty sore then and had some lunch, had a bit of physio, and yeah, now I'm suited up. I still got a bit of time before I can jump back in, but yeah, I think I'll be finishing the race. So it's hard to know. I'm in and out of the truck, but you know, we're still there. We've got a straight car, and hopefully we're in it at the end.
Nice job yesterday, Stu. I thought you qualified very, very nicely in qualifying itself, and then your performance in the shootout was exceptional. You broke the lap record. Unfortunately, you didn't break it by enough, but Maro Engel got you. But you must have slept well last night with the job that you did yesterday.
I thought your name's Stu and I'm Carlos, mate.
Oh, you are
a bit
Carlos.
mixed
That's
up.
correct.
Come on.
That's true.
Yeah, yesterday was good. It was awesome to go up against the best GT sort of guys in the world. I felt very out of place in the press conference up there. A lot of Germans and factory drivers, so it was a bit awkward. But no, it was good. Yesterday was awesome. Yeah, don't think we've probably got that outright pace that we had yesterday today, but we're trucking along okay. But yeah, a shootout at Bathurst is my first proper one, so it was pretty cool.
Have you spoken to Shane since he's jumped out of the car? It looked like that stint for him previous was a real struggle. It looked like the car balance went away from him. He lost a lot of time to the other AMGs throughout the course of that stint. Did he mention as to anything why?
Yeah, I briefly spoke to him then. Yeah, just comfort in the car sort of thing. I think even in my stint, I was struggling quite a lot with the balance and being a little bit unpredictable at times. So the cold tyre switching on has been really difficult, you know, for us as a team, and I think a lot of people down pit lane. So it's something that, you know, we need to get better to be more competitive at the end of this race. But we'll learn from that and Maxi's stint now, and hopefully we can make some tune-ups to the end of the race.
Brock, you've been racing the AMG with 888 for a season now, but what have you got out of having someone like Maxi Goetz who does this for a living every weekend, just about? He's in one of these cars. Much do you draw out of his experience in the GT3 platform?
Yeah, massively. It's the thing that I was probably most looking forward to this weekend, was working with Maxi, and you know, I try to plan to do a bit more of this racing, so as much as I can learn from him, from a driver standpoint, but also, you know, mechanically minded, and you know, his thoughts on the car as well. For me, I sort of just jump in the car and, you know, it's got a little bit of understeer, it's got a bit of oversteer. So for him, he's a bit more in depth and, you know, knows what tools make those changes. So it's been good to learn off him. You know, he's a class act. He's doing a great job. He did a great job this morning. Same thing again here, and I'm sure he'll hand it over in good hands at the end.
I know people still come up and ask you about Adelaide, mate. I know you're looking forward to the new season. You've got lots to focus on, but pretty special moment, hey?
It was very cool. It's 2023 now, so we're sort of all back to zero, but it's good to kickstart the year here. Obviously, it was a ripper end of the year. You know, certainly slept a bit better in the holidays. So looking forward to getting back into supercars. We got testing next week, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, you're in for the end. We understand. That's what we've worked out, and you just nodded, so we'll take that as a yes. Thanks for joining us, mate. Good stuff this weekend. You've driven really, really well, and best of luck to the finish.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
There's Brock Feeney down in the Super Cheap Auto Garage. Take that as a subtle nod, but I think he gave it away. That's what our numbers are pointing to anyway, and just with the driver time for how long you can spend out of a car, it all makes a lot of sense.
Race control to all teams. Pit lane drive-through penalty to car 888 for a breach of pit stop procedure.
Now, if you ask if we planned that timing, we didn't, and this is why. So we understand it's a breach for equipment use, and there's a mandated use of equipment that can be taken over the red line to work on the car.
So to this point, they've done the driver change, they've done the drink bottle, we're doing tyres right now. See at which point of the stop does that take place? There's something going on at the back of the car. There was something going on at the back of the car, and now we're doing that front blanking change that we spoke to Mark Dutton about. Didn't look like there was any hand tools used in that, but there's a hand tool being used there.
Oh, and it's a breach of the regulations. Tough for a supercar team that's so used to one set of regs to come in and have to adapt to another one. Not an excuse by any extent. but they do have to adapt to a different set of regulations to what they do every time. But it's the rules of the race, and you do need to abide by them.
They do have a very dedicated GT team part of this program, so they'll know the rules. Chad.
Well, we'll get a word off Mark Dutton, who's had a good look at the replays now. Did you feel like you knew it when you saw the replay, Dutto?
Yeah, we knew it just before, unfortunately, but it's definitely on us to put our hand up. We misread the rules and got a bit excited on working out the best way to tune the car and service it, and forgot that you can't have those tools doing any work in pit lane. So you can see on the TV we adjusted the wing. To do that, the proper way is to bring the car into the garage. We did it outside. We've just served our penalty.
Right, so you're going to cop that one on the chin, hey?
You have to, mate.
Can you come back from there?
Anything can happen, but yeah, really disappointed with myself on that one.
Okay, mate. Well done for owning it, and good luck.
Cheers.
The key thing there is if they put that back in the box, that would have been fine.
Yeah, it takes way too long to put the car on skates, back it into the garage, adjust the rear wing and send it back out again. You wouldn't take that opportunity, so...
I know. You go down a lap, whereas a drive-through penalty will cost you 32 seconds. Shay?
Thomas Preining out of the 912 Porsche. Thomas, the Mercedes drivers have been complaining about the comfort and drivability of their cars right now with the current conditions. How nice is it in the Porsche?
I don't know how nice it is in their car, but it's a lot faster in there, so I don't think they have anything to complain about. All in all, we have a good car today. We made some big steps from yesterday. I'm happy with that. For now, we're just lacking a bit of pace to stay with them, but I think with our special weapon, Matt, ready for going to the end of the race, if we maybe get a bit of luck with a safety car and we're in the mix, we can still fight for the win.
Your pit stops have been so much shorter than everyone else's. How have you guys been able to save so much fuel while still running quickly?
Well, on the one side, we're very efficient on fuel, that's true. Our engineers prepared us well in terms of how to do it. And also our crew, honestly, has done a phenomenal job on the tire changes. I think we were probably the quickest in the paddock, so this is worth an applause.
Good luck.
Thank you.
.231 laps in the books, and this intriguing 2023 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hours continues to keep our attention. Stoltz from Marcello by 12 seconds. Vastly different pit strategies, some 19 laps between them in terms of the last time they were down the lane. Mathieu Jaminet in the 912 Porsche, the whining gearbox. Let's see how he tackles the mountain going up to turn 2 right now. Let's follow him, and you can turn it up and enjoy the sights and sounds of Mount Panorama. you have it, a lap effectively sitting alongside Mathieu Jaminet. Whether in sound and vision or you were just listening in around the world on our audio channels as well. Pretty neat lap and a pretty clear lap as well. Garth Tander was looking very carefully at that. Just a little mistake going into the first corner for the 101 car. Not quite working out for them. Neat and tidy from Jaminet last time around. That transmission whine in top gear is something else, isn't it? It really is. Sitting in third position, they're just 35 seconds off the lead in that 912 Manthey Porsche.
We're coming into a critical few minutes, few sort of stint lengths, I suppose, in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour from a strategy point of view.
90-second time penalty for car 50 for exceeding maximum continuous driver time to be served at next pit stop.
That's the brutality of the rules in this race. If you overstep the mark from your driver time, we've been talking about it all day, you get wrapped over the knuckles pretty seriously. So they'll have to sit in their pit box for a minute and a half to serve that penalty, I would imagine, before their next pit stop.
That was from earlier on today, Crailsey. The documentation comes in. It was exceeded apparently by over 7 minutes, so not close there on the 103 lap.
So that's genuinely missed the regulation, I would say, from the team perspective. Had a bit on their plate this weekend, that team, with a car change and getting everything organised to be able to drive this Audi. So they'll take their penalty, move on, try and finish the race off.
Guys, always great to see one of the legends of Australian motorsport, Mick Doohan here. Mick, I know you're an AMG man. Cars are doing quite well this weekend.
They are. They've certainly got some numbers out there, don't they? So, but I mean, equally they perform well and they're reliable, hopefully. But I mean, they've got some great drivers here as well, and equally here with young Brock Feeney going extremely well. Sort of the first time here doing this.
We've seen Valentino Rossi go around, but we also know you're pretty quick in a car around a track as well. What do you love about this place?
It's just a unique circuit, isn't it? It's hard to really call it a circuit because it's a road, but I mean, ever since we've been kids, you know, Bathurst has been something. So it's a special place as well. It's a very much a driver's circuit, or back in the day a rider's circuit. So it's a challenging circuit, and when you throw in 12 hours of racing, anything can happen. So really it comes down to strategy, and that's why everyone's so excited about who's going to be where in a couple of hours' time.
Mick, were you surprised by how well Valentino has gone here?
Not really. You know, the guy, well, he's a 7-time MotoGP world champion. He's been racing in MotoGP for the past 20 years, and then with the smaller categories before that. So he can learn a track quickly. Generally, the guys like that, they can walk a track, do 2 laps, and they're on the pace, and you need to be. So, and the car, he's been playing in Formula 1 cars, been playing in go-karts, been playing in cars. So, look, it doesn't surprise me how well he goes. But, I mean, he'll keep getting better and better and better because these other guys, his teammates or whatever, are just a couple of tenths quicker. They're the things that you take your time to catch up on. And the guy he's driving with, or these guys here in this box, they've been doing it since they're kids, and, you know, put them on a motorcycle, see how they go. But I mean, he's doing a great job, and it's amazing how many people are here wearing 46 to see Valentino.
We love our motorbike champions, Mick, you know that. Got to ask you really quickly, Jack's year ahead, your son, well, big step up for him this year, big job.
Absolutely, like it's at the moment he's still just F2, and then you know, let's see what happens from there. But he performed well last year, the first year in the category. So, look, he's still young. He's working hard at it. He's sort of knocking on the door. So hopefully one of those doors will open, and then let's see how he goes. But he's up there. I'll go and meet up with him late next week up in Bahrain for the first round of tests.
Awesome, mate. We love watching. It's great to have another Australian lurking around there in the Formula 1 world. Fingers crossed. Hey, Mick, thanks, mate. All the very best. Great to see you here.
Cheers. Stay awake.
I'll do my best. Thanks, guys.
Great to see Mick Doohan in the house. He's always here. He's been an AMG ambassador for a long time, but he's also a rev head, let's be honest. Great to see him here. So too, all of the Valentino Rossi fans around this amazing venue. Record crowds across this year's LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour, and certainly a lot of them drawn to this race in part for Valentino being here for the first time. Hopefully they've liked what they've seen and keep coming back regardless. Certainly been a show since these cars first turn some laps. We've had Formula 1 cars cutting laps. We've had Matt Hall in the sky. We've had all sorts of stuff, some really good support racing yesterday. Lots to like as we watch car 75, and right on the screen we see Jamie Whincup.
This is really boiling up nicely.
Well, we're crunching some numbers.
Yeah, I saw you doing that earlier.
And I've reverted to a notepad as well, just for proof, safety of mind. The Sun Energy One Racing are right on the cusp of getting to the end on 2 stops, I think. But I think they're missing about 20 minutes worth of time somewhere in there that they need to find and magic up to get them home without having to make a splash with 15 or 20 minutes to go.
So you think...
I reckon they're short.
When you say they're short 20 minutes, they're short 20 minutes worth of fuel in the car, isn't it, to get the strategy to work to the end of the race.
We'll bring Chad in on this as well. Chad?
Yeah, I've sort of run out of room on the number 75 tab to add stints to, but what we can do is just use the time backwards. So Gounon's got 2 hours and 24 minutes of driving time left. Stoltz has 1 hour and 25 minutes of driving left. So they need to get to that magic 2 hours, 2:24 to go in the race, and then hopefully hand the car from Luca over to Jules without exceeding Luca's maximum drive time. And that's where that potential 20 minutes may lie, right in the middle there. So can they get to that 2 hours and 24 minute mark without overstepping Luca's time? Now, they're probably a lap or two from having to bring Luca in. Now, do they double stint him and risk running him all the way to the what is it, 150 minute straight mark? Or do they actually put Jules in the car right now and go singles to the end? But this is what I was talking about earlier with that half stint, guys. I just thought that they were just half a stint away from being able to pull off this incredible strategy.
Yeah.
And the way that they've managed this race with being a full pro car and having Kenny Habul do a very small amount in the early part of the race boxes them into very tight driver time windows. So they've got a lot to manage for the remaining 3 hours of the race for this car. They wouldn't have done it this way if they didn't think they were a chance. And that, hey, with a quarter of the race to go, they're leading. So they're going okay. They've got a very fast car and 2 very, very fast drivers in the driving roster to finish this one off.
And if you remember, this might not be their chosen strategy, because what they did was, when they put Kenny back in when they had a safety car out on the track to try and extend that window. So they couldn't have planned for that, Garth, and that's what's got them here at the moment. They're due in a lap or two's time, and there's going to be almost spot on 3 hours to run. They've got more than a half a chance here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we mused earlier that time when they went off sequence, would it work or wouldn't work? At the moment, we're still not sure.
Still don't know, which is exciting for the race, because it could go either way. Chad, I know we've still got you in the lane. There's the other group of cars then that are all on the same strategy that stopped 15 or 16 laps ago, and we're talking about the 999, the 912, the BMWs, that are all in that similar sort of mix. So my numbers sort of look at, they'll aim to get in around the 9 hours 45 mark, so 45 minutes from now, and then they can run from that point. If even a little sooner than that, they could run from that point up to the 11-hour mark and stop with 60 minutes to go in the race. So it'll be a time stop rather than a full tank of fuel, potentially, and get to the end with a shorter final stint.
Yeah, who do you reckon that's going to suit? I reckon 912.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, exactly right.
I'd be backing the 912 if it becomes a bit of a fuel race in that last round of green flag pit stops. Still very hard to tell at the moment, guys. But yeah, we do have sort of 2 relative strategies playing out across the top 5, and it's advantage to the 75 if they can somehow make that all work for them. They could potentially get home on 2 stops from here.
We're about to find out, Chad, because it's barreling through pit entry right now.
I wish I was in that garage. I'm going to run down there and see if I can make it, because I'm really curious to know how they're going to play this one.
Leave the mic open. Let's hear Chad run down there.
I'll save my legs.
We want this live.
Apparently my esteemed colleague is already waiting down there for me, which helps.
So the question is, do they make pit stops to driver time, or are they playing with fuel, and can they be that flexible with the fuel strategy? And remember, you've just seen an example of what happens if you exceed the driver time, that cumulative driver time of 150 minutes. You get a massive penalty, and that ends your day straight away. Fuel first, no driver change. So Luca's staying in the car.
Yeah.
That answers one of our questions.
The crew staying behind that red line, but actually checking brake wear there. You can see him looking into the wheel, having a look at brake wear. We saw some of the AMG Mercedes crews changing front brake pads early in the day.
I think these team, I'm just checking, they did a pad change earlier as well. This team. It was quite early in the race. But I'd rather have fuel only. I'd rather have 9 hours old pads rather than 12. 3 hours is a long running here. So there's only 62 seconds in the lane from entry to exit. Fuel only stop.
So does that mean the next stop they take tyres, drive a change, service with the lot, send it on its way?
Shay?
Moreover than it being a fuel stop only, guys, it was a timed fuel stop. In other series, we've seen uses of leashes, broom handles. This was a swift kick to the leg to the refueler when it was time to remove the probe.
I did think the 62-second time was very fast for a fuel only, especially for the Mercedes, who we do know that you don't burn fuel for free. They've been sitting still for much longer than the Porsche, for example. So that makes sense for what Shay was saying. Still a lot of strategy at play with the 75 car.
But it answers our questions. It means that they're doing this to driver time, and then they intend to get Jules Gounon in for his run to the flag, the end of the 12-hour. Just put a little tick next to that question. It's not a big tick, just a little tick. Well, there's still some serious question marks over whether they can still make it. So the plan now, we heard that Jules Gounon's got 2 hours and 24 minutes left of driver time. So they'll run this time stint with Luca behind the wheel right up to the point when he has to get out the car, and then hopefully that crossover time is enough that Jules can get in and run right to the end, but there's still going to have to be a stop in there again to get them to the line. But they'll be able to do it on time, that last stop, rather than a full tank of fuel.
So 2:24 he's got left to burn. You've got to give yourself a little bit of leeway there, because depending where you are when time elapses. So we've got 2:57.5 to go at the moment. So you want to get down to 2:20, possibly 2:15. So you're looking at a 45-minute stint here at the least before that car comes back in and does the driver change. And by then he will have had his 60 minutes, which is fine. That's all good. And then it comes down to, so that's part one of the equation, is the driver time. So that works, thank you very much. So that is a big tick. And that, then it comes down to the fuel and tyres, and that we'll find out later on, Jack.
Yeah, so he's got 1 hour 20 left, as Luca. So Jules got 2 hours 24. So put them together, that's 3 hours 44. And we're well and truly under that in terms of time remaining. So that part's fine. So if they go, okay, well, let's just run him 1 hour 20 in this stint, which they could easily do on a load of fuel. I reckon they've put 1 hour 20 minutes of fuel in that car potentially. The other option here is after I've added, so if you go exactly what you said, Krause, they can do all that stint on one, and then they could easily get Jules in and out with his 2 hours and 24 minutes. Split that in half, that's 1 hour and 10 on each stint. That's easy. But that would get them to lap 3:08 by my count. And we're on for 316 laps in the race. So if I was to just put the fuel numbers together and the stint numbers together, I have them 8 laps short from the finish. So they said they needed a safety car. That's a long safety car.
And 8 laps is about 20 minutes.
That's 16 to 20 minutes that Richard was talking about earlier. So they've still got some arithmetic to do in the 75 garage to try and strategise their way into a winning position against the 999 Group of M car. And don't count out the Porsche either. That car's 28 seconds off the lead of the race behind Marciello, but you get a safety car and we turn this into a strategy race and a pit stop race. That Porsche will be well in the game. Had a quick chat to Matt Campbell while he was up there. He said, if I be in front of those Mercedes, they're not coming past me.
Well, he's got a track record here of passing big front engine, burly sports cars in his history as well. So those that love Aston Martins will not have fond memories of that. And actually, he fair-stitched Raffaele Marciello up at turn 1 that year as well on his path to victory with a Carrera Cup-style move, the big send at Hell Corner. there's still a lot to play out in this race, and that's what we love about this. To use a test match analogy, we're at the start of day 5 now, and all the results are on the table for this one.
Is it going to take spin? That's the question.
We're building to a big end at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst, 12-hour beautiful Sunday here in Bathurst Town. The spares box highlights take us back to the early wee hours of this Sunday morning. It feels like an age ago and yet not long ago, all at the same time, doesn't it? There's been some bruising incidents, as always, at this place with the Grove Porsche into the wall. So too the Adrian Dietz Lamborghini, one of 6 non-finishers from this race to this point of the day. And this was one of them, Aaron Cameron, after a starring performance throughout the weekend in the Valmont Racing Mercedes AMG. Big contact with the spares box dipper and big damage to the back of one of the 9 AMG GT3s. And here's another one, that for Scott Taylor for the prostate cancer. That was his first stint in the car, and Craig Lowndes had literally just left the commentary box. This, an error from 888 Race Engineering. They were not allowed to use that adjustment tool outside of the pit garage, and as a result, they were penalised for that. As it stands, car 999 leads the car race as we roll into the final 3 hours, 2 hours and 53 to go. We're 9 hours and 6 in. This driver leads by 29 seconds from Mathieu Jaminet in the Porsche and Dries Vanthoor in the BMW. 3 different brands in the top 3 positions in the final 3 hours of this year's race. Class leaders, 777 has reached the front in the Boiselle Pro-Am class. Chris Meese and Ricardo Feller, the pros. Yasser Shahin, the AM in that little arrangement there, and they're still the first car a lap down in the running order at the moment. Fraser Ross second in class and Brad Schumacher third at the wheel. There's still a lot to play for there to get the class on. A silver being led by Dylan O'Keefe in the number 10 Audi for International Motorsport. And that's the overall leaderboard. There's a lot to play out, and there's cars on different strategies. In particular, car 75 that's led a lot of the day with Lucas Stoles behind the wheel. They've put fuel in, and it's now marginal whether they can get to the end on one more stop or not. All we do know there is that the guy that's won this race the last 2 times it's been held will be the guy bringing it home once again. And if you want anyone to bring a race car home at this place in GT3 spec, I'm pretty happy to have your money on Jules Gounon.
The one thing that we didn't talk about with that number 75 Sun Energy AMG, the metallic copper-coloured car, is how long Lucas Stoltz has been in the car. Because remember, he can only go to 150 minutes straight through.
Cumulative, yes, continuous driver time, which is a double stint.
Yeah. So he's got to be, they've got to be aware of that.
But we're not expecting that Stoltz will do a full stint. No, because they did the timed pit stop for fuel at that previous stop.
That's the only thing I disagreed with Chad on, where he said they'll run him all the way through to the end of his driving time. They can't run him all the way through.
No, because it'll get too close to that driver.
Correct.
Maximum driver, continuous driver time window. So we always knew that the 75 car was going to have to do some juggling with its driver time as it came towards crunch time in this race. It's going to be great to watch that play out.
They've managed it so well to now, so clearly they know what they're doing.
Hey, we might be the only ones in this pit lane stressing about it right now. They might be fully under control and ready and comfortable with where they're at.
Let's...
Hello, guys. How are you?
What time is it?
Did we catch you again, Barrett?
I'm 6 minutes early. I'm sorry.
Is that one of those watches from before?
Yeah. You said 3 o'clock and I'm early. I'm sorry about that. But I have been to the top of the mountain today, and I've really done it all. And I thought I just wanted to experience the other end, the other extreme here. And this is the Piper Heidsieck marquee and suite area. Let me just show you around. You're right above the pits here, which is fantastic. You've got a tremendous array of Piper Heidsieck champagnes to enjoy. Everyone's having a good time up here. The tracks are you having a wonderful time?
Oh, absolutely wonderful. The attention is fabulous. The race is great. The best place to be.
Gee, she's a very good saleswoman, isn't she? Exactly right. Come out and I'll show you where we go to here. You come out then onto the grass deck, and you come under these beautiful umbrellas. And hello, everyone. How are you? and you get to enjoy the racing from right here trackside. It is absolutely magnificent, and should the thirst set in, you just served right where you are with little Piper Heidsieck champagne. I mean, does life get any better, really? I'm not one to be greedy, as you guys know, but this is pretty hard to leave, really. Cars coming into pit lane. What a view! I might just cheers to you guys.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers to
Barrett.
you working hard in the commentary box, guys. Doesn't go unnoticed. We all appreciate it.
It's a bigger tradition of Barrett's getting the glass of bubbly in his hand and seeing a row by the side of the track, isn't
Doing it tough, boys. Doing it tough.
Yeah, all right, Barrett.
G'day. How are you? Come on over. Everybody's welcome.
Watch, car, drink. The 3 cornerstones for Barrett. Well, he's got old Jerry Maguire on us. He only needs the shoes now.
It's a different level of catering from where he was a couple of hours ago at the top of the mountain, isn't it?
He has experienced the full Bathurst 12-hour experience today as our Mark Beretta.
It's lucky he's a ripper bloke and does great things for charity with Tour de
Certainly
Cure.
does.
Otherwise, it'd be very easy to dislike that bloke. Nah, nice, Barretts. Good work. You've earned it. This is a pit stop. I think the engine cover was coming off this car. Very briefly, making some changes to the rear of the Lane Partners. This is International Motorsport. Yeah, a bit of a top-up oil
going in the back of that car.
These guys running well. They're leading their class. 237 laps. They are quite some distance in front of the number 101 Harold's Valenti Rosso Motorsport car, so they've got a bit of time to burn here by the looks of it, as much as that thing's burning oil. So it's rare you see that in GT3 racing, to be honest, isn't it?
Maybe,
tough as nails, these
maybe
cars.
just precautionary, just double check everything because they have that margin. Take the time to make sure everything's okay.
So, half a minute, 29 seconds. If you want to be absolutely spot on between first and second. There is the 101 car that is second in that silver class, but it is laps down on the number 10 that's just pulled out. So even if they catch up that Audi that just left the pit lane after a little top up of essential fluids, they're still 4 laps behind. And there is that Audi heading up into the Audi cutting, remarkably enough.
Very apt.
Yes. Oh, apt. Very
like
good. I
that.
see what you did there. I see what you did there. You can come again. Crazy.
Don't encourage him.
Hey, we don't all have banners around the race circuit, Richard Crail. Calm down.
Don't encourage that either. Thank you.
So just still crunching all the numbers. And of course, a drop of a Pirelli tyre onto the dirt and somebody hitting the wall. We don't wish that on anybody, but that could change things. Any kind of mechanical dramas. And just because there's half a minute between first and second and 14 seconds between second and third, 3 seconds between third and fourth. So that's the top 4 cars are within 45 seconds. Now, that is not in any way, shape or form a big gap here. That's a half spin. That's a side-by-side incident with a slower car that puts you off the track or damages a wheel and tyre. You've got to limp back to pit lane for an unscheduled stop. This is not over. Do not write the headlines yet. With 2 3/4 hours to go, Raffaele Barciello with the blinking 001 in the top right-hand side of the windscreen. For those of you around the circuit, listening to us on 103.9. And once again, thanks to all of our technicians, all of the hard work that's gone on before this race started. In fact, before the cars were even on track. It's the running of the cables and the fibre for the cameras, and for Bathurst Council's IT department running all kinds of communication links, as well as that FM transmitter, so that everyone here, the huge crowd here, can stay in touch with what's going on, whether they're down in front of the pit lane or up at the top of the mountain. There's camping as well, staying in tune with what's going on. Huge team effort that's brought this together. And we're coming in now to the decision-making times Will it be the teams that make decision, or will the mountain decide for 2023?
Temperatures in the mid-20s this afternoon at Mount Panorama. It's a stunning day. There's a massive crowd at this place, and enjoyed a fascinating tactical race. From a strategic point of view, it's got memories for mine of the 2018 race. Didn't end the way we liked it that year, but we've, just from a fuel and a strategy standpoint, with varying strategies all converging to the end with a bunch of different contenders. But right now, in my eyes, there are 5 cars that can still win this race, definitely, and never ever rule out a 888 Race Engineering run car in this race until it is absolutely over, because they will always find a way to be in the mix. And that team in the past have been out of contention in the closing, theoretically out of contention in the closing hours, and then something's happened and they've passed cars and they've got the elbows out and they've raced their way into the podium finish a couple of years ago. And Vodafone Sports car springs to mind. So I think Maxi Gott's back in 6th place. It's a minute 56 seconds off the lead. Yes, it's a long way back, but I would never rule them out until they're a lap down within the final hour of the race, which is when that wave-by rule really does end. We're in the midst of a long green flag run. Raffaele Marciello is the race leader, and we're thinking 10 laps, if not a little bit more, away from making their final pit stop. 10 laps, 2 minutes and 5 seconds a lap, near on 30 minutes, and that gets them right into the window of doing the race on one more stop to get them to the checkered flag. We know that Marcello will be the one to finish in car 999. I think there'll be another stint in there for Mick Grenier. I think there has to be from the driver time.
Marciello will go too far into the maximum allowed continuous driver time for that one. So they'll get him out, freshen him up. It'll have to be a 60-minute stint.
Yes.
For Grenier, because you need to, once you're out of the car, you've got to stay out of the car as a minimum rest time for 60 minutes. And then Marciello will jump back aboard. So the 999 Mercedes to bring it home.
The moment they think they can make it on 2 more pit stops, they'll pit.
Yes.
And pull Raffaele out, plug Mick in, and then run him for 60 minutes, and then the next lap basically get him back in, and that car then will be good to go to the checkered flag with new tyres, fuel, set up, race to the finish if you need to. The Porsche is in a similar situation. Mathieu Jaminet behind the wheel there. They're 28 seconds behind. We know Matt Campbell will finish for them. I enjoy knowing the finishing drivers this far out from the end. We've unravelled most of them, so it gives us an example of where people are going to be. So Dries behind the wheel, Vanthoor behind the wheel of car 32. They're another 18 seconds further down the road from the Porsche. So at the moment, 999, 912 and 75 who are out of sequence for mine are possibly the 3 favourites, and then there's a fight between the BMWs and possibly Maxi Goetz for the final step on the podium. But that's just at this stage. There's still 2 hours and 41 minutes to go in this race. A whole heap can play out between now and then. 245 laps in, 9 hours and 18 minutes in the books, and we're still seeing fast lap times in the 4s in this leading group of cars.
This has been a proper endurance race. I've really enjoyed this, and it's still plenty to play out.
Set itself up nicely, hasn't it? We've got just enough cars on alternate strategies to make it interesting for the final 3 hours as the 55 Schumacher Motorsport car heads into the garage.
We've got a pit reporter going down there at the moment. Shea Adam is standing by looking at that car. It didn't sound good last time by. We'll get Shea to have a word with the most local of local teams.
Bad news, guys. Reports from Brad Schumacher himself that the car feels like it's dropped a cylinder, so they've taken the engine cover off. They are in the bay now, 2 mechanics trying to figure out. It does sound a bit wonky. Listen in. Yeah, it sounds a bit like a misfire. It's got too much of a rumble to it. So bad news, because they had turned their day around.
Yeah, Shay, they were 3rd in the Boisel Pro-Am class. That's the telltale sign, just the universal signal to switch it off. V9 just doesn't sound anywhere near as pleasant as V10, does it?
No, what about? Shut it down, guys.
might be just something as simple as a coil pack on that. All of the cylinders have individual coil packs nowadays, but try and isolate that, thanks very much. Not like the old days when you just used to put something metal on it and see if you got a shock because one of the plug leads had gone. Grab hold of the plug leads and find out which one was off, or start pulling them off. Pretty complicated back there in the engine bay. I think we can say that our Chad has not been their lucky charm this weekend.
No, definitely won't run the Chad sticker on the rear wing of that car next time it makes its way out. Team taking the opportunity to fix some other issues on the car, just fixing up the rear wing end plate on one side as the rest of the crew attend to the engine. A mid-mounted V10 engine, so it's actually buried quite deep in the engine bay at the back of the car, so you can see the crew actually in on top of the rear of the car. It's the best way to work on it. And I'm wondering whether they just think it's a sensor or something like that that they can get to either replace, or it might be as simple as just reconnect.
Nowadays, racing, I mean, in the old days, you'd had half a chance of chasing something down if it was a bit of woofly carburettor or something like that. Nowadays, so much electronics on there. First thing you do is turn it off and on. Then you do the old three-fingered salute, control, alt, delete. Latest thing I think you add onto that is change the steering wheel, see if that makes a difference. And then after that, if you've got to put the computer on it, then you know you're going to be in for a little while.
Leader of the race on screen right now, continuing on. This car been largely untroubled throughout the course of the day. There was a bit of a wonky strategy move early where they went one lap off sequence with the majority of the field and found themselves with poor track position. They've battled their way back, had very good speed, very good strategy. Currently enjoy a 26-second lead over Mathieu Jimenez in the Mante Racing Porsche.
They were quite lucky actually on that, Garth, weren't they? Because it was a mistake, and you know, Maro admitted to that when he came in here. But they only dropped down to 5th, and they didn't lose the lead lap because it was under a safety car. And so they were able to use that as a springboard and start again. At that point, V1 of the strategy gets ripped up and thrown in the bin or crumpled up, and a three-pointer from the back of the garage. And then they've worked their way back, and they've been very canny to work through the fuel save and got that car, Crailsey, right back into it in terms of picking off a few places where they could by, again, staying less time in the pit lane as the WRT team are getting set up.
We're hearing it could be car 46 in pit lane, and it's Augusto Farfus behind the wheel, speedy Brazilian driver, so Maxime Martin will jump back behind the wheel of this car. They're still on the lead lap. They're in 5th position. They're 1 minute and 8 seconds behind the lead. Augusto's been in for 27 laps. It's been a really solid stint from him. So we heard from Valentino Rossi, a really strong double stint early on. Average low 205s and was near as makes no difference as quick as all of the pros that were around him throughout much of his stint. And he's left it up to the two full-time professional sports car racers to do the bulk of the heavy lifting on the run home. They love to attack the in-lap, don't they?
Yeah.
It is important.
In the lane. And Lucas Stoltz was so close behind that he's actually already overtaken him. So that had been a good, very good battle as the number 46 WRT. This is the white BMW with the M Sport stripes, comes onto pit lane.
In very early, gentlemen, as you might notice, well, not very early, but still earlier than it should have been. Augusto Farfus is getting out, Maxime Martin is getting in while the refueling goes on, but you might notice there are those dreaded dolly skates to take the car back into the garage. The scrutineers have deemed that the rear taillights are not working, and so the car must be repaired out on the track, before it can go back out on the track, if you see what I mean there. So the rear taillights are covered by the suit, in effect, which has come out of the back of the car. And now Maxime Martin being told to wait patiently. They put the car up on the air jacks. They're going to roll it back into the garage, clean it off, reconnect a plug, and then it'll go back out on the track to finish this race. But this takes them out of a podium finish, of which they were firmly in contention.
That's the Garth Tander spray that he's been talking about all day long, and it's gone a step too far. It's a fair rule. You do need to have working tail lights and brake lights visible at all times. So technical officials have deemed that needs to be repaired, and to do that, as we've seen with Triple Eight, you need to do that in the garage.
They are the last car on the lead lap. Nicky Katzberg will just go through and take the position. And the number 77, it's the AMG, another AMG.
It's a fair fleet of them here this weekend, isn't there? 20 of AMGs, and they're all running towards the front of the field.
This battle's for position. Dries Van Voor and Lucas Stolz. I don't think Dries needs to be too concerned about the AMG behind, because he's only 5 or 6 laps away from the stop. Well, that's a quick fix. 46 back into the lane. Everyone clear, fires up, and away they go.
Blinking red tail light in the middle is their rain light, which I think also comes on when they're on the pit lane limiter, doesn't it? I noticed that earlier on.
So, as Richard mentioned earlier, this for position, but Stolz has plenty of speed over Dries Van Voor at this phase of the stint. So, the 75 Sun Energy AMG, as we said, for the last 4 or 5 hours, running off strategy to the leader, Raffaello Marciello, in the Group M AMG. And as the race has progressed and the temperatures have risen, the BMWs have just slipped off the pace. They were right there in the early phase, and they were looking very strong by their own admission. The car has lost performance in the heat of the day. First time that car has been to Mount Panorama, though, so very much gather a huge amount of information for their next assault on the mountain. BMW's had a huge amount of success here at Bathurst. They're very proud of that, and they'll want to continue that in the GT3 era.
I still think this is a fascinating strategic battle at the front of the field. And I'm not sure if even the teams involved, Garth, know whether they've got it right yet. In some respects, the top three have played what you might say standard strategy on this. They've stopped at the times that they've needed to stop if they've been green, or they've taken the opportunity under the AMG safety car to come in. The first car that's off that, we've been talking about it a lot, the Sun Energy one, number 75. They went to a different strategy to give themselves a little more flexibility in the back end of the race when they put Kenny Habbold back in all those hours ago to do a little more time at the back end of a safety car lap, when they at the safety car period, when they knew it was going to be quite a long and complicated clean-up. They've been down the pit lane at least 2 or 3 times more than anybody around them, but that hasn't seemed to be a massive disadvantage. They've given themselves something different. They've given themselves an opportunity to fight back. And now Lucas Stolz has got pace. He's got right in front of him the third place Dries Van Voor. And this is a battle on pace now, not strategy. So they've had both in spades today.
Well, it's 11 stops for the 75 car versus 7 for the car in front of it, the BMW. So they certainly have got their money's worth coming down pit lane today so far. I still feel like there's too many sliding doors to go, too many moving parts in the rest of this race, the remaining 2.5 hours, before we can be definitive about which strategy is going to be the winning strategy, whether the line and length, the par strategy, if you like, the first 3 cars are running, or the off strategy that Lucas Stolz and the Craft Bamboo AMG of Nicky Katzberg are running as well.
I still think, to follow on my wonky test match analogy early on, I still think there'll be a moment where it's the final overs and all the batsmen are up around all the fielders are up around the batsmen trying to block it out.
At least we won't have to get the light meters out this year.
No, exactly right. So I think there's still some marginal stuff to come from cars that are going to be really close to doing it. 75 is one of them.
I hope after such a great race and such a great tactical race and such a quick race that this is decided by a bit of brilliance rather than a mistake. It could be either. People are going to get tired, drivers are going to be tired. Garth talked about this right at the beginning, and we have to mention this again. The track is actually getting narrower. It isn't, of course, in reality. The white lines don't move, but the bit that you can use at certain parts of the track here now, Garth, is probably 1.5 cars wide.
Yeah, the marbles offline, turn 2, where we are exiting right now, is a classic example for that. You can't run side by side through the majority of the circuit. So if you're going to make a move, it needs to be definitive. You need to get it in and get it stuck and get the job done. And if you're on the outside, you need to make a decision. Do you hang in and go for glory, or do you succeed or cede your position and fall in behind and maybe try and fight back in another position of the circuit? So there's those sorts of things, and it's a great way to explain it. The racetrack does get narrower, so your opportunities become less as a passing opportunity, but also it's easier to make a mistake, and that's what happens late in these races. We see it in the 1000, and we see it here in the 12-hour. Mistakes happen in the last phase of the race because the playing surface becomes trickier.
Yeah, and smaller mistakes have bigger consequences. You know, if you'd been half a car's width offline and missed an apex in the first hour of the race, you probably wouldn't have even noticed it. At this stage of the race, that could put you in the fence.
Yes, that's correct. We saw graphically with Shane van Gisbergen earlier when he got offline and picked up marbles and junk on his tyres. It took laps to recover after that. So if you survive going offline and don't end up in the wall or in the gravel trap, you lose speed, and it takes laps to recover that. So there's still plenty of 2.5 hours to go. There's still plenty to play out here.
2.5 hours is the maximum continuous driving time. So if you've got a driver who's had his hours rest, you are now in the window, Krillsy. You don't have, I mean, you won't want to mess up what you're doing now, but you are now into that window if your final driver has had his rest and he's ready to go.
And that will be a deep breath moment for Sun Energy 1, because that's what they need to worry about for Lucas Stoles and then Gounon at the end of the race. But they've still got a little bit more to go before they can get Jules in the car with the 2 hours and 24 minutes he's got left.
Correct.
To complete the race. So it's not far away. I wanted to touch on this car. It's the Mark Cars Australia entry. Jeff Taunton took over this enterprise that was set up by Ryan McLeod. These cars made their debut here at Mount Panorama in 2015, and they've become a staple of this place, running in the invitational class. This is the first year in 4 that we've seen the Mark 1, the first generation cars run. They're built to be endurance specialist race cars, and this team have been through the ringer. We need to send a shout out first and foremost to Keith Kasuki, who is doing well, we're told, and feeling a lot better after a big crash earlier in the weekend down at the Chase. They had, I believe, a braking issue going up the hill, and it had quite a heavy impact just in front of the ridges there. So unfortunately that Mark II entry never made the start of the race, but Keith is okay, and the car safety systems did its job. This second car have been working hard for charity, and right now they're on course for a good result in the invitational class. In fact, they'll win it by being the only ones to get to the line if they do indeed get there. It's Grant Donaldson behind the wheel, Darren Curry and Jeff Taunton himself have been working hard. They're about to be mobbed by BMW across the top. But if you have a look at the roof of that car, there's Valentino Rossi's excited face and the Doctor logo. And at the conclusion of the race, and there's still a couple of hours to jump online and bid for this, it's been signed by all the drivers in the field, including Valentino Rossi. I'm sure we can get Garth to sign it for you as well as the running back 1,000 champ. It will be auctioned off, so they're going to take the roof off the car and give it to whoever wins the auction as the prize. Jump on to their website. It's linked through the Bathurst 12-hour social channels over the course of the weekend. So jump on there. All the proceeds will go towards the official charity of our event, the Ronald McDonald House Charities. It's a great cause. Pirelli have donated one of Valentino Rossi's race-used tyres from today to go into that as well. Really good cause. Jump online and you literally win a roof of a racing car that raced at Mount Panorama And I think that's very cool. Well done to the Mark Cars Australia team, raising the roof on charitable donations at Mount Panorama. Group of M Racing lead the race. Last couple of rounds of pit stops yet to come on the mountain.
We were musing, by the way, why Valentino Rossi was called the Doctor. And I just accepted that and never thought about it. There's a couple of different, if you look it up, there's a couple of different explanations to that. One, that he earned a degree back in Italy and therefore has the right to call himself a doctor, which is fine. I quite like that. The other is that he adopted the nickname himself because it's the Doctor, because I don't think there's a particular reason, but it's beautiful and it's important. And in Italy, the Doctor is a name you give to someone for respect. It's very important. However, Rossi has often said that the name arrived at, the Doctor nickname that he arrived at, is because Rossi is a common surname for doctors. So take your pick.
All of those have potential, knowing the character that Valentino Rossi is.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd ever know the truth, to be honest. And even if you did know the truth, you'd make up another story just to throw you off it.
Here is the number 32 WRT BMW with 2 hours and 24 minutes on the clock, and things beginning to pick up intensity down in the pit lane. Driver changes will be going on. Crailsey has been tracking this very carefully.
Just slowly moving towards the edge of his seat, Richard Crail.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we get closer to the end of this one, he's slowly moving towards the edge of his seat. He'll be standing for the last hour, will our Richard Crail. 24 AMG Mercedes. Jordan Love at the wheel at the moment in the lane. Currently 11th as the 4th placed BMW M4 Dries Van Thor heads back out.
It's Van Thor that brought it in.
Yeah, curious to know who's going back out.
I saw Dries getting out of the car, but I have to say I couldn't quite see who got into it. So we'll find that when it goes out of the pit lane. And 32 is Sheldon van der Linde now behind the wheel of that car. Now, if he's got the time left in the bank, he can go from here in terms of continuous driving time, Crailsey. There is another consideration that no driver can do more than 3 hours 40 minutes as in comes in total throughout the race.
340 minutes.
It's 340 minutes, sorry. 340.
Which is 5.5 hours.
5.5 hours. Okay,
yeah, that
should be all right with that.
Yeah, they'll never get close to that. Murrow Engels done 440 minutes from this point. So, yeah, I think they're pretty good with that. And you're right, with the amount of time they've got to go, they can get there. Speaking of getting there, you better get to Newcastle. It's not that far away. The opening round of the Supercars Championship here in New South Wales.
Supercars will hit the streets of Newcastle next month in a much anticipated return to the Supercars calendar. If past events are anything to go by, you won't want to miss this.
They've hit on the way up the hill. Reggie's out of business. He's off the road.
Tickets are on sale at ticketek.com.au and all the action is live right here.
Yeah, new starts now. The new era for Supercars starts on the streets of Newcastle. You can get your tickets at Ticketek March 10 to 12. It's not that long away. As all of the Supercar teams know, they're flat out getting ready for this. An exciting new era. Can anyone beat that man on the right is the big question mark. Find out. It all starts in 5 weeks' time. Cannot wait to get there. Let's go back down to the lane. Here's Shay Adam.
It's a very rare opportunity when you get the opportunity to talk to the driver right before he gets in for this final stint. Jewel, just a quick word. How are you feeling before you begin your final stint where you could win your 3rd consecutive Bathurst 12-hour?
Yeah, I feel good. It's definitely very hot today. Already with Luca, we drove quite a bit, so now it's going to be the last 2 hours. But when you train during the winter, it's for those moments. So I feel really good and really hungry for going full attack.
Good luck.
Thank you.
The intensity's real, guys.
Oh, is it ever? Thanks to George, who's tweeted in from Italy, hashtag B12HR. In Italy, someone who knows his job really well is called a doctor of his craft. And that, he says,
that
is the reason. I like that, George.
That sounds fair.
Love it.
Okay, guys, we're not too far away from the next round of pit stops starting here, and that does include the leader at the race at the moment, Raffaele Marciello. So let's try and break down exactly who the contenders are as we approach the end of the motor race. Now, we've pretty much worked out that there's either 2 stops for some of the drivers left or 1 stop for some of those drivers left, and we know roughly who we can expect to see in the car at the end. So guys, let's work through the top 5 in the field and we'll talk together here and see if we can sort of come up with a bit of a guess as to who's going to finish the car. I'll start with the 75. Boys in the booth, we know that Kenny has pretty much done his work early. We know that Luca is in the middle of a stint right now and he's pretty much good to hand that over as we speak because we are past the 2-hour 24 to go mark. So guys, I'm sure we all agree, Jules Gounon is going to be the boy in that car to finish that race.
Super.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, well, let's go across and see how that's shaping at the moment. So they're about getting to about lap 308. So they'll have the better part of 8 to 9 laps of a short splash and go to do at the end of the race at this stage. This is an interesting one. Mario Engel's used up all his driver time. Grenier's got a single stint left. Marciello's in the car right now. He's about, he'd have to be imminent, a lap or 2 at most from pitting, and he's going to get out of that car. The interesting thing about this strategy, guys, a single for Grenier, and then Rafa is going to have just a single stint at the end of the race. Now, that's good news in terms of keeping him fresh, but it's going to be a very, as we get Stoltz in pit lane right now, actually, a very rapid pit stop to get that driver change done at the end of the race. We'll quickly move on through. We know that we're expecting Matt Campbell at the end of the race. Preining's done his lap, so Jaminet is out there. Is he back in that car, guys, with Jaminet, or did we see him get out of the car? No, Matty Campbell's out there, yeah.
Matty Campbell's out,
so,
Campbell in.
Yeah, so Campbell's doing a double. So see what I mean? We're going to have Marciello with a single up against Campbell with a double at the end of this race. So at least in terms of fatigue and keeping the driver fresh, you'd have to score that advantage to the 999, yeah?
Yeah, totally. So the Porsche's got 1 stop to go, don't they?
Porsche's got 1 to go. Yeah, they can't get home on here. They're probably going to come in around lap 280-ish. It'll be, they can make it on 1 stop though. I think they're in about lap 290 off the top of my head. Van Gisbergen, Feeney and Gertz, it's not really worked out for them since they got that penalty. It's been a very strange day for Shane Van Gisbergen. I think he's done for the day. He nearly did 3.5 hours. He can do 4 hours, or 5 hours. What is it? 5 hours 40.
Yeah,
so it's just, I don't know what's going on with SVG this weekend, but it's been a strange one, put it that way. We do know that Brock Feeney's going to finish in that car. Maxi Gertz is out there at the moment, and he's actually in the lane right now by the looks of that. So they'll be handing the 888 over to Feeney, and that'll be a double for Feeney at the end. So that's going to test him. He did a double earlier in the day. This is an interesting one, guys. I'll be honest, I haven't been keeping too much of an eye on the 77. It's been flying under the radar. We've got Nicky Katzberg in there at the moment, but would you say that's the gun that they're going to plug in at the end?
Juncadella,
yeah.
Yep, absolutely. We'll see where they pop out.
They're a lap back, Chad. I think they're out of the mix, unfortunately.
As are these guys now as well. But I just wanted to give them a special shout out because I know a lot of people will be wanting to know where does Rossi stand. They were on for a podium until they had that brake light issue. But we've still got Augusto Farfus to try and get that car back up, and we'll see how we go if they get some waiver rounds and things work out their way with multiple safety cars. And the other guy that's doing a really good job right now, we know that Van der Linde is in that car and Sheldon is expected to double stint. So long story short, the guys who are currently 1st and 2nd in the race have this many stops left. The guys below them have that many stops left. Those with 2 stops are going to have a very short stop for that last stop. And for the Porsche, it's going to be slightly longer.
Well, here is the 999 in the lane right now. So that will affect exactly the strategy that Chad was talking about. So Marciello, Raffaele Marciello, in on lap number 258. It's taken him 26 seconds from pit in to get to his pit. The fuel hose goes on the left-hand side as of the rear of the car. And
no driver change, guys.
Zero driver change.
No driver change. So we were expecting here that Grenier would jump into a 60-minute stint to fulfill the requirement that Marciello had to be out of the car for 60 minutes as a minimum and then get back in and finish it.
Yeah.
But that has to happen by doing a driver change right here, right now. So
Well, unless they're content at Grenier's ability to finish the race.
race.
That might be it.
That could be it. Yeah.
It's a big roll of the dice for someone who's never been here before. Shogun hydrating.
He's just waiting for his opportunity to shine, isn't he?
So they're still... I can't see this strategy for Sun 75 working. I think, like Chad said, they're going to have that splash, and I don't know if they'll have the track position enough to make it without losing the lead.
So fuel and tyres for Marciello, but no driver change. He's back on his way.
Fuel and tyres. They took tyres as well, didn't they?
For 1 minute 21 in the lane, so
right, they want to have for that.
Should have taken tyres and fuel for that pit lane time.
We'll get the team down in the lane to chase that one, because it's probably a reasonable, important story as to why they didn't change drivers, given that's exactly what we thought. And the PR that we've been talking about from the team themselves, unless they've been leading us up the
Well, they started yesterday with that. Mauro Engel told us that it was highly likely that Raffaello Marciello would be finishing this race.
So 21 laps into this stint for Lucas Stoles. We know Jules Gounon will finish this, and he will be fine to get to the end on driver time. That won't be a drama. 9 hours and 45 minutes in. This is all starting to become a little bit clearer now as to who can get there. Certainly, well, it's clear on fuel for the 999. Not so much on driver. It's clear on 912. They're good to go to the end now. One more pit stop for the Porsche, they're home. No problem. So they're the first one that we've got a really clear example of. And then there's one more pit stop for the 32 BMW that currently sits in 4th place on the road. Sheldon van der Linde's in. He's already been in the car for a stint, so I wonder if Dries Vanthoor goes on it. Did he just jump in that car?
Yes, Van der Linde did. At the
so
last
Van der
pit
Linde
stop.
will double stint to the end of the race
correct,
as well.
That's correct.
So the 912 Porsche is good to go. One more pit stop, fill it up with juice, throw some new Pirellis at it, full send. So too for the 32 BMW.
Well, do Porsche throw some new Pirellis at it? They just took tyres at that previous stop. So do you get yourself a bit of track position in the last pit stop?
10 seconds
Matt
worth of
Campbell
time.
told us, you put me in front of those Mercedes and they will not find a way past me. That could be the way to do it.
Yeah.
Chad made the point earlier that I don't know that we've seen everything that this Porsche has to offer.
I'd buy that.
With pace, fuel economy, tyre life and everything. And we have heard from Matt Campbell through the day saying we're sticking to our plan. We're driving exactly how we want to drive the car right now.
Correct.
So I just wonder, and you need some serious restraint to do it, to hold back for 10 hours of racing.
Yep.
Keep holding back, keep holding back. Do not show your hand and lay it on the line at the end.
What is it that you said right at the beginning when we were assessing the cars, Garth? You said, you know, BMW's fast in a straight line. Audi's good across the top. The Mercs have got a serious amount of grunt, but the Porsches just do everything well.
I think at Bathurst, in this current specification, they're the best all-round car.
You said that right. You said that 11 and a half hours ago.
I just feel like that's the best all-round package for this circuit. All the other cars have genuine strengths and weaknesses at various points on this circuit, whereas the Porsche is probably 80% of everything.
Yeah.
Whereas the Audi's 100% across the top, but struggles with torque off the corner. The Mercedes, great torque off the corner, but maybe not the top speed or not quite the ultimate performance across the top. I just feel like the Porsche, for the last couple of years, has been the most rounded car here at Mount Panorama. Throw the keys to Matt Campbell in the last 2 hours of the race. Tell him, dangle a carrot in front of him, say there's another Bathurst 12-hour trophy just up the road, go get it, son.
Yeah.
It's also a car that Manthey and the drivers know very, very well indeed. It's coming to the end of its development. The car's being superseded. The new model's already out. They want to send the 991.2 GT3R with another big international victory. The 991 body shape has done such good work for Porsche in Carrera Cup, in GTE at Le Mans, and in the World Endurance Championship in IMSA. One more dash for that car.
There's a little bit more energy about this car at the moment as well, just in the way it's starting to move around. And Matt starting to hustle. Tell you what the lap time is. It's a 2:03.4, so that's hustling.
Yeah, second out of Marciello on that lap.
The other point I'll make, of the contenders, I don't think the BMW's got the raw speed in these conditions to go with the Mercedes. I reckon this is the only car that can trouble the 75 and the 999 on raw outright lap speed in this part of the race. If it was 9 o'clock this morning, I would have backed the BMWs in. They were really quick. They had the same level of single lap pace as anything around them, but right now, I think the Porsche is the only thing that can hold a candle to 75 and the 999.
Rich, you mentioned that this car's got a very different attitude about it. And we only had to go through one braking zone at the end of Mountain Straight, and it told me straight away they've shelved the fuel saving. It's maximum attack time now. So they've been playing a very smart game. Let's be honest, they're a minute behind the leader of the race, and they're 30 seconds behind the car they're on the same strategy with. But you get that late race safety car, and this car is well in the game.
But they've still got a stop to go where they could make up some time.
That's correct, because they've been so fast in pit lane over the course of the day.
There's 3 laps between them in stops. Porsche could probably go 3 laps longer potentially than Marciello. It could be a case of who blinks first as to whether you put tyres on or not. So if the Porsche pits first and doesn't put tyres on, 999 mirror that and just keep the track position. But if 999 pits, the Porsche could then go, right, we're going to roll the dice and not put tyres on in our final pit stop. That could be an advantage they're looking for.
Just doing a lap time check on this current lap. Previous lap for Luca Stoltz, a 3.6. Previous lap for Raffaello Marciello in second, a 3.4. Matt Campbell on his way, the previous lap that he completed, he's still to complete the current lap, was a 3.5. Here he comes. 3.4. Very, very close at the top of the field.
And all those lap times that you're looking at the moment are within a second or so of the best laps that those cars, have put in. So things are waking up here. Still just over 2 hours. 2 hours and 8 minutes to go in 4, 3, 2, 1. And now the race is coming alive. They've not exactly been cruising all this time. That's not fair to say that. But they've been working themselves into a position from where they can launch in to the last couple of pit stops. And we're down to the last, well, single pit stop for most of them now. Who's got tyres left? You'll have tried to save a set of tyres. Here's a brand new sticker set of Pirellis going on to, is that the Ben car coming in, the 777? Yes, it was.
Ricardo fella out. Chris Meese should jump in that car for the end, and we'll get some brand new tyres for his troubles.
Hi, Chris.
So
here's the car. Here's some new Pirellis. We're going to fill you up. Can you turn it up to 11, please?
So their now focus will be winning the Boiselle Pro-Am class.
Yeah.
The race within a race. They're 1.8 laps behind the outright lead, and they're running out of time. They've got 1 hour and 6 minutes before the opportunity for a wave-by to get back onto the lead lap ends. After the 11th hour of the race, into the final hour, you have to drive to a pit lane to get out of the way of the cars that are fighting for the lead. You don't get your lap back. So they're running out of time to engineer themselves back onto the lead lap. So right now, it's just go as quickly as you can, focus on the class victory. Still get to stand on the top step of the podium at Mount Panorama, and that'll be a result for Yasser Shahin. Put this team together, Audi Sport Customer Racing Australia. So right now they're battling the Pro-Am, the 65 of Mostert, Talbot and Ross in 9th position, but the fair amount of track position between them and a pit stop now as well. So these guys looking pretty good for class victory, but still 2 hours and 6 to go, a long way. Keep in mind, the longest domestic GT race in Australia last year was 3 hours outside of the 12 hour. Here's Daniel Gaunt. congratulations to young Dutchman Lawrence van Hoopen, who won the NZGP not too long ago over at Hampton Downs. Daniel Gaunt's won the NZGP on 2 occasions in the past. The few races to hold the title of Grand Prix without it being a round of the Formula 1 World Championship, one of only 2. The leader in the lane, Lucas Doles, pits. And a critical moment for this team as they set themselves up for the run to the flag.
Penultimate pit stop for the leader of the race.
Marciello makes his way through turn 1 as Jules Gunon climbs aboard the 75 Sun Energy AMG Mercedes. We expect that this is the second last stop for this car. Remember, this car had some overheating issues earlier today. Car controller just checking the front grille, making sure that's okay. Tyres going on now for Jules Gunon. I wonder whether also they just take tyres in this stop, and then that gives you the flexibility as to whether you want to take tyres in the last stop and go for ultimate speed, or don't take tyres in the last stop and try and get some track position, if that's what you need to get into the lead of the race ahead of the final hour.
Well, we're in New South Wales. That's Sydney Harbour, the world's great natural harbours, and this city is an amazing place to visit. Bridge, the Opera House, all the historic buildings and all the amazing things to see and do every time you come to this place. And that's what you see when you fly in and then jump over the Blue Mountains to come to Mount Panorama. Spares box highlights as we work our way into the final 2 hours. She's been a bruising affair, a fast affair, with long green flag runs, the highlight of a day that's claimed some victims on the mountain. The Grove Porsche was out early. It seems like an age ago at times. The Adrian Dietz Lamborghini had a pretty brutal run for an hour there, and unfortunately they were out of the race after just 70 laps. The young gun Aaron Cameron, who'll race S5000 Open Wheelers this year, in 21st position and out of the race, 89 laps in, with a big crash down at the Dipper. 47 Super Run car was involved in that as well. And then a massive one for Scott Taylor, similar location, this time went in side on. That team having raised a heap of cash for charity this weekend. Pit stops, strategy have been the feature. And all through it all, this car has done a bulk of the leading, with Raffaele Marciello behind the wheel, Maro Engel having driven so well, and Bathurst rookie Mick Grenier doing a really nice job on his debut. Still question marks over their strategy. This is how the class leaderboard looks, with the Pro-Am class going the way at this point of the 777, the Bend Motorsport Park entry. And the Audi also leads the way in the silver class, with Daniel Gaunt behind the wheel, their 12th outright for International Motorsport, and the Mark Cars Australia cars up to 18th, leading Invitational. We've just seen the 75 pit, so they are out of sequence with the other leaders. We're expecting stops at about the 10-hour 20, 10-hour 30 mark to get them to the end, if not a little bit later on. So Mercedes AMG, Porsche, BMW with Team WRT still in the mix. Let's see where your favourite driver stands. Quiet day for the Hallmark Property Group crew. They're running around in 13th place. Mark Sini, Lee Holmesworth and Dean Fiore. Lee is behind the wheel of that car at the moment. They're in the Pro-Am class and running 5th in category. So that's how things shape up right now. Just over 2 hours to go at Mount Panorama.
That 30 seconds at the front of the field, of course, as we've been seeing, can disappear in a moment or two. Let's head down the pit lane where Chad's crunching some more numbers. Chad, what do you got for us?
Well, now that we've had that 75 in and they've made that driver change over to Gunon, we now have a bit of an idea, presuming that they all did take on a full tank of fuel, as to when this last round of pit stops may happen. So well may the mechanics just get a little bit of shut-eye, because we're not too far away from really the climactic finish that we all wanted to see here. So as it stands, the race leader, how are they looking at the moment? Yes, g'day, car 999. I think we can expect them in around lap 295, guys. Now this is, again, if they're going to run 37 laps since that last pit stop, which is the longest that they've really got out of a green flag run. So presuming that they did fill it up, I think 999's going to come in somewhere around the 295 mark. The big surprise there was that they didn't do the driver change on that last stop. That means they have to do a driver change on their last stop. And I kind of feel that means that they'll make it very hard to not do tyres as well, because they're going to be triple stinting tyres to the finish. Plus, trying to do a driver change on fuel only would be too stressful. So fuel, tyres and driver change. So they got one big long stop coming up, in other words. Now we go back to car 912 as the Valente Rossi team come on in. I've got them coming in about lap 290. So I think they'll be the first in. They were the first to pit in that last round of pit stops. I think it'll be the same again, unless they've been, as Garth Tander was maybe talking about earlier, they've been keeping an ace up their sleeve for a little bit more fuel mileage towards the end of the race that we didn't know about. We'll have to wait and see. They will have the opportunity to roll the dice on taking tyres only, knowing that the 999 will have to take tyres surely at that last stop. And that leaves us with car 75, who is currently sitting third. They've, of course, got one more stop left. We can expect Gunon to finish that race in that car. If they took on a fuel tank, a full fuel tank at that last stop, they get to lap 300. So every 5 laps, 290, 295 and 300. Now, they'll obviously be taking fuel only, because that is really a splash and dash IndyCar style to the finish.
And Chad, on current numbers, 3:16, 3:17 looking likely for total race distance. So they'll need to put essentially a 16 lap, 17 lap fuel load in that car.
So the cool thing about it, you've got 3 guys in contention, and the order of the race that they sit on is how they will have the length of their pit stops. So the leader has the longest stop, the guy in second has the shortest stop, and the guy in third has the shortest stop of all of them.
It's like a golf handicap.
Yeah, so it actually plays out beautifully for us. The big thing is that 30-second gap. There's just no substitute for pace, is there? So the fact that they've got a 30-second lead right now with this car is the ultimate hand. They want this to run green to the finish. A safety car would sure, well, to be honest, we'll just throw all those numbers out that I just came up with.
If you're over in Europe, listening and watching, or in the US, congratulations if you stayed with us in the UK or Europe. What is it, 4:45 in the morning on a Sunday morning there, 5:45 in Europe. Thanks for staying with us. Don't go anywhere yet. Get yourself coffeeed up or some beverage of some description, like Chris Suku, who is putting on the coffee and making breakfast. So he doesn't want to miss a further minute of the race. I think that's smart, Shea, don't you?
I think it's wonderful, and it's a great idea to find a comfy place to sit and watch the race, too. And that's exactly what Luca Stoltz has done. Luca, that was a very long stint for you in the peak heat of the day. How tired are you?
It's still okay. Our Mercedes AMG is quite cool inside, so I'm actually still quite relaxed. And yeah, I was actually hoping to get another set of tires to catch a little bit of time back, but yeah, now Jules is in the car, and yeah, we're still in the fight for the podium. Currently, I think we need a yellow to win, but yeah, we are still in the fight.
That's you done for today?
Yeah, Jules to the end.
Are you comfortable with Jules being in the car since you have co-driven with him so many times?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's French, but I still like him. No, he done an awesome job in Daytona recently, and last year did the finish, the last 2 hours. I'm really confident that he can finish the race. But yeah, I'm always a bit nervous when other guys finish the race. So yeah, let's see.
Thanks for the comfy seat and the chat.
Thank you.
In Gilles Gunon defence, doesn't he now race under the flag of Andorra?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, in the Pyrenees. So that's a bit harsh from Lillo, I thought.
It was great. Yeah. Just a lap time check on the previous lap for the top 3 cars. 2:03.31 for Marciello, 2:03.32 for Matt Campbell, 2:03.21 for the 75 car. So talk about pace at the front. They're all doing exactly the same pace. 30 seconds between first to second, a further 13 seconds between second and third. So we heard Lucas Stoltz say there, we need a safety car. He's right, they do.
Yeah, it's that they're 16 laps short. Basically, if this was a Bathurst 1000, they haven't got quite to that magic lap 132 number you need to get to make it to the end. So that's that 20 minutes we've been talking about for the last couple of hours. They're just slightly short if you're a BMW fan, and I'm sure there are many, given who's driving them, and they've got great heritage here at Mount Panorama. The 32 car with Shelton van der Linde behind the wheel, 49 seconds off the lead at the moment. They're basically on the same pit stop strategy as the Porsche. Probably not quite the same economy, but it's a lap or two the difference. Their issue is they're a further 19 seconds down the road, but they're on the lead lap and they're only 50 seconds off the lead, so I don't think we can rule them out by any extent. Certainly for a podium, and then if the 75 has to make, when they have to make at this point, that last pit stop on lap 300, then it could be a battle for third place between them and that BMW. It could be a track position advantage potentially for the BMW. So that will be worth following between those two.
The Pro-Am class, 8th, 9th, and 10th, and 11th actually, are the top four there. Chris Mace leads that for the 777 car, and he is just under a minute ahead of Chaz Mostert in the number 65 car, which has been there or thereabouts in that category all day, and a further 1 minute 15 seconds back. Jamie Wincup's now been plugged into the number 99. It's the Boost Mobile AMG, the black and dark red car. That's the battle there for the top three. David Reynolds is a couple of laps further back from that, so it's unlikely to be able to pull that back on pace, but that doesn't mean that some kind of incident could...
Still an hour and 54 to go. Yeah, it should be Richie Stanaway in that 99 car for the end.
Yeah,
I would have thought. So, Mies Mostert Stanaway, it's a reality TV show of mine watching. He's pretty feisty in the battle for Pro-Am at the finish. Mies has got the upper hand at the moment in the 777.
Currently enjoying fairly lengthy green flag period through this phase of the race. Hey, I'm just trying to drum up a bit of business here. But where I was getting was we have 53 minutes left of wave around time.
Yes, that's a good point. That is a good point.
So if we are going to have a safety car that has the potential to bring some more players back in the game, that safety car does need to fall before 1 hour to go left in this race.
Yeah, very good point, Garth. Richard Creel, Garth Tander, and then John Heindorf in the booth. It's Chad Barretts and Shea patrolling the pit and the paddock. And all of you keeping your eyes open for us. Thanks for all the tweets. Hashtag B12HR. Been very, very busy. And the international audience, as well as the people here at the track, chirping in as well. And hope you are feeling up to it for this last just under 2 hour sprint. It's the dash for glory, lads.
Here's proof that I've given up on laptops and reverted to the notepad from a strategy point of view.
You've worn your laptop out today, mate. It's numbers you've been running.
It's having some issues, I'm not going to lie. 2 hours 52 under green now, which eclipses the previous record in this race, at least, the longest green flag stint. So it is a long, long haul of green flag running.
John, you made mention that the speed is starting to come back into this race. I just noticed Jules Gounon's last lap was a 2:02.7. Yeah. Peak lap time for that car was a 2:02.3 much earlier today.
Yes, so half a second away from the best lap.
Jules Gounon starting to do Jules Gounon things in that car again. We saw him do this last year in the last stint of the race. And close that gap to the lead down. It was near on 44 seconds, down to 41 seconds. So still showing good speed in this car.
The last 3 years of this race, it's been run, so 2022, 20 and 19, the fastest laps of the race have been set in 2019 on lap 300.
Yeah.
Lap 2022, 305 laps in. That was Kelvin van der Linde being angry at the end. Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
And last year, 256.
So to reiterate, Gounon's previous lap now, 2:02.6. So he's slowly making his way back down. Current fastest lap of the race is actually Chaz Mostert.
Yeah.
2:02.1 back on lap 170. So getting back towards the peak speed for this particular car is Gounon.
It's the third quickest race lap in the 12 hours GT3 history. So the pace today just echoing how quick this race has been. And just to reiterate, 314 laps, 1,950 kilometres, the lap and distance record here. That was 2020. That race was run at 162 kilometres an hour average over the day. It's the
including the pit stop.
The whole race, from start to finish, 100 mile an hour in the old school. It's the third quickest endurance race in the history of this place. All the 1000s, that was the third quickest race. And I know you'll hate me for saying this, if this goes green towards the end, this will go further.
There's our safety car.
Garth just said it before, but he gets away with it. I suppose it's fair. He's won back 5 times. He's allowed.
I did pull him up on it. I did pull him up on it.
He's won it, so he speaks with some credibility.
If it goes green.
It's a great start.
If it goes green.
If it goes green.
You were about to say.
Yeah, it will eclipse that. We'll go further than 414 laps. Yeah. I don't think we'll get 2,000. I'm not sure there's enough time left, but it'll be quicker than that. Imagine telling someone 20 years ago at this place that you would run 12 hours at 100 mile an hour average for the whole day.
Including safety cars, pit stops, the whole shoot and dice.
Yep.
Yeah, no, you probably wouldn't have believed it 10 years ago. Just shows the speed of these cars, the professionalism of the teams, and the ability for drivers to continually punch out fast lap times. That's been the impressive thing today, is Richard Crail becoming disappointed when we see a 2:04 lap time. You would have been wrapped 5 years ago to be in the 4s at any stage of the race, lap time-wise.
Motorsport family's been tuned in from around the world. Marcus Mahi up early. He's been watching from Brisbane. Lucy Higston, who was Max Martin and team manager, I think, at Le Mans, certainly. And Dries Vanthoor as well. Drivers tuning in from all over the place as well. This has really caught the imagination. Porsche, what have Porsche got left? That gap is not coming down. It's gone out a wee bit. Maybe a second and a half.
Yeah, it's been swinging backwards and forwards, hovering between the 30, 31 second buffer, first to second. Maybe just as they make their way through lap traffic.
Yeah.
I thought.
The lovely thing about not having as many cars as we've had in the past is here, all the cars we've had have been absolute class in terms of teams and driver combos. Also, it means that with a bit of luck, you hope you get less incidents in traffic. But of course, if you're trying to catch somebody, you're hoping for the leader to get a little bit of a fumble just as they're going through a couple of cars that are battling for position. So what we're seeing here, and I actually really quite like this, we're seeing genuinely the relative performances of these cars and drivers. And it's going down to tenths of seconds here, tenths of seconds there. But when you've had nearly 3 hours of green flag, of course, that is going to spread people out.
Yeah, it's proper heads-up racing. We're not seeing it door handle to door handle, but they are wringing the neck of these cars. They do not have any more performance in them now at this stage of the race. They are giving us everything these cars have because they want to maintain track position. So Marciello wants to maintain his 30-second lead over Matt Campbell. Matt Campbell wants to maintain the 10 seconds over Gilles Gounon because, as Chad referenced earlier in the pit stop report, we're expecting that the leader's going to have the longest pit stop, Porsche the second longest pit stop. So we're effectively, like it was a great analogy, there's a golf handicap coming up to finish this one off. And that will close the gaps up. That's why we're seeing the cars being driven so hard right now.
This is the third place Pro-Am car in the pit lane, the Boost Mobile AMG. They can't get to the end from here, so they'll have another run down the pit lane. Looks like Jamie Whincup is staying in the car, and he's going to be offered a new set of Pirelli tyres. They look brand new to me. And just behind, it's the
Nicky Katzberg.
Yes, it is, the fifth place
Bamboo
car.
fifth place car.
So he can't get to the end from here either, Garth.
No, they can't. So that's interesting because they were running on an alternate strategy, as Craft Bamboo tend to do. Run some pretty adventurous strategies. It worked spectacularly last year.
Yeah, they're half an hour short, basically, to get to the end from here. They've been a bit of an enigma for mine today. They've been competitive-ish, but not quite enough to be in that leading mix, but they've been better than that group of cars.
Come and gone, haven't they?
Yeah.
Definitely come and gone.
So that's going to be almost a stint and a half he's got to do on those Pirellis that have just been bolted on to there. I suspect they'll just give him a glug of fuel to get him to the end when he comes in again. There's been a couple of teams like that, though, in fairness, Grillsy, that have been there or thereabouts, but more thereabouts than there, if you see what I mean.
I'm with Rich, though. I felt like the 77 car was coming, and it was playing itself into the race. It's just drifted in the last stint, I think, stint and a half. And taking this stop now, however it's played out, will hurt them. Yes, definitely another one to go.
It is Danny Newton there behind the wheel of that car. All the years that I've commentated on Danny, I'd never properly met him and had a chat with him. We put that right on Town to Track earlier this week. And what a smashing lad. Chris Meese still trolling around as well, ticking off the laps in the 777. That's the first of Pro-Am cars, 9th position there, with a minute's gap to Chaz Mostert.
Cars on screen, Trent Harrison leading David Russell. They are for position on the timing screen, but there's 9 laps between them. So,
yes,
even if D. Russ does get past Trent Harrison, he will not elevate himself on the timing screen. Saw this car involved with a big moment at the top of the mountain, found itself backwards in the run from Skyline to the Dipper. How it kept going, I don't know. But the team have done a good job.
Wiped out by the following cars, to be honest.
Kept it in the game. It's a bit of a meeting of the minds going on at the back of the garage here at Gripper M.
Yes. Now, what's going on here?
I just heard that Paul Martin, Bathurst 12 hour, that's Paul there with the headset on from the Motorsport Operations team, is down there talking to this team. So
he's got a book with him too, so that generally means you're pointing out some sort of ruling. It's Campbell Little as well, part of Motorsport Operations for the Bathurst 12 hour.
Well, that's technical then.
Yeah, so little story going on. Maybe we said Chad up there or Shay. Just
when were they last in?
Snoop around. So they were last in 15 laps ago.
Okay. I wonder if they needed to get a data stick or something like that. Let's hope that's being done. All of the things that we were talking about earlier on that Motorsport Australia have...
the only obvious one, Heidi, is driver time, but 3 hours 34. That's fine.
As in total driver time so far for Marciello? I mean, we're just hunching at the moment as to whatever that discussion might be. It's going on, but Maro Engel was there, and he didn't look overly thrilled with what was taking place.
Lucas Stolz.
What's that? They got in their hand there. Something. The mechanic has something in his hand here. Try and find out exactly what that is, because that's what the discussion looks to be around.
There's an awful lot of stuff that is data that's passed backwards and forwards that isn't done in real time. It's done on data sticks and things like that. And so there are sensors, there are bits and pieces in the car that are independent of the
manufacturer.
Of the manufacturer. So some of those things, they've got to be running. And
all the time, yeah, that's
all
right.
the time.
Yep, they're series data loggers, race data loggers, all sorts of systems capturing information. As you say, John, separate to the actual manufacturer systems in the car. Doesn't change anything, the fact that Marciello is still going very quickly. They're at the 3.9, 3.95 for Marciello, 3.91 for Matt Campbell, 3.66 for Jules Gounon. So he continues to be the fastest of the top three and just slowly closing that gap down. That gap to lead now for Gounon is 39.8 seconds. Still with an hour and 40 minutes to go in this one.
Yeah, that's wiring.
That's
definitely
I think it's some sort of logging device. Definitely a logging device.
Yeah, somewhere there's data not coming out of that car is what I'm hearing. Yeah. Oh, really? Different sources up and down the pit lane. Okay. Texting madly to try and find out what's going on. Our team will be there and we'll report that.
An unscheduled pit stop at this time, when you're into this area, you know, you do not want an unscheduled pit stop.
So what the team will be trying to avoid is the requirement to change out whatever that data capturing device, assuming it is some sort of data capturing device.
Confirmed now. It is a data logger issue that is coming through from a number of sources, as Krilsey has said. Now, whether that is something that can be swapped out, whether it's a card collection issue or whether that's live data collection, because some of these cars have, the series have effectively it's not exactly an internet modem, but it's something similar.
They do, and for telemetry.
And you get at various points around the track, it downloads the data in real time.
And what it does is it has got to transmit, it's got to send that data back to race officials throughout the race. That is a race requirement, it's a race rule. Now the modem that does that has broken down. So what race officials have done is they've given them a fresh modem and it's got to go in at the next pit stop. So it's going to slow up that pit stop. That's what the discussion is about at the moment. But it is a race requirement. They've got to do it, guys.
Barrett's, have they got to come and do that straight away? Or an extra pit stop?
On the next pit stop is fine, yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't mess up their strategy, but it does mean they've got an extra bit of work to do, Krilsey.
There's a lot of happy people at Manti EMA Racing at the moment.
Well, there's still a long way to go. You don't wish ill against your opposition. What they're doing there, to steal one of your quotes from today, I loved it, is the team are MacGyvering up a way to get this done as quickly as possible.
Yeah. And when we were talking about Manti earlier on and how they planned the race, I was once, I think it was 4 or 5 years ago at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and they got clobbered on the formation lap and broke a radiator. Came in on the end of the formation lap at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and they planned and schemed and had the right strategy, won the race. You know, so you start from the absolute worst part of it, and the car came through to win the race. Timo Bernhard was driving the car at that point. Let's go back down to Chad and see what numbers he is looking at the moment.
Well, actually, I'm talking to the Pirelli guys in the Pirelli pet bunker. How good is that? Because they've been such a big talking point throughout the course of the weekend that I wanted to bring in Matteo Praga from Pirelli Motorsport. He's come all the way from Italy to be here at the 12 Hour once again. Great to see you. Everyone's talking about these new tyres, but let's just talk logistics. How many people, how many tyres? Such a big operation to bring all the way down under.
Yeah, this year, SA Bathurst is our first event for the GT department, and it's a wake-up call after Christmas break, and it's always a big challenge from a logistic point of view. We bring nearly 2,000 tyres from that are shipped from Europe, and we are about 35 people, staff, between fitters, engineer, logistic, and marketing. And yeah, it's the first time that we bring a new product that we already tested last year in Europe. And it's interesting to see how it behaves in Bathurst.
How does Bathurst compare to some of the other tracks that you go to around the world in terms of what the challenge is for the tyre?
But the challenges are different because Bathurst is quite unique because you have a section that is very fast and is generating not much temperature in the tires, and the mountain that is very twisty and you generate a lot of temperature in the tire. So you need to find the right balance to have a product that has a wide range of use, and as well between the morning and the afternoon now there is a big gap in terms of temperature. So degradation, warm up and everything are you need to manage them differently from the morning to the afternoon, and as well the product has to cope with these different conditions.
A lot of the race fans here are excited to see lap record speed in qualifying. I imagine for Pirelli to bring a new tyre and see those lap times would be just as exciting for you guys too.
Yeah, it was exciting, honestly. We were not expecting to beat the record. We knew with our references that the new compound had more grip, but we were not sure about the conditions that were ideal for that compound. But yesterday, yes, it was a pleasure.
Well done with the new tyre. It's very fast on track, very durable in all conditions. Great to have Pirelli's partnership here again at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour.
Thanks, Chad. Massive logistical effort for Pirelli to get tyres into the country to support this race. We thank them for their support. They've been an enormous backer of this race since 2016. Let's go down to Shay.
Well, guys, it's looking a little bit better here at Group M. For some reason, the box just happened to come back online. Now, they have not been stood down yet from replacing the box, but they have been told, be ready to do it at the next pit stop should there be another hiccup. But for now, you're back up online. You're okay.
Shay, what happens to the data that wasn't being transmitted then? How do they replace that? Is there a data card that will have to be looked at after the race to make sure that none of the parameters that information was relating to, none of the parameters have been broken out of? They basically haven't broken out that bracket.
Well, I would expect that the data is still being logged inside the car. It's just not being live transmitted back to race control, which is what the requirement is as per Appendix 6. So now that they've got it fixed and they've got the transmission back up and going again, that's one part of it. Race control will have to examine it further after when the cars go to post-race tech.
Nice work quoting the appendix as well. Good work, right into the rule book.
Come on, you've worked with Miss Adam before.
I'm not saying I ever doubted it would be a thing.
I mean, is that lucky or unlucky? I don't know. Because
I'd be still nervous. Nervous there.
What happens if they get through that stop and it stops transmitting again?
But you've got to come back. They force you back.
That will
definitely ends there, right?
They will force you back.
Yeah.
So
at the moment, they're being given a little bit of leeway.
So the decision is made to make is, do you just change it out anywhere? Caution, because you've got one more stop, you've got one more chance to come in and do a precautionary change anyway while you're performing your pit stop.
But if it's a connector or a part of the wiring loom, you could actually put the new one in and it not work.
Yeah, well, that's true.
So you're rolling the dice either way.
Either way.
It does mean that there'll have to be scrutiny on that data when they come in. And this is the things that we were talking about earlier on, like tyre pressures and all of that sort of thing. Also for the turbo cars, there's boosts, pressure. That's all part of the BOP. Now, this isn't a turbo car, so that's not one of the things that would be looked at.
One of the things that was changed overnight for the AMG balance performance change was the lambda numbers, the air-fuel ratio that the cars are allowed to run, the window they're allowed to run in, the fuel burn rate effectively. So I do wonder whether they just want to make sure that they're logging all the information to make sure that is all operating in the right window. Matt Campbell continues on his way. He's trying to chase down Raffaello Marciello. An hour and 33 minutes left to go in this one.
I wonder if at a point on Conrad, perhaps they just got Lillo to reach out and give the thing a bash.
A bash? I thought you were going to go with alt control delete.
The old technical tap, just which is the simplest version of have you tried turning it on and off again. It's been a day at Mount Panorama. Some people started very, very, very early. By early, I mean Thursday.
Let's take a look at and remind everybody about the class structure that we have here at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst. 12 hours. And head into the Pro-Am category, the 777. 8th position overall, just on 2.5 laps away from the lead. Could have been a bit different, actually, that, but still leading their class for the Ben car, and still discussions going on down at Group M at the front of the field. Chris Meets leads Chaz Moster in the blue number 65 in that Pro-Am class by under a minute now, 55 seconds. Chazzy's just been chasing that white Audi down. Chaz Moster with the fastest lap of the race, actually, some time ago, lap 169. So, very many hours ago. That's the second Audi in the Pro-Am category, inside the top 10, of course.
An adventurous race, this car, hasn't it? Contact with the wall, drive-through penalty early for Chaz when he was at the wheel, leaving pit lane, crossing the blend line on a cold tyre.
Third in that category, the dark grey and red Boost Mobile AMG. Jamie Whincup looks to be taking this one to the end. You said that's red or orange?
Oh, it's definitely orange.
It's orange.
Yeah,
Boost orange.
Boost orange.
Yep.
Yeah.
That colour down here in Australia. This car, we expect, though, has one more stop to go.
Yeah.
When they took that previous stop, it was too far out of the fuel window to get to the end. So, third, still up in the air for that car.
Richie Stanaway's only driven 3 hours and 14 minutes, so I expect him to jump in. He'll jump in there.
And it's Davy Reynolds who's trying to chase them down. He's just about 1.5 laps away from them at a step on the box in that Pro-Am class. Silver class, well, that's running down. The leader there running down in 13th position. Dylan O'Keefe behind the wheel of the Mileage team. I'm not sure they've been headed in that silver category, Grills.
No, they've been on top. David Russell led very early in 47 before they had that incident.
That's right.
The spares box dipper. 25 yesterday, Dylan O'Keefe, and didn't surprise us, but impressed us all with a low 2:02 early in qualifying.
That was
really
very impressive.
Lap,
Yeah. Nice lap.
And here's the 101, Harold Valenti Rosso entry. Josh Hunt behind the wheel. Hasn't driven for a long, long time and was dusted off. They needed another driver in their roster this weekend to make the seating work to get into the silver class. And here is that class leader, Dylan O'Keefe, running down into the Scuderia Auto Art chase. "90 minutes to go at Mount Panorama in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. There's still lots to play out. There's still a round of pit stops to go. And if you're not up to speed on the strategy yet, the car that's leading's got the longest pit stop, the car that's second's got the second longest pit stop, and the car that's third has got the shortest pit stop of them all. And there's a little question mark over our race leader from a technical standpoint. The data logging device that was failing to transmit data, and then it started transmitting again. And then we looked and there was some consternation down in that garage at Grouper M Racing. So there is a little question mark over whether they need to change what is essentially a modem to make sure that transmits. And if they have to change that, it could define the outcome of this race.
Well, how long does it take to change that? They have one more pit stop left in this 90 minutes. How long does it take to change? Where is it in the car?
If it's my internet service provider, about 2 weeks.
Yes, very fair. Now, Shane knows all the regulations because she was quoting Appendix 6 there. Is there a requirement for that to be transmitting all the time?
I would imagine there would be,
right.
Yes. And so that's where I'd be nervous that it just randomly starts working again.
Yeah.
Electrical things don't just fix themselves. Let's find out some more from Chad.
Just having a look at that gap. So Marcello back to Campbell. It sits at 31 seconds. So you might go, well, they've got 30 seconds up their sleeve. That would be a little bit of time to play around with it. But if the Porsche decides to not throw tyres on it, that's about 12 seconds right there. So what was a 30-second gap should be more like maybe even about 18 seconds. So now he's starting to get pretty hairy if you can change out what's essentially a piece of computer work in about 18 seconds.
And then there's still the question mark over the driver solution for that car, Chad, towards the end of the race, because we expected them to put Mick Grenier in that car in the stint that they're in right now. So that's another question mark over the 999 and it getting to the line. Unless they know something about continuous driver time that we don't.
Well, Engel can't get back. No, he's
maxed out.
He's maxed out. 340 minutes.
He's been trying to win this race on 6 prior occasions, Mauro Engel, and if they don't get up today, it won't be because of his effort. He has been mighty.
He's left nothing in the fast draw at all. He's taken it out the filing cabinet, turned it upside down and shaken it on the floor.
He would go beyond what he achieved here yesterday, which will be remembered for a very long time. He stints in the morning part of this race and came in and was telling us about how he felt, and he said he was getting goosebumps just remembering driving into that sunrise. He loves this place so dearly, and it's been unkind to him. Came pretty close in 2017, quite public spat after that race ended abruptly in a Scott Taylor Motorsport entered AMG, and then drove his heart out at the end of last year. But the only unfortunate thing for him in that race was that he was chasing Jules Gounon, and you tend not to work your way past him.
Okay, here's Appendix 6. It must be fitted and operational at all times that a car has left pit exit. This is the Mortex balance of performance logger, telemetry modem, and the in-car warning systems. So GPS there, telemetry modem to BOP, logger wiring loom, and 2 modem.
I wonder if if it's the telemetry system and the warning light system, that if that's failed,
it's more about the warning system.
They may not be getting the warning system in the car.
Yeah,
we touched on that earlier today, and that will be why they need to fix it.
Yeah, that's right. It's more, I do, as soon as you mentioned that system is all interlinked.
Correct.
It's more, for me, it's probably more, I mean, they do need to have the telemetry for the BOP requirements to make sure the car's legal while it's on circuit at all times, but from a safety perspective, having that in-car warning system, that's when it starts to become much more regulatory, I believe.
And that's unique to this race, that system. So that's why there's the big question mark over it. And as you touched on, Garth, it is regulatory. So if you go through...
If you're another team manager, are you looking at that right now?
I'd be sniffing.
Yeah, correct.
Guys, this data logger in 999 is becoming a real issue. It has dropped out again. They believe it could be a heat issue is causing the problem. Now, it is estimated it'll take 30 seconds to swap it out if they need to swap it out. And if it is working when the car comes in, as the car comes in, if it's worked in that last period, then it's okay to continue on. They don't need to update it, swap it out. But if it's not working, they're going to need to swap it out, and it's 30 seconds worth.
So when we had it reported back to us that it had just magically started working again, I was still very nervous for this car, because electrical devices in hot environments like race cars don't just cure themselves. They tend to get worse before they get a whole lot better. And the fact that it's dropped out again does not surprise me.
This all ties in to things we've been talking about all the way through, including your tyre pressures and things like that. I'm not sure what you do about this. I'm not sure what the officials do about this. That's why there's the conversation going on right now, because in some ways it's out of the team's control. It's not their fault. It's not their piece of equipment. Adam.
Would you guys like a little bit of good news about this team, however?
Yes, come on.
Alrighty, so drive time so far, Maro Engel, 4 hours and 28 minutes, which means that he still has a little bit of time left. The team realized that and said, Maro, would you like to go in for the end? He very much would. So anytime they get below the 1 hour and 11 minutes to go mark, they can come in, do their final pit stop, and put the guy who put the car on pole and did the fastest lap ever for a GT3 car in BOP homologation to go back out to try and win his first ever 12-hour.
Not sure they've told Mickey Grenier that yet, because he was sitting there with his balaclava on, helmet, and ready to go. So maybe that was a quiet conversation with Maro Engel. So Grenier waiting. Maro not suited up just yet. Chad.
Imagine the reason why they've got Grenier ready, because if a safety car was to happen before that point, it would be Grenier's job to finish, because Rafa definitely can't stay in the car, and we know that it would be too early for Engel to hop in. So I just wonder if they're keeping him there for the next 11 minutes as an absolute safety option.
That's a very good point, Chad. So we thought the 75 car was the one that had a tight driver limit window, but also 99 or 999 now starting to see if they can make some strategy on the run and get one of their seriously hot guns back in the car to finish this race.
How
long?
long?
In 11 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say, how long has Marciello still got on his drive time?
Well, in 11 minutes' time, it becomes an option to put Engel in.
Yeah.
From that point on, then Engel is an option to finish this race.
And they'll be good on fuel either way. So they're 25 laps into this stint. We've seen that car do 35 easily, Chad.
Yeah, they're actually good to the tune of 7 minutes with Marciello's continuous driving time, guys.
Right, smashing. That was the thing. Yeah, good.
Talk about a few balls in the air down in the Group M team right now.
Spinning plates.
Managing a technical issue with the car, managing driver time, managing strategy, managing what they're going to do at the next pit stop. Do they take tyres? I do seem to remember a while ago, Raffaello Marciello triple stinting a set of tyres at the end of the race for track position. It's a big call.
Imagine sitting down at the start of the day and you're told that your window for driver time is 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
Out of 740 minutes in a day of car racing, 7 minutes, that's your window. That's why we love this stuff, isn't it? And that's why we said at the beginning that it's just as much about the brains behind the computer screens. I mean, they're not on the pit wall here. We don't have the pit purchase, but all the guys who are working in the bunker trying to work out what's going on. It's just about as much about them as it is the guys on the rattle guns and the drivers behind the wheel to ensure that they get themselves into a position. And what about Jules Gounon? What about Jules Gounon then? Because he's now closing in on Matt Campbell. 3 seconds the gap now between Matt Campbell and Jules Gounon. There are 8 laps between them in terms of how long they've been out. So that's nothing. That really doesn't affect the strategy unless Gounon decides to stay out longer and catches a late race yellow. That's the only thing that he has an advantage. And still, the debate is going on down at Grupper M. There's a whole load of Manfilter guests down there. They're involved in it as well. They've got the little area for those guys to be plugged in and watching and listening. And there's drama on the track with a battle, a real-life battle for second and third in the overall. There's drama off track with all kinds of problem solving to be done. Decisions to be made that may well affect the outcome of the 2023 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hours. And stay with us as we head towards the last, well, what are we now, 80 minutes still to go, Garth Tander. And this one, I'm literally rubbing my hands here because there's so much that can still happen here. And there's still, there's still 4 cars within a minute at the front of the field.
Yeah, there is. And the reason that Jules Gounon is pushing on so hard right now, trying to close this gap down to Matt Campbell, is the expectation is that the 75 car will have a shorter pit stop. So he might not actually have to pass him on the racetrack.
Yeah.
And he'll do the Porsche, what Porsche's been doing to everyone else all day, spend less time in the lane and pass them in pit lane. So just when we thought that we had this one worked out, with 80 minutes to go, there's still so many variables. Gounon took near on a second out of Matt Campbell on the previous lap. On this lap just gone, it was another half a second. 2:02.9 for Jules Gounon. A 3:04 for Matt Campbell. Maro Engel now is helmeted up, suited up, ready to go. We're not quite into that window yet where he's able to go to the end. But
well, they can't both get in the car. I mean, that would just be an embarrassment.
Rock, paper, scissors down there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gounon, though, continues this stalking effort on Matt Campbell. When Gounon got in the car, the gap to lead was near on 50 seconds. It's currently at 32.
Here's another question, and maybe this is why the debate is still going on down at Grupper M. And thanks to Chris Humphries, who's a British Marshal, and Matt G and a couple of other people who've tweeted using the hashtag B12HR. Let's not forget somebody's already been penalised for using tools in a pit lane. So will that modem come out without it having to be used for tools? Is it just a simple plug in, plug out? I don't know. Chad?
The other thing to think about now is we're past what would be what we call in Australia the critical lap of the race, that you can get home with one more stop left in the motor race. So if we were to catch a safety car from any point from here to the finish, they could make it all on one stop, all 3 of them. By the way, guys, I'm just watching Richie Stanaway throw his race suit on. So there was some speculation with Jamie Whincup finish that Pro-Am car, but I'm guessing it's going to be Richie because he's gearing up.
Sitting in at 3rd position at the moment, just over a lap ahead of David Reynolds in our battle for the last step on the podium in Pro-Am. Gounon's taken 0.6 of a second out of Matt Campbell this lap. Matty's got some traffic here in the Porsche.
It's down to under 2 seconds now, that gap.
And keep in mind, this car's got a shorter final stop than the 912 Porsche. So once again, Jules Gounon is dragging car 75 into contention with the issues surrounding, the question marks surrounding 999. Is Matty saving his tyres? Surely they're not going to make a double stint at the end. They're going for it.
He's hammered down now. So Matt Campbell gets his way past one of those lap cars. Jules Gounon will have to deal with them and actually will likely come across this lap traffic. Who's in that car? I'm trying to look Lapped car, who is it?
Is it with 10? O'Keefe?
That's Glenn Wood.
Oh, yeah.
So, does Glenn get out of the way before the shelf? Yes, he does. So
nice.
Nicely. Very experienced operator is Glenn Wood.
Heck of a story that this weekend. Turned up in a KTM, start practice and qualifying a KTM, ended in an Audi R8. End the race in an Audi R8. Those asking about the Sin didn't take the start this morning. The Daytona Sports Cars Run Sin, Northamptonshire's sports car manufacturer, the number 66 in the Invitational class. Shame, because that was a bit of a fan favourite. We're inside the last hour and 15 minutes, and Garth Tanner's got his elbows out. Typical.
It's getting physical in the commentary box. It's going to get physical
for position
on
there.
the race circuit as well. Is Jules Gounon now comes up on the back of Dylan O'Keefe to put him a lap down. Matt Campbell's already dealt with that car. There's another car up the road for Matt Campbell. So lap traffic getting involved with this battle for second place ahead of our final round of pit stops. Critical, especially for Gounon, to get as close as he can to the back of that Porsche before those pit stops take place.
And we're 4 minutes, give or take, away from the magic number for 999 on the driver time scenario to get that car in, as Matty drops a couple of wheels off on the exit of the final corner. Dylan O'Keefe does the right thing. Correction, 47, David Russell does the right thing. You'd expect that. Very experienced pedal around here. And lets the bright yellow and green Porsche go through. And Gounon now has to work his way past the Audi, but the margin 1.6 seconds.
Russell lets him go here. That's smart play. Gounon will be happy with that, to clear lap traffic before they get to the cutting. It becomes pretty much one lane across the top of the mountain. So that gap now, second to third, 1.4 seconds. So as they negotiated that traffic, you would say that Gounon was the winner with that one, closing the gap down slightly more.
4:30 in the afternoon here. The shadows beginning to lengthen. There's parts of the racetrack that are in shade, where the leader has just come out of the elbow there and heading down the first part of Conrod Straight. So track temperatures are going to be all over the place. That'll change.
They're changing that device, guys.
They have to.
I can see the way
they have to, don't they?
The way they have things, there's double-sided tape, there's cable ties there. They have it all laid out.
Could this race 2 years in a row be Maro Engel chasing Jules Gounon to win Bathurst? Could it be, or could it be the other way around? It's awesome.
You're asking me questions I don't have the answer for right now, Rich.
I'm seeking guidance, Garth.
Surely they're going to have to put that car in the garage to do that.
Well, that's the next question.
Well, BMW had to put the car in the garage to wipe the rear lights.
But they had to plug something in, I thought I heard Shay say as well.
All right.
But they're going to have to unplug something on this car and plug something back in again. So that would fall under the same circumstance, you would imagine. So if they're getting that car on the skates and bringing it in the garage, it's over. It's over as far as track position goes.
Yeah, and then they have to fight back.
And then they're hoping for a safety car to close the track position back up again.
And then you get Angry Maro.
And then get Angry Maro. And I think it's Angry Maro on steroids this year, because it's 2 years in a row that he'll be chasing down the lead of the race in the final hour.
And Angry Engel is a fast Engel.
Well, we saw how fast he was this morning when he was calm and serene in the sunrise. So can you imagine what he's going to be like when he's angry and tired as the sun sets?
3.6 for Campbell, 3.3, 2-minute 3.3 for Jules Gounon last time round, and both of them with two wheels off the exit at turn one.
Put the stopwatch down. We can see the gap now. Both in stream together. And Bathurst has done it again. It's found a way to create a unique storyline and keep us on the edge of our seat. Matty Campbell way too wide. Coming out of turn one. Gounon driving through the dust that Matty Campbell throws up. Here we go. We get a nice face full of dust coming on the mountain straight.
No hint of a lift, by the way. Not a scintilla of movement from the right foot from Matty Campbell as he went through there.
Sorry, John, just to touch on this issue with the Gruppa M car. If they change it, it has to be from, and it will be from, a technical directive from the Bathurst 12-hour. From the 12-hour technical department. So they will make a call ultimately and say, no, you have to change it. Right. And then the team has to enforce it.
Just felt from the body language the last time we had the cameras in that garage that there was almost a resignation that was going to take place. So you're right, it's completely out of their hands. not something they've devised to put in this car. It's a logging device supplied to them. That's the cruelty of motorsport sometimes, and in particular the cruelty of the mountain. It can giveth and it can taketh away just as quickly. We're still speculating though, that hasn't taken place. The 999 car is out, but it looks to me like we'll find out very shortly as the team lay out tyres and come to the front of the garage ahead of what will be their last pit stop for the race leader. Battle for second, third rages on. Here's Matty Campbell. A bit tight here on the exit of turn 1 this time. It's much nicer. He's our leader, leading the cutting. 30 seconds up the road. Raffaello Macciello. Driven spectacularly well. Managed the speed. He's probably blissfully unaware that all this is going on in the garage.
Just of course he is. You would never tell them, would you?
No.
You would never tell the driver that. He's just been told to get on and hit his marks.
There's nothing as a driver you can do.
No.
So there's no point telling the driver because all it will do is distract them.
So just get a little bit more information on this. The team is saying the logger is functioning correctly. The modem, which is the part supplied by the event, is what's not working correctly. So they're going to replace the modem first. If that then works, potentially, if that then works correctly, and they're still not getting data, they'll have to come back in and replace the logger as well. But right now they believe the modem is the issue. Just to change tack very, very quickly on that, amazing scenes around the mountain and indeed around the city of Bathurst all week. A three-day event attendance of 53,446 people. That is an event record. It's even larger than the 2019 event, which was held over 4 days. So 53,446 people have come to Mount Panorama. In comes 999. This could be the moment of the motor race this afternoon.
Isn't it amazing on the things on which motor races can turn? You cannot fault the drivers at all. You cannot fault what the teams have done. Reliability potentially from something, an electronic device basically not connected.
Porsche's in as well. So Manthey may respond immediately.
I think it's a great move by Manthey, covering off what's going on.
How's the attack of the pit lane for Campbell getting that thing in?
But does it cover off the 999 car, or does it let Gunon off the leash?
Clear air.
Chad?
Guys, they're out of fuel with that Campbell car. They've run 35 laps, and the biggest stint of the day in green flag running was 35. So that's just as far as they could get.
So that's let Gunon off the leash. It's all happening right now. 68 minutes left to go in this one. They're changing that modem on the M car in the lane. I wonder whether they got dispensation or allowance to do that.
Must have checked
from the race officials. So let's keep an eye on the splits for Gunon while these two cars are in the lead.
Putting tyres on the Grouper M car. What do they do for 912?
You see them laid out there in the shade.
This is really clever for Grouper M because they're putting tyres on before the fueling so they can tyre and modem at the same time. Chad?
Yeah, well, they're going for tyres on Matt Campbell's car, so not going to roll the dice and try and save themselves. The pressure's 12 seconds. This is a massive advantage to car 75 that they've taken the time to do this.
Campbell's moving, so Campbell's moving. The Grouper M car is up towards pit exit. We'll see it here. Doors being shut. Firing it up, so they'll get out in front.
Oh, wow.
But that 30-second lead now has been reduced to what is the equivalent of about 5 or 6 pit bays.
So they've fueled the Grouper M car.
They're all good.
Then they put the tyres on, but were they working on the modem while they were fueling?
Well, they must have had dispensation to do that. But this Bathurst 12-hour technical team spent so much time in that garage. It must have been a question discussed. Here's Gunon running down into the chase. So
this lap hasn't been particularly fast. The first split and second split wasn't particularly great.
Gee, Manthey, he may have been great in the pits. Minute 21 again. Every time, and they feel right now.
He's going to cover them off.
Yeah,
he's going to cover them off.
Don't give the Porsche any advantage on new tyres.
What's going on here? What's going on in the Grouper M garage?
It's long faces down there. It's a resigned look. They've come in because they can go to the end from here. The Sun Energy one car I'm talking about. They don't want to get caught on the wrong side of a safety car here. So they've covered off the two cars behind them. The car that's out of kilter here, but will be in a short moment is Shootout van der Linde. He's 36 laps into a stint in that BMW. So he'll be in shortly for about an hour and 5 minutes.
Here's the race. Campbell at the BMW M elbow. Sun Energy One racing in. Do they put tyres on this car?
That's what I was about to say. Do you just fuel only? Well, they got tyres laid out.
Or is that a Furphy?
Or do you go for track position with 65 minutes to go and back your man in?
If they put tyres on, Campbell leads. Engel leads.
Engel leads, and does Gounon pop in between Engel and Matt Campbell? We know that Gounon was right on the tailpipe of that Porsche when Porsche came to the lane.
It's drinking, it's thirsty.
He's going, no tyres.
They're going to lead the race, Sun Energy One. The defending champions emerge in front. It's all cleansed to the end of the race, and Jules Gounon has clear racetrack, and for the second time in 2 years, he's going to have Maro Engel chasing him down.
There is a difference this year, though, Rich. Jules Gounon has on a set of tyres that he will need to double stint to the end. Engel on a fresh set of tyres. He will have speed at the end of this one.
And Matt Campbell is only 12 seconds away from the lead, also on a fresh set of tyres. 3 cars, 12 seconds, a dirty dozen of seconds to get to the end of this race with an hour and 5 minutes. And the top 3 are in a battle. Meantime, Sheldon van der Linde came in from what was second place when he came in. He holds on to the lead lap. Mark Beretta.
Guys, the information that car 999 was dying to hear online with the only words that were shouted out here: the motor is working, they are in this.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's deep sigh of relief.
It's taken us 10 hours and 55 minutes, but it's come to life, big style.
I was just watching where Van der Linde came out with regards to Brock Feeney for 4th and 5th. Brock's going to have to stop soon anyway for 888, but there was a chance that Van der Linde might get caught in. 777 in, 47 in, class leaders here in the Boiselle Pro-Am entry. So Chris Meese will take what will be their final pit stop with 63 minutes to go in the race. It'll be timed fuel. Can you see it? Yeah, the door's open, so Ricardo Fella should jump into that.
Ricardo Fella will climb aboard the 777 car to bring it home. Here comes Chaz Mostert into the lane. These cars are battling, so Mees and Mostert been battling for the lead of Pro-Am. Chazzy leaving nothing on the table at pit entry, as he always does.
That Porsche, the way Matt attacked that entry in the Porsche from onboard was pretty spectacular. Some tyres going on down at Audi Sport Customer Racing Australia. So briefly the 65 will bump in front of Meese, and then it'll swap when Meese goes. They're basically a full pit stop behind the Sportsbet car, but they'll battle it out.
Oh, drama at the right front for the 777 car. So,
or will they?
Not a slam dunk that they will leave before the 65. Still drama going on.
I think Mostert's good to go to the end on that.
They're doing brakes. They're doing pads.
They're doing brake pads.
They're doing pads.
Well, they must have spotted that when they were doing the wheel change, and that's why the guy in the right front stepped away and signalled to the garage.
Feeney in. So for his final stop.
I've not seen a pad change on an Audi at the 12-hour before. Definitely never. I never did it in the team when I was doing the years. Let's hear from Chad.
Just wandered down to Mantha and had a chat to both of Matty Campbell's co-drivers as to why they took tyres on. And the simple answer is, well, 2 reasons. One, they thought that the 75 would be able to cover them if it was fuel only. So they figured we might as well throw tyres on it and hope for a safety car at some point. But it's just about pace. They just feel like they haven't got old tyre pace to be able to fight the Mercs if they're going to double stint. So the fingers crossed move here from Team Grello and the 912 is throw the new rubber on it and just pray for a safety car to punch him up. Put Matt Campbell back in the fight for a late race pass on fresher tyres.
This brake pad change continues for the 777 car as Chaz Mostert leaves pit lane and will take over the lead in Pro-Am.
And Maro Engel has got to the back of the 75 Sun Energy One Racing AMG. Here it is. This is the battle for the race lead. 61 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the race. Everything's cleansed. They're good to go to the finish. And it's 0.8 of a second.
New tyres versus Stint all tyres. Performance advantage on the Pirellis to the car in second, the bright yellow car. Whatever else is going on there, there is a performance advantage, and he's only going to make them last another 61 minutes. I'm saying that slightly sarcastically because, you know, who knows?
Remember, Gunon did not leave anything on the table on the previous stint that these tyres did, so it's not like he looked after them to think that we will definitely double stint them. I feel like that was a call that was made late to get this track position, and he will have to deal with a tyre that will not be at its best. I mean, Engel has good speed now because the tyre is in its peak. It's coming in and it's working well. The performance advantage will start to negate as this stint goes on. So Engel will try and get this done as soon as he can while he has a tyre advantage, because the longer that he spends behind Jules Gunon, the less of an advantage he will have. And he'll get to the point in the middle part of the tyre stint where he'll have no advantage. So he's going to do it. He'll want to do it now.
And well, these two getting to a scrap, all that does is bring the 912 into the equation as well and drags Matt Campbell closer.
And let's be honest, we hope that the race will last for another 1 hour. But if there's an incident and the race gets stopped, at the moment, the Sun Energy 1 car is leading. And, you know, I say that because that's happened before. It has happened. Bathurst had everything happen, hasn't it? Trees, kangaroos.
Nothing has not happened.
Yeah, there's hailstorms.
And yet, every time we say something like that, the script writers invent something new and creative. Great run down Conrad. Gunon defends. Is it enough? Jules is slightly offline, but does enough to get it down. He's sort of half blocked and half fainted across to the middle of the road.
I think visit New South Wales corner.
Turn 2?
Yeah. If he gets off here, he'll get the drag up Mountain Straight. Got to be close. Doesn't want to be too close into the first corner and get too much push.
He needs a big drive advantage.
Here he goes. He turned, he went in on a slightly different line to the leader there, just so he had the air on the front spoiler. Really smart driving from Engel.
But what Gunon was doing there was squaring off the exit to get good drive traction off the exit of the corner to negate any of that mid-corner flow that Engel would have. He would have 2 or 3 kilometres an hour of a tyre advantage, a grip advantage through the mid part of the corner. But if Gunon could square the exit off and get good drive up the hill to 2, that negates that advantage that Engel has. I feel like if it's going to happen at the chase. Get a good run out of Forest Elbow, use the slipstream and try and outbrake Jules Gunon.
Well, that toe's been so effective, even within similar brands across the course of the weekend. So we've seen that today, and that will be key for Maro to get that car out of the BMW elbow well enough that he can drag himself up behind the almost identical AMG in front. Well, Kenny said yesterday he wanted just to make sure that they got themselves into the mix, in contention at the end, and then he'd leave it to the pro drivers that he's hired to drive for him to do the job, and they've done that. They've ticked the box. They've got themselves in a position to defend their Bathurst 12-hour victory. And now it's just up to Jules Gunon to do it. Good drive out of the elbow for Engel. He's really close.
Gunon, he's squaring off the corner everywhere. He squared off the dipper and got a good run down to Forest Elbow. He squared off Forest Elbow to get a good run out down Conrad Straight. He knows what he's got to do with his car, and he's putting the car in all the right spots. Engel's a bit further back this lap. It'd be a fair move to get it done from back there.
That would be a low percentage lunge.
It would be, with 57 minutes left to go. You don't need to play those games right now.
Identical speeds through the trap.
That the defensive driving underneath.
Gunon's been doing that. I've been noticing that braking line. Oh, Gunon drops a wheel though. He doesn't need to do that too many times. He comes on to pit straight. I've noticed that sort of brake in the middle part of the circuit, then dive the car out. Gunon's been doing that all day. Head up Mountain Straight. Engel
closer this time, is he?
Much closer, definitely. That wheel, when he dropped the wheel, Gunon coming on to pit straight, cost him some time. He's too far back again now, Maro Engel. So every lap that Gunon can keep Maro Engel behind is music to the ears for Jules Gunon, because there's more and more heat going into the front tyre aboard this 999 AMG Mercedes.
Inside the last 60 minutes, that means if we see the AMG safety car, no more wave buys. Any lap cars will have to go down pit lane to get out of the way. But at the moment, we've got a battle. We've got a battle for pace at the top of the mountain. We've got a battle for supremacy between two AMGs, two highly experienced GT3 drivers. They know these cars, they know this circuit. Gunon, Engel and Campbell in the Porsche, still only that 12 seconds behind. If there's a fumble, if there's a side-by-side incident, Campbell is there, lurking, if you can lurk in a bright green car. The Grello machine, is it green, is it yellow? No, it's Grello.
Another opportunity for Engel will be every time they come across lap traffic, should it just fall in the wrong part of the circuit for Jules Gounon, whether he can take advantage of that Maro Engel, get a run on the Sun Energy AMG Mercedes. Wasn't able to do it that time, so they made their way past Jeff Taunton in the Mark car. Gounon, no need to defend this lap at the chase. Can take the racing line, keep the momentum up.
Underneath the LIQUI MOLY bridge to complete lap number 296. Slightly different lines again by the two drivers. That's Gounon squaring it off, as Garth Tander was saying. That means he gets the car straighter earlier, and the front wheels then pointing in the right direction. You get on the throttle earlier, you start to build your speed earlier, and that's what's keeping him ahead at the moment of Maro Engel in second. How'd you like this, Krillsy?
Oh, I'm quite enjoying it, thank you, John.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Is this what you ordered? Because, you know, Garth and I like to make sure you get everything you want.
I very much appreciate it. It means the world to me. 54 minutes to go. Two of the best GT drivers in the world, three of them, having an absolutely massive dip on a perfect afternoon at Mount Panorama. It could get much better, I don't think. And it's amazing, isn't it, how these two just find themselves on the same bit of road. Once again, last year, it was an intense battle fought between 8 to 10 seconds apart for the final 2 hours, essentially, as these two just went at it. This time, there's a tyre advantage to the yellow car. Is there...
Oh, he's close this time off the dip at Rick.
That's nice.
Will it be a send at the elbow? No, it's not, but it might be a good exit down Conrod Straight for Maro Engel.
Both of them got a good exit.
Every time that Engel has a half look at Forest Elbow, it enables Gounon just to apex a little bit later and square off the exit and leave him less vulnerable for the run down Conrod Straight. Just trying to shake Engel out of the draft as they make their way down to the kink.
He's half a car to a car, maybe too far back. Remember what Maro Engel said when he was sitting right here in the LIQUI MOLY comms booth? For anything from a second and a half behind, you're feeling the toe. Inside a second, and you're getting a lot of toe, but also the aero on the front of your car's not working. He's 0.2 of a second behind. It's not even that now.
And remember what Garth Tander said when this engagement commenced, the longer Maro Engel spends behind Jules Gounon, the harder it gets for him to find his way past.
That tyre advantage becomes less and less and less when you're stuck in right under the rear wing of the car in front. The front tyre temperature does go through the roof. You get more and more understeer, you lose performance from the car, you lose lap time.
I think they're pushing pretty hard, though. They're doing 2:04.2.
Oh, yeah.
But Matt Campbell, who's in relatively clear air and on new tyres, last time around only did a 2:03.9. So they're not giving an awful lot away to Matt. So it's not a question of Gounon cruising and just putting his car in the right place here, Garth.
The other thing to remember, what were these two doing 7 days ago at the Rolex 24 at Daytona? They were winning it together.
Yeah,
together. Now they're rivals fighting out for victory, and only one of them's going to get it today.
And Maro was wearing his watch. He said, I'm not going to keep it in a box anywhere. I'm going to wear the Daytona Cosmograph. Oh, look at this again at the BMW elbow. This is tight again.
Just don't know where to move.
No.
Because forcing Jules Gounon into a mistake is not the easiest thing in the world to do. Teammates at Daytona a week ago. They won the Daytona 24 Hours, sharing a car. Now they are dueling it out for Australia's International Enduro. Jules Gounon leads Maro Engel by a Mercedes length with 51 minutes to go. And the question is, how long can they keep this up as they battle for victory? It's a repeat of the fight from the 2022 edition of this race. Same cars, same brand, slightly different teams. And there's so much on the end of this. Maro Engel, who's been coming here, this is his 7th visit to the 12 Hour. He's got a Bathurst 1000 start to his credit. He would desperately love to win this race. He's passionate about this place and all of its history. He said this morning he got goosebumps driving into the sunrise. For Jules Gounon, looking to become the first triple winner of this race and the first to win it back to back to back.
It looks like they're tied together with a very short bungee cord, doesn't it? As they're going up there. You'll have done this before. It looks like somebody doing follow laps. When you've got someone out, they're very fast follow laps, but that's exactly what it looks like at the moment. This is not a script. This is not a movie. This is a race. There's nothing staged about this. These guys are pushing as hard as humanly possible in those two cars, and it closes up again, Garth, down towards the elbow.
Gounon, there's nothing left in that car. There's no more performance. There's definitely more performance in Maro Engel's car still with that fresh tyre set on it, but not enough to get it himself into a position where he can set Jules Gounon up. So it's going to require something else to happen. Does Gounon make a mistake and enable Engel to get a run, or do they encounter some lap traffic, or does at one point Engel just send it and hope for the best?
Here it is. Could this be the moment? Oh, he almost sent it. He certainly hoped, and they both get out the other side.
I tell you what, that was really, really fair play by both drivers, because Gounon didn't just chop to the apex there. He did leave a car's width.
Lillo can't believe this.
By the way, Krilsey, with the pace at the front of the field, do you want to check your calculations for your 2,000 kilometres?
Almost about 300 laps, so need another 22 after that one.
It's going to be tight.
It's tight. 48 minutes to go, Rich.
We've broken records on fastest qualifying.
322 is 2,000.5 kilometres.
There you go.
322 completed laps. That was a look at that move. The door was half open, and Raffaele Marciello, who's been in this position before, knows how this feels.
Let's go back to the tyre life here, guys. Yes, it's balancing up. Eventually it will. But it's still going to be 2 hours and 20 minutes versus just over an hour and whatever it was.
65 minutes.
Yeah, 65 minutes. Now, most people will say, all right, well, obviously that gives them a grip advantage getting out the corners, but braking is also a part of this as well, isn't it, Garth?
Yeah, it is, because these cars have ABS, but the limiting factor, we call it the coefficient of grip of the car for the retardation on the brake from the tyre to the ground. So the tyre, when it loses grip, you lose the braking performance as well. We saw that on the previous lap. Maro Engel, we said, is he going to send it? And he nearly did send it. So he does have braking advantage. He's much closer coming off the elbow. Lap traffic again.
Got to the right place on Conrod. Lots of room.
They'll get it done before the kink easily.
And the marked car, it's Donaldson behind the wheel there in 17th, indicates nicely, and that's the right thing to get
Closer this lap, guys. Maro's closer this lap. Gounon, it's coming this time.
The moment he starts defending,
he's down inside, and they're going to come together. Yes, they are! And they're both off. They're both off. Now the 999 goes through. That was absolutely on the cards from the moment that he pulled out. Now, that'll be looked at from race control. New leader as they cross the line will be Maro Engel.
Teammates a week ago, remember? Teammates. They shared a car to victory at Daytona. Now they crash into each other at Bathurst.
So Engel, we'll see it on a replay, no doubt. But Engel jumped in behind Gounon to make it look like he wasn't going to have a lunge, and then stepped out and sent it. Here we go. So we need to pick it up earlier than that.
He's not there.
He's not there. He has to send it up over the curb, and that creates contact.
I don't think that stands.
So he's a long way into the corner before contact made, Gounon. So
There's been very little of that today. Let's be honest.
I feel like that's the first one. It's this one here. Engel jinks to make it look like he's not going to pass, then sends it diagonally to the apex. We know that he has a braking advantage, a grip advantage, but is it enough to get up the inside there on that particular time?
Now, as we found out earlier in the week, race stewards, race officials will be looking at telemetry to see if that line into the corner by the leader, Jules Gounon, is the same as he's been taking every other lap. It was much closer, but is it close enough, or is that an overly optimistic lunge down the inside?
Well, that's not for us to make a decision, and a thoroughly predictable message has come up on timing here. Under investigation incident between cars 999 and 75 at turn 21, which is the chase. So,
even with that incident, by the way, Mark Campbell is still 12 seconds behind the leader, but now only 5 seconds behind second place. So it's split first and second to 6.5 seconds, and then it's another 5.5 back to third here on the mountain.
The difference is that it's now only 6 seconds between Gounon and Campbell, with the Porsche with a notable tyre advantage. So the longer the race goes, it will play out better for car number 912. Under investigation. Accident, cars 999, 75, turn 21. Over to you, Craig Baird, and the Motorsport Australia stewards.
Matt Campbell, third place. Just an interested observer at the moment of what's going on at the front of the field. Leader, Maro Engel, makes his way through turn 2, up the mountain one more time. Just clocked over lap 301. So, covering some ground this afternoon. There's still plenty more of a story to be told in the remaining 44 minutes of this edition of the Bathurst 12 Hour. Maro Engel, now what you do is you put your head down and you drive.
Yeah.
You drive real fast.
Yeah.
Because it's out of your hands now. The past has, what's happened is in the past. You can't change that. It's up to the officials, as you said, Craig Bird, the driving standards advisor, and the Motorsport Australia Race Control.
Here we go.
Lane drive-through penalty to car 999 for a driving infringement.
Pit lane penalty, big. I was expecting a time penalty, if anything. That's what I was getting to the point. If you're Maro Engel, you put your head down and you hammer it, because if time penalty's coming your way, you try and jump in front of the time penalty before the end of the race. But a drive-through penalty changes all that.
That might even bring Sheldon van der Linden back into it. He's going to be
still be third. It'll be 32 seconds to transit the lane, and Engel's 40.3 in front.
Is that 32 seconds in the pit lane?
That's the transit time.
Right. But he loses more time than that, Quilsey, because he's not at full speed.
Yeah, he won't lose 40 seconds, I don't think.
So we thought we might see Angry Maro towards the end of this race.
We're going to see Angry Maro.
Entirely for a different reason now. I have a fair indication that the timing screens are going to light up after he serves that drive-through penalty, wherever. I wonder if they've told him yet. Let's have another look at this.
Unfortunately, probably for the 999, we've got it from every angle conceivable too. So this was the move. Late decision to pull out. I think the fact the contact was
behind the rear wheel, really, to start with.
And he's on the curb.
Yeah.
And it's late in the corner, and there's not much going for that at all, is there? If that was DRS,
it's the one here where he sort of jinks in to stay under the rear wing and then sends it hard at the apex. And he's not up there far enough in reality to get the job done. The contact front bumper to behind the rear wheel was...
That was the incriminating evidence.
Yeah.
And so, Jules Gounon will inevitably find himself leading this race in the final hour for the third time in as many editions of this race.
Only by 4 seconds to a charging Matty Campbell. So now, release the Campbell.
Heard that line before.
Uncork the Campbell. Yeah. So down in the pit lane, both teams watching and listening, and down in the Sun Energy 1 pit. Predictably, they feel as though they're on the right side of that. So,
yeah, a bit more of a poker face from Lucas Stoltz.
Yes.
As opposed to Kenny Havel, who's making his feelings well shown. Yeah, still 40 minutes to go. 41, just under 41 minutes to go. This is Bathurst. Anything can happen in that time. So you made the point, John, that Matt Campbell now becomes the focus for Jules Gounon.
Yeah.
It's about making sure that green car does not get any bigger in the rear vision mirror.
Matt Campbell can see that car now.
He's taken 7/10 out of him on this lap to this point.
3.6 plays at 2.7.
Hello.
Campbell's uncanned.
Someone's woken Matty Campbell up.
And now he's in full chase mode in that Manthey Porsche.
Fastest lap for Matty for that car. The Manthey EMA Porsche was a 2:02.77. Matty Campbell 2:02.79. Chad.
Plays out, Garth. I figured I'd get a word from the Group M team, from the Manfilter team down here, actually, from Mick Grenier. You've had a chance to see the incident and the penalty that's been handed out. Your thoughts?
I mean, for me, Jules moved at the end of the braking zone, so I don't know where Maro could go because he was committed to overtaking him already. But the problem started earlier because we had to do a longer stop as the series couldn't see telemetry, so we had to change the sensor in the car, and they told us we had to do it. So we lost the lead because of that, which I think is not fair because they can still see telemetry here in the garage. To do that on the last pit stop makes no sense for me, but then Maro had to go for it, to be honest. Yeah.
So it's fair to say it hasn't worked out towards the end here for you, but do you think it's still possible after even a drive-through to pull back with maybe even a safety car?
If there's a safety car, maybe, yeah, but unless there's a safety car, I think it's done.
Appreciate the chat, mate. Sorry to hear it.
Pretty reasonably predictable response from that team. Obviously disappointed, feel like the world's turned against them with that modem issue for the car, and then contact trying to fight back from that.
Engel's got to come in next time around. Has to come in next time around. You only get 3 times by before you come in. He's got 8 seconds, but he will have to come into the pits for that penalty. Campbell, 3.5 seconds away. Black flag for the 999. Now, once a black flag comes out, you've got to come in next time by. So
black flag starts to become serious.
Yeah.
Starting to wave that around. Just do a time check for Gounon versus Campbell. A 3.5 for Gounon, a 2.8 for Campbell. So Matty Campbell's charge continues. That gap now down to 3 seconds, just over 3 seconds. The battle for right now, what is second and third on circuit. But when Maro Engel serves that drive-through penalty, it becomes the battle for the lead. With 38 minutes left to go. There is still a sting in the tail of this one.
6 minutes since that penalty was announced by race control. So they're pushing their luck here.
Well, the team will be saying, stay out, we're arguing, but there won't be any argument with that.
Don't argue those, once it's been done. The decision comes down. We respect the umpire's decision.
This team, M Racing, have been in contention to win this race. I'm going to say 4 races now.
Easy 4.
Every time they come here, but they just have not been able to close the deal. And look, they're far from the only ones because Craft Bamboo have been in exactly the same situation on more than one occasion. They came close last year. They probably would have won in 2018 had it gone green the whole way through. So they're not the only ones. And Bathurst certainly is a cruel mistress sometimes, but wow, this is just another chapter to their challenges at this joint.
What do you reckon? If he stopped and redressed there, would he have got away with that? I'm asking the driver. I'm asking the driver.
That's a really good point.
Because he was clean. He had clean tyres.
It's a very much a supercar rule, the redress. I don't know whether it really translates to GT racing. It's all irrelevant now because the crime's been taken now. You've got to pay the fine, effectively, come to the lane. So I don't think we want to hear the radio right now from Maro Engel because I don't think it'll be all that complimentary.
Table of penalties, of course, we're running under the SRO regulations, so how the penalties are assessed And that's why this is a drive-through and not a time penalty, because that is the SRO rule book.
If that happened at the end of the 1,000, it wouldn't have been a drive-through, or would it have been a time penalty, do you think? So let's say you're chasing down SVG, as it might be this year, and you do that, would you...
No, what you do is you redress it. In Supercar, you redress it. So that takes everything out of the equation.
So I just put you in the fight for the great race this year.
Thanks, well, nice. Love it. 2.6 seconds between first and second. Engel back out, having gone through the pit lane. He served his penalty. And he is 14 seconds further back. He's got about 18 seconds on Van der Linde. Top 4 now, within 34.5 seconds. And we've still got 35 minutes to go. 35 minutes still to go. 35 seconds between the top 4.
Sydney's backyard, the Blue Mountains, part of the Great Dividing Range, is a stunning place to visit when you come to New South Wales. The best thing is you get to drive through them to get to this place. Stunning scenery, lovely little towns to stop and enjoy a coffee or a food, and enjoy your trip right through this great state of New South Wales. And when you pass through the Blue Mountains, you come down Mount Victoria the other side, this is what you get. One of the most compelling places for motorsport anywhere on the planet, and once again it gives us a remarkable show. And now with one Mercedes having toured through pit lane, we've got 2.4 seconds between Jules Gounon and Matt Campbell in the battle for the win.
Matty Campbell charging hard to try and catch that Mercedes. Matthew Gemini, a shot at winning this race. Have you ever been this nervous?
No, I guess I'm feeling like Matt was feeling last year in Daytona, you know, it's a crazy race. We didn't really think that we had a chance looking at the pace of the Merc, and yeah, somehow, you know, they were fighting each other, and they had contact. 99 got a penalty, and now, yeah, we seem to be closing in. You know, Gounon is on the double stint tires, and we are on the new. So, yeah, now I just stop briefing for the next 33 minutes, and I just hope it's going to go our way.
And guys, just the little cherry on top of that, when it was reversed the other way, Matthew was in the car getting them a watch.
Yeah, and as I remember, Shea, that wasn't necessarily the cleanest of manoeuvres through what's now called the Le Mans chicane at Daytona. I seem to remember there might have been a bit of paint traded there. Was that not correct? So, let's see what happens. Down to 2.1 seconds. And there's no doubt that Matt Campbell has been... I mean, it's almost like Manti have been waiting for this, isn't it, God? It's bizarre. How could they know? Have they got some kind of motorsport crystal ball?
Crystal ball, because remember, go back to the last pit stop. They almost resigned themselves to the fact that they weren't going to be in the battle between the two AMG cars. So they thought, we'll put tyres on it, and if the race comes to us, we'll have a tyre advantage. Now, there's no way you could have predicted that there was going to be the drama that we saw unfold at the chase.
And yet
here we are, Matt Campbell on a fresher set of tyres, chasing down Jules Gounon. The gap now just over 2 seconds with 32 minutes left to go in this one. They're in the game. Drama at the exit of the chase.
Craft Bamboo. That's Craft Bamboo Racing, the MSI AMG.
Mobile.
Daniel Juncadella behind the wheel. He was in 6th position.
They will give this every opportunity to turn around under its own steam.
If you're Group M, they're saying that needs to be safety card right now. So there's lots of different interpretations of what needs to happen, but the car's moving.
Turn 22.2. Car trying to resume.
So yeah, that's because the car is moving.
Yes,
that's exactly right. James Taylor saying.
Excellent officiating.
Yeah, well done.
Excellent officiating. And everybody knows.
James Taylor's modus operandi is let's keep it green until we absolutely have to for safety reasons. Put the race under safety car, and that's what's happened. Chad?
Just a thought, guys. Fans of Formula One will know what a free pit stop means towards the end of the race. If you get a late race safety car and you have a bit of a buffer to the car behind you, might choose to come in and get some fresh tyres. I'm standing down at BMW and everybody just leapt into action down here, because if anyone could get a free kick out of a safety car right now, it could be the car in 4th. They've got a huge gap behind them. they could potentially take a free stop and take the restart, fourth in the queue with fresh rubber.
I tell you what, Daniel Juncadella did hit the wall on driver's right quite hard. He'd hooked the curb and dropped the Pirellis, the left-hand side Pirellis, over the exit curb from the chase, and he swooshed across to the other side of the road, and that was quite a heavy hit to the right rear.
The point that Chad made there about the free pit stop is an important one, because what happens also in the last portion of this race is any lap cars get taken out of the queue. So you get a free pit stop, you get free tyres, fresh tyres, and you don't have to deal with lap traffic getting back to the cars that you're racing against. So it is genuinely a free pit stop.
And I feel okay saying this now, that car has recovered and we're not going to go yellow, because at 4 hours and 13 minutes, this is the longest green flag run in the event's history. And this has unfolded. Safety car free, 30 minutes to go, 1.7 seconds the margin, first to second.
So now we're into the longest green flag period, we can say that officially, in this event's history, proving you do not need safety cars to close up the field here. You really don't. It's 1.5 seconds between first and second. It's 14, call it 15 seconds between the top three, and it's 35 seconds between the top four. Only the top four in Pro are on the lead lap, and we've got half an hour to go.
And 3 different manufacturers inside that top 4, covered by 35 seconds. So you do not need safety cars to make it exciting.
I'm not saying that the 75 cars gone over a cliff yet, but I wonder if it's starting to teeter near it, because 4.5 last time round for Gunon. Admittedly, Campbell a 203.8, and he's been in the 2s in this stint. But I wonder if that advantage just gets more and more as this race goes on. And these tyres, the Pirellis on car 75, are hanging on grimly.
Lee Holdsworth bringing the hallmark Audi in for a splash of fuel to get them the last half an hour or so, sitting in 4th in the Pro-Am, 11th overall. Hang on a second, I'm just going to dig into the motorsport cliches draw here. Here we go. Yes, hang on. Catching is one thing, passing is another.
I wasn't sure we had anything left in the cliche draw.
Well,
We've used a few of them today.
Yeah, we have.
But I was going to bring that same point up, John, that catching this car will be one thing for Matt Campbell. Finding a sneaky way past will be another challenge altogether. We saw an epic battle between Gunon and Maro Engel that resulted in contact.
I think it'll be a different battle as well, because
different manufacturer, different cars, different strengths and weaknesses.
If anything, the toe might be more serious. Porsche catching the AMG. The Porsche's a physically smaller car. The Merc punches a pretty big hole in the air.
Danny Juncadella brought the 77 Craft Bamboo car back to the lane, and the team go to work on what is a very expensive race car with what is, all matter of fact, duct tape.
Yeah, it's big bits of it.
3.8 for Gunon, so it shows what I know. This drives right down into the 3s once again.
You've been pretty good with the commentator curse today, Rich.
Not for the first year, Garth.
Not going to ride off Gilles Gunon at all.
No, never.
The gap down, hovering around the 1.2, 1.3 seconds first to second.
Here's the thing, though. Where does the Porsche have an advantage? It does everything well, Garth, as you've been making the point. Is there a point? Is it going to come down to that tyre advantage that will make the opportunity for Matt Campbell when he gets there? And